In the interval of 372,384, the temperature has now risen to 374, and despite taking medication, the fever persists. I hope to feel better by tomorrow morning. The chapter concludes with a reflection on loyalty and humility. In the dimly lit study, an altar is set up. Capello lights 3 incense sticks, bows 3 times, and places them on the incense stand before stepping back. With a graceful sweep of his right hand, he lifts the hem of his robe, embodying an air of determination. He tucks his chin, positions his tongue against the roof of his mouth, and adopts a posture of humility and receptiveness. He kneels on the mat, performing the ritual of 3 bows and 9 prostrations. After completing the ritual, Capello sits at his desk, pours himself a cup of green tea, and resumes his study of the Zhuangzi. Recently, with Huang Kaiwen absent, Real Madrid has maintained a commendable performance, remaining unbeaten. Yet, Capello feels a sense of unease. Aware that the true test lies ahead, he seeks solace in ancient texts to calm his restless mind. The World Sports Daily claims that Huang Kaiwen is a system player, suggesting that without him, Real Madrid plays more cohesively, which Capello finds absurd. After more than an hour of reading and jotting down reflections, his mood settles, and he retires to his room for the night. The following day, September 29th, upon arriving at the training facility, Capello announces to the players that those failing to meet running distance standards will be relegated to the reserve team. The Real Madrid players react nonchalantly, familiar with Capello's temperament. However, they recall that Kaiwen used to run 1,400 meters in a match. Cassano mutters under his breath, prompting Capello to glance at him and remark on his protruding belly, stating, "Antonio Cassano, you will train with the B team until you have burned off the pork knuckle you indulged in while in Germany." Cassano shrugs, refraining from further comment. "Robin, Sneijder, follow me to the office. The rest begin training," Capello instructs. Robin and Sneijder exchange glances, pondering why the coach has chosen now, half a month after the Dutch national team's discord, to address them. The two dutifully trail behind Capello. Once in the office, Capello pours them both a glass of water and smiles as he inquires, "You have been at Real Madrid for a while now. How do you find the atmosphere within the team?" "Excellent. Real Madrid is fantastic. Everyone is striving toward a common goal, and I appreciate being part of such an ambitious team," Robin responds swiftly. Sneijder internally sighs, feeling overshadowed. "Since joining Real Madrid, I have noticed the locker room atmosphere is particularly positive. The training is highly professional, and the coaching quality is exceptional. I have experienced significant improvement recently," Sneijder quickly adds. Robin eyes him wide-eyed, thinking, "Sneijder certainly knows how to flatter. That's wonderful. I consider you both to be exceptional players, and I wanted to discuss your perspectives on the team." "There is nothing else. You may return to training," Capello replies with a smile. After Robin and Sneijder depart, Capello sits behind his desk, beginning to devise his strategies. Recently, Robin has emerged as a pivotal player, yet he finds himself unable to entirely relinquish the presence of Cassano. Both Robin and Robinho possess a playing style that is heavily inclined toward ball possession. When Cassano plays alongside Kevin, his positional shifts and passing are executed with remarkable precision. Therefore, it is necessary to allow this rascal Cassano to reflect on his actions within the B team. "It is already quite late," Galbiati remarked as he entered the office. Capello glanced at his watch, realizing it was past 7. "I was contemplating the tactics prior to Kevin's return, hence my lapse in time awareness," he replied with a smile. "One must not forget life amidst work. Is that not what you advised me?" Galbiati chuckled. Capello, in his private moments, is a man who knows how to savor life. "You are right. I shall take my leave now," Capello stated. He gathered several tactical diagrams from his desk, placing them into his bag as he made his way to the parking lot. Still mulling over Real Madrid's forthcoming formation, Capello reached his car, unlocked the door with his key, and placed his briefcase in the passenger seat. As he started the engine and pressed the accelerator, an unsettling jolt before exiting the parking lot alerted him to something amiss. With a screech, Capello slammed the brakes, exited the vehicle, and proceeded to inspect the situation. Upon discovering several screwdrivers lodged in the front right tire, he nearly ground his teeth in frustration, bellowing from the depths of his throat, "Antonio Cassano!" With tears threatening to spill from her eyes, Xiaonyang felt a weight of sorrow upon her brow. The world is illuminated by the full moon, yet the mischief in Yangzhou is palpable. The king of yellow balls departed Milan, journeying towards Madrid, accompanied by his butler and bodyguard. As soon as he disembarked from the plane, Kevin Huang was besieged by reporters. Kevin, is it true that you have been invited to participate in the Super Snooker League? Is your invitation to the Super Snooker League a result of your fame? Do you believe O'Sullivan or your compatriot will claim the championship? Kevin, with your recurring injuries to your soleus muscle, will this affect your performance on the table? Van Nistelrooy's agent noted a clandestine current flowing between Milan, Madrid, and Amsterdam in the football world. What do you make of this? How do you evaluate the internal discord within the Dutch national team? Neo, donning sunglasses, brusquely shoved aside a reporter, stating in a tone devoid of emotion, "No interviews. This is an infringement on press freedom. The public has the right to know everything." Neo removed his sunglasses and turned to face the reporter who had been shouting. Were it not for the throngs at the airport, he would have ensured these rascals understood the true meaning of freedom. "Let us depart. Ignore them," Kevin Huang instructed. "Very well, sir," Neo nodded, continuing to push past the reporters. Once outside the airport, the group entered their vehicle, finally shaking off the persistent swarms. Indeed, the Super Snooker League had previously extended an invitation to Huang Kaiwen. This league is an invitational event, primarily drawing top-ranked players, along with promising youth and international talents. During Huang's last endeavor to secure professional qualifications, snooker experienced a significant surge in popularity, prompting them to seek another opportunity. However, when he was invited, Huang Kaiwen was not yet injured, thus it was impossible for him to agree to participate in the competition. By early September, when the tournament commenced, Huang Kaiwen was still unable to stand. The organizers suggested he attend in a wheelchair. But Huang Kaiwen was not the type to disregard his injuries merely to compete in a snooker event. 7 individuals had battled for over a month for the substantial prize of 226,000, a sum that was hardly sufficient for someone like Maradi to recharge his bubble tea membership card. Upon returning home, Huang Kaiwen had a light meal and began to play on his computer. Recently, he had acquired a copy of the romantic version of The Legend of Sword and Fairy 98, which was perfect for a bit of nostalgia. The storyline of The Legend of Sword and Fairy was quite engaging. Having initially lost the joy of gaming with Kingsoft's Xinyuan sword, he was now relishing the opportunity to replay it. As he played well into the early hours, he realized it was already October. Huang Kaiwen accessed his system to check for the latest updates. Special template, Joker Baki 1,000,000 fate points. Template, Lunson Blink 10,000 points. Banks 10,000 points. Kemps 10,000 points. Skills, Mastery of Flower Kick 500 points. Archery Mastery 100 points. Items, 24-hour injury immunity card 20 points. Special item, Flower on Alan Pardew's suit 200 points. Joker Baki was quite the Joker himself. Nevertheless, his luck seemed rather fortuitous. The splintering fruit was, in some respects, quite practical. Lunson Blink was a contemporary of Cruyff, a member of the Dutch national team, playing as a left winger just like Huang Kaiwen. However, when it came to selecting a winger template, there were certainly superior options compared to Lunson Blink. Banks held a similar sentiment. He was regarded as one of England's greatest goalkeepers, second only to Yashin in various accolades. Yet, if one were to choose a goalkeeper template, Yashin would undoubtedly be the first choice. Who would desire to select second best? Kemps had won the World Cup with the Argentine national team, serving as a second striker with a forward's physique. His effectiveness as a forward was somewhat lacking, although his footwork was exceptional. During the military junta, he and Maradona were the only players abroad eligible for the national team. Upon seeing the special item, Huang Kaiwen nearly chuckled aloud. As a player and coach known as the Dancing King, he had only won a League Cup, gaining fame not for his football prowess, but for being slapped while dancing on the sidelines. The Dancing King had a rather infectious dance style. Should he accumulate surplus fate points in the future, purchasing it for a trial might be worthwhile. Huang Kaiwen spent 120 points to acquire Archery Mastery and the Immunity card. Skill, Archery Mastery enhances one's archery skills across various scenarios, slightly improving hand-eye coordination. The acquisition was decent. While hand-eye coordination might not significantly benefit football, it could enhance performance in other sports or gaming. Huang Kaiwen's diverse interests warranted such improvement. After freshening up, he went to bed. By the time Huang Kaiwen awoke at noon, Albert had prepared lunch. "My lord, the Real Madrid staff has delivered a holiday gift," Albert announced. Then just leave it in the storage room, Huang Kaiwen remarked. Barry Heen has called to invite you to watch the match between Neil Robertson and Ding on October 24th. The old butler continued. Let us discuss it later if time permits, Huang Kaiwen replied. If I must choose, I would prefer to watch Pan Xiaoting's match. After dinner, Huang Kaiwen reclined on the sofa, engrossed in a DVD of Moritaka Chisato he had previously purchased from Ribbon. The brilliance of the Showa period was indeed captivating. And in terms of aesthetics, Shinazuke was quite reliable. Although Moritaka Chisato wasn't particularly tall, her legs were truly mesmerizing. Unfortunately, she had long since married, and Huang, as a pure-hearted warrior, had no intention of reaching out to her. After watching a few concerts, Kasano, finished with his training, dropped by uninvited. Kaiwen, it's so good to see you, Kasano exclaimed as he settled onto the sofa. How did you know I was back? Huang Kaiwen inquired. How could I not know? Kasano exaggeratedly opened his mouth wide. Your return to Madrid made the news yesterday. They were even analyzing which events you might participate in. Really? I had no idea. Huang Kaiwen chuckled. So what brings you here today? I don't have time to entertain you. Kasano glanced at the Moritaka Chisato on the television and turned to ask. Is she a star from your country? She looks too thin. No, she's Japanese, Huang Kaiwen clarified. I always feel like Japanese people resemble your compatriots, Kasano muttered, still unable to distinguish the facial differences among East Asians. That's merely due to your lack of understanding. If all else fails, just observe their teeth. Those with poor dental health are surely Japanese, Huang Kaiwen remarked. Am I supposed to inspect others' mouths? Kasano replied, dissatisfied with Huang Kaiwen's method. What brings you here today? Huang Kaiwen asked. Kasano frequented Huang Kaiwen's house more often when Ramos was around. After Ramos was loaned to Milan, Kasano had not visited as frequently, preferring to roam about without his playmate. I came to see you, Kasano said. When will you return? Fabio seems to have gone mad in your absence. He has already demoted me to the B team and inexplicably scolded me today. Did you make a mistake? The coach isn't the type to trouble you without cause. Huang Kaiwen inquired. It's precisely because I haven't made any mistakes that it's so bewildering, Kasano replied, perplexed. I returned from Germany a bit heavier. And him sending me to the B team is already quite harsh. Then he went to the B team to scold me. I can hardly tolerate him. Well, perhaps you truly did err. Hurry and shed that belly, so you can return to the first team, Huang Kaiwen advised. Despite Capello's strictness, he was certainly not the type to create trouble for no reason. If he scolded Kasano at the B team, it must have been due to some infraction on Kasano's part. All right, I forgive him, Kasano said. Shall we play some Pro Evolution Soccer? Come on then. Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. It just so happens that he hasn't played for a while. He can practice with Kasano. During dinner, Kasano's expression was even more sullen than when he had first arrived. After playing several hours of Pro Evolution Soccer, he had yet to secure a single victory. Is there some sort of cheat code for this game? Kasano inquired. No, Huang Kaiwen replied. Have you modified the player stats? Kasano pressed further. Huang Kaiwen shook his head, saying, didn't you use the same team I did? Surely you must have noticed. Then why can't I win? Kasano exclaimed. Because my skills are somewhat superior. Huang Kaiwen chuckled. I see. It's because you spend all your time gaming while I'm out on dates. That's why you're better. Honestly, I have no interest in video games. A man should interact more with women, Kasano declared. Ah, yes, you are absolutely right. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. Kasano was quite competitive, and Huang Kaiwen had no desire to become entangled in that matter. How about we go out for a bit later? Kasano mumbled through his food. Huang Kaiwen swallowed the beef in his mouth and pointed at the wheelchair, asking, do you think I'm suited for a nightclub in my condition? The wheelchair will only add to the spectacle. I can push you while we dance, and we will surely attract everyone's attention. Kasano became increasingly animated, waving his arms. Many dances involve props. The wheelchair might be a bit cumbersome, but the wheels won't matter much. We will shine like stars, brother. Huang Kaiwen replied, forget it. If you want to go, you can go alone. Kasano was particularly spirited in his gaming. He might truly forget about Huang Kaiwen, who, with his mobility issues, would surely attract unwanted attention from some enchantress. TCH, you are such a dull fellow, Kasano waved dismissively. He found it boring to play alone and encouraged Huang Kaiwen to join him. After dinner, Kasano went out to have fun on his own. Huang Kaiwen played a bit of The Legend of Sword and Fairy before heading to bed. On October 3rd, Real Madrid drew 2-2 away against Lazio. After the match, as they acknowledged the audience, the Real Madrid players called out Huang Kaiwen's name towards the stands. The fans responded with wishes for a speedy recovery. Watching the entire match from home, Huang Kaiwen wrote on social media, "Thank you to the fans and teammates for your support. I will return to the field as soon as possible." While browsing the forum, Huang Kaiwen stumbled upon another revelation. His past indiscretions had resurfaced. Look at this screenshot. It really is Barbara. No doubt about it. Huang Kaiwen thought to himself, feeling embarrassed for having his girlfriend assist him in a game video and soliciting others for gear. Haha, Huang Kaiwen is quite the character. He has turned gaming into an art. His situation serves as a lesson. One should not seek a partner within a game to avoid being deceived. Bro, I wholeheartedly agree. Previously, my in-game wife took my account. And that same day, it was hacked. Previously, there was a desire to expose someone. And now, why does Barbara assist him with videos? It seems he has not deceived anyone regarding equipment. Huang Kaiwen appears to revel in amusement, having heard that foreign girls instigated the Sand City conflict. Truly, he is quite mischievous. Huang Kaiwen is not much different from myself. I too have donned a disguise to deceive others. Indeed, there is little distinction between you. After disembarking, you must ponder whether you can indulge in a meat-laden rice bowl, while Huang Kaiwen, upon closing the game, is troubled by the choice between dining at a 3-star restaurant and driving either a Ferrari or a Porsche. Huang Kaiwen is indeed adept at amusement. It is no wonder his writings are so captivating. Speaking of which, I wonder if Huang Kaiwen is still penning books. He has yet to complete Urban Elite Young Master Filippo, with whom is Inzaghi ultimately linked. Yes, Huang Kaiwen must hasten to write a sequel. For I am eager to learn of Inzaghi's subsequent journey. This very book now renders it difficult for me to regard Inzaghi. Each time I watch an AC Milan match, I feel he possesses martial prowess. Ha ha ha. It is this book that has drawn me to watch AC Milan matches. Huang Kaiwen has closed the forum. I did not anticipate this matter would come to light. Initially, while in Milan, he found the gameplay tedious and sought assistance from the young lady to entertain those individuals. Ultimately, these detractors managed to seize upon a weakness. Alas, Huang, the king of the pitch, has this minor blemish in his history exposed. On October 7th, Huang Kaiwen returned to the Bernabeu, receiving a rapturous welcome from fans. After Higuain scored, he displayed a t-shirt wishing Huang Kaiwen a swift recovery. Upon scoring a second goal, he revealed the t-shirt once more. At the post-match press conference, Capello remarked, "Higuain is a player full of potential. His instinct in front of goal is remarkably sharp, and his ability to seize opportunities is exceptional." Was he overshadowed by Kevin's presence? Absolutely not. That is utterly unfounded. You may inquire of him directly. He is seated right here. Higuain glanced at Capello and responded to the reporters. "Kevin is the leader of our team, and I hold immense respect for him. He serves as a model for my aspirations and efforts. There is no conflict between Kevin and myself. To substitute for him is an honor. In a grand club like Real Madrid, it is entirely normal not to start. Even outstanding players like Guti and Saviola sometimes find themselves on the bench. So being a substitute is not an issue. As the t-shirt states, I hope Kevin returns soon. The entire team wishes for his swift recovery." Fabio. Does the fact that Real Madrid has yet to lose indicate that the team can manage all matches without Kevin? A reporter inquired. What nonsense are you speaking? When a team possesses the world's finest player, how can you claim they do not need him? Of course, it is ideal for Real Madrid to continue winning. But Kevin is vital to the team. Take the previous match against Lazio. Had Kevin been present, a draw would have been impossible. Capello retorted. Displeased, due to this gentleman's unreasonable remarks, today's press conference concludes here. After Capello rose, Higuain followed suit, departing alongside him. You performed admirably at today's press conference, Capello remarked. That is what I ought to do, Higuain replied cautiously. Let us continue to uphold this sentiment. The opportunity to replace Kevin is indeed an honor. Your understanding of this is commendable, for humility fosters progress. While you may not become the next Kevin, you can certainly strive to be an exceptional forward. Capello nodded and was the first to return to the dressing room. Higuain exhaled in relief as he watched Capello's retreating figure. From Capello's demeanor, it seemed he had not discerned Higuain's involvement. Recently, Higuain had been exceedingly cautious, particularly in Capello's presence, where he often felt a twinge of guilt. After a brief 2 minutes, Higuain entered the dressing room. Kevin Huang, seated in a wheelchair, greeted his teammates in the home dressing room before heading home. Following this, it was again a national team match day. Upon returning, Real Madrid's schedule consisted of consecutive away games in both the League and the Champions League, leaving little reason to remain in Madrid. Berrigan had persistently called to invite him, and Huang, unable to decline, agreed to attend the match on October 24th. Until then, it was preferable to stay at home and indulge in video games. After completing The Legend of Sword and Fairy, he became engrossed in Xianyuan's Sword, Scar of Sky, captivated by the various aspects of monster cultivation. This national team match day bore no significant news. However, on October 20th, following the match between Bochum and Bayern, referee Herbert Fandl once again made Huang the focal point. Bayern Munich had acquired several outstanding players, and I have recently come across reports regarding some of them. Yet, I must assert that the most talented player I have encountered in my life is Kevin. On the day of the Champions League final, during warm-ups, he performed a juggling routine with his feet, producing persists, a true maestro who can play the piano with his feet. He is indeed an artist on the football pitch. No other player can be compared to Kevin. Such comparisons are utterly incomparable. My gratitude extends to Nate 2046 and bookfriend 201907382912 for their generous support. Today, I have written just over 6,000 words, primarily as I was unwell with a fever, which only slightly improved in the evening. These past few days have been quite challenging, and I appreciate your understanding. Any supplementary updates will follow when my health permits, and I will await any forthcoming recommendations, as a significant one is likely on the horizon. I suspect there will be inquiries regarding the connection between the title and the content. This phrase originates from Romance of the Three Kingdoms, where Sun Yu advises Cao Cao to remain true to his initial intentions, maintaining humility and loyalty to the Han dynasty. In Records of the Three Kingdoms, the original text states, "You believe that the founder originally raised righteous troops to restore the dynasty and maintain loyalty and humility. A gentleman loves others with virtue. It is not appropriate to act otherwise." Sun Yu has always hoped that Cao Cao would restore the Han dynasty and retain his original intentions. Coincidentally, as he is long-term injured, the king of the Huang Ball has returned to his roots. As for my fondness for using titles from the Three Kingdoms, I find them particularly striking. The dialogue design in Dog Card is quite commendable, and I used to be utterly captivated by Three Kingdoms Kill Haha. I kindly request monthly votes and recommendations. The chapter concludes here. 0264. To besiege a city is secondary, to conquer the heart is paramount. Herbert Fandl's words have stirred quite a ripple. Many players have long been dubbed artists of the green pitch, yet they are not true artists. Now, a genuine artist has emerged on the field, which, of course, is a topic of great discussion. Many have taken to social media to deliberate on this matter. Most football enthusiasts firmly believe in the veracity of Vander's statements. Firstly, Vander's credentials as both a pianist and a referee lend considerable authority to his words. His capacity to officiate in prestigious tournaments such as the UEFA Cup and the Champions League reflects his discerning appreciation for the sport. Furthermore, the remarkable talents displayed by Huang Kaiwen across various domains have led many fans to accept this assertion. Yet, some fans find such claims rather exaggerated. Particularly those who witnessed the match recall that Huang was engaged in conversation with his teammates while effortlessly juggling the ball in place, which some deem as excessive multitasking. Consequently, this has sparked discussions across social media platforms. A certain netizen from Milan pointed out that this could be a tactic employed by Real Madrid, aiming to secure the Ballon d'Or for Huang, who has hardly participated in matches this season. Even during the 2004-2005 season, Huang's absence for half the season significantly impacted his performance. Although his display in last season's Champions League final was commendable, it lacked the previous awe, transforming team play into a showcase of individual prowess. Thus, Real Madrid appears to be strategizing from different angles to influence the Ballon d'Or voting. This perspective garnered strong backing from certain East Asian netizens, while others vehemently opposed it. Once again, a fierce online feud erupted between Japanese and Korean fans. The Germans made some observations, prompting immediate reactions from the British. Sky Sports swiftly invited British pianist Ian Pace to appear on their channel during the live broadcast. While Huang's juggling segment featured prominently, it was not the complete version. Even in the absence of gameplay, The camera cannot solely focus on one player. However, Sky Sports possesses the full version of the video, as their broadcast utilized multiple camera angles, as Ian Pace reacted vigorously while watching Huang's juggling video. He hesitated several times before finally exclaiming at the conclusion of the clip, "I can responsibly affirm that Kaiwen indeed juggled for Elise with his feet. It is astonishing," as he hardly glanced down at the ball, all the while conversing with his teammates. If he so desired, he could undoubtedly transfer such talent into the realm of music. "I believe he would excel as a musician." Georgia Thompson chuckled, remarking, "Musicians earn significantly less than players. I know a Chinese pianist whose annual earnings don't even match one of Kaiwen's endorsement deals." Georgia Thompson, an exceptional host, is meticulous about maintaining decorum and refrains from questioning her guests. "Art cannot be measured in monetary terms. It is priceless," Ian Pace interjected, shaking his head. "Could you elucidate why you hold Kaiwen in such high regard?" Georgia inquired. "I cannot substantiate my opinion, as Kaiwen has not genuinely immersed himself in the field of music," Ian Pace replied. "Yet, this video alone attests to his capacity for multitasking. While engaging in conversation, he must also contemplate and control the ball's trajectory, synchronizing the rhythm of juggling with that of a piano piece. I suspect he may have practiced, but even if he has, it remains impressive. Most importantly, the talents he exhibits across various fields are indeed remarkable. Many assert that urban elite young Master Filippo is merely a storybook. However, I beg to differ. Kevin has employed an exaggerated style to weave together a tapestry of plausible events, culminating in a narrative that, while seemingly absurd, is entirely feasible upon closer examination. His creativity within the pages of that book is nothing short of astonishing. Though I have not encountered the painting Berlin Tavern, which fetched a staggering 1 million. Its price alone signals its status as a true work of art. A mind brimming with such creativity must surely possess its own narrative. Kevin's piano skills are commendable, yet he has not fully unleashed his creative potential and talent. Were he to step away from football and the limelight, he would undoubtedly ascend to the ranks of a musician, nay, a musical maestro. "Thank you, Ian," Georgia Thompson remarked with a smile. The suspense surrounding whether Kevin can play the piano with his feet has now been resolved. He is, thus far, the only authentic green pitch pianist. Now, let's connect with our reporter to gauge the fans' reactions. On the large screen behind the two, a reporter was stationed at the entrance of the Emirates Stadium, where Arsenal and Bolton were set to clash that afternoon. The reporter intercepted an Arsenal supporter to discuss this matter and inquire about his thoughts. The young fan, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed, "Playing the piano with his feet? That is incredibly cool. Kevin is undoubtedly the most suitable player for Arsenal. We possess the most artistic football in all of Europe. If he were to join Arsenal, it would become the greatest team in history, bar none." After thanking the fan, the reporter approached another supporter. "Hello, are you an Arsenal fan or a Bolton fan? I notice you aren't wearing a jersey," he inquired. The fan glanced around before whispering, "I'm a Spurs fan. I made a bet with my friend that Arsenal would lose today, so I'm waiting for him here." "Oh, I see. What are your thoughts on Kevin playing for Elise with his feet?" the reporter probed. "Impossible, absolutely impossible. Kevin is an outstanding player, but that claim is utterly ludicrous," the Spurs fan retorted. However, our network's expert, after reviewing the complete footage of Kevin's juggling performance, has confirmed that he indeed accomplished it, the reporter replied with a grin. "Who is this expert? Is it that German referee? He seems to exaggerate, as if he has never seen much of the world," the Spurs fan scoffed. "No. It's our pianist Ian Pace. He substantiated this claim on the program," the reporter clarified. "An Englishman? Yes, an Englishman? Then I am inclined to believe it. I can only say it's hard to fathom. I always sensed Kevin was remarkable, but now I find myself at a loss for words to describe him. Perhaps, as the Italians say, Kevin has indeed created football. Football is merely a pastime for him when he finds himself bored. Thank you immensely for your insights." The reporter continued to interview several more fans, whose reactions echoed similar sentiments. As the largest pay-TV network in Europe, Sky Television reaches 8 million households. Prior to April 2007, they held the distinction of being the most favored channel in the United Kingdom. However, with the advent of free channels, their status has been compromised. Now, Sky Television has also launched free channels and is fervently pursuing trending topics in a bid to counteract the impact of other free networks. Although the timing of this program may not be ideal, it is set to be rebroadcast across various Sky channels during the evening. Merely 2 hours after Arsenal's triumphant victory over Bolton, the program was replayed, featuring an array of guest appearances. The Germans, having been a step behind, were understandably vexed, especially since they were the first to report this news. Following an invitation from German television for Bayern striker Miroslav Klose to showcase his piano skills, he attempted the feat that Kevin Huang had accomplished during the Champions League final. After several attempts, Klose shook his head, exclaiming, "It is too difficult. I cannot manage it." When asked why, Miroslav elaborated, "To have the ball land in rhythm each time requires precise control of strength, even without engaging in conversation with others. I cannot achieve that level of control." Klose shook his head once more, adding, "I believe there are only a few players in this world capable of such a feat. Ronaldinho is one of them." With gratitude, Klose shared a handshake with the host before departing. He now finds himself astonished by Huang's remarkable touch and control of power. A player capable of effortlessly altering his style of play is formidable enough. What is even more daunting is that this player possesses an unparalleled finesse, handling the ball with effortless precision. Klose now comprehends why Huang consistently finds the net or provides numerous assists each time he steps onto the field. Mastering the ball to such an extent allows him to seize every opportunity, converting chances that others might squander, thus resulting in a higher tally of goals and assists. Klose even surmised that Huang's teammates might be hindering his potential, lacking any discernible weaknesses, while Huang's teammates are indeed strong. Each of them, be it Guti, Pirlo, or Kaká, possesses their own vulnerabilities. They cannot consistently deliver the ball to Huang. Otherwise, the past few years would have seen AC Milan and Real Madrid become even more formidable. In the most recent match day, there were no significant highlights in European football. The long-ago Champions League final once again graced the front pages. Photographs of Huang juggling the ball while sharing a laugh with Ramos became the covers of numerous newspapers. The Times remarked, "Kevin's prowess is beyond question. Now even the artistry of his football has been validated." The reactions of fans during interviews serve as a testament to this, showcasing an astonishing and unimaginable talent. The Sun reported, Phil Collins, following a late-night rebroadcast of the Sky program, has once again smashed several items. After neighbors called the police, they arrived to find the rock star wielding a chainsaw, venting his frustrations on the trees in his yard. Our speculation suggests that he has been estranged from Orient Sevi for some time, and this rock icon may soon be concluding his second marriage. La Gazzetta dello Sport stated, Kevin's success has unequivocally demonstrated the extent to which a talented individual can reach. He can do anything he desires on the verdant pitch, for his talent is ample enough to support all his aspirations. Perhaps only by replacing the opposing goal of Real Madrid with a basketball hoop could one introduce a modicum of challenge for Kevin on the field. The Milan team magazine, Forza Milan, has even issued a special edition featuring a cover photo of Huang Kaiwen, captured while attending a Milan Champions League match. In his column for the magazine, Prudelli expressed, "I have never doubted what Kevin is capable of. Rather, I am curious about what he cannot achieve. If one day someone tells me Kevin has fathered a child, I would not question it. Should anyone discover something Kevin cannot accomplish, they would surely deserve a Nobel Prize. The injuries he endures are not curses. Rather, they are the world's inability to bear such perfection manifesting as physical ailments. Higher beings often face limitations in lower dimensions. Even the divine cannot act without restraint among mortals. A century hence, Kevin shall return to his celestial realm, as reported by La Gazzetta dello Sport. Never has any athlete elevated the realm of sport to the level of artistry as Kevin has. What is even more commendable is his character. He has initiated numerous charitable projects in both Asia and Europe, leveraging his influence to inspire greater participation. This aligns with the Pope's continual emphasis on the profound significance Kevin holds for the world, far surpassing that of an ordinary player. Torino Sport remarked, Buffon, during an interview, stated that Kevin is a treasure of football and there will never be another player like him. As one of the greatest players in football history, Kevin should aspire to a more fulfilling career. The intense competition of the Premier League, combined with Chelsea's financial prowess, will undoubtedly provide Kevin with new joys. His interactions with Capello further demonstrate that Kevin can harmoniously coexist with managers like Mourinho. Buffon eagerly anticipates the chemistry between Kevin and Mourinho. Upon his arrival in England, Huang Kaiwen once again felt the fervor of the British paparazzi. The Sun showed no signs of diminishing its determination to provoke a showdown between him and Phil Collins. Huang Kaiwen was reluctant to acquiesce to such demands, although the King of Yellow is adept at allowing leeway. Engaging in a one-on-one confrontation would come at the cost of a beating, which he would prefer to avoid, should he not relent. It was a foregone conclusion that old Collins would find himself in the hospital, despite the strained relationship between Lily and her father. The idea of her boyfriend causing her father harm would not reflect well. In the hotel, Neo suggested, "I believe it would be prudent to give the journalists a taste of our resolve, sir. If one journalist encounters trouble, the others will surely think twice before overstepping." Huang Kaiwen noted, Neo's temperament seems to be growing increasingly fierce. It appears that everyone she attracts shares her fiery spirit. "What is your plan?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "During my time in the military, I learned some automotive repair skills. I could easily tamper with the vehicle. When we exit the parking lot, we could accelerate past them, regardless of whether they are injured or not." Subsequently, they sought to instigate trouble, inevitably directing their inquiries towards the manufacturers, where they would undoubtedly uncover no discrepancies. Neo remarked. Huang Kaiwen turned his gaze towards Neo, questioning how his statements seemed rather disconnected from automotive repair. Perhaps it was best to dismiss such thoughts, he pondered, shaking his head. Neo reassured him, "Rest assured, sir, there will be no safety concerns. The ruse will be executed flawlessly, with no evidence linking back to us." "No need," Huang Kaiwen replied, shaking his head once more. Huang Xiaowang preferred to persuade through virtue, for addressing issues on a physical level felt too direct and crude. A style that did not resonate with him. If worst came to worst, he could simply remain indoors and observe during the competition. Surely, those journalists could not infiltrate if they were confined to a layer of secrecy, unless, of course, they ventured through the ventilation ducts. Huang Kaiwen underestimated the tenacity of the British paparazzi. Aside from swimming and dining, he scarcely left his room, and within 2 days, Neo and his team had confiscated dozens of covert recording devices. There was even a female journalist who attempted to engage him in conversation, hoping to extract information through the guise of personal interaction. She ought to have inquired about Huang Xiaowang's impeccable reputation. Finally, the anticipated day arrived on October 25th. When Huang Kaiwen attended the event, with bodyguards clearing the path, he encountered little trouble. Junwei approached him, greeting, "Brother Huang, thank you for coming to watch the match. You can call me Xiaoding. Best of luck. With your prowess, defeating Robertson should pose no challenge." Huang Kaiwen smiled in response, "I will give it my all." Watching Juanhui's retreating figure, Huang Kaiwen shook his head, acknowledging the unfortunate circumstances. O'Sullivan was simply formidable, had he been born a tad earlier. Being a rival to Hendry would not have been so arduous. Ultimately, Huang Xiaowang could not evade the interviews. He accepted Hearn's invitation, and he had to manage the official snooker interview. "Kaiwen, welcome. Your compatriot Ding appears to be in good form. Do you think he can clinch the championship?" A reporter inquired, microphone extended. "It's hard to say. Snooker is not solely a test of technical skill. It also demands exceptional mental fortitude. Junwei is still quite young, and his journey is just beginning." Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. It was a straightforward notion. He recalled Ding Juanhui's victory over O'Sullivan occurred long into the future. Thus, the victor of this Super Snooker League would once again be O'Sullivan. Well then, let us shift to another topic. Who do you consider the strongest among these players? O'Sullivan. I have watched many of his matches. He is a prodigious talent, Huang Kaiwen stated. Do you believe O'Sullivan surpasses Ding in skill? O'Sullivan is 12 years his senior, and the current O'Sullivan is a more seasoned competitor. However, Juanhui's career has only just commenced, and I cannot predict his future, Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile, carefully navigating the conversation to avoid placing undue pressure on Xiao Ding, who had a moderate capacity for psychological endurance. The final question emerged. Kaiwen, do you believe if you participated in snooker, you would have a chance to triumph over O'Sullivan? Huang Kaiwen turned his gaze towards the reporter. This question is indeed quite intriguing. As it stands, my participation in competitions offers me no chance of defeating O'Sullivan. If I were to train diligently, perhaps within a few years, I might seize an opportunity to triumph once. I have occupied too much time. It is now imperative that I return to the audience. Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile. Upon finishing his statement, Niao pushed his wheelchair away. Currently, Huang Kaiwen is capable of exerting slight force or utilizing crutches, yet, in pursuit of a swift recovery, he opted for the wheelchair. It would be rather unbecoming not to sit upon such a magnificent, handcrafted leather seat. The Snooker Super League enforces a 25-second shot clock, which is advantageous. Otherwise, encountering those who drag out the game, stubbornly refusing to play, would not only disrupt other competitors, but also detract from the enjoyment of the match. At the outset, Xiaoding found himself trailing 0-2 in the remaining 4 frames. He achieved breaks exceeding 103 of them, including a remarkable clearance, overturning Robertson and securing his second consecutive victory. After the match, Huang Kaiwen treated Xiaoding to a meal before returning to the hotel. As for Hearn's whimsical notion of having him, seated in a wheelchair, participate in an exhibition match with O'Sullivan, that is purely a fantasy. Even in his prime, he would not have been able to best O'Sullivan. To enhance the spectacle, Hearn would undoubtedly persuade O'Sullivan to take it easy. The King of Yellow has never been inferior to anyone. While it may have sufficed to select a weaker opponent last time, a match with leniency would lack significance. When Huang Kaiwen returned to Madrid the following day, he nearly found himself ensnared at the airport. Mourinho publicly expressed his welcome for his transfer to Chelsea, while Abramovich, in an interview with a Russian newspaper, remarked that Real Madrid's salary did not reflect the performance of the King of Yellow. Furthermore, Florentino questioned the exorbitance of his base salary, citing the absence of a match fee clause, compounded by his prolonged absence due to injury while not being in Madrid, resulting in a dual financial and competitive loss for the club. The Barcelona team doctor publicly stated that he would miss the Spanish national derby. Coupled with Real Madrid's recent defeat to Espanyol, numerous concerns prompted Spanish journalists to seek answers from him. Regrettably, Huang Kaiwen was disinclined to respond to any of these inquiries. Upon returning home, to evade harassment, he refrained from attending the match on October 28, when Real Madrid faced La Coruña. Fortunately, Real Madrid triumphed over their opponents 3-1. The match commenced rather early and concluded shortly after 6 o'clock. The entire team visited Huang Kaiwen's home to pay their respects and celebrate. "Where are Wesley and Al Yang?" Huang Kaiwen inquired as he welcomed his teammates. They responded that they would wait for their wives to join them, urging him to understand the nature of married men. Raoul chuckled. "I never imagined the Dutch were such family-oriented individuals." De Jong, however, merely pursed his lips, choosing to remain silent, as he felt the situation was not as it appeared. "When will you return to the pitch?" Cassano inquired curiously. "I am uncertain. Perhaps between December and January," Huang Kaiwen replied. This conclusion was previously drawn by Giannini, though the specifics would depend on his recovery progress. Once he manages to find time to revisit Milan, he intends to have Giannini conduct another examination, which should yield a more precise timeline. At present, speculations abound regarding his recovery, yet uncertainty prevails. William Hill has offered numerous odds, expressing skepticism about your ability to participate in several significant matches in December. Beauty chuckled, remarking that if you truly manage to appear in early December, they might incur considerable losses. "My friend, there exists a profession known as actuarial science, and they rarely suffer financial setbacks," Huang Kaiwen pointed out, gesturing to his temple. "However, for those companies, earning less equates to a loss." After a brief wait, Snyder and his wife were finally ushered in by the elderly steward. Snyder handed a bag to Huang Kaiwen, stating, "Kaiwen, this is a specialty from my hometown." Huang Kaiwen unwrapped the gift, and all eyes turned to Snyder. It was a diamond-encrusted cross, exquisitely crafted, clearly of considerable value. Snyder explained, "This is a blessing for your swift recovery. It is not about the price." He was aware that the gift was somewhat extravagant. "No need to rush, my friend," Cassano interjected, pointing at Cutie. "That guy even gifted Kaiwen a Ferrari. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to secure his starting position." Cutie threw down his cup and chased after Cassano. Cassano raced alongside Huang Kaiwen's wheelchair, while Cutie dared not pursue too vigorously, fearing Cassano might inadvertently knock Huang Kaiwen over, which could lead to complications for them both. Niao glanced at Huang Kaiwen, who subtly shook his head, signaling him not to intervene. With Cutie no longer in pursuit, Cassano stood behind the wheelchair, making faces at Cutie, inciting his frustration. "Let's start with the barbecue. Once Al Yang arrives, we can all enjoy it together," Huang Kaiwen suggested, seeking to occupy Cassano with a task to prevent his incessant provocations. "That guy is getting off easy," Cassano scoffed. After about 10 minutes, the Robin couple arrived. Drawn by the aroma, Bernardine cheerfully handed a large box to Albert, saying, Kaiwen, recently someone brought us some Chinese specialties. We are not very familiar with these items, so we thought it best to gift them to you. Playing football in Europe inevitably stirs nostalgia for home. Thank you, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile, nodding at Albert. As the steward unwrapped the gift, Huang Kaiwen felt a flutter of anticipation. The Chinese specialties, while indeed authentic, spanned the entire nation. With several cans of tea sourced from regions as diverse as West Lake and Wui Mountain, even reaching Tian Shan. If the Robin family did not have a plethora of tour guide relatives, procuring such a variety would be quite the challenge, let alone transporting it. Even a Chinese tourist would struggle to visit so many places in a short time. The steward looked at Huang Kaiwen, who nodded and waved him off, signaling to prepare a return gift. As teammates had offered valuable gifts, Huang, the king of football, must reciprocate appropriately. When they departed after dinner that evening, both Dutch attackers were in high spirits. Snyder remarked to his wife, despite the abundance of gifts from Robin, Kaiwen showed little reaction. He must have deduced they were hastily purchased from some Chinatown, and he only returned the favor out of respect for me. Once in the car, Bernardine anxiously inquired. I heard Wesley gifted a platinum cross, adorned with diamonds. No worries. Our gifts are not inexpensive either, and the sentiment behind them cannot be matched, Robin replied, flashing a bright smile. Snyder understands nothing. To procure this gift, he specifically enlisted the assistance of several Chinese consultants and also sought help from a friend in the travel agency to gather everything. After sending off his teammates, Huang Kaiwen finally exhaled in relief. He needed to discuss arrangements for the new Dutch players with the young lady, ensuring that everyone was treated equally, as this would foster a more harmonious locker room environment. The next morning, Huang Kaiwen, having woken up unusually early, flew back to Milan. After undergoing multiple examinations throughout the morning, Johnny Nanny smiled at Huang Kaiwen and remarked, At last, I bring good news. Your recovery is progressing well. So, what is the specific timeline? Huang Kaiwen inquired. Nanny gestured with his hand, indicating a time frame. Earlier than expected? Huang Kaiwen asked. Indeed. Some individuals may be disappointed, Nanny replied. Thank you, Johnny. This matter must remain confidential. I have noticed several news articles revealing my status following my checkups with you, Huang Kaiwen stated. You never requested confidentiality. Nanny replied sheepishly. This time, it must be kept under wraps. Understood. Upon leaving the Milan laboratory, Huang Kaiwen promptly called Capello. On the other end of the line, Capello let out an exuberant noise, prompting Huang Kaiwen to pull the receiver slightly away to shield his ears from the coach's exuberance. After nearly 2 minutes, the noise subsided. Kevin, are you still there? Capello inquired. Coach, I'm listening, Huang Kaiwen responded. Do not disclose your recovery timeline. Let us surprise Ridgecard a little. Capello chuckled. Huang Kaiwen also laughed, recognizing Capello's astute coaching skills, which aligned perfectly with his own thoughts. Much improved today, everyone need not worry. The title requires no further explanation. It pertains to Ridgecard. Lastly, I seek your monthly votes and recommendations. Huang Kaiwen was astonished by Capello's depth of understanding. A football coach, instead of focusing solely on formations, was now delving into military strategy. On October 31st, Capello held a press conference at the Bernabeu, dressed in a tailored light gray suit and sporting blue gradient glasses. Capello appeared beaming with joy. Once the journalists had finished their inquiries, he cheerfully announced, I am pleased to reveal good news. Kevin is confirmed to return in time for the Spanish El Clasico in December. He will be back before the Club World Cup, which is excellent news for Real Madrid. Kevin is the most pivotal player for Real Madrid, and his imminent return instills confidence in the entire team. Fabio, are you implying that Kevin will soon rejoin Real Madrid's training? A reporter asked. Yes, that is precisely what I mean, Capello affirmed with a nod. Although Dr. Melserman is exceptional, I must express my gratitude to Johnny Nanny, the Milan and Italian national team physician. He and Kevin are old friends, and he has consistently managed Kevin's injuries adeptly. Regarding the timeline for his return, I have no doubts about the accuracy of his estimates. Sitting on the sofa, Cruyff crossed his legs, casually sipping on a glass of chilled Scotch whiskey. After a sip, he placed the glass down and sneered. Really? I find that hard to believe. He took out his phone and called Ridgecard. John, why are you calling me? Ridgecard inquired. Frank, a person's stance is ever-changing. Why can you not set aside past grievances and lend an ear to new counsel? Cruyff asked with a chuckle. Are you referring to the retired golfer who criticized my coaching abilities just a week ago? I've already forgotten that, Rijkaard replied coldly, suppressing his anger. Cruyff downed his drink and, after placing the cup down, remarked with a smile, Frank, it was I who granted you the opportunity at Ajax. And it was I who supported you when you faced scrutiny at Barcelona. Why is it that you can only accept applause? This is not the mindset of a true victor. Enough, Rijkaard shouted from the other end of the line. Your greatest flaw is your arrogance. Do not forget that you have not led the Dutch national team to any honors, yet you constantly parade as if you were the savior and leader of Dutch football. You believe my success is intertwined with yours, but I would have triumphed without you. After a brief silence, Cruyff replied, Let me remind you, Capello is likely lying. Attempting to divert your focus onto Kevin. He probably won't be able to play in the national derby. Beep, beep. Listening to the busy signal, Cruyff cast his phone aside. He was not surprised by this outcome. After all, their relationship had fractured during Rijkaard's playing days, and their collaboration at Barcelona had merely been superficial. Recently, due to Rijkaard's frequent criticisms of the locker room, the Barcelona players had grown weary of him. No player wished to listen to a former great ramble on endlessly. Even if that great was Cruyff. At Rijkaard's home, he did not perceive Cruyff's intentions as benevolent. Such scenarios had occurred numerous times. If Cruyff's predictions came true, he would take credit, and if they did not, he would evade responsibility. Should the fans react vehemently, he would even emerge to cast blame. Thus, Rijkaard had no desire to engage with Cruyff. He harbored doubts about whether Real Madrid's number 10 would recover in time for the Spanish derby. But until he had concrete evidence, he dared not draw conclusions. Ever since the disappearance of the wizard Carlin, it had become increasingly difficult for him to find a sorcerer. Rumors in his hometown of Suriname suggested that he had conspired with Spaniards to eliminate Carlin, with the involvement of Dutchmen. All intended to sanction the wizard's active role in European football. They even claimed Spain was set to revive the Inquisition. Consequently, most wizards now refrained from taking on such tasks. Rijkaard nostalgically recalled Carlin, the old charlatan. Although Carlin possessed little skill, was often cryptic, and never brushed his teeth. He at least provided some hope when faced with Kevin Huang. Now, Rijkaard found himself at a loss for what to do. Night had fallen. Huang Kaiwen had just finished educating a runaway art student from the Milan Academy, and it was already past 3 in the morning. Ever since his last visit to his alma mater to give a speech, he had been struck by the urge to teach. After the retirement of the illustrious Huang Kaiwen, he has contemplated the prospect of becoming a physical education teacher. He is uncertain about the salary of such a position. While he does not require a staggering 35 million euros, he would consider it if the remuneration were around 5 million euros. As the new month commences, there remains no influx of fate points. However, Huang Kaiwen exhibits no urgency, having spent a significant duration recovering from injury this season. He anticipates a rewarding outcome when the season concludes. The special template features Cockroach with 1,000,000 fate points. Template Cochise with 10,000 points. Gerd Muller with 10,000 points. Paolo Rossi with 10,000 points. Skills include Free Kick Master with 6,000 points. Figure Skating Proficiency with 100 points. Items 24-hour Injury Immunity Card with 20 points. Special item Icardi Bank Card with 100 points. Upon seeing Cockroach, Huang Kaiwen felt a sense of disbelief. Previously, it was merely lethal football, but now it has escalated to the point of indiscriminately destroying the earth. Next up are 3 forwards. Cochise, a member of Hungary's Golden Generation, is nicknamed Golden Head, reminiscent of the moniker of Stefano. Muller, a former record holder for various goal-scoring feats, is known as the Bomber. In contrast, Rossi appears somewhat lacking. His playing style resembles that of Inzaghi. It has been a while since he encountered a skill of masterful caliber, and this free kick skill astonishingly requires 6,000 points. It likely encompasses various techniques for free kicks and offers enhancements to accuracy. Indeed, possessing a high level of proficiency in free kicks is formidable. A single strike akin to that of the diminutive Juninho is invaluable, thus justifying the cost. If he had surplus points, acquiring Free Kick Master would be a wise investment. As for Icardi Bank Card, One might wonder if there are any funds remaining. Everyone knows Icardi entrusted his finances to Wanda, and given his potential divorce, he might not even have funds for legal fees. Huang Kaiwen would not contemplate even 10 points for it. Huang Kaiwen expended 120 points to acquire figure skating proficiency and the immunity card. The skill of figure skating proficiency enhances coordination of hands and feet, albeit slightly. It is commendable, although achieving championships in figure skating and speed skating is exceedingly challenging due to the intense competition. Improving hand-foot coordination is certainly beneficial. It could prove advantageous in various sports, such as tennis. Upon awakening during the day, he found that both the young lady and Lily had departed. Feeling somewhat bored, Huang Kaiwen registered an account on Qidian and began penning a sequel titled The Strongest Filippo, The Circle of Destiny to Urban Elite Young Master Filippo. After composing over 50 words, he opened the Huang Kaiwen This Guy forum. This time, Huang Kaiwen should not be feigning injury, right? Who knows? Perhaps the appraisal report is fabricated. He could even have Barbara assist him in making videos. Ha ha ha, Huang Kaiwen, this fellow, can play the piano with his feet while deceiving others with a transgender account. His repertoire is remarkably extensive. One might wonder if there exists a possibility that Huang Kaiwen is refining his heart in the secular world, and in reality, he is a practitioner of cultivation. It is prudent to watch less of such content. The journey of Misty Travels is indeed captivating. I used to follow it avidly in magazines. However, I find Inch of Light even more enthralling. Speaking of which, I must express my disdain for Huang Kaiwen. His writing has become a source of vexation for me. In the first chapter, he abruptly calls off a wedding. In the second chapter, he feigns ignorance while displaying cunning. And by the third chapter, he showcases martial prowess. Their writing may lack finesse, yet Huang Kaiwen's innovative concepts render his work refreshingly engaging. Alas, his online presence has dwindled, and with him sidelined due to injury. The excitement has waned considerably. Rumor has it that he may be out for the season. Observing the analysis by Huang Yi and Zhang Lin, it appears that AC Milan's medical team is withholding information regarding Huang Kaiwen's condition, which does not bode well. Is this truly the case? What remains of La Liga this season if so? Currently, Real Madrid's matches lack the allure of AC Milan's, especially with Kaká, Torres, and Ibrahimovic forming a formidable attacking trio, arguably among the best in Europe. It has been quite some time since the incident involving Barbara, yet some persist in clinging to it. Huang Kaiwen believes it prudent to provide them with new distractions to divert their attention from the trivialities of his gaming escapades. Look at Ma Bai, now serving as vice president, contributing both financially and physically. He has mentioned that Huang Kaiwen should return to the field by early December. Are we to believe that? Huang Kaiwen's leg is severely injured, and Sports Weekly has reported complications beyond just his Achilles. Ma Bai claims Huang Kaiwen frequently logs into the game, suggesting his recovery will take longer than anticipated, thus leaving him with no choice but to indulge in gaming. Huang Kaiwen possesses impressive gear, including the Dragon Pattern 313. Indeed, wealth has its advantages. He chuckles as he closes the forum, likely amused that they have yet to witness Kaká's equipment, such as the Attack 10 Sacred War Ring. With ample time on his hands, Huang Kaiwen remains in Milan, diligently writing, occasionally teaming up with Kaká to conquer legendary quests. The last attempt to seize Shabak failed, leaving Ma Bai quite dissatisfied. In the realm of their guild, recruiting members is effortless, given Huang Kaiwen's vast fanbase. However, many youth, eager to seize Huang Kaiwen's coveted equipment, often find themselves targeted by rival guilds. Capturing Shabak City proves to be a formidable challenge. On November 17th, during the European Young Riders Summit, Huang Kaiwen was still reliant on a wheelchair for mobility. At the conclusion of the event, a reporter inquired, "Kevin, when do you anticipate your recovery?" "I expect to return to the field by early December, so there is no need for concern," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. In truth, he has commenced rehabilitation training, engaging in simple exercises to acclimate his muscles. The wheelchair, however, was merely a facade for Ridgecard's benefit. Is that so? That is splendid news. I wish you a swift recovery, the reporter responded. Thank you, Huang Kaiwen replied, his smile unwavering. This event was organized by Lavin e-commerce, and he took the opportunity to share his success stories. The reporters, often pampered, refrained from asking any probing questions. Otherwise, they might have questioned why Real Madrid lost to Sevilla or drew with Olympiacos. a query Huang Kaiwen would find difficult to answer. He watched the entirety of the match against Sevilla live. Real Madrid was completely overwhelmed in their away match. Alves, who is suspended from European competitions, showcased his prowess in the league, combining with Navas to exploit the left flank of Real Madrid. It was only thanks to Casillas's remarkable performance that they managed to avoid a heavier defeat. In the realm of snooker, Higgins, despite eliminating Xiaoding, was unable to overcome O'Sullivan, as the sport continues to be dominated by the Rocket. Real Madrid's overall performance has been commendable. However, Capello has faced considerable scrutiny. Following their loss to Werder Bremen on November 28, the criticism reached its zenith. Firstly, concerns arose regarding Huang Kaiwen's continued absence from training, leading fans and media to question the likelihood of his participation in the upcoming Clásico. Additionally, Real Madrid's chances of securing the top spot in the Champions League seem bleak, as advancing would pit them against formidable opponents. During the post-match press conference, Captain Raúl expressed to reporters, "We apologize for losing to our opponents, but in football, no team can win indefinitely. Werder Bremen is a very strong team, and competing against them is no easy task, yet this is not an excuse for our defeat. We owe an apology to our supporters." A reporter inquired about Raúl and Kaiwen's potential availability for the Club World Cup and the Clásico. Raúl responded, "I have been informed that Kaiwen will definitely be ready for the Clásico. Fabio, you all claim that Kaiwen can recover by December. But why has he not yet returned to training? According to our investigations, he hasn't even been training in Milan, nor has he visited the gym there," a journalist pressed. Capello, expressionless, gazed at the reporter and replied, "So you are certain that Kaiwen will not make it, correct? You may convey this information to Barcelona. I am sure they would be delighted." He added, "Damn it, I've already stated that Kaiwen has recovered. If you don't believe me, what can I do?" Well, this concludes the press conference. Capello stood up and departed swiftly, while Raúl offered his apologies to the reporters and followed after him. The scene shifted back to the studio, where the host elaborated. Real Madrid's coach Capello insists that Kaiwen will return in time, yet all indications suggest that his injury situation is far from optimistic. Giannanani, who has been overseeing Kaiwen's treatment, has been unusually reticent about providing updates. Therefore, we have invited Dr. Melserman, the chief physician of Real Madrid's laboratory, to share his insights on Kaiwen's injury. Doctor, good day. What is your perspective on this matter? Giannanani is a charlatan. He lacks the requisite skills. Kaiwen should return to Madrid for treatment. That is the best course of action, Ramos remarked while pointing at the television. This fellow appears to be far more reliable than the previous physician. Perhaps I should consider having him assist with my treatment next time. I would advise against that. Kaiwen interjected. Generally, mediocre doctors do not dare to be overly aggressive. Melserman is the type who is incompetent yet unaware of it. If he were to perform surgery, any slight complication could jeopardize an athlete's career. Given Kaiwen's resolute stance, Ramos nodded and said, "All right, I had thought he might be competent. By the way, Kaiwen, why are you still in a wheelchair?" Ramos asked with curiosity. He was aware of Huang Kaiwen's recovery and had even accompanied him for some training sessions at the underground court. "This is difficult to explain. What do you think the outside world perceives about my injury?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "They all believe your condition is rather bleak, even if you recover. It will only be during the winter break," Ramos replied. "What about Ridgecard?" Huang Kaiwen asked. "He should also." Ramos suddenly jolted, turning to Huang Kaiwen and exclaiming, "I understand." Huang Kaiwen smiled and placed a finger to his lips. Ramos hastily covered his mouth. He needed to safeguard this secret, for it was a testament to Kevin's trust in him. In December, Huang Kaiwen spent 120 points to acquire mastery in chess and immunity card. The skill mastery in chess elevates one's chess proficiency to a professional level, slightly enhancing logical reasoning. Now, in the realm of board games, Huang Kaiwen had attained both mastery in chess and mastery in Go. He felt that with a modest effort, he could achieve proficiency in other board games as well. At the strong insistence of Calderon, on December 7th, Huang Kaiwen flew back to Madrid. 3 days later, he appeared at the Bernabeu Stadium and attended the post-match press conference following Real Madrid's 3-1 victory over Lazio. Journalists, having not seen Huang Kaiwen in such a setting for quite some time, disregarded the press officer's reminders, eager to pose a multitude of questions. "Kevin, why are you still in a wheelchair? Mr. Capello stated that you have fully recovered. Why have you not returned to training?" Do you have any comments regarding Florentino's criticisms? Is there any relation between your recent breakup with Shakira? Will you be traveling to the United States with Real Madrid? Capello grasped the microphone and declared, "Silence, or get out." Once the journalists quieted down, Huang Kaiwen drew the microphone close, smiling as he said, "It's wonderful to see your energy after such a long time. I have indeed recovered, though the situation is a bit complex, and I'm unsure how to explain it to you. The coach speaks the truth. And as for the other questions, I shall refrain from answering." Capello began to push Huang Kaiwen away when suddenly a figure dashed forward, lunging at Huang Kaiwen's wheelchair. Huang Kaiwen gripped the armrests tightly. As the assailant drew within mere centimeters, Capello exerted force to pivot the wheelchair, positioning himself to shield Huang Kaiwen from the approaching journalist. Delivering a swift kick to the individual's abdomen, Real Madrid's security swiftly intervened, subduing the assailant. Capello continued to push Huang Kaiwen away, but the press room erupted with chaos. The entire episode suggested that Huang Kaiwen had not completely vacated the wheelchair, with only one foot touching the ground, implying he was entirely incapable of leaving the chair on his own. In the corridor, Capello remarked with a smile, "You've truly endured a lot, Kevin. It's nothing to worry about. Can we truly rely on the journalists?" Huang Kaiwen asked. This incident was scripted. That journalist was someone Real Madrid hired. Rest assured. He knows nothing of the truth, Capello reassured him. That is good to know, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. It has been quite some time. And it is time to put on a full show to excite Rijkaard. Upon receiving the news, Rijkaard hurried home. After repeatedly watching the match footage, the Barcelona coach jubilantly uncorked a bottle of champagne, exclaiming, "I knew it. I knew it. That wretched Capello thought he could deceive me." Since the 2004 to 2005 season, Huang Kaiwen had been a heavy burden on his mind. Now, he could finally evade that number 10. In moments of peril, one cannot maintain a facade. When the reporters rushed in, Huang Kaiwen was merely a foot away from fleeing, an entirely genuine reaction. Rijkaard had already concluded that Huang Kaiwen was unable to stand. His expression filled with helplessness, one foot hesitant to exert strength. Such a display mirrored that of an injury, and Rijkaard could not believe a player could possess such acting prowess. In his excitement, Rijkaard sprayed 2 more bottles of champagne, momentarily alleviating his exhilaration. This time, in the National Derby, he not only aimed to win, but to win resplendently. He had devised a strategy to counter Real Madrid. Huang Kaiwen, along with the entire Real Madrid squad, flew to Tennessee, America. This year's Club World Cup was held in Nashville. As Raul wheeled himself forward, Cassano muttered, "In this team, even the coach isn't entitled to sit. Yet that guy Kevin is so fortunate. If you wish, I could assist you," Guti interjected. "Help me push the wheelchair?" Cassano inquired. "No, I'll knock you down to the point where you need a wheelchair," Guti replied with a mischievous grin. Such a jest elicited shrieks from nearby female fans. TCH. American women are so shallow, falling for a homosexual. Cassano scoffed. "You scoundrel," Guti whispered, cautious not to engage in playful banter with Cassano in such a setting. Capello would not indulge their antics. Upon arriving at the hotel and retreating to his room, Huang Kaiwen disembarked from the wheelchair. Raul chuckled. "This time, Rijkaard has been outsmarted. He surely did not anticipate your recovery. Provided you all don't falter too much, if we genuinely can't secure a victory, I shall have to step onto the pitch," Huang Kaiwen replied. As the reigning Champions League victors, Real Madrid would only need to commence their participation from the semi-finals of the Club World Cup. Regardless of the outcome, they would play 2 matches. Although he and Capello had planned for him not to play before the National Derby, if Real Madrid were truly unable to secure a win, he could not remain on the bench. It would be absurd to watch Rijkaard's hopes for the championship slip away. "Rest assured, we shall strive." Recently, Al Yang and the others have been performing admirably, Raul assured him. "That is reassuring," Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. "I want to be going out for dinner. Since the club is covering your meal, I shall certainly order room service as well. Suit yourself. Just remember to order me a bottle of juice," Huang Kaiwen requested. "I feel as though my palate is lacking today. I would like something sweet. When the juice arrives, I'll have to dilute it with mineral water. American juice is generally quite sweet. Without dilution, it can be overwhelming." Raul and Huang Kaiwen enjoyed a sumptuous feast together, the array of dishes plentiful. The taste is quite acceptable. In the evenings, he can only remain indoors, engrossed in his gaming console, but fortunately, Dragon Quest remains an enjoyable diversion. On December 13th, Raul scored, leading Real Madrid to a narrow victory of 1-0 over Urawa Red Diamonds, securing their place in the finals. Huang Kaiwen sat unmoving on the bench throughout the match, supported by his teammates. Some fans who had flown to Nashville specifically to witness the game were left deeply disappointed. 3 days later, at Nashville's Nissan Stadium, Real Madrid would face Boca Juniors. Huang Kaiwen's old friend, Riquelme, had transferred to Boca Juniors, but regrettably, he was unable to join the team in Nashville due to injury. Had he been fit, the King of Yellow might have made an early return to reunite with his old friend. The pace of life in Nashville's 6th district generally lags behind that of major European football nations. Rijkaard observed the match from the away team's dressing room. The first half concluded in a stalemate, but in the second half, Ledesma helped Boca gain the lead. Yet, Huang Kaiwen remained on the sidelines. In the 55th minute, Pepe equalized with a header, followed shortly by a goal from the substitute Cassano. When Rijkaard attended the pre-match press conference, Huang Kaiwen had not yet taken to the field. At 8 p.m., the match between Barcelona and Valencia commenced, yet his thoughts lingered on the Club World Cup final. In the 13th minute, Messi assisted Eto'o, giving Barcelona the lead. Rijkaard maintained his stoic demeanor. Approximately 10 minutes later, assistant coach Albert Roca approached Rijkaard and remarked, "Frank, the Club World Cup is over." "Did Kevin play?" "No." Roca replied. "Yes," Rijkaard exclaimed, just as Messi assisted Eto'o once more. Barcelona emerged victorious with a 3-0 triumph over the Bad Army. Although Messi sustained a left knee injury while contributing 2 assists. During the post-match press conference, a reporter inquired, "Will Messi's absence affect the upcoming El Clasico?" Rijkaard responded, "His absence will impact us." However, football is never a sport that cannot proceed with the absence of a single player. If the absence of one player affects a team's performance, it suggests a problem with that player or the team itself. "Are you implying that Kevin is the issue?" A reporter probed. "I did not say that. I merely pointed out that football is a team sport," Rijkaard clarified. Regardless of his comments, Huang Kaiwen would not receive leniency, and Rijkaard seemed indifferent to it. Given the current situation, it appeared unlikely that Huang Kaiwen would recover in time. With the El Clasico approaching, a reporter asked, "How do you evaluate Capello? He has coached you before, yet your relationship seems somewhat strained." Rijkaard smiled and replied, "Fabio is wonderful. I hold him in high regard. He is a talented coach with exceptional tactical skills, and I have learned much from him. We merely have a slight misunderstanding. And I will invite him for a drink after the match. Could you comment on Real Madrid's current lineup?" Rijkaard remarked that Fabio has helped players unearth their innate talents. Take Cassano, for instance. He was on the verge of being cast aside, yet after Fabio's intervention, Cassano experienced a renaissance. Look at Robin, Sneijder, and that Chinese player, as well as Gago and Higuain's performances. To the astonishment of the reporters, Rijkaard chose to bestow such praise, delivering significant news right before the impending national derby. That day, someone remarked that the wheelchair dancer was a segment from Across the Seas. In that film, the scene was precisely what I desired. What a laugh. Tomorrow heralds another day for the national derby. I haven't seen Frank in quite some time, but I intend to call him. He has gone quite mad. Referring to Kevin by his nationality, which is both arrogant and disrespectful. I suspect he is under immense mental strain. Something must be amiss. Rest assured, he will eventually pay a heavy price for his actions. On television, Dutch national team coach Van Basten addressed the camera. Robin switched off the television, opened his laptop, and searched how to accidentally injure another team's coach. Unsatisfied with the results, Robin typed again. Will a player receive a red card for a tackle on the opposing coach? After browsing a few entries, he found them lacking in substance. He tried once more. If a player assaults the opposing coach in the parking lot, will he be suspended? Yet again, there were no satisfactory answers. The examples in this realm were simply too few. Pondering for a moment, Robin entered one last query that had long troubled him. Will hitting someone with a metal rod cause bleeding from the head? Damn it, the internet is utterly useless. Robin cursed, tossing the mouse aside. The answers he sought remained elusive. Recently, Rijkaard, the Dutch veteran, had been quite the topic of conversation, and Robin felt that his opportunity was near. However, creating a rift between players and coaches was no easy task, and Robin found himself scratching his head in frustration. Upon returning from America, Huang Kaiwen flew directly to Paris for the Ballon d'Or ceremony. "Kevin, my apologies," Kaka said as he greeted him at the airport. "My injury is not your fault," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile from his wheelchair. It was no surprise to Huang Kaiwen that he would not be receiving the Ballon d'Or this year. It was nearly impossible to win the award without playing in the new season, unless, of course, Le Parisien aided in ballot tampering. Kaka had scored numerous goals in the Champions League, led his team to the semifinals, and even claimed the Copa America, maintaining a stellar performance since last year. It was entirely reasonable for him to win the Ballon d'Or. Huang Kaiwen estimated that Kaka, the likely World Footballer of the Year, would be hard-pressed to compete against him. That award carried greater prestige, with many voters basing their choices on reputation. Upon arriving at the venue, the two parted ways. Kaka headed to the dressing room for final preparations, while Huang Kaiwen maneuvered his electric wheelchair to greet football legends. "Kevin, how about joining Manchester United?" Sir Ferguson chuckled, bending down to embrace Huang Kaiwen. "Can Manchester United offer a sum of €35 million to a player with a limp?" Huang Kaiwen inquired, blinking. "What about 15 million? The Americans seem quite interested in you," Ferguson retorted, referring to the Glazers. "Forget it," Huang Kaiwen chuckled. "To accept a pay cut and assist the vampire family in earning money, Huang, the king of the yellow ball, is not the Glazers' father." "Hey, Kevin." Sir Ferguson departed, and Messi immediately approached to greet him. "Long time no see, Leo." Huang Kaiwen asked, "I heard you've been injured. How is it?" "Not too well. I should be back around February," Messi replied with a forced smile. "Don't worry, it won't affect you at all," Huang Kaiwen reassured him. "The king of the ball is not so easily diminished." Messi hesitated. What's wrong?" Huang Kaiwen queried. Nothing. I have other matters to attend to," Messi said hurriedly before leaving. After all, Kevin has yet to recover. No reminders are necessary. In recent days, unusual occurrences at the training ground led Messi to believe Rijkaard was preparing for a confrontation with Real Madrid. He was reluctant to speculate on the coach's intentions in a negative light, yet the changes at the training facility were indeed peculiar. At 7 p.m., the awards ceremony commenced. Huang Kaiwen found himself seated beside Toddy. Toddy whispered with a hand over his mouth. "Thank you, Kevin." "What for?" Huang Kaiwen asked. "For what happened during the match in Korea. I appreciate it," Toddy replied earnestly. Huang Kaiwen smiled and patted Toddy's shoulder, saying, "No need for thanks. If you need anything, feel free to call me." Toddy handed him a business card. Huang Kaiwen glanced at it. It bore quite a few titles. Toddy was indeed in business himself. Huang Kaiwen, lacking such sophisticated items, could only say, "I'll text you later, please note it down." "All right, let us watch for now." Toddy nodded. About an hour later, the awards ceremony reached its climax. Clips featuring Kaka, Cristiano Ronaldo, and Messi appeared on the screen. Due to his prolonged absence in the new season, the king of the yellow ball ranked fourth. The announcement for the Ballon d'Or arrived. The guest, extracting a card from the envelope, proclaimed, "The 2007 Ballon d'Or winner is Kaka." Kaka rose, bowed to Huang Kaiwen, and ascended the stage. "Thank you, Kevin, my girlfriend Beatrice, my family, and my teammates. Tonight is truly special for me. When I was younger, I dreamed of becoming a professional player in Sao Paulo and playing for the national team. The Bible says, 'Ask, and it will be given to you. Seek, and you will find.' This is what has happened in my life. Thank you." Huang Kaiwen joined the audience in applause. The child has grown. Kaka has finally received the Ballon d'Or, and Huang Kaiwen felt immense pride. Kaka posed for photographs with the second and third place winners, while Huang Kaiwen sat watching. Soon, they would part ways. Both the Spanish and Italian football federations had scheduled significant matches before Christmas, and he and Kaka would need to return to prepare for their last game before the winter break. After engaging in brief conversation with Kaka, Huang Kaiwen instructed Neo to assist him in departing. Upon exiting the venue, Huang encountered a throng of journalists. They inquired whether he deemed the Ballon d'Or rankings fair. As he found himself placed fourth, they pressed him on which team he favored in the upcoming Milan Derby, and questioned the status of his injury. "Kevin, please share your thoughts," one journalist urged. Neo glanced at Huang, who nodded, prompting Neo to halt the wheelchair before the reporters. The journalists seemed eager to insert their recording devices into Huang's mouth. With a smile, Huang remarked, "It is entirely reasonable for Ricardo to win the Ballon d'Or. His performance over the past year has been nothing short of extraordinary. As for my fourth-place ranking, I consider it somewhat generous, especially given my recent absence from the pitch. Naturally, I will support AC Milan in the Milan Derby, although I maintain good relations with players from Inter Milan. I believe it will be a thrilling match. Regarding my injury, I have stated numerous times that I have fully recovered, yet unfortunately, you all remain skeptical. Presently, across Europe, many continue to assert that King Huang has not healed. Despite Huang's repeated clarifications, disbelief persists. One wonders how Rijkaard perceives this situation. Upon returning to Madrid, Huang Kaiwen conversed with Capello over the phone. Their discussion lingered before concluding. Meanwhile, back in Milan, Kaká showcased his Ballon d'Or trophy to fans from the second floor of his home. The entire Real Madrid squad had flown to Barcelona. In the afternoon, they conducted their final closed training session at the Espanyol training facility in preparation for the national derby. Huang Kaiwen did not appear on the training field, a fact that the Espanyol staff quickly sold to the media at a premium price. This news soon graced the homepage of the World Sports Daily. The publication stated, Real Madrid finds itself in a predicament. Capello has been attempting to mislead Barcelona, yet he cannot account for Huang's remaining in a wheelchair. Without Huang, facing a team like Barcelona will undeniably expose Capello and Real Madrid's true capabilities. Resting in his hotel, Huang Kaiwen recalled a particular incident, the time he had thwarted Barcelona's acquisition during the Club World Cup. He noted several notifications, successfully intercepted Barcelona player Xavi, a sextuple champion, successfully intercepted Barcelona player Pedro, a sextuple champion, successfully intercepted Barcelona player Pinto, a sextuple champion, skill activated, traits successfully replicated. Successfully intercepted Barcelona player Peak, a sextuple champion, skill activated, traits successfully replicated. Successfully intercepted Barcelona player Messi, a sextuple champion, skill activated, traits successfully replicated. Successfully intercepted Barcelona player Henry, a sextuple champion, skill activated, traits successfully replicated. Traits: vocal virtuoso, Pinto. As Barcelona's reserve goalkeeper, Pinto's vocal mimicry surpasses his goalkeeping skills, significantly enhancing pitch accuracy and allowing for agile tongue movements that assist in sound production, effortlessly imitating a variety of noises. Upon reflecting on this, Huang recalled how Pinto's imitation of a whistle had disrupted the opponent's attack. Indeed, this substitute goalkeeper is more renowned for his vocal talents than his goalkeeping. Traits: Chairman Peak. You can easily persuade teammates to accept salary reductions. Huang Kaiwen. This trait is utterly useless. The King of Yellow has always advocated for his teammates to secure higher salaries and has never urged anyone to take a pay cut. The trivial matters that President Pai has attended to are far beneath what the King of Yellow would ever consider. Trait: bestow upon me strength, Messi. Every time he posts 3S emojis under his girlfriend's, wife's, social media account, his performance in the subsequent match invariably elevates. Trait: left flank assault, Henry. Enhances dribbling speed, ball control, cutting in ability, and acceleration on the left flank, while also improving the precision of shots aimed at the far corner with the instep. These two traits seem quite promising. Although Messi possesses numerous formidable traits that he has yet to acquire, being able to adjust his on-field condition is quite commendable. It essentially acts as a live status lock. As for Henry's traits, they need no elaboration. Stacking the king of the left flank, Piero, alongside skills like sprint mastery significantly boosts his prowess. Huang stated that as long as the card draw is favorable, it's reasonable to assert that the King of Yellow is undoubtedly the greatest left winger in history. The young lady is not particularly fond of social media. Where would you find a super rich heir seeking validation online all day? Huang Kaiwen visited Lily's account and commented with 3 emojis under her latest post. He planned to test the waters with Barcelona the following day. After breakfast, Huang Kaiwen was ushered into the conference room by Raul. Cassano remarked, "Do the disabled also need to heed tactical arrangements? Am I supposed to rely on a cane to take the field?" Capello glanced at the audience and replied, "Perhaps bringing you back to the first team was a mistake. B team's top scorer." Cassano chuckled, "I was just joking. I'm the most compassionate one here. Previously, I even donated €2,000 to Kevin's foundation for helping the disabled." Capello chose to ignore Cassano henceforth. He sketched the formation on the blackboard and stated, "Barcelona has always been a formidable opponent, especially in away matches. With Messi injured and unable to play, Barcelona can shoot or pass from the flanks. I need you to elevate your performance. Defense must go beyond mere marking. Be vigilant against their sudden passes to teammates. Do not chase the ball, but guard your designated area, understood? Understood. Huang Kaiwen sat below, bored, and pulled out a scratch card. He spun his finger over it with a coin, revealing a grand prize symbol beneath the surface. The King of Yellow breathed a sigh of relief. That Chinese individual should deliver more than a mere surprise to Ridgecard. As for what card he would draw, that could wait until they were in the locker room. After the tactical meeting concluded, Capello returned to his room, opened his backpack to confirm he had brought the ancient pagoda, and then zipped it up again. He had paid a hefty sum to acquire it. The previous Taiji diagram might have been too powerful for him to utilize, so Capello opted to procure another artifact. At 2 p.m., the entire team gathered in front of the television to watch the Milan Derby. The last round of Serie A before the winter break was scheduled for this day, commencing 4 hours earlier than the National Derby. Kaká and Inzaghi had already made arrangements to fly to Barcelona for the match after the Derby. In the 18th minute, Pirlo deftly breached Inter Milan's defense with a free kick. However, as the first half drew to a close, the tide turned dramatically. Ramos surged from the flank and executed a reckless tackle on Van Nistelrooy, resulting in the latter's injury and Ramos receiving a red card. With one fewer player, Milan found themselves at a disadvantage. Goals from Cruz and Cambiasso nearly sealed the match. Yet a late equalizer from the substitute Inzaghi in the 88th minute brought the score to a draw, leaving both teams with a stalemate at the San Siro. After the match, the team boarded the bus to Camp Nou. Huang Kaiwen barely had time to return to his room to post a supportive message for Ramos on social media. On the bus, Cassano asked with concern, "That guy is going to be suspended again, isn't he?" "It seems so. Sergio's foul was too egregious," Raul mused, struggling to find the right words. "But on the bright side, his loan ends, and he can play in Spain again," Cassano remarked, feeling quite clever. Huang Kaiwen interjected, "Isn't this a loophole? Suspended in La Liga, then playing in Serie A, and upon suspension there, returning to Real Madrid. It does seem like a clever strategy," he concluded. Upon arriving at Camp Nou, Raul ushered Huang Kaiwen into the locker room. Once the teammates had donned their gear, Huang Kaiwen rose from his wheelchair to change as well. "Kaiwen, are you playing on the left today?" Cassano inquired. The next moment, his eyes widened in shock as he exclaimed, "Damn, you've recovered." "I've been saying that all along," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile while bending down to change his shoes. "No, you scoundrel, you deceived even us," Cassano complained. It was evident that Huang Kaiwen and Capello had conspired to mislead everyone. "You cannot say that," Raul chuckled. "Kaiwen has mentioned several times that he has recovered. Don't try to gloss over it. If he had participated in training earlier, we wouldn't have been deceived," Cassano retorted. The other Real Madrid players shared this sentiment. They had previously believed Huang Kaiwen was still injured, only to realize now how young and naive they had been. Once everyone was suited up, Huang Kaiwen, observing his full expectation level, opted for a draw. "Ding. You have received a match experience card for the 31st round of La Liga 2009 to 2010, Real Madrid versus Barcelona. Featuring Lionel Messi." A smile crept across Huang Kaiwen's face. "Today, let us see that Chinese coach Ridgecard get ousted amidst internal and external troubles." "You're smiling," Cassano exclaimed. Every time Kaiwen smiles, the opponents suffer greatly. Huang Kaiwen shrugged, remaining silent. Capello returned to the locker room after attending a press conference. Observing Huang Kaiwen fully equipped, he stated, "I trust you all understand the current situation. Kaiwen will be starting today. During his absence, I hope you remember how to play football. Isn't it simply about passing the ball to Kaiwen?" Cassano muttered. "Excellent. It seems our B team's top scorer has grasped today's tactics. Now, let us head out for warm-ups." Upon returning to the locker room, Ridgecard had already received the starting lineup. With Huang Kaiwen's name prominently featured, he stood there in a daze, as the Barcelona players exiting the changing room curiously pondered their coach's condition. Upon leaving, they unexpectedly encountered the Real Madrid players. After a brief nod, Xavi executed a backward leap, landing on the ground, pointing at Huang Kaiwen and exclaiming, Weren't you injured?" "I have fully recovered," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Ronaldinho waved cheerfully, saying, "That's splendid. We can compete together again today. Let's give it our all, Ronnie." Huang Kaiwen responded with a grin. As both teams emerged from the tunnel, a thunderous chorus of boos erupted from Camp Nou. Haha, Capello, oh Capello, together with Huang Kaiwen, has deceived the entire world. Indeed, just moments ago he had been seen in a wheelchair, yet now he was warming up. The situation was unmistakably clear. The Real Madrid coach and Huang Kaiwen had executed a masterful ruse, rendering any adjustments from Barcelona futile. Previously Ancelotti enjoyed downplaying Huang Kaiwen's injuries. But Capello has taken it a step further, employing strategic tactics. This Huang Kaiwen is something else. Wow, Huang Kaiwen is truly cunning. I doubt Capello possesses such prowess. This is all Huang Kaiwen's brilliant scheme. It is no wonder he often plays under a pseudonym. He is honing his skills with his old friends. A grand deception indeed. Rijkaard must be utterly bewildered right now. This overnight stay was not in vain. I sensed Huang Kaiwen would take the field. Alas, it is all over. I wagered with my 7 sons that Real Madrid would definitely lose today, thinking I could treat them to 7 barbecues. Instead, I now owe them a meal. And this month, I shall be reduced to mere bread. I had warned you earlier, even without Huang Kaiwen, Real Madrid might not necessarily falter. Brother Juan is remarkable today. Real Madrid is secure. Alas, Messi is injured. Otherwise, Barcelona might have stood a chance. On the stands, Messi observed Huang Kaiwen during warm-ups, growing increasingly familiar with his movements. Those quick, agile changes of direction in tight spaces were all too recognizable to him. Messi's eyes widened as he confirmed that this indeed mirrored his own playing style. While many Argentine players employ similar close-range dribbling techniques, each player possesses subtle distinctions in their style. Huang Kaiwen's center of gravity is higher than his own. Yet his execution is exceedingly refined. After watching for a while, Messi shook his head in reflection. Truly, Huang Kaiwen is remarkable. The disparity between individuals is indeed vast. Ancelotti, the cardinal in red, sat before the television, his mood fluctuating as he observed the Real Madrid players warming up. He had grown weary of Capello, the heretic. Although their previous collaboration had been pleasant, the ideological differences had rendered future cooperation impossible. Ancelotti believed this could not continue. He still required the influence of football. Since Capello had become an impediment, it was time to remove this obstacle. Now, let us review the starting lineups for both teams. Barcelona fielded a 4-3-3 formation with a single defensive midfielder, goalkeeper, Valdez, defenders, Abidal, Gabriel Milito, Marquez, Puyol, midfielders, Deco, Yaya Touré, Xavi, forwards, Iniesta, Eto'o, Ronaldinho. Real Madrid's 4-3-3 formation featured a lone defensive midfielder, goalkeeper Iker Casillas, defenders Heinz, Cannavaro, Pepe, and Ivanovic, midfielders Guti, Sneijder, and De Jong, forwards Huang Kaiwen, Raul, and Cassano. Today, Ronaldinho appeared on the right flank, while Puyol occupied a similar position. Was Zambrata injured? Ivanovic, gradually finding his rhythm as a full-back, was indeed a boon for Real Madrid. However, the most surprising revelation was Huang Kaiwen's presence in the starting lineup, which would undoubtedly elevate the intensity of the match. Given his history with Barcelona, Huang Kaiwen rejoined his teammates in the tunnel, having identified an anomaly. He turned to Capello and quietly remarked, "The pitch feels off." They've watered it, and they're all wearing long studs. Capello widened his eyes, glancing down at the feet of the Barcelona players. Indeed, they were all donned in long stud soccer cleats. Damn it, Rijkaard is such a scoundrel, Capello muttered as he followed the players onto the field. Rijkaard approached Capello, extending his hand and stating, "Today's match promises to be quite interesting." "I have nothing to say to you, you cunning little man," Capello retorted. "Likewise," Rijkaard replied with a smile. Even those in wheelchairs are starting today. Rijkaard felt justified in his actions. Capello, infuriated, marched towards the coaching bench, delicately placing his prized tactical book beside him. Even as he bent down, he could see the sheen of water on the pitch. Under such conditions, it would be exceedingly difficult to endure without some form of advantage. Cursing Rijkaard once more in his mind, Capello stood at the sidelines, hands clasped behind his back, softly reciting, "In the northern sea, there is a fish named Kaiwen. The size of Kaiwen is such that its length is unknown, stretching for thousands of miles." Meanwhile, Rijkaard discreetly released 2 frogs from a jar. This was a piece of sorcery bestowed upon him by that old codger, Carlin. Today, he planned to employ dual tactics, the strategy on the pitch combined with the watered field, catching Real Madrid off guard. Beneath the surface, he refused to abandon his magical endeavors. Regardless of their efficacy, they provided a semblance of comfort. Those damn scoundrels, how dare they cheat? Cassano complained as Raul called for a coin toss. It's quite obvious when the pitch has been watered. It hasn't rained in Barcelona, Huang Kaiwen sighed. He never anticipated Rijkaard would stoop so low. After all, Barcelona was renowned for its technical prowess. And watering the pitch would affect not only Real Madrid but also their own players. Donning long stud cleats wouldn't completely negate the field's influence. At precisely 6 p.m., the referee's whistle signaled the commencement of the match. Eto'o initiated the play with a lateral pass to Iniesta, who returned the ball. Deco misjudged the ball's speed, causing it to roll farther than expected. He hastily pursued it, intercepting it just before Raul, and deftly redirected it back to Xavi, who calmly controlled the ball with his right foot, refraining from an immediate offensive move. As Huang Kaiwen pressed forward, he deftly maneuvered the ball with his right foot, pivoting in place before passing it to the right flank. Ronaldinho received the ball just past the halfway line, while Sneijder swiftly advanced to apply pressure. Under Capello's tactical framework, every player, even forwards, bore defensive responsibilities, with but one exception among the squad. Ronaldinho rhythmically adjusted his right foot on the ball. Noticing Sneijder's lack of reaction, and with a deft flick of his left foot, attempted a flamboyant move. Regrettably, he was unable to regain control of the slippery ball. What a predicament! The ball skidded away, and the pitch conditions today were far from ideal. Indeed, the turf at Camp Nou was exceedingly damp, evident from the wet shoes of the Real Madrid players, while the darker footwear of the Barcelona players concealed their wetness. Guti received the ball and passed it to Huang Kaiwen, who surged down the left flank. With a swift touch of his right foot, he launched past Xavi. In an instant, Xavi reached out, attempting to tug at Huang Kaiwen's jersey. However, Huang Kaiwen, with a deft sidestep and a touch of his left foot, successfully evaded Xavi's grasp. Having previously experienced the finesse of both Aymar and Maradona, Huang Kaiwen seamlessly transitioned after acquiring a Messi experience card. His prior experiences had adeptly prepared him for such shifts in balance and the sensations at his feet. Moreover, Messi's stronger left foot resonated well with Huang Kaiwen's style. After artfully evading Xavi's hand, Huang Kaiwen executed another left-footed flick, darting from Xavi's right side to the left. Yaya Touré rapidly advanced to reinforce the left flank. But Huang Kaiwen made a sudden stop, losing his footing and tumbling onto the wet grass. Seizing the opportunity, Touré passed the ball back to a teammate. Puyol launched a long ball forward towards the left flank. "Are you all right?" Raul inquired, extending his hand. Huang Kaiwen grasped Raul's hand as he rose, replying, "I'm fine. It's just too slippery. Without the immunity card, I might have sustained an injury during that slip." His ankle had twisted slightly as he lost traction. Barcelona is being excessive. Raul could not help but complain. "We are all esteemed clubs in Spain. Resorting to such tactics is uncalled for." There was no option but to wait for halftime. Huang Kaiwen sighed. Barcelona initiated an offensive maneuver. Deco, facing Guti's pressure, slipped and quickly passed the ball sideways. Iniesta, seizing the ball, deftly maneuvered with his left foot, gliding past Pepe before launching a powerful shot into the penalty area. Casillas leapt to the side, deflecting the ball out of bounds, resulting in the first corner of the match. Barcelona commenced their attack with great vigor. Deco, after a brief run-up, took the corner, while Heinz outmuscled Eto'o at the near post to clear the ball from the penalty area. Sneijder, upon receiving the ball, found himself entangled by Xavi, unable to find an avenue for a forward pass, ultimately opting to return it to a teammate. He wasted precious seconds, allowing the Barcelona players to regroup defensively. Cannavaro passed to Guti, who advanced to the edge of the penalty area, only to be confronted by Iniesta's pressing. He swiftly turned and flicked the ball with his left foot. Utilizing the slick grass, the ball quickly found its way to the awaiting Huang Kaiwen in the forward position. Huang Kaiwen lifted his foot, allowing the ball to pass beneath his studs and slow down, and as it reached him, he promptly executed a left-footed flick. Yaya Touré extended his foot rapidly. Huang Kaiwen stumbled slightly, bending down to steady himself with his right hand on the ground. Before charging towards the left side of the penalty area with the ball, Melito and Max sprinted towards him in unison. With a deft touch of his left foot, Huang nudged the ball into the penalty area, accelerating through the encircling defenders. Puyol, starting off, slipped and could only watch as Huang dashed past him into the box. Valdez opted to leave his goal and lunged at Huang, who suddenly quickened his pace, reaching the left side of the small box. With a gentle push of his left foot, the ball rolled swiftly towards the unguarded net. Puyol's sliding tackle came a moment too late, lying on the ground. He could only watch the ball meander into his own goal. Kevin, goal, 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 goal. In the 7th minute of the first half, Kevin scored with a signature move, weaving through 5 defenders. Real Madrid took the lead at Camp Nou, and the cunning Catalans faced yet another setback. They had hoped to secure victory by wetting the pitch, leading to several slips from Kevin and his teammates since the start. Yet, with his goal, Kevin demonstrated that even amidst the adversary's schemes, he possessed the prowess to shatter all obstacles with his feet. As the month drew to a close, various pleas for votes and monthly tickets flooded in. The chapter ends here. 0267 The Fall of Stars, Destiny Unyielding. Due to the state of the pitch, Huang Kaiwen refrained from performing a somersault at the corner flag. Kevin, that was truly magnificent, exclaimed Snyder, the first to reach Huang. You simply haven't seen enough, scoffed Cassano. Kevin could easily net 2 or 3 goals in a single match. All right, let's focus on defense now. We just need to hold on until we cross half, Raul said with a smile as the group began to head back. That opening goal eased the tension among the Real Madrid players, allowing them to momentarily forget the detrimental effects of the wet pitch. Rijkaard frowned at the scene before him, letting out a long sigh. He had done everything within his power. If victory eluded them, there was little else to be done. Barcelona resumed play. Iniesta quickly passed back. Deco, not rushing into an attack, along with Xavi, managed to control the pace of the game effectively. Raul and Cassano pressed forward, and Deco again played the ball across to Xavi. After spinning to evade his marker, Xavi distributed the ball to the right. Spotting Ronaldinho's beaming smile sent a chill down Huang Kaiwen's spine. That rascal loved to toy with him for fun. Just one season of the El Clasico had already yielded a lengthy highlight reel. When he eventually reached Milan, he would ensure that this fellow recognized who truly held the reins of the club. Huang lowered his center of gravity, preparing for Ronaldinho's approach. Careful not to widen his legs too much, lest he be caught off guard. Ronaldinho, grinning widely, approached with light, shuffling steps. Huang instinctively extended his left foot as Ronaldinho deftly flicked the ball with his right, veering toward the center. Without any acceleration, Ronaldinho left Huang momentarily darkened in expression. This bastard had already surpassed him once and was evidently not satisfied. Huang Kaiwen pursued, and Ronaldinho swiftly nudged the ball outward with his right foot. Instinctively, Huang extended his foot, only for Ronaldinho to deftly pull the ball back with his right foot. With a flick reminiscent of a cow's tail, Ronaldinho shifted the ball to the left side and charged rapidly towards the Real Madrid penalty area. Huang gritted his teeth and chased back. Fabio Capello, arms crossed at the sidelines, shouted onto the pitch. Kevin, you needn't chase back. Let them defend. Hurry up and press them. De Jong, eager to intercept, was deceived by Ronaldinho's feigned shoulder movement. Hines rushed in to tackle, while De Jong trailed behind. Indeed, with formidable foes ahead and relentless pursuers behind, Ronaldinho found himself in a precarious position. Cannavaro chose to block his passing lane. Splendid. With a half counterclockwise Marseille turn, Ronaldinho evaded the encirclement using De Jong as a shield and delivered a pass. Deco, making a forward run, received the ball in the center and instinctively turned to deliver a cross. Cannavaro, on the ground, managed to touch the ball, but Eto'o, unable to catch up, could only reach back with his foot to hook it. As he turned again to face the goal, Iker Casillas had already advanced towards him. With no time to adjust, Eto'o attempted to lift the ball over Casillas' head with a deft touch of his left foot. Casillas, stretching out his arm, deflected the ball out of bounds. Barcelona earned a corner kick. Kaká and Inzaghi stood by the extension of the corner flag, positioned at the rear side of the Real Madrid goal. The conditions on the pitch were rather slippery today. Inzaghi shook his head, expressing, "It feels like Real Madrid is in for a hefty loss." "Fear not, Kevin is invincible." Kaká responded with a smile. By the time they arrived at Camp Nou, the match had already commenced, and they missed Huang Kaiwen's goal. However, through nearby Real Madrid fans, they had already learned the outcome. Kaká held more faith in Huang than in himself. If Huang could score one goal, he surely could net a second and a third. Deco sprinted towards the corner flag on the right flank and took the corner kick. Ito'o leaped at the near post, but failed to make contact, while in the center. Max and Pepe both jumped. With hands in motion, Pepe, elevating higher, headed the ball away, leaving Max on the ground within the Real Madrid penalty area. Barcelona players protested, but the referee remained unresponsive. Ivanovic, possessing the ball on the right flank, surveyed the field before advancing swiftly. Having spent months with Real Madrid, he had become familiar with their playing style. Transitioning from center-back to right-back, he adapted well to the position, showcasing commendable performances in both defense and offense. His only shortcoming being his average crossing ability with his right foot. Thus, seeing Huang Kaiwen with only Xavi nearby, he hesitated to pass. Capello, observing from the sidelines, frowned. If it had been Ramos, the ball would have been expertly curled with his right foot, traversing half the field to find Kevin. Though this Serbian performed admirably at times, even scoring stunning goals, he could not uphold the fundamental tactics of Real Madrid. This was unacceptable. The players on Real Madrid's right flank must possess the ability for wide-ranging transitions. De Jong, making a forward run, dashed towards the left side. Seizing the moment, Huang Kaiwen suddenly accelerated towards the center. As Harvey turned and reached out, he failed to catch hold of Huang Kaiwen, instead becoming entangled with De Jong. A sharp pull from Iniesta caused Ivanovic to misplace his pass, which Huang Kaiwen could not control. The ball struck his instep and splattered mud across his face. Yaya Touré raised his right foot high to reach the ball, but Huang Kaiwen swiftly darted in, skillfully flicking it towards the right flank. Abidal abandoned Cassano, rushing towards the same direction. Arriving first at the ball, Huang Kaiwen deftly hooked it back with his left foot, gently guiding it down. The nearby Barcelona supporters erupted with boos. Buffon and Capello had become infamous victims of Huang, much like Barcelona. Ever since Huang Kaiwen arrived at Milan, he had taken them down a notch. Last season, he had outmaneuvered them in both league matches. Witnessing Huang Kaiwen seize the ball today made the Barcelona fans' hearts race with anxiety. Abidal swiftly adjusted his stance, facing Huang Kaiwen, with a deft touch of his left foot. Huang Kaiwen surged between Abidal and the sideline. Raul and Cassano made quick forward runs. Melito sprinted towards the right flank, leaving the central defense to Max. Compared to Raul and Cassano, Melito perceived Huang Kaiwen as a greater threat. Melito charged in from the left side of the penalty area, executing a sliding tackle. Huang Kaiwen gently nudged the ball with his right foot, skillfully evading Melito's challenge. Touré, in pursuit, also went for a slide tackle. Huang Kaiwen, unable to adjust in time, was clipped by Touré's foot, losing his balance and tumbling to the ground. The fiercely contested Spanish national derby erupted into yet another clash. Nearby, the assistant referee swiftly coordinated with the main referee to separate the players. As Huang Kaiwen rose, he noticed that the white jerseys had transformed into black. Today's pitch conditions were indeed less than ideal. While Camp Nou may not have large puddles, occasional small waterlogged areas still presented significant challenges for both teams, as both Barcelona and Real Madrid heavily relied on ground play. This was the first free kick of the match. Who would take it remained uncertain. Guti approached the foul spot, covering his mouth as he asked Huang Kaiwen, "Shall I take it, or will you?" "You take it. I believe a pass would be more effective," Huang Kaiwen replied, covering his mouth. The footing was too slippery, making a direct shot difficult. This was a perfect moment for a chipped pass, allowing a teammate to capitalize on it. Understood, Guti nodded. Players from both sides jostled for position inside the Barcelona penalty area. Touré and Puyol positioned themselves on the edge of the penalty box to form a wall. Huang Kaiwen stood just behind the left side of the ball. Even from this stance, he could strike with the outside of his right foot. Valdez dared not be careless. After the referee signaled, Guti began his run. After 2 steps, he struck the ball with his left foot, sending it soaring over the wall from the right flank towards the far post. Puyol leapt, overpowering Raul to head the ball clear of the penalty area. Harvey, receiving the ball just outside the box, was pressured by Sneijder, prompting him to quickly pass it sideways to Max, who smoothly pushed it to Deco. Deco observed Ronaldinho in the forward position and delivered a precise lofted pass. The ball swiftly traversed the halfway line, and Ronaldinho, keenly anticipating its arrival, deftly redirected it with his back towards the right flank. Xavi, having surged into the attacking zone, received the ball and advanced rapidly. Although his pace was not particularly swift, The Real Madrid defense was momentarily vulnerable, with scant opposition in his path. Cannavaro hastened towards Xavi, intent on halting Barcelona's counterattack with a foul. As Xavi turned to shield the ball, Cannavaro collided with him, sending him sprawling to the ground. Yet in that fleeting moment, he managed to return the ball to Ronaldinho. With an exquisite touch of his right foot, Ronaldinho seized the opportunity and swiftly delivered a pass. The ball rolled with extraordinary speed, gliding between Ivanovic and Pepe towards the left corner of the penalty area. Eto'o, ever vigilant, awaited the ball's arrival, and with a deft flick of his right foot, he executed a stunning lob that soared in a parabolic arc toward the far corner of the net. Casillas, despite his valiant dive, was unable to thwart this spectacular goal. It was a stunning strike. Eto'o, with a moment of brilliance, equalized the score, showcasing an exquisite counterattack from Barcelona. Beautiful, simply breathtaking. Eto'o's effort was nothing short of genius. Against his former club, Real Madrid, he consistently delivered remarkable performances. The resounding cheers of over 90,000 Barcelona fans filled the stadium. Samuel. Eto'o's full name is Samuel Eto'o, and the mere mention of it evokes the notion of a formidable defender. Each encounter with Real Madrid may not see him as the standout performer, yet his relentless spirit is undeniable. Rijkaard applauded with a smile, relieved by the equalizer. The performance of Madrid's number 10 had placed some pressure upon him. Indeed, every match against Real Madrid's number 10 brought him considerable stress, and today, the player's nimble footwork had left Rijkaard feeling somewhat suffocated. Messi. He was intimately familiar with Messi's playing style, having been the one to elevate him to the first team. Rijkaard acknowledged that Madrid's number 10 possessed the remarkable ability to effortlessly alter his style of play. However, in such poor conditions, what difference would it make? Even if you were Pelé, wearing short-stud cleats significantly hampered one's performance. Suddenly, a bright smile crossed Rijkaard's face as he recalled a pressing concern. A midfielder from Real Madrid had changed his footwear, and with the pitch drying, what should he do? Should he request the groundskeeper at Camp Nou to water the field again? Upon the restart, Barcelona displayed fierce determination. Their positioning was more advanced than that of an ordinary team, employing a high press. Rijkaard's tactical philosophy, though exuberant and aimed at maximizing goals, bore traces of the Dutch total football ethos. Positioned as a left winger, Iniesta joined the pressing effort, while several midfielders formed a second line of defense. Xavi, Touré, and Puyol, who was playing as a right back that day, remained vigilant in their watch over Kevin. Apart from occasionally receiving the ball, Xavi predominantly floated near Kevin. Ever watchful, the defensive physicality of the Barcelona players is notably high, with the low-centered Xavi frequently positioning himself in front of Huang Kaiwen, preventing him from receiving the ball. Newly returned to the first team, Cassano is quite active, yet it is evident that he struggles to adapt to such a high level of competition. Having dominated lesser teams for too long, he often attempts to glide past opponents with a mere flick of his foot. Once again, Cassano is dispossessed. Capello rises from the coaching bench and steps to the sidelines. Galbiati approaches him, inquiring, "Should we consider bringing Robin on?" "Forget it," Capello replies, despite his efforts. Robin's left-footed passes are often too slow after adjustment. He is a competent attacker, but not a skilled passer. Capello shakes his head, noting that Robin's right foot is rather ineffective, necessitating a shift to his left for every pass. Against a team like Barcelona, even a moment's adjustment can prove fatal. Capello then asks, "Are your boots ready?" "They are set," Galbiati retorts angrily. During halftime, Rijkaard certainly won't allow anyone to sprinkle water again. His scheme can only last for 45 minutes. Capello nods in agreement. Previously, when Rijkaard coached him, he had not perceived the opponent's cunning. If Huang Kaiwen were to sustain an injury due to slipping at Camp Nou today, the post-match press conference would undoubtedly scrutinize Rijkaard, that devious man. Now, he merely hopes for the passage of time to hasten, allowing Huang Kaiwen to return to the locker room to change his shoes. In the first half, Real Madrid players frequently fall, and some Barcelona players also slip. Huang Kaiwen has struggled with stability while dribbling on several occasions. Reflecting on this, Capello cannot suppress his irritation. A football coach who neglects tactics in favor of dubious methods deserves condemnation, and Rijkaard is indeed deserving of scorn. The stoppage time stretches to 5 minutes. Advantage in play. yet failing to translate it into a decisive lead. Barcelona launches another attack. Deco's cross finds Ronaldinho on the left, who skillfully evades Hines and drives the ball into the far corner of the net. It's a goal. In the 3rd minute of stoppage time, Barcelona takes the lead, with Ronaldinho scoring, despite his recent lackluster form, marking only his 4th goal of the season. Barcelona fans express their discontent towards their star player, often featured in entertainment news. Huang Kaiwen is quite the player, one remarks. Today, Ronaldinho's performance was commendable. It seems he is on the verge of a resurgence. Resurgence? Just look at Ronaldinho. His physique has changed dramatically from before. I believe Ronaldinho's revival today is due to Huang Kaiwen. Have you noticed that whenever Ronaldinho encounters Huang Kaiwen on the right flank, he delivers his best performance? Aren't they supposed to have a good relationship? Ronaldinho is being rather ungracious. Honestly, it appears that Ronaldinho truly ignites when facing Huang Kaiwen. All offensive players globally aspire to shine in front of Huang Kaiwen, yet it is invariably Huang Kaiwen who steals the spotlight. Indeed. But today Huang Kaiwen's performance has been rather mediocre. He struggles to maintain possession. If your eyes are of no use, you might as well donate them. Coach Zhang nearly implied that Barcelona had watered the pitch, and one can discern from the close-up shots provided by the broadcast that the Barcelona players were donning long-studded boots. Without prior preparation, it would have been improbable for them to wear such footwear. Goodness, Barcelona is a prestigious club. Is such behavior truly necessary? I suspect Rijkaard is at a loss. Without resorting to some underhanded tactics, it's nearly impossible to triumph over Huang Kaiwen. Rest assured, even if he employs such strategies, victory would elude him. The incident with the sorcerer he previously summoned did not seem to yield any success. During halftime, the current score of 2-1 only serves to inflate Huang Kaiwen's ego. The second half will undoubtedly catch Barcelona off guard. As the referee's whistle pierced the air, Huang Kaiwen walked back with his teammates. I'll look for opportunities to pass to you in the second half, Kaiwen. It was a bit challenging to adjust earlier, Sneijder remarked. The ground was slick, making it difficult to maintain control while pivoting. All right, let us give it our all in the second half. Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Your Dutch compatriot is rather cunning, Cassano remarked with a smirk. Sneijder, flustered, quickly interjected. The Surinamese are not Dutch. I have no connection to him. Huang Kaiwen responded. No wonder the Dutch national team often experiences internal strife. Glancing at De Jong, who stood behind Sneijder, Huang Kaiwen continued. You cannot say that. You are all compatriots, though Rijkaard tends to overthink. Indeed, that is precisely my point, Sneijder nodded vigorously, feeling a chill run down his spine. Damn Barcelona for making the pitch so cold with their watering. Capello handed Huang Kaiwen a towel and a water bottle, nudging Sneijder aside as he walked back with Huang Kaiwen. You should rinse off when we return. The mud on you could lead to a cold. I've asked Roberto to prepare some ginger tea to ward off the chill. All right, coach, Huang Kaiwen said as he wiped his face with the towel. Playing under Capello's guidance is truly comfortable. There is no need for concern, allowing one to focus solely on the game. Unfortunately, Huang Kaiwen could not take a hot shower, as the visiting locker room lacked hot water today. Capello had Baldini prepare a basin for Huang Kaiwen to soak his feet. Sometimes, I genuinely wonder if Kaiwen is Fabio's father, Cassano muttered, observing Huang Kaiwen soaking his feet. You'd best keep your voice down. If the coach hears you, you'll never have a chance to return to the first team, Beauty said with a smile. Recently, the two had been spending considerable time together, and he did not wish for Cassano to be sent off to another team by Capello. Raul stood up. You are all aware of today's circumstances. Barcelona has encountered some unexpected issues, but the second half will be different. We are still trailing and must exert ourselves more to secure victory against Barcelona. Just pass to Kaiwen after you receive the ball. Why the unnecessary chatter? Cassano inquired. Raul shot Cassano a look, feeling an impulse to retaliate as Cassano's words were infuriating. Higuain glanced back at his backpack, contemplating whether handing Raul a brick would stabilize his position. Capello entered the locker room and handed Huang Kaiwen a thermos. Then he walked towards the center of the locker room and said, There is nothing I need to emphasize. Being behind in the score is not your fault. It is due to the cunning of the opponents. It does not matter that the first half was poorly played, but in the second half, you must rigorously adhere to the tactics. Do you understand? Understood. Cassano glanced at Huang Kaiwen, ultimately refraining from speaking further. He did not wish to languish in the B team for eternity. After sipping some ginger soup, Huang Kaiwen felt considerably warmer. Prior to the match, he had deliberately donned a fitted long-sleeve training shirt underneath. The December weather in Barcelona was already rather cool, and with the pitch watered. The temperature at Camp Nou was particularly low today. After changing into his shoes, he stepped onto the field, feeling an entirely different sensation beneath his feet. The traction of his cleats was significantly enhanced. After the venue exchange, Real Madrid kicked off. Raul passed to the left flank, and Huang Kaiwen quickly returned the ball. The midfield triangle of Sneijder, Guti, and De Jong began to control the ball, drawing the Barcelona players to press. Eto'o surged forward like a shot of adrenaline. Guti swiftly played the ball across to Sneijder. Puyol came up to defend Huang Kaiwen, while Xavi surged towards Sneijder, unable to find an opportunity to pass forward. Sneijder had no choice but to turn and play the ball back. De Jong nudged the ball with his right foot, waiting for Eto'o to advance before distributing it to the right flank. Ivanovic, noticing Huang Kaiwen's run, quickly pivoted and diagonally passed the ball to Guti. With a swift turn, Guti delivered a direct pass, and the ball rolled past Deco after crossing the halfway line, finding Cassano. Cassano turned to discover Huang Kaiwen had sprinted ahead of him. And without hesitation, he instinctively poked the ball with his right foot. Standing on the sideline, Abidal rushed into the center, attempting to intercept the ball. However, the speed of the pass was faster than he anticipated. Before he could lift his foot, the ball had already rolled past him. Huang Kaiwen confidently stopped the ball with his right foot and charged towards the Barcelona penalty area. Gabriel Milito, positioned on the side, began to sprint back. He had just transferred to Barcelona in the summer and had not encountered Huang Kaiwen much during his time in Zaragoza. Yet, young Milito did not dare to underestimate Huang Kaiwen. He sidestepped and ran alongside Huang Kaiwen, adjusting his steps, for he knew he would only have one opportunity to strike. Mere meters felt like light years apart. The Camp Nou, which had recently been filled with jeers, was now enveloped in silence. The Barcelona fans anxiously watched the match. The player in the white jersey, wearing the number 10, was their eternal nightmare. Would the newly arrived defender become the hero of the team and triumph in this one-on-one encounter? Milito, taking a step ahead, entered the penalty area, with Huang Kaiwen following closely. With no time to adjust, Milito prepared to extend his foot, but Huang Kaiwen suddenly executed a deft left-footed feint, skillfully maneuvering past him. Milito's mind signaled a shift in balance, but his body betrayed him. Attempting to retract his foot and pivot, Milito fell heavily to the ground within the penalty area. Having been outmaneuvered by Huang Kaiwen, as he lay on the grass, he felt a chill against his chest. The damp turf seemed to cling to him, penetrating his skin and directly reaching his heart. Milito observed his teammate Valdez sprinting towards the right flank, and then the number 10, who had previously embarrassed him, delicately flicked the ball with his right foot. The ball soared over Valdez's head, descending towards the left side of the goal. Max, rushing into the penalty area to execute an acrobatic clearance, ended up merely as a backdrop. The ball found its way into the net. 22, equalizing the score. The once silent Camp Nou reverberated solely with the jubilant cheers of Real Madrid fans. In the small section of the visiting supporters by the corner flag, a thunderous roar erupted. St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The camera captured Kaká, fervently shouting, his excitement overshadowing his status as the newly crowned Ballon d'Or winner, displaying an enthusiasm even more intense than that of Milito. Kevin! Kevin! Goal! 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 Although Kevin only dribbled past one defender, it was simply because there was only one in his vicinity. Even if faced with 10 defenders, the outcome would remain unchanged. Gabriel Milito performed commendably at Zaragoza, earning an opportunity to play for a prestigious club. Being so thoroughly outmaneuvered by Kevin was not Milito's fault. Even Puyol and Thuram would struggle against Kevin, for there exists no defender capable of containing him in a one-on-one scenario. Such defenders are mere myths. In this offensive play, Kevin's positioning was paramount. I could not fathom when he transitioned from the left to the right flank. Barcelona employed every tactic at their disposal, yet they still could not thwart Kevin's goal. After 114 days, Kevin returned to the pitch, and we had finally rediscovered our faith. During those dark months, I was plagued by a singular concern. Would Kevin retire? Now, I can finally breathe a sigh of relief. God has not forsaken his faithful. When you seek one, God grants you 10. That encapsulates all that has transpired in my life. Crudel cited Kaká's words during the Ballon d'Or ceremony. The Real Madrid players rushed to envelop Kevin in a warm embrace. Was my pass impressive? Once I received the ball and delivered it, I knew it was destined to succeed. Cassano eagerly inquired. With only one defender nearby Kevin, the outcome was a foregone conclusion. Well played, Kevin replied with a smile. Cassano is indeed a clever fellow. Otherwise, Maggi would not have spent 30 million to bring him to Roma. This is Kevin. Capello remarked with a grin. Baldini nodded in agreement, stating, this is Kevin. He and Galbiati, as Capello's assistants, understood Capello's brilliance all too well. Capello is undoubtedly one of the finest coaches in the world. Yet, even such an exceptional coach, with Juventus' formidable roster, could not contain the prowess of Kevin, who was then at Milan. He was simply not the kind of player who could be easily subdued. Baldini smirked, casting a glance towards the Barcelona bench. No matter how much you attempt, in the end, what do you reap but a defeat? Rijkaard continually rubbed his head of natural curls. A premonition had already taken root in his heart. Yet, having deployed his strongest lineup, what more could he do? Puyol had taken up the position of a fullback specifically to counter Huang Kaiwen. This time, however, as Huang Kaiwen unexpectedly ventured to the right flank. Puyol could not keep pace. After the score was equalized, the Barcelona players displayed evident agitation. Xavi, uncharacteristically, made a mistake in his pass, inadvertently delivering the ball to Sneijder. Sneijder quickly executed a direct pass to Huang Kaiwen. As Huang Kaiwen received the ball, Xavi charged towards him. In the midst of Huang Kaiwen bending to retrieve the ball, Xavi's arm draped over his neck, and his leg also made contact. Sneijder immediately raised his hand to signal a foul. Capello rushed towards the fourth official, vehemently cursing, "Damn it, this is nothing short of criminal, a murder. Is this the Colosseum of ancient Rome?" On the pitch, Huang Kaiwen evaded Xavi's arm and advanced with the ball. Yaya Touré lunged at him, but Huang Kaiwen deftly maneuvered, skipping over Touré's outstretched legs. Continuing his rapid strides towards the Barcelona penalty area. "Tackle him, for heaven's sake!" Rijkaard roared from the sidelines. Capello bent down, searching for something. Determined to confront Rijkaard in the players' tunnel after the match, the Camp Nou reverberated with a cacophony of boos. As the Barcelona fans could no longer bear to witness Huang Kaiwen's relentless dribbling, Puyol sprinted to intercept Huang Kaiwen, but with a deft touch of his left foot. Huang Kaiwen sidestepped Puyol's challenge. Max returned to defend inside the penalty area, while Milito charged towards the left flank. In that moment, Huang Kaiwen found himself surrounded by no fewer than 3 defenders. Puyol quickly adjusted and pursued him, but as Huang Kaiwen executed another quick shift with his right foot, Puyol was left in disarray. Momentarily free from his markers, Huang Kaiwen took a decisive step and unleashed a powerful left-footed shot. Valdez, reacting swiftly, dove to his side. But the shot aimed for the far corner, and before he could extend his hand, the ball had already zipped past him into the net. On the ground, Valdez turned to see the ball roll gently behind the goal line, while a jubilant frog hopped nearby. Gratitude was extended to the generous supporter. Inquiries arose regarding future updates. The author awaited recovery from illness, coinciding with an upcoming recommendation opportunity. The February updates had been less vigorous, a circumstance beyond control, particularly given health constraints. Late-night endeavors had become a rarity, especially now. On the final day of the month, a plea for monthly votes and recommendations was made. Huang Kaiwen's dazzling footwork, alternating sides and weaving with finesse, had left Puyol clutching his leg, unable to rise. Had Huang Kaiwen caused Puyol an injury? Barcelona prepared to make a substitution. As Zambrotta warmed up on the sidelines, it seemed Huang Kaiwen had left Puyol's leg in a state of disarray. Zambrotta, an old acquaintance of Huang Kaiwen from their Serie A days, moved with a lethargy unusual for him, clearly reluctant to enter the fray today. As a former player for Juventus, the Italian's feelings towards Huang Kaiwen are exceedingly complex. Each encounter leaves him feeling overwhelmed. And Zambrotta is acutely aware of his inability to defend against Huang. During the World Cup, when the Italian team faced global skepticism, Huang's support proved vital, instilling confidence in the entire squad. Thus, from any perspective, he was reluctant to take the field, as his presence would merely contribute to highlight reels of being outplayed. It is worth noting that during his time in Serie A, he and Thuram served as mere backdrop to Huang, second only to that Buffon fellow. Upon transferring to La Liga, Huang followed suit, further compounding Zambrata's discontent. Had he foreseen this, he would have preferred not to play for Barcelona at all. This season, his performance had waned, resulting in the loss of his starting position. Zambrata believed he had evaded the worst, only to find himself needing to face Huang once more. Frustrated, he contemplated his future at Barcelona, yearning desperately to return to Italy. When a dead ball opportunity arose, Zambrata took to the pitch. Rijkaard glanced at the bench, contemplating the next substitution. Given the match's progression, the next change would undoubtedly aim to enhance the offensive strategy. Regrettably, with Messi sidelined by injury, the optimal choice of introducing him was no longer viable. With limited options remaining, Rijkaard had to think carefully. Huang smiled as he walked back with his teammates. In his prime, Messi's prowess was formidable. His various attributes could easily elude even defenders like Puyol. This moment served as an opportunity for Huang to reclaim a semblance of dignity. Puyol's numerous elbow strikes against Huang could not be overlooked. He was a man who believed debts must be settled. Barcelona resumed play. Xavi orchestrated the ball, passing it to Ronaldinho. Huang actively moved towards the center, leaving the left flank open. Ronaldinho, momentarily losing momentum, skillfully maneuvered past Sneijder and advanced towards the center. Huang thought, having moved to the middle, can he really evade me? As he observed De Jong pressing forward, Huang seized the moment to intercept, but Ronaldinho deftly sidestepped and returned the ball to a teammate. Deco moved in to receive, pushing the ball seamlessly to the left, where Iniesta, with a deft touch, evaded the advancing Ivanovic. The young Iniesta showcased a touch reminiscent of Huang's flair. After reaching the baseline, what would he do next? He continued to dribble. Pepe intervened. Pepe excelled, as Iniesta's intricate footwork failed to deceive him, allowing him to deflect the ball out of play. Deco prepared to take the corner kick. The ball soared from the corner flag directly towards the near post. Ivanovic, seizing the opportunity, leaped to head the ball clear of the penalty area. Positioned wide, Hines surged to the left, quickly delivering a pass. Guti received the ball with his back to the play, pivoting to regain control as he entered Barcelona's half, spotting Huang directly in front of him. With a swift flick of his left foot, Guti sent the ball towards Huang, who skillfully controlled it with his back to the play as Xavi extended his hand in anticipation. Seizing the moment while Xavi was momentarily off balance, Huang Kaiwen swiftly initiated a maneuver, deftly nudging the ball with his left foot towards the center and propelling himself forward to redirect it again. Sending the ball past the halfway line, Xavi, relentless in pursuit, was determined not to allow Huang Kaiwen the liberty to counterattack. As they crossed the center circle, Xavi sensed he was in danger of being outpaced and quickly lowered his center of gravity to execute a sliding tackle. Huang Kaiwen skillfully evaded it with a subtle touch of his right foot, causing Deco, who was rushing in to defend, to be unceremoniously brought down by Xavi, resulting in both players tumbling onto the grass. A chorus of boos erupted once more at Camp Nou, as over 90,000 Barcelona fans raised their voices in unison, attempting to disrupt Huang Kaiwen's progress. With quick, nimble steps, Huang Kaiwen advanced towards the Barcelona penalty area. The Barcelona players, who had previously surged forward to join the attack, had now retreated to their defensive positions. Melito dashed in front of Huang Kaiwen, who lightly flicked the ball with the instep of his left foot. As Melito adjusted his position, Huang Kaiwen swiftly switched to using the outside of his left foot to nudge the ball outward, deftly maneuvering past him. Max chased Raul into the center. Huang Kaiwen swiftly veered left, and Zambrata, realizing Melito could not keep pace, abandoned Sneijder to close in on Huang Kaiwen. Just in front of the penalty area, Huang Kaiwen again tapped the ball with his left foot, accelerating into the box. Zambrata reached out towards Huang Kaiwen from behind, yet hesitated to apply too much pressure, fearing he might concede a penalty. After a couple of steps, Huang Kaiwen shook off Zambrata, but just then, he heard the sound of a whistle. Without a moment to contemplate, Huang Kaiwen hastily shot with his left foot, only for the ball to be deflected away by Valdez. Alas, aside from that final shot, Huang Kaiwen's performance was nearly flawless. His run through 6 defenders after receiving the ball in his own half was nothing short of spectacular. Barcelona truly struggled to contain Huang Kaiwen. His agility and ability to change direction in tight spaces were arguably unparalleled in the world. Huang Kaiwen approached the referee, seeking clarification on the situation. Standing beside referee Majudo Gonzalez, he inquired, "Sir, What foul did you call? Majudo, looking perplexed, replied, I did not blow the whistle. I've been observing this attack closely. Look, the whistle is still in my hand. To emphasize his point, Majudo raised the whistle he held. Raul interjected from the sidelines. But I heard a whistle too. Majudo turned to scan the stands, attempting to locate the source of the sound among the sea of 90,000 fans. However, identifying a single whistle in such a crowd proved to be a daunting task. Huang Kaiwen recalled something and made his way towards the Barcelona bench. Raul and the others hurried to follow, uneasy about leaving Huang Kaiwen to confront the opposing substitutes alone. It was you, wasn't it? Huang Kaiwen asserted confidently. What do you mean it was me? Pinto retorted nonchalantly, tilting his head in feigned ignorance. There was no hint of guilt on his face. Stop pretending. You mimicked the whistle, didn't you? If it weren't for that sound, I wouldn't have rushed my shot, Huang Kaiwen stated, blaming others for not scoring. Is that your secret to winning the Ballon d'Or? Pinto scoffed in reply. You son of a dog, Cassano exclaimed, immediately preparing to retaliate. De Jong swiftly intercepted Cassano from behind, causing him to strike the air. The Barcelona substitutes shielded Pinto from behind, while the Real Madrid substitutes surged towards the Barcelona bench. Players from both teams hastily approached the scene of confrontation. Capello, holding a delicate tower, was intently fixated on Rijkaard's nape beneath his glasses. Should that fellow dare to make a move, Capello was poised to take action. The two sides faced off at the sidelines. The officiating crew rushed between the players, with Majudo sternly admonishing, anyone who dares to intervene will receive a red card immediately. Forget it, let us leave, Huang Kaiwen remarked. No wonder you can't secure the Ballon d'Or this year. Blame others for your failure to score. Pinto retorted sarcastically, causing the Real Madrid players to momentarily falter. Majudo reached into his pocket, brandishing a red card towards Pinto and pointing to the player tunnel, commanding, You, leave at once. Damn it. If that Barcelona substitute goalkeeper speaks again, today's El Clasico will not proceed. Pepe and De Jong watched as Pinto sluggishly rose, their eyes gleaming with anticipation. Sneijder pointed at Pinto, exclaiming, You better watch yourself. Robin widened his eyes, frustrated that Sneijder had once again gotten the jump on him. Higuain sighed, wishing he hadn't left his backpack in the locker room. Following Pinto's outburst, the atmosphere between the teams grew even more tense. Valdez took the goal kick, with Raul and Huang Kaiwen charging forward to apply pressure. Marquez swiftly passed the ball, allowing Melito to let it pass between his legs. Cassano tugged at Abidal, his smaller frame lacking against Abidal's strength. Abidal turned and sent Cassano tumbling. The fallen Cassano retaliated by kicking at the side of Abidal's shin guard. Hey, yellow card. In the Spanish El Clasico, there is never a lack of fervor. Since Capello's return to Real Madrid, the rivalry between the two teams has intensified. It's Huang Kaiwen's fault, someone remarked. Indeed, it's because of Huang Kaiwen, but it's also Barcelona's own doing. They know he's fragile yet persist in committing fouls. It's no wonder the Real Madrid players are on edge. I have a strange feeling that the Real Madrid players are merely there to support Huang Kaiwen in these brawls. Surprisingly, that does seem to be the case. Since Huang Kaiwen's transfer to Real Madrid, Beauty's temper has escalated, often seeking confrontation. Haven't you noticed? Whenever the Real Madrid players defend Huang Kaiwen, Capello always backs that player in post-match interviews. Wow, Huang Kaiwen truly has significant influence. The performances of Real Madrid and AC Milan reveal why Huang Kaiwen holds such sway. Capello has transitioned from being the one taking hits to being the one dishing them out. Have you seen how assertive he is in press conferences now? Another foul. And the victim is Raul, yet there weren't many Real Madrid players rushing to his aid. Huang Kaiwen approached Raul, asking, How are you? Do you need to come off? I'm fine, Raul replied with a smile. While playing football with Huang Kaiwen, his movements primarily involved darting runs to attract defensive attention, resulting in fewer opportunities for shooting. Nonetheless, as long as Real Madrid secures victory, he is more than willing to support Huang Kaiwen. Do you wish to take the free kick? Beauty inquired. Let me. Huang Kaiwen replied, nodding as he assessed the distance. The free kick technique of the legendary Messi is ill-suited for long-range attempts. This position, approximately 25 meters away, is just right. Tension filled the air as Barcelona players nervously arranged their wall in the penalty area, while Real Madrid players sought opportunities to infiltrate the wall and disrupt Barcelona. Even before the free kick was taken, The atmosphere was charged with animosity. The prevailing theme at Camp Nou was jeers, as Barcelona players were reluctant to see Huang Kaiwen on the ball or standing at the designated spot for the set piece. Kaká, seated behind the goal alongside Inzaghi, anxiously clasped his hands together, feeling a level of tension he had never experienced during his own playing days. Valdés watched as Huang Kaiwen wiped the ball with the inside of his shirt, and he could not help but recall a previous memory. It was another El Clásico. Also at Camp Nou. A damn teammate had awarded Real Madrid a penalty, and their number 10 had stood at the spot. At that moment, he had continuously provoked Real Madrid's number 10, who then executed a backflip penalty, turning him into a global laughingstock. For a long time after the match, Valdés had refrained from venturing out. Fans of Espanyol frequently mocked him on the streets regarding that incident. Even now, it occasionally haunted Valdés in his dreams. Although this was a free kick rather than a penalty, the player taking it was the same. Valdés could not shake off the unpleasant memories. He inhaled deeply, refraining from any further provocative gestures, his gloved fingers moving restlessly to alleviate the pressure building within. Stay calm, Victor, you are the best. Stay calm, calm down. He muttered to himself, clenching his fists, struggling to maintain composure. During the flow of play, he hadn't noticed, but upon the set piece. The presence of Real Madrid's number 10 made Victor Valdés' body tremble uncontrollably. He struck his thigh with his fist to redirect his focus onto the pain. Sensing the effect, Valdés repeated the action on his other leg. He extended his tongue to moisten his cracked lips, forcing a strained smile. He moving. Seeing Huang Kaiwen in motion, Valdés tensed every muscle in his body. At the moment the wall jumped, he instinctively glanced above it. Damn, wrong move. The ball did not soar over the wall, but rather passed beneath it. The trajectory rolling beneath him revealed Valdés' misjudgment. He hastily adjusted his approach, transforming a dive into a desperate lunge, but having delayed even that split second, he missed his opportunity. Though the angle was not particularly sharp, the ball still rolled past his fingertips into the net. The ball has scored. White handkerchiefs waved in the breeze at Camp Nou. Some Barcelona fans began to rise and leave the stands. The Madridistas erupted in jubilant celebration amidst the away supporters. The sound reverberated throughout the stadium. Roar! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! After scoring, Huang Kaiwen turned to the home fans and gave a thumbs up. Messi, seated in the stands, chuckled and covered his mouth, only to realize that this gesture might not be entirely appropriate. He quickly lowered his hand, pretending that nothing had happened. Surely, Kevin was wishing him a swift recovery. Wasn't he? One wonders if Real Madrid will linger in Barcelona. If they do, it would be courteous for Kevin to treat them to a meal, wouldn't it? With hair graying like snow and steps swift as the wind, he shows no fear of riding a wild steed. He can still draw a taut bow. After being sidelined for 114 days due to injury, Huang Kaiwen returned to the pitch, demonstrating with undeniable prowess that he remains the finest player in the world, without question. Once again, he dominated the El Clásico, showing no mercy against Barcelona. During halftime, Coach Zhang and I speculated whether Huang Kaiwen would unleash his full potential in the second half. He never disappoints. Indeed, in the first half, Barcelona caught Real Madrid off guard. Today, the pitch must have been watered, surely. Yes, that seems to be the case. Thus, Rijkaard was well prepared, but alas, one cannot contain Huang Kaiwen. One or two defenders cannot halt his breakthrough, leading to a free kick, and the outcome was evident. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen poses a threat from any position on the field. We can understand Rijkaard's intentions, but it appears he cannot entirely restrain Huang Kaiwen. Both sides prepared to make substitutions. Is Barcelona going to use their last two substitution slots at once? On Real Madrid's side, Gago and Higuain were warming up. We await to see who will be replaced. Henry substituted for Deco, as Barcelona truly needed to bolster their offense. After warming up, Higuain returned to the bench, while Gago replaced Sneijder to strengthen the defense. Both coaches made strategic substitutions. The match resumed. Capello paced along the sidelines, rather than focusing on tactical matters. He was more concerned about the appropriate moment to substitute Huang Kaiwen. Normally, waiting for Huang Kaiwen to score another goal would suffice. However, after a verbal spat with Pinto, who taunted Huang Kaiwen, Capello sensed that Huang Kaiwen might not be eager to leave the pitch today. Though he was unaware of the Barcelona substitute mimicking the referee's whistle, Kaiwen surely wouldn't speak untruths. No wonder Kevin's previous shot lacked power. The substitutes for Barcelona, much like their coach, are cunning. After careful consideration, Capello decided to hold his position for the time being. Allowing Higuain to warm up a few more times was inconsequential. As long as he could be substituted promptly when Kevin was ready to leave the field. Capello glanced back, noticing nothing unusual. Upon returning home, he planned to post and inquire whether cupping therapy would help with the chills on his back. Barcelona launched another attack. Ivanovic approached Henry. Henry deftly pulled the ball. And Ivanovic, wary of Henry's speed, quickly adjusted his positioning. As Henry deftly pulled back his right foot, he swiftly flicked the ball with the outside of his foot. Initiating his run down the center, De Jong rushed in, executing a timely slide tackle while spreading his legs to enhance his defensive coverage. Unable to sprint, Henry leapt to avoid De Jong's foot, who then kicked the ball to Ivanovic with the sole of his foot. Ivanovic turned and delivered a long pass. The ball soared over the heads of players after crossing the halfway line, gliding towards the right flank. Cassano, in the forward zone, received the ball and, noticing Huang Kaiwen had positioned himself in front of him, opted for a direct pass, leaving the ball for Huang Kaiwen to handle. Huang Kaiwen, positioned on the right side of the penalty area, was quickly closed down by Melito, who, along with Abidal, moved to defend, standing his ground against the two defenders. Huang Kaiwen, not waiting for Melito to stabilize, suddenly flicked the ball with the inside of his left foot and accelerated down the byline of the penalty area, prompting Abidal and Melito to adjust their positions. Abidal continually retreated, hoping to find an opportunity to extend his foot, even if he couldn't intercept. He aimed to buy time for Melito. Melito hovered near Huang Kaiwen, seeking an opportunity, his intentions aligning with Abidal's. In a flash, Huang Kaiwen executed a deft flick with the outside of his left foot, darting between the two defenders. Abidal turned sharply, kicking Huang Kaiwen's right leg, causing him to fall inside the penalty area, misleading Yaya Touré on his positioning. Huang Kaiwen hastily propped himself up with his hands, struggling to rise, while Raoul stood perplexedly before him, unsure of how to reposition. Fortunately, Huang Kaiwen had no intention of passing. With a flick of his left foot, Huang Kaiwen's balance remained unsteady. Just as he was about to fall, he managed to curl the ball with the underside of his left foot. Neither Max nor Xavi, who had returned to the penalty area, anticipated Huang Kaiwen's direct shot and thus did not extend their legs to block the ball. It sailed between them, both turning their heads simultaneously to witness the ball hurtling towards the left side of the goal. Valdez leaped in a desperate dive, but failed to touch the ball, gesticulating enthusiastically. "Mind your behavior." Match. The referee's sternness towards Pinto was emblematic. Should Capello provoke further, the fourth official would not hesitate to report it to the referee. Adjusting his glasses with a finger, Capello regained his composed demeanor and, to mask his embarrassment from the warning, glanced towards the bench, stating, "Higuain, warm up." Higuain, expressionless, stood up, removed his training jacket, and jogged to the sidelines. Later, he certainly needed to refine his skills at the auto repair shop. A few minutes later, Rijkaard utilized his final substitution. Youngster Boyan replaced Xavi, indicating Rijkaard's urgency in swapping forwards for midfielders. Upon seeing Boyan enter, Huang Kaiwen earnestly hoped for his prolific scoring. Ideally, he would break out in a flurry of goals. After all, regardless of how many goals Boyan scored, the ultimate victory belonged to Huang Kaiwen. Should Boyan perform well, perhaps Messi could be lured to Milan during the winter transfer window. As the match resumed, Barcelona's organization began to unravel. With Deco and Xavi both off the field, Barcelona struggled to regain their familiar rhythm. Touré advanced the ball into the attacking zone, laying it off for Zambrata, whose cross was intercepted by De Jong. The two players became entangled, but the younger De Jong reacted swiftly, using his body to lean against Zambrata and sliding to pass the ball to Gago. Gago quickly delivered a through ball to Huang Kaiwen, who surged towards Barcelona's half. This offensive maneuver by Barcelona was pressing high, yet Huang Kaiwen, with the ball at his feet, was pursued by a collective of 7 defenders. The Barcelona players wore grim expressions, exerting every ounce of energy to chase back, while Huang Kaiwen maintained a steady distance from his pursuers. Max, remaining in his half, retreated while keeping a watchful eye on Huang Kaiwen's movements. As the scene unfolded, an increasing number of Barcelona fans opted to leave, having come to witness their team, not to see them become mere targets. Max adjusted his positioning in tandem with Huang Kaiwen's actions, preventing him from finding an opportunity to break free. As Huang Kaiwen slowed, several defenders returned to the forefront. Realizing he could no longer hesitate, he deftly maneuvered the ball with his right foot to create an angle and unleashed a powerful shot with his left. The ball ricocheted off the left post and rolled out of play. Behind the goal, Barcelona fans, who had covered their eyes, finally opened them upon hearing the collective sigh of relief nearby. Thankfully, the threat of conceding another goal had passed. Having warmed up for several minutes, Higuain could no longer contain himself and approached Capello, inquiring, "Coach, should I continue warming up?" I forgot. You may return for now." Capello replied with a pat on his arm. Higuain clenched his fist, vowing that after the next training session, he would sell Capello's car wheels to treat himself. For he could not swallow this disappointment. Robin had the opportunity to enter the fray before Higuain. Capello sensed that Huang Kaiwen was reluctant to leave the pitch. Yet the team needed someone to alleviate his burden. Although Robin played with a degree of individualism, his flamboyance drew fouls from opponents. The more fouls Robin incurred, the fewer would be directed at Huang Kaiwen. Returning to coach Real Madrid, Capello's most significant takeaway was a shift in coaching philosophy. He recognized that he had previously made some errors. He realized that he should not hastily dismiss players. For even those who do not fit the tactical mold can contribute meaningfully in specific circumstances. As the match entered stoppage time, Barcelona faced yet another defeat in the Clásico. This encounter was thrilling, but the surrounding circumstances were also highly noteworthy, likely to dominate the media headlines post-match. With only 4 minutes of stoppage time allotted, shorter than expected, it was understandable given the nature of the game. Barcelona players, sensing the diminishing hope of equalizing, became overly aggressive, while the referees appeared eager to conclude the match swiftly. Upon his introduction, young Boyan displayed remarkable vitality. This prodigious talent has netted an astounding 899 goals across all levels of youth teams for Barcelona and the Spanish national squad, averaging an impressive 35 goals per match, a statistic closely mirroring that of Huang Kaiwen. The Spanish Football Federation and the Serbian Football Federation are currently embroiled in a dispute over Boyan's allegiance, with both nations vying for his commitment. Boyan received the ball, attempted a deft maneuver, but alas, he lost possession. It was evident that he had intentions, yet he was outsmarted by the seasoned De Jong. The intensity of youth matches significantly differs from that of first-team games. To secure his place in the senior squad, especially against a formidable opponent like Real Madrid, he must adapt over time. De Jong carried the ball past the halfway line, swiftly passing to Huang Kaiwen. With a measured gait, Huang Kaiwen controlled the ball with his left foot after a few strides. Henry positioned himself in front of Huang Kaiwen, ready to defend, demonstrating commendable sportsmanship in Barcelona. As Henry lunged forward to intercept, Huang Kaiwen deftly nudged the ball to the advancing De Jong before sprinting ahead. De Jong remained stationary, gently nudging the ball with his right foot, allowing Huang Kaiwen to surge towards the Barcelona penalty area, closely pursued by Henry. After a couple of steps, Henry extended his long leg, colliding with Huang Kaiwen's right leg. He quickly decelerated and raised his hands, signaling that the contact was unintentional. Huang Kaiwen, virtually unfazed, adjusted his balance mid-stride. Max rushed towards Huang Kaiwen, who skillfully utilized the inside of his left foot to direct the ball rightward. Melito charged in, attempting to intercept, but Huang Kaiwen deftly flicked the ball forward with his left foot and accelerated past him. Although Abidal dashed forward, he was a step too late. Yet he distinctly felt his foot snagging Huang Kaiwen. His immediate reaction was to raise his hands, indicating he had not committed a foul, hoping the referee would not award a penalty. As Huang Kaiwen maneuvered, he felt the pressure and lost his footing slightly, leaning to the right while his right foot skillfully caressed the ball's side. With a resounding thud, Valdez dove swiftly towards the near post. Yet he failed to make contact as the ball rolled past him into the far corner of the net. The referee, Mejudo Gonzalez, signaled the end of the match. The Real Madrid substitutes rushed onto the pitch. Kaiwen, goal, goal, goal. If you love football and claim to dislike Kaiwen, you must be mistaken. The Spanish El Clásico concluded with an indisputable result. Real Madrid triumphed 6-2 away against Barcelona. However, this match marked the day when the divine reappeared on earth after 114 days. It was also the day when Kaiwen achieved the remarkable feat of scoring 5 goals in a single match for the first time. thanks to Rijkaard and Pinto. Had it not been for their influence, Kaiwen would have remained constrained in his scoring, never surpassing 5 goals, merely to preserve some dignity for his opponents. Yet today, Rijkaard and Pinto finally provoked Kaiwen, and we witnessed history as he netted 6 goals in one match. As long as Kevin desires, he could have undoubtedly scored a 7th, an 8th, or even more. Alas, football has never been a battlefield, and Kevin is not a merciless executioner. Immediately after securing victory, he sought to console Ronaldinho. In the presence of the weak, Kevin is always filled with compassion. This is why my admiration for him runs so deep. Throughout the annals of football history, there shall never again be a player of such remarkable caliber, nor anyone who could even come close to Kevin's prowess. We ought to designate Kevin's birthday as Christmas, for December 23rd is indeed a day of resurrection. What on earth is Barcelona doing? They have activated the stadium's sprinkler system. I extend my gratitude to 708-32012 for the generous gift. Dear readers, please take care of yourselves. A friend of mine has unexpectedly been hospitalized, and I am unsure of the reasons. I plan to visit him tomorrow, as it strikes me how fragile life truly is. At the beginning of the month, the usual pleas for monthly and recommendation votes persist. In the aftermath of the match, during the press conference, Rijkaard arrived relatively early. Huang Kaiwen and Capello entered after changing their attire. The two immediately became the center of attention upon entering the press hall. Fabio, could you provide an assessment of this victory? Ramos committed a malicious foul against Van Nistelrooy in the earlier Milan derby. Will this affect your future decisions regarding him? What are your thoughts on the sprinkler system being activated at Camp Nou post-match? Kevin, having played the entire match at Camp Nou today, does this signify that your soleus muscle has fully recovered? Frank, do you have any explanations regarding the pitch today? The journalist did not forget about Rijkaard, who, rather awkwardly, remarked that the sprinkler system at Camp Nou had malfunctioned. Prior to the match, club staff conducted emergency maintenance on the entire system, hence the unexpected activation post-game. It is unfortunate that such events transpired, but they are beyond anyone's control. Indeed, how fortuitous. Capello scoffed, stating that the sprinkler system was faulty before the match, prompting Barcelona players to switch to long stud shoes. After Real Madrid celebrated their victory at Camp Nou, the sprinkler system malfunctioned again. The Dutch coach's words make me feel as if they could choose when the sprinkler system would fail. Apologies, but I have other matters to attend to. Thus I must take my leave, Rijkaard said, rising to depart. He had engaged in numerous activities prior to the match, and it was only natural to be mocked after a loss. He had no desire to remain in the press conference to endure Capello's derision. Once Rijkaard exited, Capello remarked that many unexpected occurrences transpired during the match. However, I recall a saying, in the face of absolute strength, all conspiracies are rendered ineffective. So, are you implying that everything that transpired at Camp Nou was not mere coincidence? A reporter inquired. Capello retorted with a smirk, do you truly believe this was coincidence? If that is your conviction, then so be it. Fabio, could you elaborate on today's match? Capello remarked with a smile, the match can be divided into 2 parts. In the first half, we played under unfavorable circumstances and found ourselves trailing. After halftime, the water on the pitch receded somewhat, and the players changed their boots. As you witnessed, Real Madrid secured a splendid victory. However, all the goals were scored by Kevin. Does this imply that Real Madrid has developed a dependency on Kevin? What foolishness are you uttering? Who gave you the audacity to pose such a question? Capello exclaimed, slapping the table. When you possess a world-class player, all tactics naturally gravitate towards him. This may not be evident against weaker teams, but in crucial matches, no player exhibits the decisiveness of Kevin. In my over 70 years of life, I have never encountered a player superior to Kevin. As the journalists sensed Capello's reluctance to elaborate further, they shifted their focus to Huang Kaiwen. Kevin, could you share your thoughts on today's match? What transpired between you and Pinto? Huang Kaiwen drew the microphone closer, smiling as he responded. During the game, I heard the whistle and promptly dealt with the ball. However, the referee stated he had not blown the whistle. So I consulted the Barcelona substitute goalkeeper, who has a remarkable talent for mimicking various sounds. All right then, can you comment on the situation with Ramos? A reporter inquired. Sergio is no longer a Real Madrid player, and I did not watch the Milan derby. Nevertheless, he has always been an exceptional and courageous defender. He has never been a bad person, Huang Kaiwen replied, eliciting eye rolls from the reporters. They had previously mocked Huang Kaiwen's catchphrase in their articles, suggesting that there were no bad players when on the same team as him. Could you assess the feud between Florentino and Calderon? Asked another reporter. I'm afraid that is not a matter for players to involve themselves in. Huang Kaiwen smiled, promptly rising. Florentino was evidently displeased with Calderon. There was no doubt that Calderon had engaged in unscrupulous dealings. As long as Florentino could find evidence, Calderon would be on the brink of ousting. Such topics were inappropriate for him to comment on, as Huang Kaiwen had never partaken in any illicit transactions. Thus, the wisest course of action was to remain silent. Due to the impending holiday, the entire Real Madrid team prepared to fly back to Madrid that very day. At the entrance of Camp Nou, Huang Kaiwen met up with Kaká and Inzaghi, ready to return to Milan. You performed admirably today. Your shots are already exhibiting my style, Inzaghi praised, giving a thumbs up. He may not be fully awake, Kaká remarked. I believe so too. Huang Kaiwen chuckled in agreement. Hey, do you not acknowledge that you learned to play from me in Milan? Inzaghi said with a hint of displeasure. Learning from you would only hinder Kevin's progress, Kaká retorted. Huang Kaiwen laughed and shook his head, choosing not to respond. His achievements as the Huang King were solely attributable to his own efforts. His extraordinary talent left him with no other option. In Barcelona, Huang Kaiwen purchased a selection of wine and a gift box of ham, and the three boarded their flight at Barcelona's El Prat airport. Upon their return to Madrid, the expenses could be submitted to the club for reimbursement. As Christmas approaches, travelers are generally laden with numerous pieces of luggage. Inzaghi proactively assists several young passengers by placing their bags on the overhead racks. If you need anything, feel free to let me know, he says with a smile. All right, thank you, the girls respond, giggling amongst themselves while occasionally glancing at the trio. This time, they could only secure economy class tickets at the last minute, which is a rare experience for Huang Kaiwen, who typically travels by private jet. Guys, once we arrive in Milan, we can certainly enjoy an unforgettable evening with them, Inzaghi whispers. Forget it, I just want to go home, Huang Kaiwen replies. So do I. And I'm about to get married, Kaká adds. Following his Ballon d'Or win, Beatrice took the initiative. The couple plans to wed in the summer, and he has no interest in gallivanting with Inzaghi. Hey, fellas, we are the Milan Three Musketeers, Inzaghi insists, refusing to give up. You don't need to drag us into this. You can certainly go out with them on your own, Kaká chuckles. I agree, they probably wouldn't refuse. Huang Kaiwen nods. Star athletes are inherently popular, and with Inzaghi's handsome features, it's undeniable. Honestly, Inzaghi sighs, as he enjoys spending time with Huang Kaiwen and Kaká. He finds himself rather bored when alone. On the plane, Huang Kaiwen and Kaká engage in a game, while Inzaghi's eyes dart around, concocting a plan to lure the two ungrateful rascals out for some fun. We're heading home, what about you? Kaká inquires of Inzaghi after they land. I still have some time. See you next time, Inzaghi replies, hurriedly moving on a chat with someone. Huang Kaiwen and Kaká exchange glances as they board a car. Their homes are in close proximity, so returning together poses no issue. Kaká has no plans to return to Brazil this year. Tomorrow he will take his girlfriend to stay at Huang Kaiwen's house. The two part ways at the intersection. As Huang Kaiwen enters his home, Lily suddenly leaps onto him from the sofa. He grins and wraps his arms around the young lady. You haven't eaten yet, have you? She asks. No. I just got back after the match, Huang Kaiwen nods. I prepared something for you. Lily said she wanted to wait for you to eat together, she smiles. Huang Kaiwen looks down at Lily, who shyly admits, I wasn't very hungry earlier. Come on, let us eat, he says. One arm around each of them as he walks toward the dining table. The young lady has a good sense of timing. The food is still warm. As the three dine, the television hosts of an AL5 program discuss the upcoming awards ceremony. Kaká's performance has been exceptional, yet it will be challenging for him to surpass Kaiwen and claim the title of World Footballer of the Year, as this award is not determined solely by sports journalists' votes. The host remarks, Indeed, I believe Kaiwen will continue to retain the Ballon d'Or. Guest Barisi nods in agreement. Huang Kaiwen nodded, agreeing with the sentiment. Particularly, European media had been fervently promoting the Yellow King. He glanced at the young lady, who smiled and remarked, You truly deserve the award. It was indeed a testament to her capabilities. No wonder the mainstream European media had such a unified stance. After dinner, the family gathered for a joyful moment. Since Lily had entered university, Her breadth of knowledge had evidently expanded, giving her a sense of rapid personal growth. The Yellow King and the young lady demonstrated to her a fundamental truth. Theory is but theory, while experience holds its own weight. Aspiring to become the master was still a decade away. The following day, Huang Kaiwen remained in the realm of dreams, while the young lady enjoyed a rare day off. However, European media did not rest. The Spanish and Milan derbies dominated the headlines. Marca, Rijkaard chose to sprinkle water on the pitch, employing numerous tactics, yet ultimately, he could not secure a victory. A.S. Kevin scored 6 goals, setting a new record for the most goals in a single match of the national derby, incidentally. The previous record also belonged to him. In just his second season, Kevin was on the verge of surpassing Stefano's total of 18 goals in national derbies. During an interview, Stefano expressed his delight at Kevin breaking his record, hoping that Kevin would score even more goals against Barcelona. World Sports. After the match, Laporta and Rijkaard met. It was reported that Laporta was quite dissatisfied with Rijkaard, although dismissing Rijkaard was currently inconvenient for inviting other coaches. Sources indicated that Laporta was contemplating appointing B-team coach Guardiola to take over the first team. Gazzetta dello Sport. On December 23rd, both derby matches belonged to Kevin, with victories for both his former and current teams. The Milan derby saw a minor incident, as Ramos faced a potential suspension. Meanwhile, the Spanish national derby was hardly a contest, as Barcelona appeared disinterested in playing well. Nevertheless, Kevin triumphed in all respects. Corriere dello Sport. As Christmas approached, the Pope delivered another address. He spoke of the persistence of slavery, social disasters, violence, war, and the immense injustices faced by the impoverished, urging theologians to be moved by these issues. He emphasized that if communion and compassion were not continually nourished by prayer, theology would not only lose its soul, but also its wisdom and ability to interpret the current state through the lens of Christian faith. The Kevin Foundation's ongoing support for marginalized groups serves as a prime example. The events surrounding the Spanish national derby deeply saddened the Pope, who referenced scholar Johann Huizinga's theory on the value of play, asserting that society is the outcome of games, where all mammals enter a unique arena under specific rules, competing without causing harm. Thus, he hoped for a more pure form of football, characterized by joyful yet respectful competition. According to our lip-reading experts' analysis, Pinto indeed imitated the referee's whistle from the bench, as reported by the Sun. Le Parisien stated that Barcelona has lost everything, including its dignity. As the holiday commenced, European sports channels seemed to be replaying previous matches. The recent heated encounters included the Spanish El Clasico and the Milan derby. Various off-field incidents, as well as occurrences during the matches, have been discussed extensively in sports programs. Kevin Huang, still in bed, remained the focal point of this winter break. Around 1 p.m. Upon rising, he noticed Kaká, Beatriz, and Ramos already engaged in conversation in the living room. "Good day, Kevin," Kaká and Ramos greeted in unison. "Good afternoon," Kevin smiled, inquiring. "Sergio, when do you celebrate the holidays in Spain? I think Milan is quite nice." Ramos replied, "Well then, join us." Kevin nodded in agreement. "Kaká, the Pope praised you again," Ramos stated. "He urged more athletes to learn from you. Is that so? I should grab a bite to eat first," Kevin responded thoughtfully. It seems the Vatican occasionally seeks to engage with the illustrious Huang. Ramos rose to assist Kevin in the kitchen, chopping vegetables and the like. Kaká, watching the two busy in the kitchen, regretted not having risen earlier. Once lunch was prepared, Lily and the young lady donned their outfits and came downstairs for the meal. After lunch, the 3 girls went out shopping, while Kevin, Kaká, and Ramos stayed home to play video games. They initially played Crossfire, a first-person shooter akin to Counter-Strike, and quickly adapted to the game mechanics. The Desert 2 map bore a striking resemblance to CS. "Kaiwen, there's someone in the middle," Kaká called out. "Leave it to me," Kevin replied, confident in his skills. His gaming prowess, even absent any specific gaming talent, was notable among amateurs, thanks to his exceptional reflexes and abilities. As the opponent reappeared, Kevin aimed with the right mouse button while pressing the left to shoot. Unfortunately, he was swiftly eliminated. "Damn, that player is cheating," Kevin exclaimed in frustration. He had spotted the opponent and fired at the quickest speed, yet they outpaced him in shooting. The game had been in testing for some time, and Kevin had received a beta code, but had little time to play. To his surprise, hackers had already infiltrated the beta. Every game seems to have cheats, Kaka advised. No way, I won't let it go unchallenged, Kevin insisted, promptly calling to report the cheating ID. The king of Huang despised cheaters, as they tarnished the gaming experience for all and could not be overlooked. Overall, Crossfire proved enjoyable, with easy access to finding players, allowing them to start games promptly whenever desired. After dinner, the trio continued to play late into the night, with Kaka and Ramos returning to their rooms to sleep around 3 a.m. The following day, Zhuangzi arrived uninvited. Celebrating the festival at Huang Kaiwen's residence was a delightful affair. Although Huang Kaiwen was not in Madrid, he did not neglect to send gifts to his teammates. The meticulously customized 6-time champion watches, along with an assortment of fine wines and festive gifts, were delivered to his teammates and club staff. This gesture caused Huang Kaiwen's phone to buzz incessantly. Eventually, he decided to set his phone aside, realizing he could not enjoy his meal otherwise. The dinner, prepared by the restaurant, was lively, especially with Zhuangzi present. After tidying up and returning to his room, Huang Kaiwen inquired, "What should we gift Ricardo for his wedding? How about a castle or a private island?" The young lady suggested, "I think both options are splendid, which is precisely why I am troubled," Huang Kaiwen replied. Lily, perched on Huang Kaiwen's back, remarked, "Perhaps we could consult someone. There are companies in Hollywood that specialize in gift giving." "That is a brilliant idea," Huang Kaiwen said, giving Lily a playful pat. "Oh, do not smack me like that," Lily protested, somewhat disgruntled. A glance exchanged between Huang Kaiwen and the young lady rendered Lily speechless. After enjoying a rare few days of vacation at home, Huang Kaiwen faced a refresh in January. Special template, Uchiha Shursui, 1,000,000 fate points. Templates, Fontaine 10, 000 points. Copa, 10,000 points. Trezeguet, 10,000 points. Skills, Floral Kick Mastery, 500 points. Baseball Mastery, 100 points. Items, 24-hour Injury Immunity Card, 20 points. Special item, Benzema's Bandage, 800 points. Huang Kaiwen mused, "To be honest, I often feel that the Uchiha clan is somewhat eccentric. Shursui's death was rather inexplicable. It appears that only Itachi possesses a semblance of rationality, driven by a desire for vengeance against those who wronged his family, even with sufficient fate points. Huang Kaiwen could never exchange for any Uchiha." Next was the French special. Fontaine's greatest achievement, undoubtedly, was scoring 13 goals in a single World Cup, a record few could hope to surpass. Copa stands as France's most illustrious player, and his partnership with Fontaine formed an outstanding attacking line. After joining Real Madrid, Copa secured the Champions League title for 3 consecutive years, creating a formidable front line alongside Di Stefano and Puskas. During the low ebb of French football in the 1970s, Trezeguet was virtually the sole French candidate for the Ballon d'Or, though Huang Kaiwen had little interest in a defender. As for Benzema's Bandage, Huang Kaiwen suspected it might bring him trouble, especially given its steep price. Ultimately, he opted to exchange 120 points for the Immunity Card and Baseball Mastery. The skill of Baseball Mastery elevates one's baseball prowess to a professional average, slightly enhancing arm strength. This improvement in arm strength, albeit modest, is nonetheless beneficial. In the future, with surplus fate points, he plans to acquire a grenade-throwing ball, and, combined with Baseball Mastery, he believes his throws will surpass even those of Delap. Having stored 4 immunity cards, they should suffice for a considerable period. With the opening of the winter transfer window, both Serie A and Premier League teams have been quite active. After half a season, some teams have already succumbed to a wave of injuries, making the winter break an opportune moment for reinforcements. In La Liga, Valencia invested 18 million to acquire Banega. Bayern Munich secured the signature of 18-year-old Brazilian player Breno, while loaning Hummels back to Dortmund. Rummenigge remarked to Bild, "Breno is an exceptionally talented player and a significant asset for our greatness." On January 3rd, Huang Kaiwen returned to training. Alongside him, Ramos rejoined Real Madrid to a warm welcome from his teammates. "Hey, kid, you got suspended in Serie A and still managed to escape. I think I might learn a thing or two from your experience," Cassano excitedly commented, feeling as though he had uncovered something extraordinary. "Welcome back, Sergio," Guti said, embracing Ramos. He then turned to Huang Kaiwen, saying, Thank you for your gift, Kevin. It's nothing, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. The King of Yellow does not shy away from spending on his teammates. Rather, he fears the lack of opportunity to do so, being the highest earner in the team. When a chance arises, he certainly wants to treat his comrades. Raoul advised, you really don't need to give such extravagant gifts. It's no big deal. Huang Kaiwen chuckled, winning the sextuple isn't easy. Let us all celebrate together. Capello approached the sidelines with a smile, sharing in the joy of Ramos' return. With Ramos back, Wanux, who is not adept at wide-ranging transitions, was assigned to play as a central defender. All right, I know you're all excited, but it's time to train. Capello clapped his hands. Cassano opened his mouth but hesitated to speak. Having gained a bit of weight over the holiday, he dared not draw Capello's attention. Once training concluded, Capello called Huang Kaiwen to the sidelines, saying, Kevin, you will be attending the World Footballer of the Year award ceremony. So for the match against Zaragoza, I plan to exclude you from the squad to allow you some rest. All right, coach, I understand, Huang Kaiwen nodded. Good, I'm glad you comprehend, Capello smiled. After we return from Switzerland, there are other important matches ahead. I understand, coach, I'll head home now, Huang Kaiwen replied. Capello smiled. Make sure to return home early. Outside, it was rumored that Kevin was a ball hog, and Capello wished to question the journalists. Is there truly a ball hog who is so amiable? After years of coaching, Huang Kaiwen was among the more agreeable players he had encountered. After returning to his office and organizing his briefcase, a cheerful Capello strolled towards the parking lot, swinging his briefcase. Upon arriving, however, his good mood abruptly vanished. He circled around his beloved vehicle several times before confirming that it was indeed his car, propped up with bricks and missing 2 wheels. Who did this? Who on earth? In the following days, the atmosphere in the Real Madrid locker room was rather grim. The parking lot had installed the latest surveillance equipment, and the training base had employed new security personnel. The players have all heard of Capello's misfortunes. No one dares to provoke Capello amidst this tempest. Even that fellow Cassano has adopted a more subdued demeanor. On January 6th, during the match against Zaragoza, Huang Kaiwen occupied a seat in the stands of the Bernabeu. In the first half, Real Madrid failed to score, prompting Capello to unleash his fury in the locker room. However, in the second half, Higuain and Baptista scored consecutively, securing a narrow 2-0 victory for Real at home. Heinz's injury during the match further exacerbated Real's already precarious situation regarding their fullback positions. On the morning of January 9th, Huang Kaiwen flew to Zurich, Switzerland, alongside Capello, to attend the FIFA headquarters. By around 5 p.m., they arrived at the Zurich Opera House. Huang Kaiwen greeted familiar faces among the football professionals present. Kaiwen, long time no see, Ancelotti said, embracing him. Indeed, Carlo, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. I was quite worried during your lengthy injury. It's wonderful to see you back on the pitch, Ancelotti remarked. Yes, Huang Kaiwen nodded. My research has recently made some groundbreaking progress. I'll have time to send you a new set of equipment. Ancelotti raised an eyebrow. Well, I do have a few matters to attend to, Huang Kaiwen said. All right, I'll have Barber deliver it to you later, Ancelotti responded from behind. Huang Kaiwen then approached Kaka, who chuckled. Carlo can be quite a headache, can't he? Fortunately, I've grown accustomed to it, Huang Kaiwen replied, rubbing his temples. The two found their seats together. At precisely 6 p.m., the awards ceremony commenced. The opening guest left Huang Kaiwen wide-eyed. Shakira swayed her hips as she took center stage, singing, Ladies, let us have fun tonight. No fighting, for we have many who come seeking joy. Kaka stifled a laugh, saying, Perhaps her connection with football is why she was invited to perform. Huang Kaiwen shot a disapproving glance at Kaka. The boy had certainly learned to jest at the expense of his elders. Wasn't he Shakira's connection to football represented by the legendary Huang? As Huang Kaiwen observed Shakira throwing flirtatious glances from the stage, he thought it would indeed be a long night for the King of Yellow. After the performance, Marta once again claimed the title of World Footballer of the Year. This time, she appeared less nervous than before. Standing on the stage, Marta said, I am thrilled to receive this award again. I will not allow my current achievements to breed arrogance. Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen applauded with a smile, having recognized Marta's exceptional insight last year. Technically, unparalleled. Next, Buffon successfully retained the title of world's best goalkeeper. As he left the stage, He made a point to shake hands and embrace Huang Kaiwen. Congratulations, Gianluigi, Huang Kaiwen said as he rose. If not for encountering Real Madrid, I could still stand here next year, Buffon remarked with a smile. Huang Kaiwen chuckled as he took his seat. Shortly thereafter, a grand display unveiled a list of 55 individuals, all selected for the FIFA Best 11. As the photographs sequentially froze on the screen, the best 11 players of the 2006 to 2007 season were revealed. Goalkeeper, Buffon. Defenders, Puyol, Terry, Cannavaro, Nesta. Midfielders, Huang Kaiwen, Kaká, Cristiano Ronaldo. Forwards, Ronaldinho, Drogba, Messi. The influence of World Cup champions was still evident in this selection, as Cannavaro, despite less than stellar club performances, secured a spot in the best 11. Upon taking the stage, Ancelotti opened an envelope, raised an eyebrow, and announced, Best Coach, Fabio Capello. Capello rose with a smile, awkwardly shook hands with Ancelotti, and approached the podium, stating, When I agreed to return to coach Real Madrid, I never anticipated such success. A single contract altered everything. Throughout my extensive football career, both as a player and a coach, I have always believed that football is a team sport. However, a remarkable signing changed everything. What I wish to convey is that when a player possesses sufficient prowess, the game becomes remarkably simple. My presence here is a testament to the efforts of both myself and the club's staff, but I must also express gratitude to the Real Madrid players, especially our number 10. Praise be to you, for there is only one Kevin in the world. After stepping down, Capello embraced Huang Kaiwen and said, You have made me who I am. Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile, He needs such an exceptional coach. When Liker took the stage, he wasted no time in revealing from the envelope, The Fair Play Award goes to Kevin. Huang Kaiwen, disregarding the system's prompt, rose only to be enveloped in a hug by Kaká. Congratulations, Kevin, Kaká exclaimed. Huang Kaiwen patted Kaká's shoulder and approached the stage, stating, If I claim I never thought I'd receive this award, I would be lying. The Zurich Opera House resonated with friendly laughter. After a brief pause, Huang Kaiwen continued, Many have asked me if I worried that missing a penalty in the Champions League final would affect the championship's outcome. To be honest, I never considered it at that moment. I knew it was not a penalty, so I chose to miss it. No sport can guarantee absolute fairness, but I am willing to contribute towards fairness in the game. Upon concluding his remarks, the Zurich Opera House erupted into the day's most enthusiastic applause. Not everyone can resist the allure of a trophy. Regardless of Huang Kaiwen's thoughts, the reality remains that he deliberately missed a penalty in the Champions League final. The screen then began to showcase highlights. Everyone knew that the title of World Footballer of the Year would emerge between Huang Kaiwen and Kaká. Although Kaká had lost in the Champions League, his summer triumph with Brazil in the Copa America added to his credentials. The legendary Pelé appeared alongside Blatter. Some gazed at Kaká as Pelé placed the trophy beside the podium. Blatter opened the envelope and revealed, The 2007 World Footballer of the Year is Kevin. Kaiwen nodded in response. After shaking hands with Huang, Pelé handed him the trophy, exclaiming, Congratulations, Kevin. You play the most beautiful football in the world, and you deserve every honor. After embracing the legendary player, Huang Kaiwen made his way to the podium. Adjusting the microphone height, he began, Standing here once again, I must express my gratitude to the club staff and my teammates. The coach just spoke of individual importance, so allow me to emphasize the significance of the team. Whether it's Inzaghi, Shevchenko, or Raul, they are all exceptional forwards. As for the midfielders, like my dear friends Kaká, Pirlo, and Guti, they sacrificed their own chances for me to shine. I am thankful for every teammate's support. Even the title of World Footballer of the Year is merely a reflection of being part of the best team. Huang Kaiwen lifted the trophy high. The Zurich Opera House erupted in applause once more. After leaving the stage, he high-fived several former teammates before returning to his seat. After posing for photographs with reporters, Kaká smiled and said, I need to get back to prepare for the league. You should stay in Zurich for the night, right? Huang Kaiwen discreetly glanced at Shakira waiting nearby, but did not deny it. The following morning, he boarded the earliest flight. Shakira was awakened by a phone call from her agent. Hello, what's going on now? She asked, her voice hoarse. It's good news. Kevin has won an award. And you were spotted leaving together yesterday. Your profile is rising again, and a new endorsement contract is on the table, her agent excitedly informed her. It seems that being associated with Kevin brings headlines. Is that so? That's wonderful, Shakira replied, instinctively wiping her mouth. You're still at the hotel, right? I'll come to pick you up shortly. Okay. Shakira hung up and got ready. Half an hour later, her agent arrived to help her pack. While heading to the airport, the agent kept stealing glances at Shakira. You look different after just one day apart. Even your walking posture has changed, the agent remarked, carrying her suitcase. Although you're not a model, shouldn't you pay more attention to your posture? Don't walk with your legs so wide apart. Do you think I want to? Shakira rolled her eyes. Upon returning home, Huang Kaiwen finally had the chance to review his recent achievements. Ding. Gerrard of Liverpool selected for the World Best 11. Ding. Barcelona Fair Play Award secured. Ding. Kaká of AC Milan wins World Footballer of the Year. Skill activation successful. Characteristics replicated after much effort. Success was only achieved with his close friend Kaká. At the last Laureus Awards, he had already secured Barcelona's Fair Play Award. But this time he was unable to claim the FIFA Fair Play Award. Characteristics. Son of God increases dribbling speed, enhances overall speed, and has a chance to incite more fervent reactions from fans during goal celebrations, improving popularity in the Christian world. Truly a good brother. Previously, the long-distance sprint provided by Kaká significantly enhanced Huang Kaiwen's performance. This time, the focus is solely on enhancing speed and ball-handling capabilities. Huang Kaiwen is quite intrigued to discover just how swift he has become. With both the sprinting master and son of God attributes, along with various subtle enhancements, he should rank among the fastest players in the football realm, wouldn't you agree? Perhaps one day he could request the coaching staff to assist in testing his capabilities during a match. In the away game against Levante, Huang Kaiwen was once again omitted from the squad by Capello, citing his recent return from Switzerland as the reason. Huang had no objections to this. A flight to Zurich had indeed drained a significant amount of his energy. On January 13th, he watched the match from home as Real Madrid once again triumphed over their opponents in the dying moments. Many teams now adopt a defensive strategy against Real Madrid, and Capello has yet to devise an effective means to penetrate such a compact defense. The day following the match, the rested Cassano and Ramos arrived early with their four-wheel drive, resuming activities that had been on hold for 6 months. At midday, Robin visited with his wife. Fortunately, Albert had prepared an ample lunch, eliminating the need for further cooking. Kaiwen, I see you have a chess set at home. While my prowess in chess may not rival that in tennis, I have practiced for quite some time, Robin remarked while enjoying his meal. I'm not particularly skilled. Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Robin looked at him skeptically, having been bested several times and naturally harboring doubts. He believed Huang Kaiwen should excel in a challenge of logical reasoning, so he quickly fell silent. Sir, you have a letter, Albert announced after the meal, presenting an envelope. Upon seeing the address from America, Huang Kaiwen was utterly perplexed. Cassano took the envelope, opened it, and stumbled through a couple of sentences in English before passing it to Robin. Robin glanced at Huang Kaiwen, who nodded, prompting him to read aloud. Dear Kaiwen, the Republic of Conch invites you to visit, and we wish to bestow upon you the title of honorary citizen along with some positions. Where is the Republic of Conch? Ramos inquired. Pay them no mind, Huang Kaiwen explained. It is a city at the southernmost tip of Florida, USA. Due to issues with illegal immigration, they instituted security checks. And dissatisfied with the lengthy wait times, they declared independence, leading to quite a few absurd situations. So they intend to use you to attract attention? Cassano asked. Huang Kaiwen gave a thumbs up in approval. Cassano was quick to catch on. Such tourist cities are adept at exploiting opportunities. You should indeed exercise caution, Kaiwen, Ramos advised. I will, rest assured, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. In the afternoon, he invited the Roel couple, the Snader couple, and Guti for a game of bowling before they all returned home. On January 15th, Huang Kaiwen rejoined the training session. After a midday nap, a special guest arrived at Valdebebas. Hi, Kaiwen, I'm your fan, Bolt said with a smile. How do I recall you being a Manchester United supporter? Huang Kaiwen replied with amusement. Indeed, I was a Manchester United fan, but it was only after Van Nistelrooy transferred to Real Madrid that I began watching their matches. Kevin, how swift are you? Bolt inquired. I am uncertain. It has been quite some time since I last measured, Huang Kaiwen replied. Kevin, why not compare yourself with him? Cassano encouraged from the sidelines. Bolt also turned his gaze toward Huang Kaiwen, who nodded, his curiosity piqued regarding his current speed. Prepare the stopwatch, Capello instructed. While Baldini and Galbiati moved to set up the area, the Real Madrid players quickly gathered around, intrigued by the contest. When in optimal form, Huang Kaiwen is undoubtedly the fastest in the team, and now they were eager to see the difference between him and the athlete. Once the coaching staff had arranged the venue, Huang Kaiwen and Bolt exchanged gear and readied themselves for the start. With a sharp crack of the starting gun, Huang Kaiwen surged forward, his initial speed slightly eclipsing Bolt's. Bolt's reaction time, while impressive, was not the fastest among professionals. Taking advantage of his quicker response and explosive power, Huang Kaiwen launched ahead. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Bolt utilized his formidable lower body strength to overtake him, as though Huang Kaiwen had never let it all. Gritting his teeth, Huang Kaiwen pursued Bolt, unable to close the gap, merely striving to maintain a distance that was not too great. Come on, Kevin. Overtake him. Run faster. Kevin. Damn it. Was it merely a matter of running faster? After 30 meters, Huang Kaiwen could distinctly feel the gap widening. Observing Bolt's form, it was evident that he was not exerting his full strength. The disparity was astonishing. By the halfway mark, Huang Kaiwen found himself trailing by approximately 2 to 3 meters. Despite his utmost effort, the distance continued to grow. The gap between the two became visibly pronounced in the latter half. Bolt crossed the finish line first, and Baldini noted 9:76 seconds. When Huang Kaiwen finally reached the finish, Baldini announced 10:33 seconds. Kevin has set a new record for the first team. You possess remarkable talent, Kevin. Bolt extended his hand. I know you weren't at full strength, Huang Kaiwen replied with a grin. That is not the point. You're not a professional track athlete. And achieving 10:33 seconds is no small feat. I believe there are few on the football field who could surpass your speed. I also noticed that your reaction time is exceptionally quick. With professional training, you could surely break the 10-second barrier, Bolt remarked. Perhaps, Huang Kaiwen chuckled. After a brief rest, Huang Kaiwen tried once more, clocking 10:35 seconds. This should be his current limit. That evening, Real Madrid's official website featured a photograph of Huang Kaiwen and Bolt. Captioned, Our World Footballer of the Year recorded an impressive time of 10:26 seconds in the race against Bolt. Kevin is the sprinter of the pitch. The next day, Huang Kaiwen was taken aback upon reading the report in the newspaper. I nearly had a heart attack. The Real Madrid website truly knows how to boast. Why not claim I ran under 10 seconds? Thankfully, they stated 10:26 seconds. Once Huang adopts a different template, he might reach that level. On January 20th, the Real Madrid team bus arrived at the Calderon Stadium. As Huang Kaiwen disembarked with his teammates, the journalists waiting there erupted in excitement. Kevin, did you really run 10:26 seconds? Bolt mentioned you possessed the potential to win the 100 meters. Is that true? Would you consider abandoning football to dedicate yourself entirely to running? Do you envision participating in athletics competitions in the future? Huang Kaiwen swiftly joined his teammates on the field. Bolt did not refute the claims made by the Real Madrid official website and even praised him, which took Huang Kaiwen by surprise. Upon entering the locker room, Shut up, you idiot, Ramos retorted. They all witnessed that day's match. While the official website may have exaggerated slightly, it remains an undeniable fact that Huang Kaiwen was the fastest on the team. Huang Kaiwen casually tucked away the second-place prize ticket, contemplating the 100-point expectation and choosing to enter the lottery. Ding. You have received an experience card for the match between Liverpool and Derby County in the 29th round of the 1999-2000 Premier League season featuring Michael Owen. Not bad. Quite generous. Recently, discussions regarding Huang Kaiwen's speed have been fervent. If he were to draw Maguire, he might feign an injury today, unable to bear such a humiliation. Owen's speed is sufficiently quick. There is no need to worry about revealing any vulnerabilities today. In recent days, the discourse surrounding Huang Kaiwen's 100-meter speed has been quite lively. From my personal observations, Huang Kaiwen's 10:26 seconds should be entirely plausible, Coach Zhang remarked with a smile. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen's true strength lies in his explosive power. On many occasions, he suddenly accelerates, leaving defenders behind. Football players typically do not require long-distance sprints. It's all about short bursts and sudden explosions. Furthermore, his ability to change direction in tight spaces is remarkable. Huang Kaiwen possesses so many skills that he seldom needs to rely on intricate dribbling techniques. More often than not, he effortlessly glides past opponents with a mere flick of his foot. Let us review the starting lineups for both teams. Atletico employs a 4-4-2 formation with two defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, Abbiati, defenders, Antonio Lopez, Fabinho, Pablo Ibanez, Mario Pena, midfielders, Simeo, Raul Garcia, Thiago Motta, Maxi Rodriguez, forwards, Aguero, Forlan. Real Madrid, 4-3-3 with two defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, Casillas, defenders, Torres, Ivanovic, Pepe, Ramos, midfielders, Gago, Guti, De Jong, forwards, Huang Kaiwen, Raul Cassano. Atletico has been receiving many cards lately. Aguirre's team continues to embody a fierce style, and it remains to be seen how today's Madrid derby will unfold. I anticipate a thrilling match. Today, Atletico's starting goalkeeper is a former teammate of Huang Kaiwen from his time at AC Milan. I believe Abbiati has much to discuss with Huang Kaiwen as he watches him stride towards the center circle, awaiting the kickoff. Unlike ordinary players, he understands Huang Kaiwen better. Having been loaned to Atletico, he had anticipated a day when he would face Huang Kaiwen. However, upon stepping onto the field today, he realized he had not adequately prepared himself mentally. After all, Huang Kaiwen is known for his fierce competitiveness in training. And Abbiati is certain that Atletico's defense will struggle to contain Huang Kaiwen. As the devoted supporters of Milan often proclaim when facing off against Huang Kaiwen, the only question that arises is how many goals will be conceded. Abbiati speculated that given his rapport with Huang, the latter would likely refrain from playing too aggressively today. At 6 o'clock, the referee signaled the commencement of the match. Aguero made a lateral pass to Fran, who swiftly returned the ball to a teammate in the midfield. Raul Garcia nudged the ball with his right foot, turning to deliver it to Motta. Motta executed a rapid long pass directed towards Huang Kaiwen's flank, allowing Maxi Rodriguez to surge forward, skillfully controlling the ball before preparing to bypass Gago with a deft touch. Gago, displaying wisdom, did not turn but instead positioned himself to obstruct Rodriguez's advance. Miguel Torres surged forward to seize the ball, quickly sending it sideways. De Jong received the ball and pushed it forward, allowing it to roll past Aguero and find Guti. Guti deftly evaded Raul Garcia's challenge with a left-footed flick, delivering the ball to the retreating Cassano. Sensing an opportunity, Huang Kaiwen edged closer to Ibanez, poised to spring into action. As Cassano raised his head to assess the situation, he expertly caressed the ball, sending it soaring towards Atletico's penalty area. Huang Kaiwen suddenly burst into motion, propelling both Eller and Ibanez forward. By the time Ibanez reacted and turned, Huang had already gained several meters on him, leaving no room for pursuit and widening the gap between them. The Atletico fans stared in disbelief. How could they be caught off guard so early in the match? As Huang Kaiwen charged towards their penalty area, an instinctive fear gripped the Atletico supporters. They jeered loudly, attempting to unsettle him. Abbiati, recognizing his teammates were unable to provide cover, decisively exited the penalty area. Confronting Huang Kaiwen alone within the box would lead to a dead end. As the ball landed, Huang did not immediately engage. Instead, he waited for it to bounce before decisively striking it with his right foot. Abbiati instinctively turned to intercept, forgetting he was outside the box, yet still failed to halt the ball, which rolled swiftly past him towards the penalty area. Huang Kaiwen maneuvered around Abbiati, propelling himself towards the ball. Ibanez, seizing the moment as Huang slowed, charged forward. When Huang regained possession, he was less than half a meter from Ibanez. Yet that half meter proved insurmountable. With Abbiati outside the box, only an open goal awaited. Huang Kaiwen reached the right side of the penalty area and, without adjusting, executed a precise shot with the inside of his right foot, sending the ball swiftly into the net. Remarkably, within just 1 minute of the match, Huang Kaiwen had opened the scoring for Real Madrid. This goal illustrated the remarkable speed of Huang Kaiwen. He had initiated his run only after Cassano's pass, effortlessly leaving Atletico's entire defense in his wake. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen had skillfully bypassed Abbiati before slotting the ball into the empty net. Although the goal appeared straightforward, the transition from controlling the ball to a one-on-one opportunity was executed with textbook precision. Huang Kaiwen truly outdid himself. I initially thought he was offside. The camera couldn't keep up with his brilliance. Do you think Huang Kaiwen could excel in sprinting if he returned to that discipline? Could he earn a medal? Huang Kaiwen possesses commendable speed. However, even with a time of 10.26 seconds, he remains inadequate in the realm of sprinting, as one must achieve a sub-10-second performance to contend for medals. Hasn't Bolt asserted that with proper training, Huang Kaiwen stands a chance at securing victory? To be polite, one must understand that he is aware of Huang Kaiwen's limitations in the 100 meters, which is precisely why he made such remarks. Nadal has also claimed that Huang Kaiwen could clinch a championship, leading one to wonder if Huang Kaiwen is indeed a champion in every respect. Yet, even among footballers, Huang Kaiwen does not rank as the fastest, as Kanigia has clocked a time of 10.23 seconds. However, I have read online that Kanigia has achieved a time of 10.3 seconds. Nonsense. I refuse to believe he could run 10.3 seconds. 10.23 seconds is already quite remarkable. Huang Kaiwen, with a smile, embraced Ramos and Cassano. The speed at which they approached was genuinely impressive. How about that? My assist capabilities are surely superior to Perlo's, Cassano inquired. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. Indeed, quite splendid. What nonsense, Ramos interjected. While Cassano possesses commendable technical skills, his crossing ability is not as high as he claims. What nonsense. You're simply envious, Cassano retorted, visibly displeased. Having been teammates with Andrea at Milan, I believe your crossing will never measure up to his. If you're unconvinced, perhaps you should challenge him on the national team, Ramos suggested. Cassano's eyes widened in surprise. He anticipated Ramos would make such a definitive statement. After spending half a year studying in Milan, his eloquence had certainly improved. However, how could he concede defeat? Cassano, with determination, declared, "A challenge is a challenge. I will surely astonish you." "Huh," Ramos replied, dismissing him with a single syllable. Huang Kaiwen, still with an arm around both of them, turned to walk back. Abbiati gazed at Huang Kaiwen's retreating figure, scratching his head. He had mentally prepared for the loss of the ball, but this situation was untenable. Alas, at the outset, he had failed to find an opportunity to communicate with Huang Kaiwen. After all, he remains a Milan player, albeit on loan at Atletico. He must remind Huang Kaiwen that they are all part of the same team. Just over a minute into the match, Atletico resumed play. After receiving the ball, Mata swiftly passed to Raul Garcia, who actively sought out Huang Kaiwen. Today, he was tasked with marking Real Madrid's number 10. The only memory that surfaced for Huang Kaiwen upon seeing this player was the pinnacle of Professor Bu's performance. Interestingly, Mata also emerged from the Barca Youth Academy, where that memorable scene had unfolded. Now closely marking Huang Kaiwen, Mata found no urgency in Huang Kaiwen, who leisurely strolled with him in the backfield. As Atletico pressed forward, Agüero received the ball in the center, pivoting twice in search of a passing opportunity, only to return it to Raul Garcia. Guti chased after the ball, prompting Garcia to quickly turn and pass back. As Mata received the ball, Huang Kaiwen seized the opportunity to advance to the center circle. Torres charged toward Mata, who hastily returned a pass. Raul, now on the flank, sprinted toward Pablo Ibanez. Watch out. The lateral moving Ibanez failed to notice Raul approaching from behind. By the time he heard his teammate's warning, Raul had already stretched out his foot to poke the ball away from Ibanez. Observing Huang Kaiwen spring into action, Ibanez instinctively angled his run to position himself in front of Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen deftly maneuvered the ball with his right foot, effortlessly darting past Ibanez. Fabinho Eller hastened to the left to provide cover, yet his speed proved insufficient, as Eller's foot inadvertently collided with Huang Kaiwen's right leg. Realizing what had transpired, Eller quickly raised his arms, signaling that he had committed no foul. However, when he turned back, his eyes widened in disbelief. Huang Kaiwen, who had merely stumbled a couple of steps, regained his balance without falling. He resembled a jester, raising his arms in mock surrender. Helplessly watching Huang Kaiwen charge towards their penalty area, Abbiati, stationed within the penalty box, found himself isolated once more. As Huang Kaiwen's left foot crossed into the box, he swung his right foot, striking the ball with the inside of his foot. Abbiati instinctively dove to his side. Yet the ball slipped through his armpit and swiftly nestled into the left corner of the net. Gratitude is owed to Yi for his generous support. Writing about sprinting today proved to be quite the mental challenge, as old Yi continuously explores various realms while striving to maintain coherence, but ultimately, He was satisfied with the final product. Once again, I seek votes and recommendations. With the wings of Kevin and me soaring in unison, Kevin. Goal. After a stealthy maneuver by Raul, Kevin effortlessly evaded two defenders before sending the ball into the net. He resembled a cheetah on the African savanna, seizing any opportunity to spring forth and hunt. On the verdant pitch, every opponent became merely his prey. Abbiati nonchalantly retrieved the ball from the net, fully aware that any resistance against Kevin was futile. All players who have shared the pitch with Kevin understand one undeniable truth. It is impossible to thwart his desire to score. The official Real Madrid website announced a time of 10:26 seconds, a figure that is certainly not Kevin's limit. During last season's match against Atletico, he executed an outrageous outside sprint that resulted in a pass to himself 3 seconds later, reaching a staggering speed of 37 kilometers per hour. If Kevin so desired, he could effortlessly shatter all human records in sprinting, easily running under 10 seconds. Each day, after training, he runs home faster than he drives. Should a reality show be produced documenting his life, we would witness Kevin returning home each day, reclining on his throne, holding a dart, contemplating his next celebratory move for a hat trick in an upcoming match. For Kevin, selecting a celebration is a far more arduous task than scoring a goal. Huang Kaiwen and his teammates exchanged jovial banter as they walked back. The Atletico defense convened a hasty meeting just outside the penalty area. Eller turned to Ibanez and remarked, "If you had been more cautious, we wouldn't have conceded that goal." Pena nodded in agreement, lamenting the 2 goals conceded within just 3 minutes of the match. At this rate, their market value would plummet by half. I can't help it. I only feel secure when facing the number 10 with the ball. Who would have thought Raul could be so cunning? Any Iblis shrugged. Raul Garcia, standing at the edge of the penalty area, felt inexplicably targeted. Sharing a name with Real Madrid's Raul Gonzalez rendered him almost invisible. Whenever Raul's name appeared in the media, it invariably referred to the captain of Real Madrid. Never mind, he sighed. Abbiati attempted to persuade in his poor Spanish. Even if Raul doesn't make a sneak attack, Kevin has his ways to score. His speed is simply too extraordinary. Indeed, Ibanez nodded vigorously, exclaiming, "Damn it, his speed is astonishing. Why doesn't he take up sprinting?" All right. Everyone needs to stay alert and not allow him to initiate easily, Antonio Lopez advised. Mario Pena scoffed. It's easy for you to say that when you're not marking Real Madrid's number 10. With a player possessing such explosive acceleration and sheer speed, how can one prevent him from starting? Should we chain ourselves together? As the game resumed, Pena chuckled, for he noticed Huang Kaiwen's positioning was quite elusive, often drifting towards Lopez's side on the left. Let us see if Lopez can maintain such composure. Atletico struggled to find opportunities in the front, opting to retreat and reorganize. Raul Garcia, under pressure, swiftly turned and played the ball back. Antonio Lopez nudged the ball forward with his left foot along the sidelines, preparing to find an opportunity to pass to a teammate. Pepe sprinted past the halfway line and pulled down Agüero in his own half, quickly spreading his arms to signal that he had not committed a foul. Agüero fell as if he had fired a starting pistol, and both teams rushed towards the foul location. What did I just say? Kevin scored too quickly at the start of the match, so there was no conflict. This is just the beginning, and Pepe has already taken the initiative. Real Madrid's defense was indeed pressing forward, with Pepe and Ramos frequently advancing. Ramos returned. Real Madrid's defense has become quite audacious. Kevin and Raul are up front providing cover. There shouldn't be any scuffles. Look at Pepe taking advantage. He hardly engages now. The Real Madrid players are very experienced when it comes to conflicts. It's all practice, Coach Zhuang's words held truth. Real Madrid players appeared to be providing cover, but in reality, they were subtly shifting the balance, with clearly defined roles. The 5 Eagles of Real Madrid, alongside the newly transferred Dutch player, displayed a fierce tenacity, and Gago, embodying the wild style of Redondo too, was no exception. Abbiati joined in the mediation, and both teams stepped away from the foul location. As it was a foul in the front half, the referee, Cesar Fernandez, opted not to issue a card. Capello glanced towards the bench. Given the ferocity of the match, he could not allow Kevin to play the entire game. He planned to substitute Robin for Cassano to bolster the attack on the right, allowing Kevin and Robin to take flight together, and once Kevin found his rhythm, he would replace him with Higuain. Atletico started the second half. Lopez passed to the forward, Simeo, who, under pressure from De Jong, turned and played the ball back to Raul Garcia. Garcia deftly nudged it away from Gudi's foot, distributing the ball to Maxi Rodriguez, who was behind Huang Kaiwen. Miguel Torres advanced, and Rodriguez quickly sent a direct pass to the retreating Forlan. Forlan, without looking back, cleverly backheeled the ball towards the center. Completing a wall pass with Rodriguez, who had moved into the middle, Gago surged forward, extending his right foot, and Rodriguez, shielding the ball, was brought down by Gago's challenge. The referee immediately blew the whistle. Rodriguez made a run from the halfway line, lofting the ball towards the left side of the penalty area. Ramos, after a brief sprint, leaped before Agüero and headed the ball towards Miguel Torres. Rodriguez surged forward to press, while Torres pivoted and deftly passed the ball to Huang Kaiwen. In an instant, Huang Kaiwen touched the ball, leaving Mata trailing behind. Mario Pena quickly closed in on Huang Kaiwen, attempting to regain ground, while simultaneously raising his arm to signal for offside. The teammates returning with Raul in the central area seemed oblivious. Several players lagged behind, yet he still raised his hand, an unlikely gesture for the linesman to acknowledge. Nearby, Atletico Madrid fans felt a sense of déjà vu. As soon as they crossed the halfway line, Huang Kaiwen flicked the ball ahead several meters, sprinting down the sideline, leaving Pena behind. Although reminiscent of Owen's style, Huang Kaiwen's height surpassed that of Owen significantly. His movements and center of gravity were more akin to Bale and Henry, with his long legs rhythmically propelling him forward, quickly nearing the Atletico penalty area. Iniesta, making a diagonal run towards the left flank, had a considerable lead as he began to retreat. Now, the two were parallel. Realizing he could not allow Huang Kaiwen to advance, he lunged forward with a sliding tackle. With a sharp touch, Huang Kaiwen flicked the ball away, but his jump was slightly delayed, allowing Iniesta's foot to intervene. He stumbled upon landing and failed to catch up with the ball, which rolled out of play. Huang Kaiwen's speed was indeed remarkable, particularly with an opposing player as a reference. His initial acceleration and second burst of speed were astonishing. It was evident to Coach Zhang that when Huang Kaiwen first touched the ball, he outpaced his opponent, and upon his second touch, he could swiftly accelerate away, leaving defenders struggling to keep pace. Nesta once remarked that defending against Huang Kaiwen requires immediate action. One must not wait for the perfect moment, lest they be easily bypassed. Abbiati hesitated as he received the ball from the ball boy, deliberately taking his time. If he could delay by just a few seconds each time, the match would shorten, consequently reducing Huang Kaiwen's attacking opportunities. Cesar Fernandez, after a long wait, urged Abbiati to release the ball, warning that further delay would lead to a booking. Abbiati placed the ball down and leisurely pushed it with the inside of his foot towards the left flank. Lopez quickly sent a diagonal pass to Raul Garcia. Recently transferred to Atletico Madrid, Garcia may not stand out in every aspect, yet his versatility has made him a crucial player for the team. Under pressure, Garcia turned to shield the ball and passed it again to the advancing Lopez, who seized the opportunity and struck the ball with his left foot. The ball zipped across most of the midfield, heading towards the right side. Rodriguez lifted his foot to control the ball, swiftly playing a through ball for the advancing Pena to continue his run. Damn! Ramos, stationed in the center, noticed Torres was unable to return, and hurriedly positioned himself to the left, intercepting the ball before Pena could and sending a pass back. Ramos was truly active today. The position of Huang Kaiwen is quite elusive, and Ramos has also appeared multiple times on the left flank. The players of Real Madrid currently enjoy a remarkable degree of freedom. Indeed, today Real Madrid's defense has been exemplary. The players' positional support has been astutely coordinated, leaving Atletico's forward line struggling to find opportunities. Casillas dashed out of the penalty area to collect the ball, swiftly turning to pass it to Ivanovic. Under the pressure of Forlan, Ivanovic returned the ball to Casillas, who promptly distributed it to Pepe. The Atletico players, densely packed in the forward area, surged forward to apply pressure. Noticing Huang Kaiwen darting towards the right side, Pepe executed a quick flick, sending the ball rolling past Raul Garcia to the right flank. Huang Kaiwen, having reached the right side, skillfully nudged the ball ahead of him and accelerated into Atletico's half. The situation was precarious. Atletico's players were pressing far forward, though Antonio Lopez and Fabinho Eller kept a watchful eye on Huang Kaiwen's position. He effortlessly eluded Lopez as soon as he took off. Eller, positioned further back, attempted to close the gap, yet as Huang Kaiwen surged past the halfway line, he had already left Eller trailing by more than half a meter. With the opportunity for a foul missed, Eller could only futilely chase back, witnessing Huang Kaiwen advancing towards their penalty area. Inside the box, Abbiati was at a loss. Had he already faced Huang Kaiwen alone several times before the first half concluded? Without seeking counsel, even goalkeepers of Buffon or Van der Sar's caliber would struggle to thwart Huang Kaiwen's one-on-one. Did his teammates place such unwavering faith in him? Hesitating for a few seconds cost him the chance to charge out, and Abbiati positioned himself in the small box, preparing to attempt a save. As Huang Kaiwen approached the edge of the penalty area, he subtly shifted his shoulder to adjust his center of gravity and dribbled diagonally from the right towards the center. After a couple of steps, sensing the moment was right, Huang Kaiwen struck the ball with the inside of his right foot. With a resounding thud, Abbiati dove. Raising his hand, the save attempt was initiated, but he quickly realized the error in his judgment. The ball slipped between Abbiati's legs and arms, soaring into the far corner of the net. Kaiwen, Kaiwen, Kaiwen. The jubilant fans in the away section waved their scarves enthusiastically, chanting his name in unison, without fully halting. In the VIP box, Calderon, watching alongside sponsors, smiled and applauded, concealing his inner excitement. As the president of Real Madrid, and the one who signed Kaiwen, he felt compelled to maintain a semblance of composure, showcasing noble demeanor to the onlookers from the Middle East. You see, this is the prowess of Kaiwen, Calderon remarked. After every match, the sponsorship fees for Real Madrid rise, so those wishing to sponsor the club must act swiftly. The individual in the white headscarf nodded vigorously. The financial aspect was trivial, they were more concerned with their international image. In the realm of football, the sport that reigns supreme globally, the world's foremost club and the world's premier player indeed warrant their substantial investment. The figure in the white scarf inquired, "So, is that the agreed-upon sum?" "Apologies. But following Kevin's hat trick, the sponsorship fee has increased by an additional $1 million. Calderon chuckled. By the end of the match, even $1 million may prove insufficient. The figure in the white scarf exclaimed, "Damn it. You might as well rob a bank. Extracting oil is not as lucrative as your football team. Reinforcements. We need more reinforcements. We cannot allow him to gain momentum." Javier Aguirre shouted from the sidelines. The Atletico defenders kept their heads down, avoiding the gaze of their coach. It is easy for the coach to say, even if they wish to commit a foul, they would need to match the opponent's speed. Once the opponent accelerates, how can one even attempt a foul? After the restart, Atletico's players appeared noticeably restless. Not only was Huang Kaiwen scoring frequently, but Real Madrid's defense also exhibited significant improvement compared to previous matches. The midfield triangle of De Jong, Guti, and Gago was demonstrating an increasingly harmonious collaboration. Although Guti's defense was somewhat lacking, his attitude was commendable, and De Jong and Gago displayed commendable passing abilities. In defense, Torres had shown some growth since last season. He remained a liability, yet Pepe's change of partner, along with Ramos' return, revitalized Real Madrid's backline. Atletico's midfield struggled to find opportunities for critical passes, forcing Agüero and Forlan to frequently retreat for the ball. During the stoppage time of the first half, Rodriguez attempted to force his way past Miguel Torres, who instinctively extended his foot and successfully intercepted the ball. Noticing Huang Kaiwen surrounded only by Mata, Torres, still unsteady, awkwardly shifted his weight, falling to the ground while passing the ball to Huang Kaiwen. Maintaining his rhythm, Huang Kaiwen effortlessly brought the ball under control. Mata, trailing closely behind Huang Kaiwen, clearly felt outmatched. He had expended all his energy, while Huang Kaiwen wore a relaxed and content expression. Mata realized that if Huang Kaiwen accelerated again, he would be left behind. "Press him," Mata shouted, alerting Pena. Pena, sensing the impending danger, tensed his calves, preparing to sprint towards Huang Kaiwen. Just as he began to move, Huang Kaiwen deftly maneuvered, striking the ball with his left foot. With a swift adjustment, Pena turned only to witness the ball roll rapidly past him towards his own penalty area, the number 10 kicking it halfway down the field, displaying remarkable confidence in his speed. By the time Pena completed his turn, Huang Kaiwen had already surged past the space between him and Mata, closing the distance in an instant. "Damn it, foul. Quickly, commit a foul," Aguirre roared from the sidelines. each time he witnessed Huang Kaiwen initiating a counterattack. His heart raced uncontrollably. He was fed up with such scenarios. His disciples were prone to receiving cards. Why were they not committing fouls today? Ibanez, sprinting back, felt a sense of despair. He had lingered at the back, and now, after turning around, the distance had significantly narrowed. As he sprinted back with all his might, he could see the gap between himself and Huang Kaiwen diminishing. Ibanez was certain that if he shifted his direction towards the left, Huang Kaiwen would undoubtedly leave him behind. Thus, he dared not alter his course, gritting his teeth and continuing his desperate sprint. As I contemplated the moment when Huang Kaiwen would cut inside and provide an opportunity for interception, he charged into the penalty area, finally catching up to the ball. Upon reaching it, he swiftly extended his left foot to nudge the ball to the side. Ibanez, with remarkable agility, advanced forward, attempting to intercept Huang Kaiwen's pass. However, his speed lagged just behind that of the ball, leaving him to watch helplessly as it rolled past him. Abbiati quickly adjusted his position, while Eller, having just entered the penalty area, was utterly unable to thwart Raul's opportunistic run through the center. As Raul surged into the 6-yard box, he extended his left foot, and Abbiati leapt to the ground in a desperate attempt to block the close-range poke, yet the ball slipped past his outstretched hands and into the net. Kaiwen! Kaiwen! Exclaimed Crudeli, exuberantly broadcasting the moment. Goal, goal, goal. As a teammate of Kaiwen, Raul realized how effortlessly a goal could be achieved. All he needed to do was run alongside and extend his foot into the penalty area to claim a goal. Kaiwen's heartfelt words during the FIFA World Player of the Year award ceremony were truly moving. Even as one of the greatest players in football history, he did not forget his unassuming teammates. However, I must contest Kaiwen's assertion that it was the sacrifices of other players that elevated him. Rather, it is the awareness among his teammates that simply passing the ball to Kaiwen leads them to victory. With his extraordinary skills, Kaiwen transforms their ordinary passes into something remarkable. Even if I were to play alongside Kaiwen, I would effortlessly become Europe's assist king. After scoring, Raul immediately turned and raced to embrace Huang Kaiwen. The goal was scored by Huang Kaiwen. Yet, whether among Real Madrid players or the merengues, such scenes have become customary. Some media outlets have suggested that Kaiwen enjoys special privileges, labeling him a locker room tyrant. Yet they are not blind. What of the 6 or 7 superstars? The current star of Real Madrid shines even brighter. Galacticos is still fresh in the memories of the merengues, who recall how, after losing possession in the front, they would wait for the defenders to press, while the attacking stars remained unfazed. Now, Real Madrid plays as a cohesive unit, with Kaiwen occasionally applying pressure on the opposition. If this is the role of a locker room tyrant, then they hope to maintain such leadership within the team. After Atletico kicked off, they initiated a series of quick passes to mount an attack. Forlan received the ball in the front, executing a swift touch to evade Torres. Rushed to reclaim possession, while Redondo too lunged in with a slide tackle, successfully passing the ball to the awaiting Guti. Mata, having dismissed Huang Kaiwen, charged toward Guti, who promptly turned to make a back pass. Despite this, Mata did not slow down, colliding with Guti and sending him to the ground. Referee Fernandez, favoring the attacking side, kept his whistle silent. Pepe, noticing Huang Kaiwen directing toward the right flank, quickly pivoted to deliver a long pass. Huang Kaiwen surged forward, and upon crossing the halfway line, after a series of relentless sprints, Huang Kaiwen began to feel fatigued, yet he maintained a steady lead over Lopez. Approaching the Atletico Madrid penalty area, Lopez struggled to keep pace with Huang, and as he sensed he was about to be left behind, Antonio Lopez gritted his teeth, lowered his center of gravity, and executed a sliding tackle from behind, sending Huang and the ball out of bounds. Team doctor! Team doctor! Capello's scream echoed like a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Damn it! Ramos, surging forward on the right flank, pushed down the just-risen Pena. In their own penalty area, Atletico players arrived more swiftly than their Real Madrid counterparts. Yet, fans watching from home could clearly see that the Atletico forwards were not advancing. Instead, it was the Real Madrid defenders, some even further away, who rushed in with remarkable speed. Players clad in white surged from all directions toward the foul location. Madrid medical staff and players reacted swiftly. Although the foul occurred in Atletico's half, it was evident that Real Madrid had the numerical advantage. Pena had previously been reprimanded by Ramos for fouling Huang in last season's Madrid derby. Ramos always seemed to be the first to charge in whenever Huang was fouled. Huang appeared unscathed as he pushed the doctor away and stood up. As he rose, his teammates immediately abandoned their confrontation with the opposition. "Are you all right, Kevin?" Ramos inquired with concern. "I'm fine," Huang replied with a smile, stretching his body. One must never underestimate the immunity card when facing Atletico. Fortunately, he had saved 4 during his recovery. After showing yellow cards to Pena and Ramos, referee Fernandez promptly blew the whistle for halftime. "You better watch it," Pepe admonished Pena, pointing at him. Ramos and Raul assisted Huang as they made their way to the sidelines, the Real Madrid players moving swiftly both in and out of the fray. A crowd of individuals surged toward the edge of the pitch. Capello quickly squeezed past Raul, supporting Huang as he asked, "Do you want to come off early, Kevin?" "I can manage, coach," Huang replied cheerfully. "Having used all my immunity cards, it would be a shame to play just 45 minutes. I want to at least make it to 70. "Very well then. Let us have Dr. Melserman check you in the dressing room." Capello nodded in agreement. "Damn it. Maybe I should just not play at all." Huang felt uneasy at the mere mention of his old friend Melserman. Despite possessing immunity cards, the thought of a long-term plan for Melserman was daunting. In the away dressing room, Melserman reassured, "Rest assured, Kevin, you are fine." Both Capello and Huang exhaled in relief. Huang discarded his torn socks and replaced them with a new pair. Capello surveyed the dressing room and announced, "Robin will replace Cassano in the second half." "Coach," Robin replied with a grin. This was a promising sign. In the past, Huang rarely had opportunities when he played, but now Capello had chosen to substitute Cassano for him, encouraging him to take on the ball more often. Robin felt this was a result of his close rapport with Huang. After the match, during the respite, it was essential to visit Huang Kaiwen's residence to foster camaraderie. Cassano murmured softly, his head bowed, too intimidated to raise his voice. Following the incident at the training facility's parking lot, Capello had been in a particularly foul mood. And even Cassano dared not provoke him lightly. As both teams returned to the field, Atletico Madrid's players rejuvenated their spirits after the halftime adjustments. Upon the commencement of play by Real Madrid, they launched a frenzied press, pushing their formation further up the pitch. Cassano received the ball on the right flank, quickly spun, and executed a backward pass. As Guti received the ball, Raul Garcia surged forward, prompting Guti to swiftly turn and pass back. Rodriguez charged towards Gago, who, upon receiving the ball, relied on his opponent to lay it off to De Jong. Agüero, seizing the opportunity, sprinted towards De Jong. Feeling somewhat overshadowed by his former partner Torres, who had been invited to AC Milan, Agüero believed he was equally deserving of attention. Huang Kaiwen, however, did not extend the same enthusiasm towards him as he did for Torres. After all, who wasn't he a new Maradona in their own right? Today, Agüero was determined to showcase his brilliance to Huang Kaiwen. Regrettably, Agüero's defensive prowess was rather mediocre. De Jong deftly maneuvered away from him with a right-footed touch, lifting his gaze to locate Huang Kaiwen. With only the entire Atletico defense in front of him, De Jong swiftly delivered a penetrating pass with his right foot. As Huang Kaiwen slowed down in the center circle, the ball approached him, while Mario Pena lowered his center of gravity, anticipating Huang Kaiwen's advance. With a deft flick of his right foot, Huang Kaiwen propelled the ball from the center circle towards the left flank. Pena, caught off guard, found himself left behind as Huang Kaiwen surged forward. Fortunately, he noticed his teammate Ibanez positioned deeper, sprinting towards the left side, likely to successfully intervene. However, Ibanez was aware that he could not match Huang Kaiwen's speed. Cleverly, he positioned himself just in front of Huang Kaiwen as the ball drew closer to the left sideline. As the ball neared, Ibanez extended his arm for balance, inadvertently hindering Huang Kaiwen. The two became entangled near the ball, with Ibanez first extending his left foot. In a sudden turn, Huang Kaiwen accelerated, causing Ibanez to stumble from the force of the contact, nudging the ball slightly. Huang Kaiwen seized the opportunity, and as he rose, had already dashed diagonally into the penalty area from the left side. The rest of Atletico's defenders, having retreated into the box while Huang Kaiwen pursued the ball on the left, prepared for defense. Thiago Motta charged towards Huang Kaiwen, who, dribbling diagonally, executed a deft touch with his left foot to change direction. Motta hurriedly adjusted his balance, flailing his arms in an attempt to keep pace with Huang Kaiwen. endeavoring to bring him down. Yet, his speed faltered, just shy of the mark. Approaching the center of the penalty area, Huang Kaiwen swiftly pushed the ball with the inside of his right foot. With a resounding thud, Abbiati dove to the ground in a desperate attempt to intercept, but alas. He grasped at thin air as the ball rolled straight into the right side of the net. Abbiati tragically became yet another backdrop for the moment. Kaiwen. Goal. Goal. It was an iconic goal, a testament to Kaiwen's individual brilliance. Faced with Atletico Madrid's entire defensive line, Kevin skillfully nudged the ball to the left, and after successfully regaining possession amidst 5 defenders, he sent the ball into the net. Just a few days ago, I watched a Hollywood film, which revolved around politicians forming an organization, a group of American men clad in black suits, managing extraterrestrials on Earth to maintain cosmic peace. If such an organization truly existed on our planet, figures like Ronaldo, Ronaldinho, and Roberto Baggio would undoubtedly find themselves sought after upon the arrival of those men in black. They would discover that these alien footballers enshrine statues of Kevin in their homes. Hollywood often produces films portraying Americans as saviors of the world, rescuing Earth and the universe. Yet they remain oblivious to the true gods who walk among us. If one day a meteor were to fall upon Hollywood, I would not be surprised. It would surely be divine retribution. I express my gratitude for the generous contributions from Milan's old guard. The speed of 37 kilometers per hour is reminiscent of the pace at which Huang Kaiwen sprinted past Bale against Atletico last season. Having reviewed numerous statistics, Bale have all reached similar speeds in various matches. Notably, Robin achieved this in 2014 when he was already 30 years old. In 2013, Bale recorded a sprinting speed of 40 kilometers per hour against Villarreal. I wonder about the authenticity of that data, as it approaches Usain Bolt's remarkable speed. I humbly request monthly votes and recommendations. As the warm-up expert, Higuain could hardly contain himself, seizing the moment while Real Madrid players celebrated near the Atletico penalty area. He approached Kevin, speaking rapidly in Italian. Kevin, I am still a Milan player. What if you score again? Huang Kaiwen turned to see the conflicted expression on Abbiati's face and chuckled. Apologies, Christian, I had forgotten. The primary factor was his acquisition of a speed-enhancing experience card, which made it difficult for him to rein in his exuberance. Currently, for players of comparable skill, those with increased speed certainly gain greater benefits in Huang's case. While technical disparities, characteristics, skills, and game intelligence can bridge some gaps, a lack of speed is insurmountable. When Huang Kaiwen encounters players at the pinnacle of speed in football, he feels liberated to play as he desires. His explosive pace leaves defenders trailing, simplifying the process of finishing after a breakaway. As Huang Kaiwen strolled back alongside his teammates, he noticed Higuain warming up on the sidelines, but paid it little mind, as warm-ups do not necessarily indicate substitutions. In his recollection, Higuain seemed to warm up 3 to 5 times in every match. Atletico made substitutions. Reyes replaced Simeo, and Kleber Santana took the place of Maxi Rodriguez. Aguirre must have sensed issues with both flanks, prompting these changes. Indeed, the performances of Atletico's wings today were rather lackluster, with little to be seen from their offensive efforts, particularly from Simeo, who scarcely had the ball to dribble. However, Ramos and Pepe exhibited outstanding performances today. Ramos commanded a vast area, while Pepe frequently took the initiative to cover the left flank. When Ivanovic dropped back, his defense against crosses was solid, leaving Atletico with few opportunities. After Ramos' return, Real Madrid's defense began to regain its composure. Although Miguel Torres' performance was merely adequate following Heinz's injury, the double pivot provided ample protection for the backline, and the slight vulnerabilities on the left flank did not surface as significant issues. Atletico Madrid, despite making 2 substitutions, still struggled to make an impact on the wings. Ramos showed no mercy against his former teammate Reyes from last season. Faced with such a robust defense, Reyes clearly hesitated to hold onto the ball. When Reyes attempted to pass sideways again, De Jong anticipated it and intercepted with a timely foot, sending a long ball into Atletico's half. He had noticed that Kevin Huang possessed enough speed. As long as the pass was reasonably placed, he could seize it. Suddenly, Huang pivoted and launched from the left flank. Although Mata initially followed with a turn, he was quickly left behind by more than half a meter. The Atletico fans still present at the Calderon Stadium had grown numb to such scenes and had no strong reactions. After all, conceding a goal was nothing. Could 10 goals lead to their relegation? Raul Garcia in the center hurried back, shouting to Mata, "Damn it, if you had just pulled him back, I could have gotten the ball." Gritting his teeth and sprinting back, Mata nearly faltered, stopping to curse. "Do you want to donate your eyes? I'm 2 meters behind, and you expect me to foul someone, as if this were Street Fighter?" Pena and Jimenez also rushed toward the ball's landing spot, compressing Atletico's formation toward the left. With Raul and Robin making forward runs, they found themselves relatively unopposed. As the ball descended into the left side of the penalty area, Kevin Huang accelerated again, reaching it just in time to poke it into the box with his left foot. A golden opportunity. Raul's eyes lit up. With only Fabinho Eller in front of him, he was free to decide whether to shoot or pass once inside the area. Raul quickened his pace, darting past Eller. As Eller turned to execute a sliding tackle, Raul, already inside the penalty area, tumbled several times before coming to a halt near the 6-yard box. "Damn it!" Huang rushed over to shove Eller, shouting, "A foul from behind? You must not want to play anymore." "Damn!" Robin yelled as he sped toward the center, only to be confronted by Antonio Lopez. Once again, Real Madrid players displayed their exceptional sprinting speed. During the altercation, their arrival was unparalleled in football. Huang crouched down to check on Raul. Without needing to ask, the frequently injured Huang knew Raul could not continue. "Speed it up," Huang called out, waving to the medical team. Capello turned back, pointing toward the bench with both hands, signaling for a substitution. Yingwen removed his training jacket and tossed it aside, lifting his legs as he walked, simultaneously twisting his torso and stretching both his upper and lower body. He had developed a quick and simple warm-up routine from the bench to the sidelines. Previously, Huang had often been substituted unexpectedly, leaving him with no time to prepare. However, this time, he showcased this routine without being substituted for Huang. Raul was carried off on a stretcher, and there is no doubt about Fabinho's red card. Youngster Higuain once again entered the fray as a substitute. This promising talent has become Real Madrid's secret weapon off the bench. Although he seldom starts in the league or Champions League matches, he manages to make an appearance in nearly every game. If he can enhance his goal-scoring efficiency just a tad, he may well become the new Solskjaer. Speaking of which, I am reminded of Solskjaer's philosophy on self-improvement. He mentioned that by observing the weaknesses of opponents from the bench, he was able to frequently score upon his introduction. Solskjaer truly is a perceptive player, and I believe he will transition into an excellent coach after retirement. However, I wish to address his comments regarding Huang Kaiwen. In a recent interview with a local newspaper, he recounted his experiences from the 2004 to 2005 season when AC Milan faced Manchester United in the Champions League. At that time, Huang Kaiwen was just beginning his career but was already considered one of the finest players. Solskjaer recalled sitting on the bench during that match. Wingers typically did not engage in defensive duties. Yet Huang Kaiwen not only scored, but also tirelessly defended against the diminutive Ronaldo. Solskjaer realized then that Huang Kaiwen was destined to become one of the best players in the world. He also revealed that within Manchester United's Carrington training ground, there exists a photograph of Huang Kaiwen polishing his boots, the only image of a non-United player in the facility. He recounted Sir Ferguson telling every young player that even a Ballon d'Or winner would tend to his own boots, emphasizing that one should not let a modicum of success inflate their ego. This narrative bears a striking resemblance to what is often published in magazines, yet it rings true. Even Manchester United's gifted midfielder Anderson has corroborated this tale. Huang Kaiwen's reputation in the footballing world is indeed stellar. 6. Such as the time he tricked others with a false identity, reveal a shrewd character. In reality, my brother Huang has committed no grievous transgressions, has he? Oh, come on. You have indeed betrayed him. Did you just realize that? My brother often plays games with Huang Kaiwen and affectionately refers to him as Big Brother. Shouldn't you be calling him Big Dog instead? After all, that's the treatment Huang receives. But can it really be compared? Do not dare to insult my brother. He genuinely provides for his friends. Anyone who dares to speak ill of him will have to contend with me. Indeed. Moderators, please ban anyone who disparages my good friend. Higuain swiftly took to the field, replacing Raul, while Atletico Madrid utilized their final substitution, bringing on Zhuangzi to replace Forlan and complete their defensive quartet. The lack of warm-up is not a significant issue for him. Once on the pitch, he would seize the opportunity to fully warm up and exert himself. Huang Kaiwen stood at the edge of the penalty area, beckoning Higuain. "Kevin, did you call for me?" Higuain jogged over with a smile and inquired. "Come on, it's your turn to play." Huang Kaiwen smiled as he handed the ball to Higuain, saying, "It's your turn." Higuain widened his eyes in disbelief and asked, "Me?" "Yes, go ahead and score." "You've got this," Huang encouraged, patting Higuain on the shoulder. Clutching the ball, Higuain's expression was a mix of emotions. He had never imagined that Huang would grant him such an opportunity. "If Kaiwen lets you take it, just do it," Beauty chimed in from behind. "And remember to pass the ball back to Kaiwen after you score," taking several deep breaths to steady himself. Higuain wiped the ball with his hand and placed it solemnly on the penalty spot. His gaze was fixed on the bottom edge of the crossbar. Given the chance provided by Kaiwen, he felt the need to execute this perfectly. As the referee's whistle blew, Higuain took a run up and struck the ball with his right foot. The ball shot toward the crossbar with astonishing speed and almost no spin. As the ball crashed against the crossbar, rebounding into the penalty area. Both teams' players looked up to quickly assess where it would land, and Raul Garcia leaped, using his arm to deflect the ball away from Gago's ribs. The referee observed, but did not blow the whistle. "Haha, Kaiwen gave him a chance, but Higuain missed the penalty," someone remarked. This foul could have warranted a card. But the referee was seeking balance, having already penalized Atletico with a red card and awarded a penalty. He needed to calm the emotions of the Atletico players. Indeed, officiating during a derby is the most challenging, especially with Real Madrid leading by a significant margin, leaving the Atletico players' morale shaken. As Atletico launched a counterattack, Huang Kaiwen put his arm around Higuain's shoulders, reassuring him, "It's just one missed penalty. It doesn't affect the outcome of the match." "Kaiwen," Higuain murmured, biting his lip. Huang playfully ruffled Higuain's hair, smiling as he encouraged, "Don't be so shy. Just play your game." With Atletico advancing into the attacking third, the situation became more challenging for Agüero after Fran's substitution. Fortunately, the newly substituted right winger, Santana, gradually found his rhythm. The Brazilian midfielder feinted with his shoulder and deftly maneuvered past Miguel Torres with a touch of his right foot. Gago attempted to challenge, but was too late. As Santana delivered a precise through ball, Ramos, stationed centrally, surged forward into the penalty area. Agüero, sprinting from the middle, aimed to cut into the right side of the box. Ramos secured his position, preventing Agüero from receiving the ball, while maintaining control as Agüero, trying to find an opening, lost his balance and fell within the penalty area. As Ramos dribbled towards the byline, he swiftly turned and cleared the ball with his right foot, ensuring it went out for a throw-in rather than a corner. The young Ramos had shown remarkable composure since his return from AC Milan. With top defenders like Maldini and Nesta, though aging, their experience undoubtedly imparted valuable lessons. Santana quickly approached to take the throw-in. As Agüero received the ball on the right flank, he was closely marked by Miguel Torres from behind. With a deft touch of his right foot, Agüero swiftly turned, extending his leg to control the ball, executing a Cruyff turn to evade Torres. Ivanovic charged in rapidly, yet he underestimated Agüero's agility. Before he could adjust his balance, Agüero again controlled the ball, successfully changing direction in a tight space to bypass the outstretched Ivanovic. The ball was then sent sliding towards the left side of the small penalty area by Pepe's sliding tackle. Casillas rushed forward, halting the ball with his foot, and with a powerful swing of his arm, he cleared it away. In the opposing half, Huang Kaiwen keenly anticipated the landing point, launching himself from the center towards the right. Antonio Lopez once again experienced the disparity of the world, although positioned further back than Huang Kaiwen. He was quickly matched in pace. Just past the halfway line, Huang Kaiwen had already surged ahead. Approaching the edge of the penalty area, Huang Kaiwen, uncharacteristically misjudging the distance, found the ball too close, hastily nudging it forward before charging toward the penalty area as corner, raising his right foot, chasing closely behind on Huang Kaiwen's left. Lopez attempted to kick out at Huang Kaiwen's supporting leg. Huang Kaiwen adeptly transformed his right foot's kick into a deft touch, narrowly avoiding the tackle. And after bringing the ball into the penalty area, he maneuvered it laterally along the edge of the box, whether cutting in from the left or the right. Huang Kaiwen was poised to strike with either foot. The Atletico players were acutely aware of this. Mario Pena, having exhausted his energy, was nearly collapsing. Yet he summoned his last ounce of strength to lunge at Huang Kaiwen in the center. Caught off guard, Huang Kaiwen was brought down by Pena, who pressed him into the turf. With ample energy, Robin, following Huang Kaiwen's every move, made a rapid dash into the penalty area. Bending low to grasp Pena by the collar and hem, forcefully throwing him off Huang Kaiwen. Following this, in a display reminiscent of Pepe, Robin unleashed a flurry of kicks towards Pena, but before he could deliver a third, Ramos shoved him aside. At last, chaos erupted. Pena once again ignited a standoff between the teams, certain to receive a red card this time. His teammates guided him towards the sidelines. Yet the Real Madrid players remained relentless. Huang Kaiwen appeared unscathed, but this time, attempts to mediate were futile as Real Madrid players refused to allow Pena to exit the field. Capello, without hesitation, sent Marcelo to the sidelines to replace Huang Kaiwen. Referee Fernandez displayed fierce authority. Alongside Pena's second yellow resulting in a red, multiple Real Madrid players were also carded. Ramos, Robin, and Guti all received red cards, while substitutes Cassano and Sneijder were expelled for rushing onto the field to confront opposing players. Despite this, order was not restored. Ramos shouted at De Jong and Torres, "If you dare receive another red card, we will be left with too few players, and anyone who allows Kaiwen to suffer his first league defeat will pay dearly." It must be said, Ramos exuded more intimidation than the referee, or perhaps it was Huang Kaiwen who held the greater sway. Regardless, Ramos's commanding shout brought the situation under control. After exchanging high fives, Huang Kaiwen and Marcelo exited the field. Huang Kaiwen called from the sidelines, "Let Gonzalo take the penalty." Initially intending to take the penalty himself, Gago reluctantly stepped aside, having assumed that with the forwards off the field, he would be granted the opportunity. Higuain, clutching the ball, strode purposefully toward the penalty spot. The match had transformed into an 8-a-side contest, inadvertently granting Atletico a numerical advantage. Higuain felt a weight of pressure. Yet with Huang Kaiwen's unwavering trust in him, he resolved to give it a try. After a series of deep breaths, Higuain approached, striking the ball with his right foot toward the lower right corner. Abbiati dove to the left, accurately predicting the direction. His palm grazed the ball, but the shot possessed too much power. The ball deflected off his glove and into the net's left side. Huang Kaiwen clapped joyfully from the sidelines. Following the goal, Higuain sprinted toward the sidelines, arms wide open, and embraced Huang Kaiwen tightly. Had it not been for this penalty, his confidence might have waned for quite some time. The away fans, the merengues, applauded the unity displayed by the Real Madrid players. As Higuain turned to re-enter the field, Capello remarked, "Kevin, why don't you head to the locker room for a bit? You can check on them and join us for the post-match press conference." Peering from the tunnel entrance, followed Huang Kaiwen back to the locker room. "Let me tell you, back in the day, I could take on anyone, even those taller than me. Fighting on my street was simply a part of life." Huang Kaiwen heard Cassano exclaim animatedly as he entered. "Is that so? But I seem to recall you getting hit." Ramos retorted dismissively. "Nonsense, how could that be?" Cassano shot back indignantly. Ramos poked Cassano lightly on the scapula, prompting an immediate yelp of pain from Cassano, who had just taken an elbow to the shoulder from Raul Garcia during the earlier scuffle. Noticing the lively spirits of his teammates, Huang Kaiwen grinned and announced, "Tonight, I'm hosting a gathering at my place to celebrate our victory. Thank you all for having my back." "What are you talking about? We're teammates." Guti chuckled, covering his eye, which had flared in pain from his earlier injury. His laughter elicited a sharp intake of breath, causing Ramos and Cassano to burst into laughter. In the final moments of the match, neither side managed to score again. However, as the players began to leave the field, a conflict erupted once more. When the referee's team, intentionally delaying their exit, entered the players' tunnel, both sides quickly dispersed back to their locker rooms. "Come on, Kevin, let's head to the press conference," Capello instructed upon entering the locker room. "Right away, coach," Huang Kaiwen replied, removing his shoes. "Thumbs up. Indeed. He is the only player in the world who surpasses all others, possessing a mind as astute as that of Antonio Cassano." Javier Aguirre arrived at the press conference almost simultaneously. He let out a snort directed at Capello before making his way to the podium, while Kevin Huang took his seat behind the table alongside Capello. The journalists, like sharks sensing blood in the water, clamored to pose their questions. "Fabio, Could you share your thoughts on the match? What led to the chaos we witnessed today? Mr. Aguirre. It has been reported that staff from Atletico Madrid discovered weapons in the players' tunnel. Is that true? Kevin, you have consistently defended Ramos. Yet this marks his fourth direct red card of the season. What does this signify to you? A cardinal from the Milan diocese has stated that you are leading Real Madrid astray. Do you have any comments on that, Mr. Capello? Javier Aguirre responded with indignation. This was not merely a match. The Real Madrid players transformed it into a gladiatorial arena. They are unworthy of donning the Real Madrid jersey. Several of my players were injured in the fray. As for the discovery of weapons post-match, I can confirm that it is indeed true. I never imagined players would bring weapons onto the field. Humph. Capello grunted, slamming his hand on the table and turning to Aguirre, shouting, "Damn it. It is you who altered the nature of the match. I see no issue with the Real Madrid players. There is a saying in England, man's game, which reminds players not to complain if they are tackled. They should retaliate if they can. Your players commit fouls. What is the problem with that? When you intend to play properly, Real Madrid is the finest team. But if you wish to brawl, our players will not back down." Kevin Huang felt compelled to applaud Capello. That was brilliantly articulated. A firm stance, backed by reason. A top-tier coach indeed. Aguirre, sensing his own culpability, remarked, "Regardless, players bringing weapons is entirely unacceptable. This matter must be addressed seriously." "Then provide your evidence," Capello retorted, unwavering. The atmosphere at the press conference grew tense. "Fabio, do you have any response to the Cardinal's statements?" "I have nothing to say." The Pope once stated, "In the face of divine revelation, reason and faith are not unrelated nor opposed. They are both essential for understanding the meaning of revelation. Receiving its true message and approaching the threshold of mystery, I have the right to freedom of belief. Any religion that brings solace to the soul is acceptable and should be regarded with rationality and respect for other faiths." Capello adjusted his glasses and replied. Noticing that Capello had little newsworthy content, the journalists shifted their focus. "Kevin, what do you have to say about Ramos and the red cards issued to Real Madrid players?" Kevin Huang brought the microphone closer, smiling as he said, "The coach has already addressed that, so I have nothing further to explain. If I may add, I once read a quote from Alexander the Great. When the sword of justice is drawn, the cries of the wicked are inevitable. So, are you implying that the Atletico players are the wicked?" A journalist inquired. "One may interpret this in various ways." Huang Kaiwen smiled and remarked, "There is no need to dwell on this issue repeatedly. My teammates are not ill-intentioned. In their daily lives, they are kind-hearted and compassionate individuals. Nigel holds a master's degree in economics. Sergio has successfully entered university this summer, and both Arjen Robben and Wesley Sneijder remain with their high school sweethearts. He assisted fans during his time in Rome, and Iker Casillas is notably caring towards the underprivileged. The essence of the team." The journalists in attendance were at a loss for how to react, as they were unfamiliar with the players Huang Kaiwen spoke of. "Which team do you think deserves punishment this time?" one reporter inquired. Huang Kaiwen raised an eyebrow and replied, "In the event of a conflict on the field, both teams should face repercussions. However, it is crucial to recognize that those who instigated the disturbances ought to be the ones subjected to the harshest penalties." With a huff, Javier Aguirre abruptly stood up and exited the press conference. Capello applauded Huang Kaiwen with a smile, feeling that his trusted protege had spoken exceptionally well. Upon returning home around 8 in the evening, a time suitable for dinner in both Italy and Spain, the meal consisted once again of roasted meat. This simple yet engaging dish was perfect for gatherings. Once prepared, they either sat together or in smaller groups, conversing and laughing, often without the need for a table. High spirits. Higuain, having scored a penalty, was inspired by the wine and performed a dance in the Argentine style. Several Dutch players were eager to join in as well. Ultimately, even Roel sang a folk song titled The Dove, in a rather absurd turn of events. Cassano led Guti and Ramos in a dance reminiscent of a Soviet commissar, learned from an unknown source, which elevated the mood even further. Though injured, Metzelder wore an uneasy expression. Born in Haltern, West Germany, he could not present his identification. The festivities continued until the early hours of the morning. Huang Kaiwen, accompanied by his butler, helped the inebriated teammates to their guest rooms. The following morning, the weary Real Madrid players remained lost in slumber. Nevertheless, The aftermath of the Madrid derby had not subsided. The front page of the Marca featured news obtained from Atletico Madrid staff, stating, "The team was caused by Real Madrid's Dutch players." In a more outrageous turn of events during the post-match tunnel, after both teams had dispersed, Atletico's staff discovered a half-brick stained with dark red, aged blood. Such incidents severely tarnish the image of La Liga. Real Madrid players must face strict penalties. Kriyanov also wrote in his column that while some assert that football is a continuation of modern warfare, it is absolutely unacceptable for violent brawls to occur during matches. The actions of the Real Madrid players have crossed the line, and they should face adequate punishment. Particularly, Ramos, who may be a commendable player, has cunningly evaded suspensions in La Liga and Serie A, and it is now time for him to face repercussions. The front page of Marca featured a photograph of Kevin Huang at the post-match press conference. Dressed in white, Huang remains handsome, yet the wear on his jersey is conspicuous. The headline reads, "When the sword of justice is wielded, the cries of the wrongdoers are inevitable." Huang quoted Alexander the Great, asserting that the Atletico players are the wrongdoers, for 14 fouls committed by Atletico players, not including those that went unwhistled by the referee. Referee Fernandez failed to maintain control of the match, resulting in chaos, which is certainly not the fault of the Real Madrid players. As Kevin remarked, Real Madrid is an illustrious club. Gazzetta dello Sport noted that the frequent fouls by Atletico players led to brawls on the pitch. Upon rising, Kevin realized that discussions regarding the match's conflicts had overshadowed the game itself, which was unacceptable. He promptly contacted Raul to organize a collective activity for the team. Subsequently, to cheer up ill children, a tradition upheld by the club. Apart from the players' generous donations, there is also a significant aspect of positively guiding the fans. Kevin was warmly welcomed by the children. Such as football, the victor takes all. As the remaining Real Madrid players combined do not garner the same popularity as the Golden King. The accompanying journalists faithfully captured images of Kevin playing games with the children. As they departed, the hospital director shook Kevin's hand excitedly, expressing profound gratitude. "Thank you very much for your help. May God bless you." That evening, news of the players' charitable actions was broadcast on television and circulated online, overshadowing the Madrid derby's drama. The young lady and Calderon were both exerting influence. The president of the Spanish Football Federation, Villar, who had accepted Calderon's goodwill, stated in a meeting, "For an esteemed club like Real Madrid, which enhances Spain's image, we should extend greater leniency, especially considering this incident was instigated by Atletico players." Agreed. Seconded. Abstained. Agreed. It appeared that consensus was reached, and thus they proceeded to discuss penalties for both sides. The following morning, the Spanish Football Federation announced the resolution regarding the Madrid derby. Referee Cesar Fernandez failed to effectively manage the match, and we have decided to temporarily demote him. Atletico Madrid's player, Eller, in a one-match suspension along with an additional two-match ban. Mario Pena faced a 5-match suspension for repeated infractions, match suspension, and an additional two-match ban. Beauty, Ramos, and Robin also clashed with opponents during the match, receiving red cards, resulting in a 1-match suspension and an additional 2-match ban. Furthermore, following a confrontation in the tunnel post-match, we have decided not to impose further penalties on either team due to a lack of evidence. On January 27th, Real Madrid faced Villarreal. Hesitated to start Kevin Huang. The heavily penalized Real Madrid found themselves in a tightly contested match. Manchester United youth striker Giuseppe Rossi contributed with a goal and an assist, while Baptista and the recovering Raul scored to equalize for Real Madrid. As the 80th minute approached without a secured victory, Capello turned and said, "Kevin, it's your time." Huang nodded and rose from the bench, his anticipation soaring as he prepared to enter the match. Upon entering, Huang quickly altered the scoreline. Receiving a pass from Gago on the right flank, he accelerated past Venter towards the penalty area, deftly maneuvering past Godin with his right foot and finding the net from a tight angle inside the box. Capello glanced at the scoreboard, noting the time as 86:33. Considering the upcoming fixtures, he decided to substitute Huang immediately, allowing him to bask in the adoration of the fans. Capello turned back to the bench and beckoned Higuain with his fingers. For Huang, This was a unique experience, and it stirred quite a commotion. Additionally, Atletico Madrid lodged protests, primarily targeting Robin's actions, even with Ramos being spared from scrutiny. Atletico's manager, Javier Aguirre, expressed his outrage on television, stating, "Arjen Robben's conduct is unacceptable. It's hard to believe he is a player often plagued by injuries. Inflicts harm on others." However, as the host pointed out, it appeared that Mario Pena had not sustained any injuries. Aguirre's expression faltered as he replied, "The absence of injury isn't the point. The pitch cannot tolerate such malicious fouls." Huang picked up the remote and switched to an old film, Notting Hill. On screen, Roberts did not seem particularly attractive, although perhaps his large mouth was a redeeming quality. Huang's focus drifted away from the film. The situation remained complex. Robben's foul was indeed excessive, and prior, Pepe had not merely received a 3-match suspension. Yet, considering Robben was a close ally of Huang, it seemed unjust to allow him to face an extended suspension. Huang took out his phone and called Calderon. "Kevin, is there something urgent that prompted you to call me at such a late hour? You must have just finished your match," Calderon inquired with enthusiasm on the other end. "Yes, Ramon, I wish to discuss the matter concerning Arjen Robben," Huang Kevin replied. "What about Robben?" Calderon asked. "Atletico seems unwilling to let the situation pass without consequence. They desire a long-term suspension for Robben, which, however, does not align with Real Madrid's interests," Huang Kevin stated. "I understand," Calderon responded. Though he did not perceive Robben as particularly significant. Players who have already transferred to Real Madrid seem devoid of value. He preferred to focus on athletes from other teams. It is the players yet to join Real Madrid who are truly exceptional. They have now established a strategic collaboration with the press, revealing transfer targets to Marca and AS, subsequently creating a buzz around them, ensuring that when fans are charged exorbitantly, they would not question it. If necessary, they could even suggest that both Chelsea and Milan are interested in the players. With so many prestigious clubs vying for talent, spending a little extra should be justified. However, now that Huang Kevin has spoken, he must find a resolution. Real Madrid, with its wealth and allure, owes much of its appeal not only to its historical stature, but also to the commercial and economic dual prosperity brought forth by Huang Kevin. He would gladly dance in his underwear at a banquet if Huang Kevin asked him to. After all, dignity cannot be consumed as sustenance. After concluding the call, Calderon immediately immersed himself in work. He dialed one phone number after another, preparing to create some trouble for Atletico to deter their relentless focus on Robben. Huang Kevin cast the phone aside, feeling considerably relieved. Calderon possessed both capability and connections. His status as a successful lawyer and president of Real Madrid was a testament to his prowess. Yet, Calderon's greatest flaw was his insatiable greed. Huang Kevin recalled the scandals that surrounded Calderon's departure from office. It was astonishing that he had pocketed so many kickbacks, even requiring reimbursement for his coffee. Were it anyone else receiving such bribes, the club's financial records would have been impeccably managed, aiming for a longer tenure to facilitate further gains. Thus, such behavior was incomprehensible. Europeans often quibble fiercely over minor sums. The following morning, Huang Kevin, unusually awake early, drove himself to the club. He owned several luxury cars, with teammates gifting him two, yet he favored the Mercedes, a remnant from his admiration of Initial D. No matter how fast a car may be, it is ultimately just a means to deliver tofu. The 86 may conquer the hills, but the Mercedes can ascend to the trees. The disparity in performance is significant. Huang Kevin noticed Capello driving an Audi and couldn't help but chuckle. Previously, Capello's vehicle had been a Fiat, but after encountering several incidents in the parking lot, he had switched to a sponsor's car. Aside from Capello, the early arrivals were likely Raul and Salgado. Despite Salgado's current lack of playing opportunities, he consistently arrived early for training. After all, he was the son-in-law of former Real Madrid president Sanz, a staunch Madridista at heart. Having parked his car in his designated space, Huang Kaiwen entered the training facility. Today he arrived unusually early, finding the training ground deserted. Upon entering the locker room, he indeed spotted Raul and Salgado, along with an unexpected guest, Higuain, who had also come in early. "Morning, gentlemen," Huang Kaiwen greeted with a smile. "Getting here this early is quite a feat," Raul chuckled while changing his shoes. "Don't be ridiculous, as if I'm not diligent in my training." Huang Kaiwen retorted playfully. Rest assured, no one cares what time you arrive, Salgado remarked. After observing for a while, Higuain chimed in. Actually, it's quite normal for Kevin to arrive a bit late. I recall a story about Cantona. Sir Ferguson was notoriously strict with his players, even forbidding excessive grooming. Yet, one day, Cantona arrived late, running onto the training field in a white suit and dress shoes. Sir Ferguson then told Gary Neville and the others, "Now? That's what I call style." Raoul nodded slightly. Talented players always enjoy certain privileges. Such stories about Higuain were commonplace in any team. Huang Kaiwen raised his thumb in appreciation. Surprised by Higuain's cleverness, he noted this act of camaraderie and would remember it. Huang Kaiwen tossed his bag into the locker and sat down to change. From the Falcon series, identical to Kaká's. Despite sponsorships, they could not resolve the issue of his varying playing styles. So Huang Kaiwen typically carried several pairs of cleats, choosing which to wear based on his condition on match day. Generally, he favored the Falconates. His personal sponsorship and the clubs made things significantly less complicated, as teammates gradually arrived at the training base. Their astonishment at Huang Kaiwen's early start was palpable. Huang Kaiwen frowned, thinking, Higuain still lacks a bit of cleverness. That Cantona anecdote was excellent. He should recount it more often. Damn it. Upon returning home, Huang, the writer, planned to pitch a story to Marca, not only about Cantona but also embellishing the tales of privileged players in football. In comparison, Huang Kaiwen's treatment seemed rather mediocre. He merely enjoyed a bit more financial reward, along with slightly better treatment from the coach and club. Locker room. Cassano, while undressing, suddenly asked, "They say you can play the piano with your feet. How about another demonstration?" "Forget it," Huang Kaiwen responded, shaking his head. "But I brought a DV. I recently applied for an account on a video site and wanted to use your footage to attract viewers," Cassano said, now down to his underwear. "All right then." Huang Kaiwen conceded, pausing his task of removing his cleats and rising to head towards the training ground. Cassano quickly changed and followed suit, and prepared to leave instead. Spending time at home with their girlfriends and children seemed far more appealing than watching a teammate juggle the ball. Upon returning to the training field, Huang Kaiwen bounced the ball a couple of times to test his touch, while Cassano, impatient, inquired, "Can we shoot now?" "Come on," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. He pulled back his left foot, flicking the ball into the air. Following the rhythm of Cannon, he began to play. Cannon proved slightly more challenging than the previous for Elise, and Huang Kaiwen did not dare to be careless. The difficulty of playing the piano with his hands and juggling the ball was not comparable. After a series of bounces, he felt himself lagging behind after the 41st measure. Huang Kaiwen flicked the ball upwards and struck it midair. Given the shortcomings of Carlos Caesar, achieving this step was no small feat. "Is that good?" Huang Kaiwen asked. "Yes." "Let's go? Today, I'll treat you to a grand feast," Cassano exclaimed with excitement. He found it amusing to interact with fans through videos. Cassano was confident that once Huang Kaiwen's video was shared, more people would take notice of his account. "All right, I'll leave my car here. Don't need to drive, Sergio. I'll take you later," Huang Kaiwen added. Ramos nodded in agreement. As they walked to the parking lot, Huang Kaiwen, with his exceptional dynamic vision, noticed a figure slipping beneath Beauty's car. Although it was just a fleeting glance, he recognized the owner of the white sneakers and jeans as Higuain. He looked up at the parking lot surveillance camera, and indeed, someone had sprayed the lens. In an instant, Huang Kaiwen understood what was happening. No wonder Capello's car always encountered issues. Having Higuain warm up so many times before a match would frustrate anyone. The only mystery was why Higuain had crawled underneath Beauty's car. He chose to remain silent about the incident. After all, if something went wrong in the parking lot, the club would bear the cost, so he let Higuain vent his frustrations. Once they got into the car, they headed to the renowned boating restaurant. Although Cassano claimed it was a grand feast, having already eaten lunch at the base and a snack in the afternoon, there was little room left. The primary purpose was to find a place to chat. After ordering some appetizers, Beauty remarked, "Lately, life feels rather dull." "Old," Cassano laughed, adding, "I'm planning to go on a date tonight. Every evening brings a sense of anticipation." "Girlfriends have no right to comment," Cassano retorted. "You scoundrel, I just happen to be temporarily single." Ramos shot back, "Who knows if what you say is true? I had a girlfriend at 9, Cassano boasted. "Uft, I even played house with a girl in kindergarten." I was born in a hospital and was close with a girl right from the start. Scoundrel. Why don't you say you were dating while in your mother's womb? You were just envious of my popularity with women. Don't think too much. Ever since Ramos returned from his loan, the atmosphere indeed became quite lively. The sounds of arguments drew the attention of other diners, and a few patrons left the restaurant after signing autographs for fans. Due to Boating's immense popularity, if he leaves soon, they might miss their chance. After escorting Ramos back, Huang Kaiwen returned home only to find that the young lady had brought Lily to Madrid. Thankfully, he had declined Cassano's invitation to go out. Otherwise, explanations would have been quite complicated. Darling, you're back, the young lady said with a smile. Huang Kaiwen approached, wrapping his arm around the shoulders of the young lady and Lily, and inquired, what brings you here? It's not just us. I brought a photographer as well. The young lady replied, yes, we're preparing to take your portraits. Lily nodded in agreement. Another shoot? Huang Kaiwen scratched his head, questioning the necessity. It seems like the last one was just recently, since the previous portraits and related merchandise sold exceptionally well in Japan. I've decided to release another collection to commemorate your consecutive win as the World Footballer of the Year, the young lady explained. Huang Kaiwen responded, isn't this a bit excessive? The neon girl has to work overtime for socializing, doesn't she? The demand from your fans in Japan is quite strong, especially since they love the different style from last time. They hope you will produce more collections with varied themes, the young lady clarified. What could Huang Kaiwen say? Such an industrious spirit deserved to be rewarded. After all, Japan is a developed nation, boasting that one Tokyo could buy out the entire America, even amidst economic downturns. Its cultural richness remains significant. He certainly wouldn't mind indulging in this venture. Moreover, money spent does not simply vanish. It transforms into a different form of companionship with the neon girl. Do you have any good themes in mind? The young lady asked. A theme? How about a chess match? Huang Kaiwen suggested with a grin. Shall I gather a few chess masters for a live television match? The young lady inquired. I think that sounds splendid, and it would be even better if you could defeat them. Lily chimed in, wrapping her arms around Huang Kaiwen's neck. Huang Kaiwen playfully swatted at Lily, saying, not a chance. I'm merely average. I know my own limitations, despite his proficiency in 2 chess variants and his inherent cleverness. Chess requires memorization of strategies and extensive experience through numerous matches. The king of football was somewhat lacking in this regard, while he could easily best amateur players, true professionals, regardless of their skill level compared to him, might still outmaneuver him through experience. The king of football preferred to have others as the backdrop rather than being one himself. Really? I wanted to invite a few top players so you could triumph over them. The young lady lamented. Can we avoid any underhanded tactics? If we truly brought in Kasparov and the like, I'd feel embarrassed to win, Huang Kaiwen remarked, finding the young lady's mindset rather perilous, always seeking shortcuts. Thus, that evening, he set forth a slightly more challenging path for her. On February 1st, Huang Kaiwen welcomed another refresh of the store. Recently, Huang Kaiwen has not seen much progress in his fate points, which have dwindled from a starting point of 9 to 8,840 due to ongoing expenditures. However, with the season's end approaching, he is confident that surpassing the 10,000 mark is a certainty, and he remains unfazed by the situation. The special template of Bu Er Zhou requires 1,000,000 fate points, while the templates of Mei Cha and Zhuafu each demand 10,000 points. Skills such as Flying Side Dive Mastery require 500 points, and Gymnastics Mastery requires only 100 points. Additionally, the item 24-hour Injury Immunity card costs 20 points. Huang Kaiwen has once again encountered the special template from that comic. He believes that defeating Federer and Nadal lies solely along this path. Yet the required fate points are exorbitant, leaving him only to observe. In the upcoming Italian special event, only Mei Cha is an offensive player. Huang Kaiwen had previously drawn a trial card for Mei Cha, the legendary Inter Milan player who possesses commendable strength and speed, alongside respectable technique. However, when compared to similar Brazilian legends, he falls slightly short. Notably, Mei Cha was the first player to employ the technique of a lob shot. He ended 120 points to acquire the Immunity card and Gymnastics Mastery. The skill of Gymnastics Mastery elevates both competitive and artistic gymnastics to a professional level. thereby enhancing flexibility and strength. Huang Kaiwen had anticipated an increase solely in flexibility, but both enhancements proved beneficial for his gameplay. Many defensive players, particularly of African descent, rely on extraordinary flexibility to execute unconventional defensive maneuvers. An example is Manchester United's Bailey, who, despite lacking in judgment and positional sense, compensates with remarkable physical qualities and flexibility, though this style often leads to injuries. Fortunately for Huang Kaiwen, such concerns are mitigated by his immunity card. Flexibility significantly aids in offensive play as well, making this acquisition rather rewarding. Robin, who has been fond of chess since childhood, has become the backdrop for Huang Kaiwen's new photo collection. When Huang Kaiwen called to inquire, Robin readily agreed to participate, and shortly, he will appear in several pages of the photo collection. To please the neon-haired girl, Huang Kaiwen has gone to great lengths. After the photo shoot, the young lady also facilitated a chocolate endorsement for Robin. Shortly thereafter, she and Lily flew back to Milan. On February 3rd, Real Madrid faced Almeria away, and once again, Huang Kaiwen found himself excluded from the main roster due to the inexplicable dismantling of his vehicle's wheels. The affected Guti remained in Madrid. During their evening together watching the match, Guti expressed his indignation over the sabotage of his vehicle. "The club's security is appalling," Guti exclaimed. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement, remarking on the incompetence of the security personnel depicted in films. Guayin had sprayed the camera, and they had failed to notice it promptly. Huang Kaiwen had begun to piece together the circumstances surrounding the incident. Due to the fact that Capello and Guti had chosen the same vehicle, Guti lingered after training, causing Guayin to misidentify him. Huang Kaiwen chuckled and remarked, "Just watch the game. After all, the sponsors will provide you with a new car." "It is not about the car. I cannot swallow my pride," Guti retorted, striking the sofa with his hand. Huang Kaiwen rose to fetch 2 bottles of water from the refrigerator, tossing one to Guti and advising, "Drink something cool to calm your nerves." "I cannot have anything cold today." Guti placed the bottle on the coffee table. Huang Kaiwen responded, "He only knows that sometimes girls cannot have cold drinks." When did Guti become one of them? Noticing Huang Kaiwen's gaze, Guti clarified, "I've been feeling unwell due to anger these past few days. The doctor advised me to avoid ice cream and similar items." Huang Kaiwen gave him a thumbs up, acknowledging Guti's temper. He silently prayed for Guayin. The two soon fell into silence. The depleted Real Madrid squad conceded a goal almost immediately, and before the first half concluded, the opponents scored again. Even through the screen, Huang Kaiwen could sense Capello's fury. In the second half, he substituted Raul onto the field, and the veterans dribbling posed some challenges for the Almeria defense, yet the score remained unchanged. Ultimately, Real Madrid suffered a 0-2 defeat on the road. "Shall we go out for a drink?" Guti asked, visibly frustrated by the game. "Let's go," Huang Kaiwen nodded, realizing it had been a long time since he visited a nightlife venue. They headed to Fabric, a nightclub located in the southwestern corner of Madrid. Renowned as Spain's largest and most famous nightclub, after more than 5 years since its opening, it had become the preferred choice for young revelers. Huang Kaiwen and Guti's entrance did not attract much attention. In the noisy atmosphere, with the aid of spotlights, recognizing the two was not an easy feat. Found himself behind a young woman, dancing closely. Huang Kaiwen found a spot to sit down, declining the advances of 2 women who had recognized him. After exchanging greetings with Guti, he departed from the nightclub. On one hand, he was uninterested in the nightlife scene. On the other, he needed to exercise caution, as his wealth was at stake. Those who sought to associate with athletes might engage in unsavory actions, effectively responsible for a child. To his astonishment, his early return home made headlines. The following morning, Real Madrid lost away. Kaiwen and Guti went to a nightclub to unwind. After Kaiwen left early, we could not capture Guti's whereabouts. It seems the two merely sought to vent their frustrations over the loss. Upon returning to team training, Capello did not mention the nightclub incident. In the afternoon, he summoned everyone to the tactical room. After a pause of nearly 3 minutes, Capello, with a stern expression, finally spoke. "Some key players are suspended, but that is not an excuse for our defeat. Even the substitutes of Real Madrid possess a strength that surpasses that of players from other teams. If you lack such awareness, which is decidedly beneath the standards of Real Madrid. Numerous newspapers suggest that I should grant certain individuals more opportunities, Yet some who have started matches have not demonstrated a level of superiority. How then? Can I afford you additional chances? Higuain lowered his head, aware that Capello was referring to his lack of impact against Almeria. His opportunities to start were scant, and his role as a substitute was inconsistent. When Huang Kaiwen was substituted off, he predominantly played on the flanks, and suddenly being thrust into a central role left him somewhat disoriented. Noticing Higuain's silence, Capello continued, Antonio Cassano, do you have glue on your feet? Why do you not pass to your teammates? Cassano retorted, they are not as skilled as I am. Capello widened his eyes in astonishment, prompting Cassano to quickly fall silent. As we prepare to face Valladolid, I implore you to secure a victory. And you, Jose Gutierrez, remember that you are a player, not a pole dancer. Jose is a name derived from Guti's surname, with fans opting to use the first 4 letters of his paternal name to distinguish him from others bearing the common surname. Guti glanced at Huang Kaiwen, realizing that although both had appeared in the papers, he alone bore the brunt of the coach's ire. However, he was not as foolish as Cassano to challenge Capello in his fury. The other players of Real Madrid exhibited a commendable obedience, collectively avoiding provoking Capello, who chose not to elaborate further. He remained in his office, contemplating the forthcoming tactical arrangements. Real Madrid faced a significant number of injuries. For instance, Metzelder had scarcely played this season, and many players were nursing ailments, primarily due to the added demands of the Super Cup and the Club World Cup. Had taken a toll on the player's physical condition, coupled with several suspensions. Capello had fewer options to navigate the league matches. However, the Champions League quarterfinals loomed near, along with postponed matches due to the World Cup. Context: devising a strategy required considerable thought. Capello set down his pen and sighed. Despite the number of players in the first team, his available options were limited. Glancing at Huang Kaiwen's name, he shook his head. Last season, Kaiwen participated in numerous matches, but this season had begun with a lengthy injury, a consequence of overexertion. Capello remained cautious in his approach to utilizing Huang Kaiwen. If necessary, he would consider deploying Marcelo or Torres on the wing. Fabio, it's getting late. Baldini knocked on the door to remind him. I understand, Capello replied, gathering his belongings. He rarely dealt with team matters at home, preferring to resolve issues while present with the squad. Recently, Real Madrid has been experiencing some difficulties, compelling him to linger a bit longer with the team. Capello hummed a tune as he made his way to the parking lot. There have been numerous incidents at the training facility's parking area lately. Guti's vehicle had suffered, prompting him to temporarily divert his focus from Cassano. Capello suspected that perhaps some criminals had set their sights on the parking lot of the Real Madrid training ground. The components of these luxury cars hold significant value. Upon entering the parking lot, he noticed that the surveillance cameras had yet to be cleaned, prompting him to mutter under his breath about the inefficiency of the Spaniards. Damn it. Real Madrid had already contacted the relevant authorities to address the issue, yet several days had passed without anyone arriving to make the necessary replacements. Cursing to himself, Capello approached the parking space, only to find himself stunned. His large vehicle had vanished. The following day, during training, Huang Kaiwen learned of Capello's stolen car. Shouted nearby, breaking news. The car thief has been caught. Did the Madrid police indulge a bit too much last night to solve a case? Huang Kaiwen patted Higuain on the shoulder and joined Cassano to see the commotion. He too was curious as to why someone would come to Valdebebas to steal a car. Although the security at Real Madrid is somewhat lacking, outsiders are oblivious to this fact. The police recounted the case, which, interestingly, bore some relation to Huang himself. The extravagant gifts Huang Kaiwen had been giving to his teammates, including customized watches, had raised eyebrows among the youth team, leading to exaggerated claims that Huang had gifted the first team watches worth hundreds of thousands of euros, thereby attracting unwanted attention. The group of thieves had decided to try their luck at Valdebebas. However, unfamiliar with the premises, they ended up stealing several pairs of shoes being maintained in the equipment manager's office. As they were about to leave, OS vehicle, and impulsively decided to steal it as well. Huang Kaiwen was at a loss for words. These individuals had brazenly entered the club and made off with items. The management of the club by Valdano and Calderon was indeed lacking. In the afternoon, Galbiati announced a solution at the training ground. I understand that many of you frequently drive your beloved cars to training, and no one wishes for such incidents to recur. Therefore, The club has decided to expand the security team and enhance patrols around Valdebebas. There will always be someone monitoring the parking lot before you leave, Galbiati stated. It should have been done long ago. Otherwise, I wouldn't dare drive a nice car to school. Cassano retorted. Ha ha ha, you actually mentioned school. Have you ever been to school? Ramos laughed, clutching his stomach. Damn it. Fabio is even more serious than my old teacher. Am I wrong in saying that? Cassano inquired. Hey, buddy, watch your back. Salgado cautioned. Don't try to fool me, Cassano scoffed, rolling his eyes, only to turn and find Capello standing there with a stern expression. Startled, Cassano sank to the ground and remarked. Cassano looked towards Huang Kaiwen for assistance, knowing that only he could save him in such a predicament. However, Huang Kaiwen feigned ignorance and followed his teammates back to the locker room. Although Capello had been somewhat harsh with Cassano, this was ultimately beneficial for him. Once Yingwen changed his attire and arrived at the parking lot, such matters are simply impossible to conceal. That evening, as Huang Kaiwen returned home, he watched the loquacious Cruyff on television. The old gentleman certainly would not miss an opportunity to bask in the limelight of Real Madrid's struggles. Real Madrid is on the decline, of that I am certain. Cruyff stated. Pep has done well since taking over, and although Barcelona trails Madrid by 8 points, I firmly believe that Barcelona will catch up. When Kaiwen is absent, Madrid reveals many vulnerabilities. They are a volatile team lacking cohesion, as evidenced by their elimination from the Copa del Rey. The Pep mentioned by Cruyff referred to Guardiola. After Rijkaard suffered a devastating defeat against Real Madrid, he ultimately could not retain his position. Guardiola, having spent some time developing in the youth ranks, seamlessly transitioned to become the head coach of Barcelona. According to your assertions, with Kaiwen's recovery, Madrid's weaknesses will cease to exist, the host inquired, crossing his legs. This was intended to be a light-hearted talk show. No, it is not as simple as that, Cruyff explained with a smile. Kaiwen's prolonged injury will instill doubt in Capello regarding his utilization. We have already witnessed this. Madrid's number 10 may only participate in one match a month. Moreover, Real Madrid frequently falters against mid-table teams, during which Kaiwen may not even make the matchday squad. This is why I predict Barcelona will eventually surpass them in the standings. However, I examined the schedule and noted that Kaiwen should not miss any crucial matches, including an upcoming Clásico. Even if Real Madrid drops points against lower-ranked teams, it is unlikely they will lose every encounter. With 15 rounds remaining in the league, excluding a few vital games, can Barcelona truly achieve a turnaround? The host queried. Huang Kaiwen was almost inclined to applaud the host for pinpointing a crucial fact. In significant matches, the king of ball would indeed take the field. Discounting matches against Valencia and Barcelona, and those where he might come off the bench to save the day, there would be only a few matches remaining in which he would not be included in the squad. Under such circumstances, it seemed a dream for Barcelona to reverse the situation. Capello's occasional missteps did not imply a perpetual failure. Cruyff also recognized this issue and, clearing his throat to redirect the conversation, remarked, losing to Almeria and being eliminated from the Copa del Rey have both dealt blows to Real Madrid. The theft in the parking lot also underscores managerial issues within the club. They are indeed in decline. We often see Florentino questioning Calderon in the newspapers. There are significant problems throughout Real Madrid, from the president to the upper management, and from the club staff to the first team. They cannot replicate last season's success. Huang Kaiwen switched off the television. Cruyff's cunning has led to Real Madrid's elimination from the Copa del Rey, making it impossible to replicate last season's triumph. Yet, the average person finds themselves at a loss when confronted with Cruyff's tactics. Many retired legends shamelessly pursue financial gain, sacrificing their dignity in the process. Fortunately, Huang discovered that the newspapers largely echoed Cruyff's sentiments. The accuracy of their claims was inconsequential, as sensational news sells. Marca reported internal issues within Real Madrid, while it noted that Atletico Madrid had not abandoned their appeal against Robin, with club president Gil asserting his relentless pursuit of justice. As the son of one of the world's most vehement Real Madrid antagonists, young Gil similarly harbors hopes for severe repercussions against the club. His father, Jesus Gil, was a controversial figure, having been instrumental in shaping Atletico Madrid, embodying a blend of both commendation and censure. It is undeniable that he was a staunch opponent of Real Madrid, a sentiment that his son has inherited, frequently criticizing the rival club in public forums. World Sports News proclaimed that Pep's team is shining brightly, with Boyan and Messi poised to usher Barcelona into a new era. The second edition continued to highlight Ronaldinho's nightlife escapades. This season, Ronaldinho has struggled, having lost the trust of his coach even before Rijkaard's departure. Under Guardiola's stewardship, his situation appears unchanged. Huang laments being unable to persuade Messi to transfer to Milan during the winter break. Despite Barcelona's shortcomings, they covered Messi's medical expenses when he needed it most, fostering a sense of gratitude in him that prevents an immediate departure. Future opportunities will need to be sought. Such a prominent figure as Messi should not miss the chance to play in Milan. Prior to the 23rd round of the league, Capello summoned Huang to his office. Held by a figure grasping a bottle, Capello offered Huang a cup of coffee, explaining that he had recently been reading Chinese mythological stories and encountered this bodhisattva, reputed to be quite auspicious, prompting him to give it a try. Huang cautiously picked up the precious jade statue, noticing simplified Chinese characters inscribed at its base, dating back to the year 960 AD, causing his eyelids to twitch involuntarily. He mused that this artifact could not possibly have such antiquity. After careful consideration, he remarked on the significance of the inscription. "What does that mean?" Capello inquired, intrigued. Huang elaborated, "This is in simplified Chinese." "What does that mean?" Capello asked, perplexed. The year 960 AD corresponds to the later Zhou or Song dynasty. I can't recall precisely. At that time, China would have employed regular script, as simplified characters emerged in modern times to enhance literacy rates, Huang explained. So, this is not from the later Zhou. If you have an interest in Chinese culture, it is best to gain a deeper understanding before making any purchases. Genuine antiques are seldom inexpensive. Never mind, it didn't cost much, Capello replied. So, coach, what brings you to me today? Huang Kaiwen inquired, lifting his cup to take a sip. The upcoming matches against Valladolid and Betis are on my mind. I would like you to start in one and come off the bench in the other, then prepare for the away game against Roma. If we perform well on the road, returning home will be less pressurized, allowing us to focus on the league, Capello explained. I have no objections, Huang Kaiwen nodded. His most trusted player, undeniably talented, exhibited little demand for playing time, which eased Capello's worries. Huang Kaiwen's injuries had already caused him considerable stress, should he sustain a serious injury during the season's climax. Real Madrid would undoubtedly face significant challenges. Not only would he be unable to play, but it would also adversely affect the morale and mindset of the team. Capello distinctly sensed that when Huang Kaiwen was fit, even if he was not included in the matchday squad, the players exuded confidence. During the first half of the season, despite Real Madrid's lead in the league, their performance was subpar, and the locker room atmosphere was noticeably less vibrant than the previous season. Watching Huang Kaiwen leave his office, Capello gathered the tactical board, the book of changes, and the investiture of the gods, placing them into his bag as he headed to the parking lot. While driving home, Capello was, in fact, quite a romantic at heart. Would you like roses? €8 for 10, inquired the young florist without looking up. Capello frowned slightly, feeling that the price seemed higher than usual. Nevertheless, since he was already there, he decided to buy them to bring some joy to Laura. I don't need 10, that number feels too perfect. I'll take 9 for €8, and please wrap them nicely. What do you mean? The shopkeeper asked. It's nothing, just give me 9 and wrap them well. Writing a note wishing Laura happiness every day, Capello adjusted his glasses. All right, and wrapped the roses with paper and ribbons before handing them to Capello. After paying, as he was leaving, a man suddenly called out, Please wait, friend. On February 10th, Huang Kaiwen started against Valladolid. Drawing the attention of Andy Carroll, he became a pivotal player in the match, assisting role in achieving a hat trick as Real Madrid triumphed with a resounding 6-0 victory on home soil. On February 14th, Huang Kaiwen's latest photo collection was released on Lit Bin, titled Half a Victory, a rather whimsical name that garnered immense popularity among Lit Bin fans. All major bookstores became bustling hubs of activity, with fans eagerly anticipating the release. The initial stock of the photo collection quickly sold out in 4 millennia. I even managed to acquire a proportional standee. What a marvel! I sought assistance in purchasing photo albums for a lottery, yet despite acquiring 20 volumes, fortune did not smile upon me. He is indeed one of a kind. The most remarkable aspect is that Kaiwen is entirely natural. standing in stark contrast to the surgically altered stars of South Korea. I was astonished to discover that he is also adept at chess, a true testament to his remarkable talents. Previously, I had watched videos of Kaiwen singing, and I felt his prowess was on par with the likes of Koji Tamaki and Shinji Tanemura. I wonder when he will grace the Budokan with a concert. It is astonishing to comprehend that such perfection exists in this world. No man in Japan can rival Huang Kaiwen. I am resolute in my desire to collect all of Kaiwen's merchandise. The once bustling streets of Shibuya now see an increasing number of young women lingering against the walls, and the competition has reached unprecedented heights. On February 16th, during an away match against Real Betis, although Real Madrid took the lead within 3 minutes, the first half had not concluded before Betis' Brazilian winger, Edu, assisted in turning the tide of the match. The second half saw resolute defense from the opposition, and in the 72nd minute, Capello substituted Huang Kaiwen into the game. Just as Huang Kaiwen made his entrance, he scored a free kick from just outside the penalty area. Following that, he frequently dropped back to orchestrate plays and delivered passes to his teammates. Following a foul on Robin, who had just returned from suspension, Real Madrid was awarded another free kick from a nearly identical position. After a calculated run-up, Huang Kaiwen sent the ball soaring into the top right corner of the net. Surrounded by his jubilant teammates, Huang Kaiwen was a sight to behold, while Spalletti, watching from home, pressed his hands against his temples, his bald head glistening under the lights. The team faced formidable pressure from the Milanese giants, although the Sensi family staunchly supports the team. The current economic climate in Italy prevents Roma from spending extravagantly as they once did. Thus, the Champions League prize money holds immense significance for Roma. Even if they do not win the title, advancing further could enable them to sign an additional player in the summer. Spalletti believes that what Almeria and Mallorca have achieved, Roma can likewise accomplish. However, he first needs to address a pressing issue. Almeria and Mallorca have not faced a Real Madrid that includes Huang Kaiwen. As a firm believer in various supernatural forces, Spalletti felt the need for a touch of assistance. After swiftly checking flight information, he made his way to Rome's Fiumicino airport. He had heard whispers of a highly effective sorcerer in Turin. This was particularly convenient, as the matter concerning Huang Kaiwen was one he preferred to keep under wraps. Knowledge, he would be hard-pressed to withstand the fury of Italian fans. Traveling to Turin would also mitigate the risk of being recognized. An hour later, clad in a hat and trench coat, Spalletti hailed a taxi. To avoid leaving a trace of his identity, he had prepared cash, opting against using a credit card in Turin. Huang Kaiwen's reputation in Italy is exceedingly high, and he must tread carefully should fans discover his presence. It would likely be far more than a mere dismissal from his position. According to information provided by a friend, he located the alley. The hour was nearing 11. Although it was not exceedingly late, the sinister atmosphere of the alley appeared particularly terrifying in the darkness. Prepared for the encounter, Spalletti retrieved a flashlight from his backpack, inhaled deeply while gazing into the narrow passage, and ventured forth. The debris and rubber scattered across the ground considerably hampered Spalletti's pace. The Roman coach tiptoed for nearly 5 minutes before reaching the end of the alley. Extracting a note, he discerned the incomprehensible scrawls upon it matched the sign above, prompting him to push against the wooden door. With a creak, he opened the door, and a shadow darted past. Damn it! Spalletti crouched down, covering his nose with both hands, as the acrid sensation in his nostrils brought moisture to the corners of his eyes. Welcome, welcome. A dark-skinned, diminutive man emerged. Rubbing his hands together, displaying a set of yellowed teeth, he squatted before Spalletti and stated, "This is my guardian spirit. It is quite effective." Spalletti looked up at the owl specimen hanging in the doorframe, recalling a film he had previously watched, realizing that such creatures are invariably associated with sorcery. Covering his nose, Spalletti rose and inquired, "Are you a wizard?" "Wizard? Yes, yes, indeed I am," the short man replied, nodding vigorously. "Then it is settled." Spalletti surveyed the room, filled with an array of peculiar items, and the scent of something akin to formaldehyde permeated the air, lending him considerable credence to the situation. "I have heard you possess remarkable abilities. I wish for you to assist me in dealing with someone," Spalletti declared. "Ah, that is no simple task. However, if you can arrange for him to go to Myanmar, I can offer a discount on my fees," the diminutive man replied. "Myanmar? That does not seem to be part of China, does it?" Spalletti questioned, puzzled. He had heard that this wizard hailed from China, and had lived for over a century. That is not the crux of the matter. Can you facilitate his journey to Myanmar? The little man nearly pressed against Spalletti, his eagerness palpable. As a significant commission awaited him, albeit he only reached Spalletti's chest. That may prove difficult. I seek your assistance with a particular athlete. To ensure he is unable to participate temporarily, Spalletti stated, conflicted. Ah, such matters are my specialty. The short man exclaimed as he swiftly leaped over the counter to rummage through its contents. Moments later, he produced a wooden doll, crudely carved, accompanied by a rusted knife. Placing the items on the counter, he declared, if you make a cut at the lower back of the figurine, he will undoubtedly be unable to take the field. Will that truly work? Spalletti inquired, skepticism evident in his tone. How could it not? It's just a matter of severing the kidney. We are professionals, after all. The diminutive man gesticulated animatedly, visibly affronted by any doubts cast upon his expertise. But how can this cursed doll be directed towards my intended target? Spalletti questioned, recalling that previous accounts of witchcraft often required some personal belonging, such as hair, from the individual to be affected. The diminutive man scratched his jaw vigorously. And after a moment, he slapped his head and exclaimed, post the photo. Put up the other person's picture. So that was it. Spalletti nodded in understanding. He had heard of similar casting procedures before. Spalletti then inquired, is there a spell? Yes, indeed. The little man replied in a somewhat unrefined Chinese, congratulations. You have won a prize. What on earth? Spalletti muttered, sensing something amiss. He hastily retrieved his phone and activated the rudimentary recording function. The Nokia had introduced this feature back in 2000, but it was never a major selling point, thus it had seen little advancement. Spalletti regretted not bringing a recording pen. Navigating the directional keys, he awkwardly asked, Sir, could you please repeat the spell? Congratulations, you have won a prize. The little man reiterated. Spalletti's eyes widened. He sensed a discrepancy in the intonation of the two utterances. Dazed by the peculiar odor in the room, he dismissed the detail. After selecting playback and hearing the recorded spell, Spalletti inquired, how much for this? $82.05, not a penny less. The little man said, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together excitedly. Relieved, Spalletti had expected a heftier price. He produced his wallet, extracted €100, and handed it over, saying, the extra is for you as a tip. Thank you for your patronage. May you prosper. The little man bowed appreciatively. Spalletti gathered his belongings and swiftly exited the premises. He feared that lingering any longer would render him faint from the room's aroma. Kevin, please give me your autograph, I beg you. Kevin. My roommate and I have waited for you for so long. Why didn't you call? Look at me, Kevin. On February 17th. Huang Kaiwen and the entire Real Madrid team flew to Rome to prepare for the upcoming Champions League match. As they emerged from security, the team once again witnessed Huang Kaiwen's popularity in Italy. They were treated like mere air, with even Italian player Cassano receiving scant local fanfare. After a challenging boarding of the bus, Cassano remarked sarcastically, Italians only fancy foreign things, they adore foreigners. What spineless individuals. But you are Italian too, Ramos retorted. I am different from them. Cassano responded with irritation. He had always felt unique since the day he began playing football. Well, say what you will, Ramos scoffed. Cassano was indeed talented, yet he paled in comparison to Kaiwen. After nearly 3 hours of flight, the Real Madrid squad arrived at the hotel, where the players quickly retreated to their rooms to rest. The following day, Real Madrid utilized Lazio's training ground for their final preparations. As fierce rivals of Roma, Lazio was more than willing to offer assistance. On February 19th, the day of the match, Huang Kaiwen awoke and glanced at the newspaper during breakfast. The Roman Sports Daily reported that the Pope remarked on the significance of the match between Real Madrid and Roma, emphasizing that it is a contest for peace in a world fraught with conflict. We require small seeds of tranquility amidst the turmoil. Gratitude is owed to the players from various backgrounds for their contributions to the world. Both Real Madrid and Roma are teams devoted to philanthropy. Beyond their attentiveness to children and those in suffering, they should serve as paragons for the youth, demonstrating through their game that football is a thrilling sport embodying the essence of unity, rather than an alternative form of warfare. A mere act of kindness from the players can enlighten many on the need to collectively strive for a better world. Huang Kaiwen smiled and shook his head. Indeed, the Vatican would not be absent, seizing every opportunity to engage with the illustrious Huang. After a brief tactical meeting in the morning, The entire team returned to their quarters to rest. In the afternoon, Real Madrid departed 3 hours early, on their way to the Stadio Olimpico in Rome. The players were utterly captivated by the fervor of Italian fans. Several players who had just transferred to Real Madrid that summer were left agape. They thought the excitement at the airport was remarkable, but today surpassed even that. Ramos chuckled, saying, "This is nothing, when we were in Japan." The fans were so fervent they nearly rushed to devour Kevin. We needed police escorts whenever we stepped out. Indeed, it is difficult to fathom the intensity of the fans without witnessing it firsthand, Raul remarked. Robin and Sneijder shared a similar gesture, rubbing the back of their heads. Gazing at the passionate fans outside, they found it hard to imagine an even more fervent crowd. The usually vibrant Cassano was unusually quiet, his emotions towards his former club Roma being quite complex. Upon arriving, Cassano paused to gaze at the familiar stadium, then, after 2 seconds, lowered his head and quickly followed his teammates into the tunnel. "Kevin, will you attend the press conference?" Capello inquired. In Italy, Huang Kaiwen was the center of attention. "Let's see how the match goes first," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "Very well, I will attend the press conference first. And you can prepare for warm-ups with the others," Capello nodded. Huang Kaiwen swiftly revealed his scratch card, using a coin to unveil the image. Upon seeing the familiar second prize, Huang Kaiwen chose to enter the draw. Ding! You have won a single match experience card for the 2016 to 2017 Serie A Round 36, Roma vs. Juventus, featuring Mohamed Salah. Exiting the players' tunnel, he encountered the Roma players preparing for their warm-ups. "Hey, Kevin," Totti greeted with a smile. "Hello, Francesco," Huang Kaiwen replied, raising his hand. "Be careful, Kevin. I won't go easy on you," De Rossi chimed in. Huang Kaiwen shook his head with a smile. "You'd better be cautious. At such a young age, aspiring to be a captain in Roma may not bear fruit. Perhaps a transfer to Arsenal would be wise." "You be careful too," Totti laughed, pointing at Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen shrugged, for he was not a defensive player, and whether goals were conceded was truly not his concern. Recently, Real Madrid has been plagued by numerous injuries, compounded by suspensions that have hindered their cohesion, resulting in further fluctuations within their defensive line. The most striking contrast between playing for Real Madrid and AC Milan lies in the disparity of their defensive capabilities. Iker Casillas truly embodies the legacy of David De Gea. Although Real Madrid's defense is not entirely abysmal, any occasional lapse can prove fatal, making Casillas a linchpin of the team's defensive structure. Perhaps this is the fate that befalls Spanish goalkeepers. As Huang Kaiwen and Totti jovially exited the tunnel, the on-site DJ enthusiastically proclaimed, "Now entering the field are Italy's finest number 10 and the world's best number 10. We are grateful to Kaiwen for all he has done for us and for Totti." The applause resonated throughout the Stadio Olimpico in Rome, as fans without tickets outside joined in the ovation. The thunderous applause emanated from this historic stadium, which had not witnessed such fervor in ages. Totti, draping his arm around Huang Kaiwen's shoulder, expressed his gratitude once more, saying, regarding the situation in Korea, "I must thank you. The 2002 World Cup remains an eternal source of pain for Totti." He had heard that Huang Kaiwen was released by a sponsor for emulating his playing style and soul and scoring excessively, a significant gesture of camaraderie. Huang Kaiwen laughed, brushing Totti's hand aside and clapping towards the stands, declaring, "In this world, there are things more important than money, such as the applause we hear today at the Stadio Olimpico." "Even if you say that, I won't hold back," Totti retorted, turning to join his teammates while discreetly wiping his eyes. Huang Kaiwen called after Totti's retreating figure, "You'd better step up your game. Don't lose too embarrassingly." Without looking back, Totti raised his right hand and gave a thumbs up. Huang Kaiwen received a warm welcome at the Stadio Olimpico, with 3 or 4 banners expressing gratitude towards him. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen has always enjoyed immense popularity among Italian fans, especially following the summer warm-ups, where he outshone local players in various polls to become the most favored player. However, fans need not worry. Previously at San Siro, Huang Kaiwen was also greeted warmly by Inter Milan supporters, and he did not hold back, though he refrained from celebrating after scoring. The atmosphere at today's match is uncertain. The fervor at the Stadio Olimpico is overwhelming, with fans dubbed the 12th man, making it undeniably challenging to play as the visiting team. As Huang Kaiwen dribbled the ball, he felt quite confident. Salah, often referred to as the Egyptian Messi, showcased commendable ball control, particularly in his ability to receive passes. His speed and dribbling skills are above average, which is crucial for Huang Kaiwen. With explosive power, maneuvering past opponents is relatively effortless. After juggling the ball a few times, Huang Kaiwen elevated it high before bringing it down, demonstrating excellent ball feel. Following the warm-up, Huang Kaiwen rejoined his teammates in the player tunnel. Now, the first leg of the UEFA Champions League round of 16, featuring AS Roma at home against Real Madrid, is about to commence. Let us take a look at the starting lineups for both teams. In a 4-3-3 formation, AS Roma's lineup features goalkeeper Doni, defenders Marco Cassetti, Juan Santos, Mexes, and Panucci, midfielders David Pizarro, Perota, and Arasi, and forwards Mancini, Totti, and Juli. Real Madrid, employing a 4-3-3 with a single defensive midfielder, includes goalkeeper Casillas, defenders Torres, Hines, Cannavaro, and Ramos, midfielders Gago, De Jong, and Guti, and forwards Huang Kaiwen, Roll, and Robin. AS Roma is a familiar adversary for Huang Kaiwen, having faced them several times in Serie A. Conversely, the players of Roma are equally acquainted with him. Juli, who transferred to Roma last summer, notably started against Huang while he was with AC Milan in the Champions League final, a match that ultimately ended in defeat for Barcelona. Today's referee is also a well-known figure, Herbert Vanderl, who officiated the Champions League final between Real Madrid and Manchester United last year. He was the first to reveal Huang Kaiwen's extraordinary talent for juggling a football while playing a piano piece, a rare gift that showcases his multifaceted abilities. Panucci, Roma's right back, has played for prestigious clubs such as AC Milan and Real Madrid, both of which have connections to Huang. He has also represented Inter Milan and Chelsea, but played for AC Milan and Real Madrid early in his career and never shared the pitch with Huang. As the Champions League anthem plays, both teams line up, and the interactions between the coaches are quite revealing. Capello and Spalletti shake hands, with Capello displaying a rather disdainful demeanor. Spalletti, seemingly puzzled by Capello's coldness, extends his hand and expresses hope for an exhilarating match. As long as you don't disrupt the flow, it will indeed be a thrilling encounter, Capello replies sternly. Both are seasoned Italian coaches. Their mutual acquaintance is well known. Spalletti, a bit of a trickster, reflects that even without Huang Kaiwen's renaissance, the tactical duels among Italian managers are commonplace. Indeed, that is true, Spalletti responds with a nervous chuckle. Sensing Capello's veiled implications, he reassures himself that his careful concealment of any dealings with sorcerers would remain undiscovered, as Capello could not possibly detect any signs. Returning to his own half, Capello glances at the backpack abandoned before the coaching bench, feeling a sense of relief. No matter Spalletti's schemes, they cannot match the might of the newly acquired divine whip that Fabio Capello now possesses. Why am I not starting? Grumbles Cassano from the substitutes bench. Having anticipated a chance to strut his stuff back at Roma, the coach fears your emotional instability when facing Roma. Their fans and Totti do not hold you in high regard, Salgado remarks. Cassano merely scoffs, refraining from retorting. His departure from Roma was marred by a public fallout with Totti, and he does not consider Totti superior to himself. Thus, he harbors no intentions of indulging him. Even before his exit, their paths had diverged significantly. Spalletti and Cassano share a mutual disdain, making Cassano the least favored player among Roma's ranks today, an obvious reason for Capello's decision to keep him on the bench. Cassano's appearance is certain to incite conflict with Roma players and provoke the ire of their fans. Given Cassano's temperament, he is at risk of receiving a red card today. Salgado retrieved a handful of sunflower seeds from his pocket and offered them to Cassano, who accepted and began to snack on them while seated on the bench. Roll and Totti engaged in a coin toss, with Roll winning the right to initiate play. As the match commenced, Roma players surged forward, prompting Guti to swiftly return the ball to Torres on the left flank. Torres then passed it back to Hines, before Yuri could apply pressure. Hines launched the ball deep into the forward line. He noticed that Kevin Huang had Roll alongside him, while Roma was left with only 3 defenders. The ball zipped quickly across the left side of the penalty area, traversing the halfway line and landing in the attacking zone. De Rossi, Panucci, and Mexes braced themselves for the incoming threat. With defenders so advanced, losing possession could prove perilous. However, the insufficient number of defenders against Huang rendered their efforts futile. De Rossi quickly maneuvered next to Huang, using his body to lean against him while reaching around to obstruct him. Mexes positioned himself in front of Huang, similarly applying pressure. Panucci had yet to adjust his position when the ball descended, prompting all to leap together in a bid for possession. Huang, opting not to jump, was inadvertently brought down by Mexes. Mexes headed the ball towards midfield, where David Pizarro received it and promptly advanced with a pass. Perotas seized the opportunity with a penetrating through ball, allowing Totti to dash into the penalty area for the ball. Heinz, executing a timely slide, managed to deflect the ball out of play. Huang, pulling De Rossi up by the hand, walked back with Raul. Raul, with a grin, remarked, "Did you see that? No one is marking me when I'm beside you. You should reflect on yourself," Huang retorted. Raul replied, "This isn't the Kevin I know." Huang playfully draped his arm over Raul's shoulder as they returned, finding amusement in teasing the old-timer. Marco Cassetti threw in the ball, and Heinz leapt to contest it, with De Rossi heading it to the right flank. Totti seized the opportunity, but Ramos swiftly closed in, arms outstretched to prevent a penalty, legs together to avoid being nutmegged. Observing Ramos's approach, Totti sensed limited options, skillfully flicking the ball to the right. Yuri, receiving the ball at the edge, executed a series of feints before delivering a cross into the penalty area, only to lament the missed opportunity as no one made a run for it. Indeed, in the initial phase, Roma's offensive was formidable, momentarily overpowering Real Madrid. Heinz passed to Gago, who carried the ball forward and sent a precise through ball to Kevin Huang. Huang, with a rapid burst of speed, shook off De Rossi and surged down the sideline. Sulla's pace was equally impressive, especially at 25, when he was at the zenith of his speed, reaching a sprint velocity of 36.6 kilometers per hour. With the attributes reminiscent of both Henry and Del Piero on the left flank, alongside his close companion Kaká, and his expertise in sprints, Huang's acceleration, while not drastically enhanced, combined to create an astonishing effect. Huang left De Rossi trailing in his wake, showcasing a captain-like resolve even before assuming the vice-captaincy of Roma. With gritted teeth, he relentlessly pursued Huang Kaiwen, his limbs reaching their utmost limit. However, the spectators in the nearby stands clearly observed that Huang Kaiwen maintained an air of ease, not exerting himself to the fullest, yet the gap between De Rossi and Huang Kaiwen continued to widen. Panucci could not afford to wait any longer. Seizing the moment as Huang Kaiwen slowed to allow his teammates to advance, he darted towards the left flank. With a deft motion, Huang Kaiwen executed a back pass with his left foot. The ball swiftly rolled past Panucci towards the edge of the penalty area, leaving the 5 Roma defenders within the box momentarily stunned, as they had not anticipated Huang Kaiwen's decision not to cut inside. The closest player, Pizarro, hurried towards the edge of the area, while Guti, running unimpeded, struck the ball with his left foot. The ball veered sharply, accelerating into the penalty area. Raul, positioned centrally, displayed remarkable awareness as he deftly nudged the ball before Mexes could intervene. Doni had already committed to the right side, and as the ball deflected off Raul's foot, he could only watch helplessly as it sailed into the net. In the 7th minute of the first half, Real Madrid's initial counterattack resulted in a goal. Ramos, having sprinted into the attacking zone, rushed to embrace Raul, who was soon surrounded by Guti and others. Huang Kaiwen, stationed on the left, gave a thumbs up, and Raul smiled and waved in response. The attack had been utterly unforeseen. Even he had anticipated Huang Kaiwen would cut in, given their established synergy. It was hardly surprising that the Roma players were caught off guard. Although Huang Kaiwen was the penultimate passer, his role in this offensive maneuver was undeniably significant. Once again, Kevin orchestrated the attack, and this goal was of paramount importance, helping Real Madrid stifle Roma's momentum. After suffering a defeat to Juventus in the league, Roma was now facing yet another setback in the Champions League. Upon hearing that Inzaghi had been apprehended by London police for fishing without a license, I felt a wave of anxiety regarding Milan's match against Arsenal the following day. However, after watching Kevin play for a few minutes, my spirits were remarkably lifted. Perhaps the medical community should consider studying the effects of watching Kevin's matches on patients. It might yield some miraculous outcomes. Nevertheless, I remained apprehensive about whether Inzaghi would be able to participate in tomorrow's match. Who knows what he was thinking, wandering to the Thames for fishing, Credelli remarked. Milan's away game against Arsenal was scheduled for the day after Real Madrid's match. That morning, while preparing to commentate on the Real Madrid game, He received the news that Inzaghi had been arrested early in the day for fishing in the Thames. Given the numerous injuries plaguing Milan's forwards, this news was decidedly unsettling. The Stadio Olimpico in Rome fell into a hushed silence. Although the fans had been mentally prepared, witnessing such a swift concession of a goal was still hard to accept. Their team had dominated the play against Real Madrid for several minutes, only to concede a goal on a single counterattack. It felt profoundly unjust. The Roma supporters looked on with complex expressions at the white-clad number 10. Kevin, indeed, was still the same Kevin. Spalletti sighed as he observed the Real Madrid players celebrating on the field. With Huang Kaiwen on their side, Real Madrid proved to be a formidable opponent. He cast a glance at the assistant coach, who promptly took out his phone to send a text. In a discreet corner of the stands, Francesco Rossi, a junior from the Department of Chinese at the Oriental Institute of Rome's First University, retrieved his phone. Upon seeing the phrase "take action" in the message, Rossi opened his backpack and pulled out a doll. Swiftly tearing off the photo of Kevin Huang and replacing it with a picture of Spalletti he had clipped from the morning newspaper. In reasonably fluent Chinese, he said, "Congratulations. You've won a prize." He then plunged a rusty knife into the doll's lower back. What a joke. Despite being a diehard supporter of Rome, he was immensely grateful for Kevin's contributions to Italy. The audacity of that scoundrel Spalletti wanting him to harm Kevin was utterly unacceptable. Rossi glanced around, ensuring no one was watching, and quickly stowed his belongings back in the bag. After the match, he planned to enjoy a night out with some friends, funded by the reward Spalletti had promised. If Rome won, they would celebrate. If they lost, they would drown their sorrows. Regardless of the outcome, there would be drinking. And someone else was covering the tab. Initially, he had considered leaking this incident to the media, but upon reflecting on the meager bounty offered for such information, Rossi resolved to cultivate a fruitful relationship with Spalletti, a valuable client. Should another opportunity arise, he would certainly comply with Spalletti's requests. As the match resumed, De Rossi shadowed Kevin Huang closely. Having previously engaged in an offensive maneuver, he had inadvertently allowed Huang to seize a counterattack opportunity. To effectively restrict Huang today, De Rossi decided against joining in the attack. With one key player absent, Rome's offensive strength remained largely unaffected. Pizarro and Perotto were in excellent form, complemented by the lively performance of the left-winger Mancini, alongside experienced veterans Totti and Giuli, making it hardly noticeable that De Rossi was not contributing to the offensive play. Rome's assault intensified with each wave, leaving Real Madrid's depleted defense in disarray. What is it that fosters our unity, even from afar? What is it that resonates deeply within us, making it hard to breathe? The home fans in the stands reignited their fervor, waving their team flags and passionately singing Grazia Roma to rally the team. Cassetti received a return pass from Totti, quickly maneuvered on the left, and unleashed a long-range shot from a favorable angle. Ramos attempted to intercept but failed, as the ball arced swiftly between Cannavaro and Hines, heading straight for the goal. Casillas dove and securely caught the ball in his arms. Impressive. Casillas was in remarkable form. Today, Rome played with an adventurous spirit, displaying relentless aggression from the outset. Indeed, Rome has never been a team to shy away from a challenge. They possess a unique ferocity, daring to fight back even when trailing. The nickname Red Wolves is truly fitting. This mindset of Rome is commendable. Whether they can contain Kevin Huang remains to be seen, but it should not hinder their offensive efforts. After commentating on so many of Huang's matches, I've observed that teams solely focused on defense and counterattacks ultimately fail to thwart Huang's victories. After rising, Casillas threw the ball back into play. He shouted at his teammates, "Concentrate, stop fixating solely on offense. If we concede too many goals, we shall inevitably face defeat." Ramos nodded in agreement. However, Cannavaro appeared indifferent, unwilling to alter his playing style. The newcomer Hines and young Torres sincerely apologized to Casillas, who shook his head in exasperation. The players of Real Madrid were indeed a handful. The current situation was much improved since he first became the club's goalkeeper. What more could he possibly demand? If only Pepe were present, he would be far more reliable than Cannavaro, even in the absence of Ivanovic. Guti, in the center circle, received the ball and noticed Huang Kaiwen gesturing towards the right flank. With a deft touch of his left foot, he sent a long pass soaring through the air. The ball gracefully arced across half the pitch, heading straight for the corner flag on the right side. Huang Kaiwen, who had sprinted from the left to the right, effortlessly brought the ball under control. Sulla's ball control was indeed remarkable. Cassetti attempted to intervene, but Huang Kaiwen skillfully maneuvered the ball between his feet, flicking it from his left foot to his right and back again, leaving Cassetti with no opportunity to challenge him, forcing him to continually adjust his balance. Nearby, the Roma fans wished to shield their eyes, unable to bear the sight of their defender being toyed with, as if he were cramping up. After a series of feints, Huang Kaiwen deftly nudged the ball with his right foot, rapidly darting past Cassetti and driving towards the penalty area along the baseline. Robin and Raul were lurking along the defensive line, constantly repositioning themselves in anticipation of a chance to strike. De Rossi, having lost his mark, disregarded Robin and Raul, launching himself into the penalty area with a reckless slide tackle. His foot accurately connected with the ball, sending it out of play between Huang Kaiwen's legs. Huang Kaiwen's right foot struck De Rossi's calf, causing him to tumble to the ground. Donny rushed over to help Huang Kaiwen up, inquiring, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Thank you," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. De Rossi cast a forlorn glance at his teammate, thinking, "For heaven's sake, both of us are on the ground. And you choose to assist the opponent?" Donny feigned ignorance to De Rossi's expression. How many goalkeepers in Serie A, especially those from top teams, are truly fearless? After all, this was a rare opportunity to make his presence felt in front of Huang Kaiwen, who was a player he had no prior relationship with. Upon rising, Huang Kaiwen noted the apprehensive demeanor of the Roma players and decided to step outside the penalty area. "Are you going to take the corner?" Guti approached to ask. "Yes, I will," Huang Kaiwen nodded, signaling to Guti. Guti understood immediately, winking and conveying Huang Kaiwen's intentions to the teammates. Tactical corner kicks do not require the highest level of precision, as they do not necessitate finding a teammate's head within the penalty area. Given Roma's formidable offensive pressure today, Huang Kaiwen resolved to score again soon to dampen their spirits. De Rossi's tight marking made the corner a promising opportunity. Donny, stationed in the penalty area, wore a look of despair as he directed his teammates' positioning. As a Brazilian goalkeeper from Donny's caliber, why had he become the target of that successor favored by Pelé? Donny was filled with a desire to confront Huang Kaiwen, questioning the audacity that allowed him to take the corner kick personally. The Roma players, closely shadowing their Real Madrid counterparts, continually adjusted their positions. Although Huang Kaiwen's tactical corner kicks had not been seen for some time, they dared not underestimate him. In the tactics-focused realm of Italy, most teams dedicated time in their tactical sessions to study Huang Kaiwen's corner kicks. Roma had even tried to emulate them on several occasions, achieving commendable results. Juan Santos positioned himself in front of Raul, resting his hands on Raul's thighs, ready to react the moment Raul made his move. Mexes anchored himself in the center, squeezed beside the towering Ramos. Cassetti stationed himself at the left post to prevent Huang Kaiwen from executing a low-angle shot from the corner area. De Rossi and Pizarro ventured to the far post, while Panucci stood within the penalty area, vigilantly watching the nearby Real Madrid players to prevent them from heading the ball, while also poised to block any potential long-range shots from his former teammate, Guti. Spalletti nodded in satisfaction. The players were performing even better than he had anticipated. Huang Kaiwen took a run up, his right foot striking the back of the ball. The ball rolled from the corner flag towards the edge of the penalty area. Raul skillfully feigned a shot with his right foot, allowing the ball to pass through, successfully deceiving Juan Santos. Positioned at the edge of the penalty area, Gago made his move, drawing Panucci's attention, while Guti seized the opportunity to dash into the box. Gago spread his legs, allowing the ball to roll through, and Guti, without hesitation, struck with his weaker right foot. The quality of his shot was surprisingly high, rolling rapidly towards the inside of the right post. Cassetti, near the post, intercepted the ball with his foot, causing it to change direction and head towards the goal. Donny cursed under his breath as he swiftly dove to block the ball, this deflected shot nearly spelling disaster for him. Ramos charged into contest, and as Cassetti swung his right foot, both players made contact with the ball simultaneously, sending it soaring over 2 meters high and away from Ramos's head, landing on the left flank. Mexes raced to the goal line, retrieving the ball, only to find De Jong suddenly in front of him. Mexes feinted twice, but failed to create an opening to clear the ball. Resolute, he struck the ball swiftly with his right foot, aiming for a goal kick. The ball sped away so quickly that De Jong barely had time to react before it struck his leg, rebounding off Mexes' calf out of bounds. Mexes lowered his head in disappointment. Success eluded him once more. It was yet another corner for Real Madrid, and Roma needed to exercise caution. Consecutive corner kicks were the most likely moments to concede a goal, as defenders could not maintain unwavering concentration at all times. Spalletti felt rather optimistic. If they could defend one corner, surely they could defend a second? He gestured to the field, summoning Panucci to his side, quickly instructing him to aim for a direct clearance to initiate a counterattack, as the abundance of Real Madrid players pressing forward created ripe opportunities for scoring. Panucci nodded and hurried back to the penalty area. This time, Huang Kaiwen showed no intention of taking the corner kick. Guti made his way to the left corner flag. Noticing Huang Kaiwen positioned on the right side of the penalty area, Guti already understood. It was yet another tactical corner. They had practiced a few routines before facing Roma, and now they perfectly aligned with the tactics on the left side. Cassetti and Panucci were cautious, standing one in front of the other before Huang Kaiwen. As Huang charged towards the goal, Cassetti and Panucci sprang into action. Just a moment later, Huang darted back outside the penalty area, almost simultaneously. Guti took a run-up and struck the side of the ball with the inside of his left foot. Unprepared, both Cassetti and Panucci widened their eyes, realizing the impending danger. The curved ball sent by Guti soared towards the outer edge of the penalty area. De Rossi attempted to chase Huang, but was impeded by the advancing Gago, causing him to fall further behind. Reaching the vicinity of the penalty area, Huang found himself unmarked. He poised himself, turning to face the goal, stepping forward with his left foot while his right leg swung back. His posture appeared somewhat awkward as he struck the ball with force from its side. The ball zipped from the rear of the penalty area into the box, spinning and curving past Panucci's head. Instinctively, Panucci ducked. Even had he not, the ball would have evaded him. Positioned perfectly, Doni leaped with extended arms, his judgment impeccable this time, nearly covering all angles. Yet, he still failed to make contact. The ball pierced through the junction of the post and crossbar, a spectacular strike that found its way into the net's absolute corner. My goodness, has Chelsea truly revived? Aker had only 2 victories recently, and yet managed to eliminate Dortmund. Such is the allure of football, where even the winning team can face a crushing defeat, and the team at rock bottom can find resurgence. Once again, I find myself pleading for monthly votes and recommendations. 0276 The Ace Spy, Kevin. The only voices remaining in the Roma Olympic Stadium belong to the Merengues. Even with their awareness of Huang Kaiwen's prowess, they found this goal utterly astonishing. Bursting from the penalty area without adjusting to a comfortable stance, he executed a powerful shot, the inside of his foot generating a fierce curve that bypassed the defenders and ultimately nestled into the dead corner. Had it been a direct shot from the right side of the penalty area into the far corner, it would have appeared more powerful and less bewildering, as such strikes are not uncommon. However, this goal came from the right side, with his right foot targeting the right side of the goal. The angle was remarkably tight. Doni had already made an impressive save attempt, leaving only a sliver of opportunity for the ball to slip through. Typically, such scenarios do not result in goals. Yet their net was breached. That 1% chance, the most challenging method of scoring, resulted in a visually captivating goal that shattered Roma's defenses. This situation left the Roma fans feeling utterly powerless. Even though they were only 2 goals behind, they had seen comebacks from such scores before. Yet, as they watched their teammates surround the nonchalant number 10 of Real Madrid, a question loomed in the minds of the Roma supporters. Could they truly stage a comeback? Do you ever get the feeling that Huang Kaiwen's physical prowess is extraordinary? When he strikes the ball, his body contorts to such an extent that he still manages to control the power impeccably. Such flexibility is truly astonishing. It is not as if we are new to watching matches. Can we refrain from being overly dramatic? Huang Kaiwen's exceptional athleticism is widely acknowledged, is it not? The key moment was simply outrageous, as he maneuvered between 3 defenders, curving the ball into the far corner. Thus, Buffon's perspective is easily comprehensible. If I were in his shoes, I too would prefer that Huang Kaiwen not return to Serie A. No matter how delicately it is phrased, it is simply a matter of apprehension. It amuses me greatly that if Huang were to stand there taking a free kick, I doubt anyone would dare to guard the goal. His shot speed could effortlessly exceed 120 kilometers per hour. What is there to fear in guarding the goal? If he dares to strike, I dare to lie down. I would worry more about his shot missing me, if it were to hit me. Even if Huang Kaiwen were the FIFA World Player of the Year, he would have to kneel and plead for my mercy, hoping I wouldn't exploit him. Such matters cannot be settled without a few tens of thousands. Hilariously, facing someone with a net worth in the 10 digits. He dares to ask for a few tens of thousands? This is the extent of your ambition. The question of how much Huang Kaiwen should be compensated has sparked intense discussions on the forums. Such chaotic matters always attract considerable attention in these discussions. The defenders from Roma, stationed in the penalty area, appear utterly bewildered, as they have no idea how to defend against such a shot. It feels akin to checking the weather forecast, preparing for rain with a raincoat and umbrella, only to find the downpour inexplicably turning to strike you in the face. Our best strategy is to prevent him from taking a shot. We have no better options, remarked the eldest, Panucci, having played for numerous prestigious clubs, including Real Madrid. He was the first to adjust his mindset. Yet, how do we prevent him from shooting? The younger Mexes retorted, his tone less than amiable. This is my responsibility. I will strive to limit his impact, added De Rossi. Though younger than Mexes, he possesses a strong sense of duty and ambition to become Roma's captain. Since the coach has tasked him with closely marking Huang Kaiwen, any opportunity the opponent finds is his failing. Let us all rally our spirits, Totti exclaimed as he advanced. Clapping his hands, De Rossi joined in, eyeing the armband on Totti's arm like a famished fish drawn to a delectable bait. Unaware that this bait could very well dictate the course of his entire career. AS Roma is a team that has never known defeat. While they may not boast the fame of superclubs like Liverpool or Manchester United, their fighting spirit is no less fierce than that of those renowned teams known for their comebacks. The passion of Roma's fans mirrors this sentiment, often surpassing that of fans from more typical elite clubs. This fervor is a double-edged sword. During Capello's tenure, the team nearly lost the championship due to fans rushing the field early, yet the opponents did not lodge a complaint, and the incident was brushed aside. Today, facing the formidable Real Madrid, bolstered by Huang Kaiwen, the Roma fans, after a brief silence, erupted alongside their players, unleashing an even more fervent energy. The temperature within the Roman Olympic Stadium seemed to surge by 10 degrees in an instant, as an increasing number of fans discarded their jerseys, fervently waving them and passionately singing the team anthem Roma Roma alongside their companions. Crimson flares ascended from the stands, their sulphurous scent wafting through the air, symbolizing an unyielding resolve akin to molten lava. Seated on the bench, Cassano's eyes had lost their focus, ensnared in a web of memories. As the game resumed, the Roma team displayed no intention of defending, a tendency that often led them to both remarkable victories and significant defeats. De Rossi, closely shadowing Huang Kaiwen, almost melded into him, adhering to his side with unwavering proximity. As the referee, Van der Sar, followed the Roma players into Real Madrid's half. He was oblivious to the unfolding situation behind him. De Rossi took it upon himself to tug at Huang Kaiwen's shirt, preventing him from making a sudden move. Perhaps it's best to substitute Kaiwen soon, Garbiati suggested to Capello, marking the first time he had offered such advice. Having accompanied Capello for many years, he was well acquainted with his coaching tenure at Roma. Despite the profound gratitude expressed by both fans and players towards Huang Kaiwen, Roma players were known to be somewhat reckless when emotions ran high. Indeed, that's what I was thinking, Capello nodded in agreement. Spalletti must have some scheme in play. Without the ability to organize searches away from home, it would be wiser to take Kaiwen off early. After speaking, Capello's gaze drifted to the bench, landing on the naturally curly-haired Argentine beside Soldado, whose fingers instinctively began to rhythmically curl and extend in his pocket. Meanwhile, Totti was retreating with the ball in midfield, entangled with the pursuing Guti. With a powerful shoulder shove, Totti sent Guti tumbling to the ground, their physical capabilities not being of the same caliber. Totti was not only skilled but also remarkably strong in physical contests. Gago rushed forward to apply pressure. De Jong had moved to the left to defend the industrious Mancini, which meant Totti would soon confront the heart of the Real Madrid defense. With a deft touch, Totti maneuvered the ball, prompting Gago to adjust his stance. After two unsuccessful attempts to bypass his opponents, Totti, noticing Guti closing in again, swiftly shifted the ball back. Guti and Gago relentlessly pursued him, but Totti halted, deftly flicking the ball behind him before pivoting, utilizing his exceptional physical prowess to slip past both Guti and Gago, charging toward the Real Madrid penalty area. What a display! Tadi's skill was a testament to his individual brilliance. Indeed, prior to this moment, Tadi had come close to transferring to Real Madrid. A star well regarded by then-President Florentino Perez. Truly, he was a man of great renown. The Real Madrid players began to swarm Tadi, a situation usually reserved for Huang Kaiwen, facing such formidable defense. As 5 defenders closed in on him, the ball struck Perotta's calf, and the recovering Huang Kaiwen seized the opportunity to launch a long pass, initiating a counterattack. Alas, Perotta's mishap was unfortunate. Tadi's performance had been nothing short of stellar. Robin surged down the left flank, swiftly advancing along the sideline. Miguel Torres, positioned further forward, persistently sought the ball, yet Robin paid him no heed. What nonsense, Torres! Even if it were Fernando Torres, he wouldn't expect a pass. On the sidelines, Capello's frustration was palpable. Damn it! A fullback so eager to attack, leaving Kevin to track back defensively. Is there any merit in having such a player in the first team? Marcelo, being Brazilian and possessing a flamboyant demeanor, had never garnered Capello's favor. Nevertheless, Capello was beginning to contemplate granting Marcelo more opportunities. With Real Madrid's defensive line plagued by injuries, Capello found it impractical to relegate Torres, a versatile player capable of covering both flanks, to the B team. He resolved to employ the same tactic he had used with Cassano, cold brutality. Each match, he included Torres on the bench, but as long as Real had defenders available, Miguel Torres would not see the pitch. On the field, Robin enjoyed a comfortable run down the left flank, with De Rossi trailing Kevin Huang, who found himself unmarked. As he approached the penalty area, Robin began to adjust his position, angling towards the center for a breakthrough. Pizarro and Mexes stood ready on the left, anticipating Robin's advance. While adjusting his footwork, Robin was aware of a common issue among left-footed players. Their right foot often lacks proficiency. However, Julie had closed in behind him, and Robin realized time was of the essence. He quickly lifted his right foot to strike the ball. Thud! The ball zipped past Mexes and Pizarro, heading straight for the goal. The power and angle of the shot were not particularly exceptional. The sole concern was Robin's lack of control over his shot, causing the ball to bounce erratically on the turf. Donny reacted swiftly, diving to deflect the ball to the right side of the small box. Raul surged forward for a follow-up shot, and with Donny down, he effortlessly slotted the ball into the net. Beep! The assistant referee raised his flag. Offside. This decision was indisputable. At the moment Robin took his shot, Raul was already in an offside position. Raul's performance today had been vibrant. In addition to his earlier goal, he had created several other opportunities. Some questioned why Raul continued to be a starter despite his diminishing goal tally. However, those who watched Real Madrid play would note the remarkable synergy he displayed with Kevin Huang. Indeed, the decline that accompanies age is unavoidable, nonetheless. Raul had sacrificed certain opportunities to facilitate Huang's movement, stretching the opposing defense. As a 30-year-old forward, Raul had netted 13 goals and provided 9 assists across all competitions, an impressive record by any standard. What's the matter with Capello? He seemed thoroughly dissatisfied. The left flank was not adjacent to the coaching bench. Capello's enraged shouts echoed, audible even to the Roma fans in the upper tier. Do you not know how to play football? Do you think you're a fighter jet? Nonsense. You are a fullback. Your primary obligation is to ensure defensive solidity before considering an offensive role. Do you understand? Why do I see Kevin tracking back to defend while you choose to engage in attack? Tell me, who do you think you are? What right do you have to act in such a manner? Even if you were Paolo Maldini or Andreas Brame, you have no authority to instruct Kevin to cover for you. Do you understand, you fool? Capello's relentless tirade left Miguel Torres utterly dumbfounded. Some of the Roma players on the field felt a surge of fear. They had assumed that Capello's earlier reign at Roma was intimidating enough. Yet they were unprepared for the extent of his temper after taking the helm at Real Madrid. Those who had not experienced Capello's era at Roma, including Donny, were influenced by his formidable presence, failing to react promptly to release the ball. You need not return to the locker room. Warm up during the halftime break and prepare for substitutions in the second half. Capello commanded, turning to Marcelo. Damn it, get back to defending. He bellowed upon noticing Torres still lingering in the attacking half. Awakened from his stupor, Torres hurried back, his mind a blank canvas, astonished by the coach's vehement response. Like a lost soul, Miguel Torres returned to the midfield, still unable to regain his focus. At that moment, Donny had already launched the ball downfield, and David Pizarro skillfully controlled it with his foot. As a South American player, his technical prowess was commendable. Though he lacked the striking appearance of others, and was jokingly referred to as a simple farmer like Deco, Pizarro was ferocious in defense and posed a significant threat in attack. Without waiting for Guti to press him, Pizarro deftly nudged the ball forward with his right foot, delivering a precise through pass to the advancing Perota. Receiving the ball alongside De Jong, Perota swiftly distributed it to the left flank. Little Mancini dribbled into the penalty area from the left side, and Ramos quickly closed in. Suddenly, Mancini flicked the ball and darted forward. His height afforded him greater agility than Ramos, allowing him to shift his center of gravity more easily. Ramos, merely a fraction of a second late, inadvertently provided Mancini an opportunity. As Mancini approached the byline, he delivered a cross with his left foot, a sliding tackle in the penalty area. The ball was deflected behind Perota, and Pizarro, rushing into the box, unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot. The rapid shot, taken from close range, was met with a remarkable reaction from Casillas, who dove and extended his foot to increase his defensive coverage. The ball ricocheted off his foot and into the upper corner of the net. David. In the dying moments of the first half, they finally secured a goal, igniting a fervent eruption of passion from the Roma fans who had endured a tense first half. Perota and Pizarro embraced and ran towards the left corner flag, joining the jubilant fans in celebration. The entire Stadio Olimpico had transformed into a sea of joy, leaving one to wonder if they believed they had taken the lead against Real Madrid. Indeed, this goal once again exposed the vulnerabilities in Real Madrid's defense. Ramos had failed to make contact, while De Jong and Cannavaro's desperate tackles also missed their mark. Though Casillas managed to touch the ball, it ultimately deflected into his own net. Yet this time, he could not be blamed. Given the proximity of the shot, his reaction was nothing short of commendable. The principal issue lies within Real Madrid's defensive positioning. Indeed, their positioning was excessively centralized, rendering the 5-on-3 situation appear as though the defense lacked numerical superiority. The crux of Real Madrid's predicament rests on their defense. Initially, the central defensive duo of Ivanovic and Pepe had developed commendable synergy, but with both sustaining injuries, the defense has lost its coherence. Cannavaro, since the World Cup, has noticeably declined in form, perhaps still struggling to acclimate to Real Madrid's rhythm. In the defensive half, Huang Kaiwen positioned himself at the center circle, anxious to score lest Roma's morale rise. To his dismay, in the latter stages of the first half, Roma found an opportunity. The referee today appeared to be overly cautious. He refrained from penalizing Roma players for minor defensive maneuvers. Huang Kaiwen shook his head in frustration. This vandal, intent on lauding Huang the King in the newspapers, seemed fearful of accusations of bias in officiating today's match. One can only say that Huang the King is burdened by his own renown. Many referees in Europe tend to slightly overlook fouls against him due to his significant reputation. Any minor error in favor of him is relentlessly highlighted by opponents. As play resumed at the center circle, Raul swiftly played the ball to the left flank. De Rossi charged forward to apply pressure, while Huang Kaiwen deftly maneuvered past De Rossi, accelerating diagonally. Pizarro lunged at Huang Kaiwen with a flying tackle, prompting him to nimbly redirect the ball to the right flank, narrowly evading Pizarro's foot. Ramos, making a forward run, received the ball and launched it ahead. As Raul surged toward the Roma penalty area, he couldn't help but mentally critique Ramos for seemingly misunderstanding the situation, leaving him to confront Roma's entire defense alone. Despite the complaints, Raul still aimed to seize the opportunity. He leapt simultaneously with Mexes at the ball's landing spot, but Mexes outmuscled Raul, directing the ball to the sideline. The referee Vandal signaled the end of the first half. "Let us go, Kevin." Ramos jogged over to Huang Kaiwen. The AC Milan locker room felt more welcoming. Yet Ramos still found solace returning to Real Madrid. Huang Kaiwen nodded with a smile as he walked alongside Ramos to the sidelines. Capello rushed over, offering Huang Kaiwen a water bottle and towel. Cassano, shoved aside, muttered, at his age, still possessing such formidable physicality, why retire? Continuing to play would be splendid. Capello maintained a stoic expression, a smile gracing his face as he stood before Huang Kaiwen, mentally noting Cassano's remarks, contemplating an opportunity for him to bolster the B team's scoring charts. Such quiet whispers were easily overheard. Capello attributed this to his deep belief in Taoism. Toddy and several other players who had previously played under Capello widened their eyes in astonishment. It was their first encounter with such a warm side of the coach. Damn. So Capello has this side to him. When coaching them, he had always carried an air of resentment, as if they owed him millions of euros. Toddy wondered if Capello had some issue with his facial muscles, only to realize that the stern coach could indeed wear such a radiant smile. Truly, Huang Kaiwen is remarkable. Toddy cast a glance at Huang Kaiwen, shaking his head as he ventured into the player's tunnel. Huang, after wiping his neck, dampened his lips with a water bottle and spat the water onto the sidelines before sipping it gingerly. Today, in his effort to evade de Rossi, he had indeed run a considerable distance, leaving his mouth parched. By the time he returned to the locker room, he had nearly emptied a bottle. Although it is generally inadvisable to consume such a large quantity of water immediately after vigorous exercise, Huang Kaiwen was exceedingly thirsty today, and a moment of indulgence could be excused. As everyone settled into the locker room, the Real Madrid players sensed a palpable drop in atmospheric pressure. Capello, as usual, wore an impassive expression, yet most of the squad could feel the simmering anger beneath. They dared not move, sitting obediently in silence. Even newcomers like Robin and Sneijder were affected by the atmosphere, cautious not to make any sudden movements. A sardonic smile crept onto Capello's face, which the players would have preferred to avoid. Such a grimace indicated that his wrath had reached a critical threshold. After all, they were the illustrious Real Madrid, each player a star in their own right, driving luxury cars while serving the finest club on earth. Didn't that set them apart? Mr. Torres, may I inquire if you are a Brazilian winger? Capello adjusted his glasses, his tone laced with sarcasm. Miguel Torres nearly lowered his head into his lap, unable to meet Capello's gaze. Answer me, starting left winger Miguel Torres. Capello barked. No, Torres managed to reply, his voice barely above a whisper. If you are not a winger, then why do I see you lurking in the attacking third every time? Has it not been 45 minutes since you executed a hat trick? Stefano, Puskas, Pelé, or Maradona? Huang Kaiwen, feeling the effects of his excessive hydration, quietly rose. He was aware that this was not the opportune moment to stand, yet he desperately needed to relieve himself. Capello remained oblivious, continuing his tirade against Torres. Damn it, why did I never notice your potential as a winger before? Perhaps we should place Cassano and Robin behind you in the pecking order, considering a player of your caliber requires Kevin to cover for you. It's hard to believe there are any superior attacking players on this planet. Huang Kaiwen almost chuckled, realizing how delightfully sardonic Capello's words were. Stepping into the restroom of the away team's locker room, he decided to find a different location. It was evident that Rome had neglected to clean the facilities. You fool. You idiot. I truly do not understand what you were thinking. Perhaps you should just command the team yourself, since you seem uninterested in following the coach's instructions. Capello continued his diatribe. Coach, I need to use the restroom, Huang Kaiwen interjected. The restroom in here is too filthy, he added. All right, go ahead. For players, although aware of Capello's double standards, furious, yet managed to wear a smile in an instant. As Huang Kaiwen exited the locker room, Capello once again exhibited his temperament, unleashing his wrath upon Torres. Returning from the restroom, Huang Kaiwen was still preoccupied with the recent events in the locker room. He felt compelled to take action, unable to remain a mere spectator. The moment he pushed open the door, he sensed something amiss. The room fell abruptly silent. The Italian language ceased. Damn it. He had entered the wrong locker room. It must be the after effects of the Angel of L'Enfant. The entire Roma squad turned their gaze towards Huang Kaiwen, standing in the doorway. With a nervous chuckle, he scratched the back of his head and inquired. Do you believe me when I say I'm not here to eavesdrop on Roma's tactics? Standing there, Spalletti gaped. The wrong locker room? Toddy stood up and said, coming to Huang Kaiwen's aid. Huang Kaiwen nodded quickly, saying, Yes, that's exactly it. Well then, just make sure you don't make that mistake again, Toddy chuckled. You all get ready to head out. Kaiwen out just as the away locker room door opened. As the Real Madrid players emerged, they spotted Huang Kaiwen joking with Toddy at the entrance of the home locker room. You sly dog. You ran to the opposing locker room to evade Fabio's wrath? Cassano shouted. Huang Kaiwen thought Cassano quite clever before, but now he deemed him brainless. Even one could deduce with their little toe that he would never enter the opposing locker room. No, I just happened to run into Kaiwen, Toddy interjected, defending Huang Kaiwen. Is that so? Humph. Cassano snorted, his nasal tone directed at Toddy, suddenly recalling his grudge against him. Toddy offered Huang Kaiwen an awkward smile. Don't take it to heart. Antonio is just the type who can't hide his feelings. He means no harm, Huang Kaiwen advised. Toddy shrugged and continued to walk out. He understood Cassano's temperament well and had no intention of mending their relationship, thus he didn't dwell on it. The players returned to the field amidst the fervent emotions of Roma's fans. The goal in the closing stages of the first half ignited their hopes for an equalizer. As both teams warmed up, Real Madrid completed their substitutions, with Marcelo replacing Torres. Dejected, Torres trudged back to the bench, feeling as though his life was in shambles. Once again mishandled the ball, allowing Gago to seize the opportunity. But Gago quickly passed the ball to Marcelo. Marcelo, recalling Torres' exit, glanced at Huang Kaiwen, noted the tight defense surrounding him, and passed the ball laterally to Guti. Guti dribbled the ball past the halfway line, with Huang Kaiwen sprinting forward. De Rossi and Panucci trailed closely behind, unwilling to let Huang roam freely, even without the ball. Approaching the edge of the penalty area, Huang deftly adjusted his direction and accelerated diagonally towards the center. Raul swiftly exchanged positions with Huang, and Guti seized the moment to deftly flick the ball with his left foot. With a sharp sound, the ball rolled smoothly across the ground. Swiftly traversing towards the right side of the penalty area, Huang, charging towards the right, lifted his foot, allowing the ball to pass beneath his left shoe. A beat, Huang exerted force with his left calf behind the ball. First touch. As the ball threatened to roll out, he chased after it, pivoting to deliver a cross with his right foot. Guti, positioned centrally in the penalty area, drew defensive attention, while Raul seized the opportunity to leap for a header, narrowly missing as the ball grazed the bottom of the left post. It was so close. Although no goal was scored, this play illustrated why Huang was difficult to defend. His positioning was exceedingly fluid. Indeed, despite having mentioned it numerous times, Huang's role at Real Madrid was even more versatile than during his time at AC Milan. This tactical freedom allowed him to unleash greater potential, for defenders could not follow him everywhere. Previously, when Barcelona players tracked Huang, they ended up colliding with each other. After Doni's goal kick, in good form today. In this confrontation, Huang's interception caused Perota to stumble. With a cheeky grin, Juan Santos intervened, but the grounded Doni was helpless as the low shot transformed into a lob, soaring over his head. Merely 2 minutes into the second half, Huang once again helped Real Madrid extend their lead, the strongest forward in La Liga, truly deserving of the title. Now, Roma found themselves in a difficult position. Those 3 goals represented 3 away goals for Real Madrid. If they maintained this score until the end, qualification would be virtually secured. However, I believe Roma will not concede easily. They will surely mount a counterattack. Capello smiled and applauded. Although he had not anticipated a goal so soon in the second half, it was Huang who scored. Was it not to be expected? On the field, De Jong completed an interception, and the entire Real Madrid side began to counterattack. De Rossi shadowed Huang closely. Whenever Huang moved towards the center, De Rossi followed suit, entirely disregarding any positional constraints, solely focused on denying Huang an easy touch. Guti, having crossed the halfway line, struggled to find a suitable opportunity. Required significant offensive skills, as several Milan defenders were quite proactive in attack. Upon reaching the attacking third, he spotted Raul in space and quickly turned to deliver a short pass. Raul deftly passed the ball to Robin, who surged forward with the ball. Upon noticing Huang Kaiwen advancing down the right flank, he executed a precise lateral pass. Temporarily evading De Rossi, Huang Kaiwen received the ball, made a slight adjustment with his left foot, and brought it to a halt before him. Immediately, he took a step forward, aligning himself parallel to the edge of the penalty area. The Roma defenders within the box remained oblivious to the looming threat, all anticipating Huang Kaiwen's inward cut into the area. "Damn it, press him," Doni shouted. Yet, it was too late. Huang Kaiwen raised his right arm and delicately curled the ball with his left foot. The strike, while not overly forceful, bore a graceful arc. The ball swiftly glided past Juan Santos, soaring over the heads of the players from both teams, and headed towards the left side of the goal, positioned to the right. Doni lunged desperately, extending his arm, but the angle was sharp and the distance considerable. He could only watch as the ball nestled into the back of the net once more. In a mere 4 minutes, they had succumbed to 2 goals. Even the fervent Roma supporters fell into silence. Capello refrained from celebrating, turning to the bench to make his signature gesture, curling his index and middle fingers. Higuain, shedding his jacket and tossing it to the ground, began to warm up along the sidelines. As he approached, he sighed, "Damn it." Unfortunately, the parking lot at the training facility was now patrolled by security. Thanks to our loyal supporters for their generous contributions. A plea for monthly votes and recommendations. 0277. Merely a task for Kaiwen. Applause resonated from the Red Wolves fans as they bid farewell to Huang Kaiwen. Their smiles were genuine, radiating from within, entirely unfeigned. Beyond Huang Kaiwen's gratitude towards Italy and Totti, they were also eager to witness the explosive talent of Kaiwen, who, despite scoring only 3 goals, was substituted. Reflecting on Juventus, one could understand that a hat trick was merely an appetizer. Rising to their feet, they applauded once more. Previously, during a match against Inter Milan, Huang Kaiwen had received a similar tribute from the Nerazzurri supporters. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen was immensely popular among Italian fans, and his performance today warranted such adulation. His substitution proved beneficial for Roma. Young Higuain, though talented, posed a far lesser threat than Huang Kaiwen. With Huang Kaiwen off the pitch, De Rossi was finally liberated from the task of closely marking him. Returning to the bench, Cassano immediately approached, voicing his discontent. "Why didn't you celebrate? You should have scored 10 goals or more, letting these Romans know just how formidable you are. After all, they are your former club." Huang Kaiwen chuckled. "I have no ties to them," Cassano retorted angrily. Besides his unmet salary demands, he harbored numerous grievances against Roma. Most of the players on the field today and the coaching staff had strained relationships with him. Spalletti had once stripped him of the position of third-team captain. "But that's unavoidable. You had your own issues," Huang Kaiwen remarked. Cassano is not known for his integrity. The discord with Roma can be attributed primarily to him. With a division of responsibility that leans heavily in his favor, his temperament bears a resemblance to that of Cantona, both requiring a coach's gentle persuasion to perform at their best. Unfortunately, he never had the fortune of encountering Ferguson, a master at nurturing such players, compelling their compliance. As the match drew to a close, Roma's bicycle maestro, Mancini, finally found the net, altering the score to 2-4. With a glimmer of hope, Roma pressed forward relentlessly. Capello. He knew that upon returning to the Bernabeu, Roma would undoubtedly launch another fervent assault in pursuit of a miracle. Yet, what difference would it make? Roma is indeed a resilient team, boasting a commendable roster. Nevertheless, it matters not, as Kevin is poised to strike. With Kevin on the field, not only Roma but even the Roman legions would falter. As injury time elapsed, Real Madrid triumphed over Roma with a score of 4-2. In the post-match press conference, Totti asserted with conviction, "Although we lost to Real Madrid, the Champions League is a two-legged affair, and we all possess the confidence to fight for a positive outcome. Roma will never relinquish its hopes of advancement." Totti, known for his fiery temperament and a tendency to receive red cards among attacking players, is not without his flaws, yet he is an individual of remarkable perseverance. A worthy captain and a team leader. In Totti's lexicon, the word give up does not exist. During halftime, Spalletti remarked to reporters, "We lost because Kevin was eavesdropping on Roma's tactics outside our dressing room." Accompanying Capello at the press conference, Huang Kaiwen found himself in a rather awkward position. Spalletti, previously amiable, seemed intent on placing the blame on Huang. Totti shot an irked glance at Spalletti, clearly aware that Kevin had mistakenly wandered into the wrong locker room. However, he could not undermine the coach's narrative and thus acquiesced to Spalletti's claims. Was Roma's defeat indeed due to your eavesdropping on their strategies, Kevin? Was it Fabio or you who devised the method to unravel Roma's tactics? Today, you scored 2 long-range shots from the right flank. Was that a result of identifying weaknesses in Roma's defense? Fabio, could you elucidate why Cassano, who frequently starts alongside Kevin, was not afforded an opportunity today? Totti's refusal to concede raises the question, how will Real Madrid respond? After a moment of contemplation, Capello was the first to speak, stating, "The notion of eavesdropping on tactics is utter nonsense. Kevin would never engage in such triviality. In fact, I was unaware he even encountered the opposing players during halftime." After lingering in the locker room for a while, Kevin found the away dressing room's restroom unkempt and chose to relieve himself elsewhere. The accusation of him eavesdropping on tactics is utterly absurd. Kevin possesses 100 ways to find the back of Roma's net, even against a formidable team like AC Milan. We require no underhanded methods. Kevin, is what Mr. Capello said true? A reporter inquired. Huang Kaiwen smiled and remarked, indeed. The restroom in the away changing room is rather unsanitary, perhaps due to a lapse in cleanliness. Therefore, I opted to use a different restroom, and upon my return, I inadvertently pushed open the door to the Roma changing room. Typically, the home changing room has excellent soundproofing, and the home team staff frequently pass by, so Mr. Spalletti's accusations are utterly unfounded. The journalists nodded in agreement. Huang Kaiwen's reasoning was more logical. In the realm of football, amidst countless significant matches, one has never heard of eavesdropping on tactics during halftime. Additionally, as Huang Kaiwen pointed out, soundproofing. Even if one wished to eavesdrop on tactics, it would be far easier for the home team to arrange such a thing. The away team simply lacks the means. Spalletti stubbornly retorted, regardless, at that moment. Connections. The Roma fans even applauded Kaiwen. With such an imagination, why don't you say they betrayed Roma and chose to support us instead? Capello jested. Huang Kaiwen silently gave a thumbs up. The halftime break was filled with fervor, and the post-match atmosphere remained sardonic. These renowned coaches possess both quick reflexes and a sharp edge. Regardless, standing at our changing room door is inappropriate, Spalletti insisted defensively. This is my concern, Huang Kaiwen replied. Roma is a formidable team, and we will be well prepared for the upcoming match at the Bernabeu. Come on, Kaiwen. There's no need to waste words with him, Capello said as he stood up. Huang Kaiwen nodded and followed suit. Spalletti is quite an interesting character. It will be intriguing to see what he has to say next match. The side effects of Angel's lament likely relate to familiarity. He could hardly get lost at the Bernabeu. After all, that is the very place where even the restroom has seen Huang the king of football in action. Spalletti. As they walked back, Capello commented, I'm not worried at all. Coach, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Even if I were to eavesdrop on tactics, it wouldn't have a significant impact. Moreover, Spalletti's accusations are riddled with flaws. From my understanding of the journalists, while they crave news, tomorrow morning's reports will likely target Spalletti instead. Such baseless accusations will hardly hold water. And even lesser reporters would hesitate to write extensively. Fans are not foolish. Instead, they would rather focus on the celebrity gossip surrounding football stars, as scandals involving infidelity or nightlife would sell newspapers far better. That evening, the entire Real Madrid team flew back to Madrid. After a brief freshening up at home, Huang Kaiwen discovered a peculiar issue. There was someone in his bedroom. With the Golden Prison Award, he need not worry about criminals. Upon closer inspection, he recognized that the figure clad in tight attire was Lily. Is today the day you cosplay as Spider-Woman, Gwen? What is going on? Huang Kaiwen inquired. Blast it. You've returned early. Just so you know, I possess a weapon, Lily exclaimed, her voice tinged with a playful tone. Huang Kaiwen smacked his forehead, pondering the audacity. Was he not afraid of the fierce retaliation from the king of the yellow ball? Even without any enhancements, the strength of an ordinary player could easily fracture a rib upon impact with a petite girl. This young lady was quite clever. Huang Kaiwen inquired, what would having a weapon enable you to do? Make you leave. Then by all means, give it a try, Huang Kaiwen replied with a chuckle, bemused by her boldness. And sensing something, Lily crossed her arms defensively, her cheeks flushed. I'm still growing, you know. Don't deceive yourself, Huang Kaiwen teased. I've heard that activities can promote growth. Really? Lily's eyes widened in surprise. If it were effective, she would indeed want to give it a shot. Of course. When have I ever lied to you? Huang Kaiwen responded with a grin. Just don't trick me, Lily said, her tone laced with skepticism. The ever-honest Master Huang felt compelled to demonstrate his integrity. With the king of the yellow ball's skill, one simply could not succeed without at least 298 attempts. The next afternoon, Huang Kaiwen awoke to the news, confirming his suspicions. A.S. Totti expressed that they gave their all at the Bernabeu, yet could only return with disappointment. Gazzetta dello Sport, Spalletti has lost his mind. He knows Rome is bound for elimination, hence he concocted a flimsy excuse. Aware that in the next match at the Bernabeu, he would face no opportunities. Corriere dello Sport. It was a magnificent match, and the fans were splendid, but Spalletti's ability for his actions. The Times. Inzaghi's troubles have been resolved. He should be able to make it to the Champions League match against Arsenal. Good morning, Kevin. Lily descended 2 hours later than Huang Kaiwen. By then, he had finished his meal and was engrossed in a game at the computer. It's nearly evening. Huang Kaiwen chuckled. That's all your fault. Lily protested. Sleeping late last night naturally led to waking up late, she added. All right, my fault. Huang Kaiwen conceded with a smile, pulling Lily into an embrace against Huang Kaiwen's chest. Ha ha ha, fair enough, he replied, wrapping his arms around her waist. He genuinely had no knowledge of the academic calendar in Italian universities. Such matters were not worth elaboration. Huang Kaiwen juggling a ball, but recently, his focus had shifted to discussing modifications for four-wheel drive vehicles, which had not sparked much interest. Fans are more inclined to follow the gossip surrounding players rather than the team itself. Sharing personal lives tends to appeal only to dedicated supporters. My lord, Roll has arrived, Albert announced as he ushered Roll through the door. Why aren't you at home with the children today? Huang Kaiwen inquired. Typically, Roll spends his holidays in the company of family. It's the children that give me headaches. Is there any liquor? Pour me a drink, Roll replied, settling on the sofa. Lily, feeling a bit shy, attempted to stand, prompting Huang Kaiwen to gently release his arm. Roll chuckled. Youth is indeed wonderful. You are not that old yourself. Huang Kaiwen retorted with a smile. Not too old, Roll conceded. Albert brought over a bottle of whiskey, having noted the preferences of his guests as Huang Kaiwen's butler. Roll generally drinks water, but opts for champagne and whiskey when indulging. Given the day's circumstances, he chose a bottle of Scotch whiskey. He poured himself a glass, sans ice, and downed it in one gulp. Huang Kaiwen asked, What troubles you? Speak up. It's that boy Jorge. He idolizes you immensely. When you have a moment, could you speak to him? Roll sighed. What is wrong with Jorge? Isn't he obedient? Huang Kaiwen queried. Looked after his younger brother and was a considerate child. Obedience is of little consequence, Roll lamented. That boy seems to lack talent. I have never seen a spark in him. The prospect of him becoming the number 10 at Real Madrid is nearly impossible. Roll glanced at Huang Kaiwen. Can we really blame the king of football for this? There are many children on earth who aspire to wear his number 10 jersey. Even the eldest and the second from the Maradona family are eyeing it covetously. So what now? Huang Kaiwen asked. He is simply too obedient. I believe his future may lie in academics, so I hope you can advise him to temper his obsession with football, Roll continued. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement, aligning with his perception of Roll's son. Nonetheless, he counseled, do not worry excessively. Many children are only discovered around the age of 14. In fact, by the age of 12, one can often discern a certain potential. Exceptional young players frequently skip levels, so there is nothing inherently wrong with being around U14, including myself, or other remarkable players of our generation. Many exhibited sufficient talent at his age. However, you see, Jorge simply plays without purpose. Old chap, do not fret too much. Perhaps Jorge will eventually awaken to his potential, Huang Kaiwen encouraged. Roll shook his head, sighing once more. He too wished for his son to find clarity. But as a professional player, he was all too aware of the realities. Jorge's current ability falls short of even what Roll demonstrated at the age of 3. And his touch is lamentably poor. Lacking both talent and football intelligence, he is unlikely to qualify even for Real Madrid SB team. Regardless, please help me persuade him. I want to instill some discipline in him. Once he enters university, I will provide him with 300 euros a month for living expenses. So he learns the value of hard work, Roll concluded. Perhaps you should just let that child sell a kidney to attend university, Huang Kaiwen remarked with disdain. Even 300 euros may not suffice nowadays, especially with the high cost of living in Madrid and Barcelona. If he considers studying abroad, the expenses would be even greater. By the time Jorge matures, given inflation, even transportation costs might be beyond reach. I merely wish for him to gain some experience. Otherwise, I genuinely worry for his future. Raoul elaborated. Or you could simply have him forego university altogether, get a job in a restaurant to earn some money. Or perhaps secure a position as a doorman at Real Madrid. With such scant funds, if Jorge doesn't resort to scavenging, he may find it impossible to complete his education, Huang Kaiwen countered. What kind of flaw is it in wealthy families that they insist their children suffer? Yet, he suspected Raoul was merely speaking out of turn, as Huang Kaiwen recalled that upon reaching adulthood, Jorge received a sports car gifted by Raoul. It is easy to envision hardships before the child grows. When the time comes, they would likely be reluctant to let him endure any real struggle. Raoul poured himself another glass of wine and downed it in one gulp. Rising, he stated, "Regardless, you must persuade him. It will be difficult for him to sustain himself through football in the future. Albert, please arrange for Raoul to be taken home. He has had too much to drink." Huang Kaiwen instructed. "Certainly, sir." The elderly butler nodded in agreement, stepping out to make arrangements. "Will our children also find themselves unable to pursue football?" Lily inquired. Nestled on Huang Kaiwen's lap, wrapping her arms around his neck. "If they cannot play football, then so be it, as long as they do not venture into entrepreneurship. They will be fine," Huang Kaiwen replied. After all, he, Huang, possessed an extraordinary talent that his children were unlikely to inherit. However, given his substantial wealth, even a child who might be somewhat extravagant would not be a cause for concern. His fear lay in a child with ambitions. If, by chance, they were stubborn enough to delve into world-altering fields like renewable energy or pharmaceuticals, even Huang's riches might prove insufficient for their extravagant pursuits. That would squander your talent. "Perhaps we should consider having more children?" Lily suggested, her cheeks flushed. Huang Kaiwen playfully tapped her and said, "You should focus on growing up first, otherwise too many children would face starvation." "I'll bite you," Lily exclaimed, playfully lunging at Huang Kaiwen. He merely shifted slightly, effortlessly lifting the struggling Lily onto his shoulder. Those who dared to challenge the esteemed Huang must face the consequences. In his effort to educate Lily, Huang Kaiwen momentarily forgot to watch the UEFA Champions League. Fortunately, he learned from the morning paper that Milan had narrowly won their away match, with the fishing enthusiast scoring a goal himself. Inzaghi's exuberant celebration earned him a yellow card for removing his shirt, which would lead to a suspension due to accumulated bookings. Ancelotti had cause for concern. Huang Kaiwen arrived at the team rather late. Upon entering the locker room, he discovered Higuain and Cassano engaged in a tense standoff, their teammates striving to separate them while Cassano sought an opportunity to strike. "What happened?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "We don't know. They were already at it when we arrived," Salgado explained. Higuain typically arrived early, but what was Cassano's excuse? It was noteworthy that Salgado had always been one of the earliest to reach the training ground. Yet Cassano had arrived even before him. How unusually proactive. "Speak up, what is the situation?" Huang Kaiwen inquired, casting a glance at Cassano. The two were teammates with a solid rapport. One was Huang's good brother, while the other served as a substitute for the king of football. Caution was imperative in handling this matter. "You ask him," Cassano retorted coldly. "Kevin is addressing you, you rascal," Ramos interjected with discontent. Higuain averted his gaze, bowing his head in silence. "Why aren't you two out for training?" Galbiati knocked at the door, questioning. "How do you intend to resolve this?" Huang Kaiwen pressed on. Cassano remained tight-lipped, while Higuain continued to lower his head. This impasse was untenable. To preserve the harmony of the locker room, Huang, the football king, had to intervene. "You both should head out for training and inform the coach about the situation. Assure him that I will handle it," Huang Kaiwen stated. Raoul nodded. "Give it a shot." After much persuasion proved futile, they were left to rely on Huang Kaiwen. Ideally, such disputes would be settled within the locker room, as players typically preferred to avoid involving the coach, especially one as formidable as Capello, who might direct his ire at them. "Sergio, keep an eye on the entrance and ensure no one else comes in," Huang Kaiwen instructed. Cassano had a somewhat peculiar personality, and Higuain possessed a unique skill set. "Not a fly will get through," Ramos assured. "What a boast." "Do you think you're a fly swatter?" Cassano queried. "Do you wish to provoke me?" Ramos shot back, ready to engage. Huang Kaiwen swiftly intervened to restrain Ramos. For stirring trouble, Huang Kaiwen shoved Ramos outside, then settled on the bench, asking, "Now, tell me, why the altercation?" Mild. Cassano pointed at Higuain. Higuain offered no rebuttal, still keeping his head down. "Gonzalo, enlighten me on the matter," Huang Kaiwen urged. "Kevin, Higuain hesitated, uncertain of how to articulate the unpleasantness of the situation. "Forget it. I'm not interested in who is right or wrong. Can you two reconcile?" Huang Kaiwen asked. "Absolutely not," Cassano declared. "Very well." Huang Kaiwen stood and fetched a stool, kicking it toward the two. "Up you go." "What?" "I have no intention of doing that," Cassano protested. Huang Kaiwen shot Cassano a stern look. "Just get on with it." Reluctantly, Cassano trudged over and stepped onto the bench. Higuain, too timid to resist, followed suit, placing a hand on the backrest as he climbed up. Both, being professional athletes, found themselves cramped atop the single chair. Huang Kaiwen rubbed his temples. Facing each other like this was indeed unfavorable. Real Madrid already exuded a philosophical aura. There was no need to create new romantic entanglements. It was essential to adjust their positioning. You two, stand back to back, Huang Kaiwen instructed, with a resigned demeanor. The two cautiously turned and positioned themselves back to back atop the chair. Huang Kaiwen casually retrieved 2 shoelaces from the locker, positioning the 2 individuals so that Cassano's elbow encircled Higuain and then bound them together with the laces. With a playful shake of his phone, he declared, "We have an entire day to enjoy ourselves. You may descend from the stool once you have reconciled. Should either of you fall before reaching an agreement, I shall hand you over to the coach." "That's quite ruthless," Cassano retorted, genuinely dreading an encounter with Capello at that moment. Given Capello's methods, relegation to the B team would be a mild consequence. Huang Kaiwen produced a CD from his bag, affixing the headphones to his ears and amplifying the volume. The melodies of Shakira resonated from the headphones, audible to both Cassano and Higuain perched on the stool. After a few minutes of silence, a somewhat bored Cassano inquired, "Hey, why did you mess with Fabio's car?" Higuain hesitated, unable to articulate his thoughts. "Do you know how much trouble I faced when his car broke down? I suspect he thinks I had a hand in it. What do you suggest we do?" Cassano nudged Higuain with his elbow. "I'm sorry," Higuain murmured softly. "Oh, I get it. It's because Fabio often makes you warm up without letting you play, right?" Cassano exclaimed, dawning realization illuminating his expression. His reaction was quite swift, displaying a hint of cleverness. "Indeed," Higuain replied, his voice barely above a whisper. "You have some audacity." Back in Rome, despite his disdain, no one dared to touch his car, Cassano said excitedly. "Today, you seemed as if you were scouting the streets. I once participated with my neighbor. But are you aware that the parking lot now has hidden cameras?" "I am aware. That's why I seek an opportunity," Higuain responded. "Could you not wait for a break to go to his house?" "Surely, Fabio's home lacks cameras," Higuain added, his eyes widening as he suddenly shoved Cassano, causing both to tumble down. Huang Kaiwen, startled, quickly removed his headphones and asked, "What is happening?" "Nothing. We have reconciled," Cassano replied. "Is that so, Gonzalo?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Yes, we are fine now," Higuain nodded. Huang Kaiwen scrutinized the duo closely. They did not appear to be lying, so he untied the shoelaces binding their arms. "Is everything all right, Kaiwen?" Ramos asked with concern upon seeing Huang Kaiwen emerge. He had heard the commotion but refrained from entering when Huang Kaiwen did not call for him. "All is well. Let us proceed to training," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "All right," Ramos nodded. The two made their way to the training ground, and shortly thereafter, Cassano and Higuain emerged, whispering to one another, clearly having reconciled. It was only upon returning home that Huang Kaiwen discovered the implications of the day, slightly altered Higuain's fate. Gaining 500 destiny points, marginally altered Cassano's fate, gaining 50 destiny points. Cassano's fate had yet to be unveiled. Fortunately, beneath the story of Higuain, fate reveals itself, simpler than those at River Plate. Previously, he had harbored aspirations of learning from Van Nistelrooy, yet upon realizing that Van Nistelrooy was isolated within the locker room, he decisively abandoned any notion of forming a camaraderie with him. After watching a few matches, Higuain vowed he had never encountered a player more gifted than you. Even Maradona could not compare. The ability to effortlessly alter one's playing style, rendering opposing defenders unable to anticipate one's habits, was utterly astonishing. Gradually, Higuain grasped the crux of the issue. He could not fathom why Van Nistelrooy was reluctant to play alongside the best players in the world. Was it truly so difficult to pass the ball to others? Did Van Nistelrooy genuinely believe his scoring efficiency could surpass yours? It was nothing short of foolishness, validation of his own talent. Even his father, a habitual smoker, advised him over the phone to maintain a positive mindset. Higuain had ample opportunities to take the field at Real Madrid and could even substitute for you, which he found quite satisfactory. The sole concern lay with coach Fabio Capello. Capello frequently had him warm up only to send him back, or he would have no time to warm up at all before being replaced by you. Leading Higuain to feel belittled by the coach, he resolved to teach Capello a lesson. He placed bricks under Capello's car tires, the most delectable he had ever savored. However, A theft incident in the parking lot led to increased security, thwarting his plans against Capello. Cassano, noticing Higuain lurking in the parking lot, charged at Higuain, resulting in a scuffle. Salgado intervened to separate the two, but alas, he was unable to persuade them to reconcile, despite attempts from Raul and others. Through your adjustments, the two individuals finally discovered a common language. Both held strong opinions about Capello and resolved to take action together beneath his residence during their upcoming holiday. They even coined a name for their duo, calling themselves the Outlaw Car Group. During their endeavor to sabotage Capello's vehicle, a solid friendship blossomed between them. Although Cassano and Higuain eventually transferred from Real Madrid, the Outlaw Car duo did not disband. Whenever they encountered difficult teammates or coaches, they seized the opportunity to target those individuals' vehicles. Higuain became increasingly adept at dismantling cars, and upon retiring, numerous valuable insights. He chose to open an automotive modification shop in Milan, with financial backing from his good friend Cassano. His exceptional skills garnered admiration from drivers worldwide. During an interview, Higuain remarked, "My greatest achievement is not helping Ferrari reclaim the championship, nor winning any football titles. Although my time at Real Madrid was less than pleasant and my departure was rather unfortunate, I have never regretted joining Real Madrid. For I can proudly tell my children that I once played as a substitute for Kevin." On February 24th, during a match at the Santiago Bernabéu against Getafe, despite Real Madrid trailing for 70 minutes, Capello showed no intention of substituting Huang Kaiwen into the game. In the dying moments, Sneijder scored from a free kick, equalizing for Getafe and securing a hard-fought draw for Real Madrid. With Diarra and Cannavaro injured, Real Madrid's defense faced yet another setback. The tense players finally exhaled in the locker room, relieved that at least Capello wouldn't be too upset with the draw. "Kevin, how about we celebrate at your place?" Raul suggested. After running 12 kilometers in the match and dealing with his troublesome child, Raul was eager to unwind. "Sure, I'll give Albert a call to prepare." Huang Kaiwen replied, shaking his phone. Although the match concluded at 10 o'clock, the nightlife in Spain was just beginning. Organizing things at this hour posed some challenges. Cassano declared, "I have some matters to attend to. Sorry, Kevin," Higuain added. Huang Kaiwen looked incredulously at Cassano. While it was understandable for Higuain to have commitments, Cassano, who was notoriously afraid of solitude and adored gatherings, was now declining. Cassano explained, "I have a date today. After all, my charm is irresistible, and she has asked me out several times. If I don't go, she might take it the wrong way." "Stop boasting, you dampener," Ramos interjected. Standing next to Kevin, "Even your relatives wouldn't choose you. That's still better than you. Our pure-hearted boy," Cassano retorted. "Fortunate to have to witness such a delicate man as you," mockingly remarked Cassano. "You bastard. Are you looking for trouble?" Ramos bellowed as he charged forward. Cassano circled around Huang Kaiwen, his stature somewhat shorter, yet far more agile than Ramos. Huang Kaiwen pressed his temples. The scene was indeed lively. The return of Ramos on loan was certainly different. Cassano's words were likely not entirely truthful, yet even among friends, why not to delve too deeply into another's private affairs? "Since Antonio is not coming, let us call it a day," Raul suggested. "All right, we can gather another time. I've got some delightful things recently. Do come over to try them," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. The lady of the hour had arrived before the match. Having pilfered a few fine bottles of wine from Mr. Bay, she was currently enjoying considerable favor in front of him, and her rise to prominence was merely a matter of time. Huang Kaiwen pondered whether Mr. Bay's wealth would suffice for his extravagant lifestyle until the end of his days. With such a devoted daughter, the family fortune would inevitably become his. With no gathering to attend, Huang Kaiwen returned home, for there awaited an even more perilous battle. Morning came. Capello completed a set of Yang-style Tai Chi learned from the martial arts school, exhaling a breath of stale air, and wiped his forehead with a towel. Laura had prepared breakfast. "Your complexion is much improved now," Laura Capello remarked with a smile. "Tai Chi is quite a marvelous practice. It can strengthen the body." "You should practice with me," Capello suggested earnestly. "All right, I promise to learn when I have time," Laura replied in a tone as if coaxing a child. Do not doubt it. The legendary Zhang Sanfeng, who created Tai Chi, lived to the age of 218, Capello asserted. If I were to live that long, how would I face others? My skin would be so wrinkled. Laura exclaimed, her focus on such peculiar concerns. Even if you were 1,000 years old, you would still be the most beautiful, Capello declared. The two enjoyed their breakfast happily, and Laura said, "You have a videotape to return today?" Capello replied. He returned to his study to gather the videotape, placing it in an eco-friendly bag, and, humming a tune from the film, descended the stairs with a lively step. Upon reaching the white line beside the road, Capello's eco-friendly bag slipped from his grasp, causing a videotape to tumble out. Its cover depicting a figure with thunderous lips and wings. Unaware of the fallen item, Capello noticed a plethora of red bricks under his car. The four wheels mysteriously vanished. A vein on his forehead throbbed ominously. Who could have done this? He vowed this matter was far from over. Should he catch the culprit, he would ensure they faced the consequences. At noon, Huang Kaiwen awoke and made his way downstairs. Albert approached him, saying, "Sir, someone has delivered a treasure map for you." "Oh, let me see," Huang Kaiwen responded. "There are indeed numerous treasures in Europe, especially those once sought after by art students. Many remain undiscovered. Cinematic works often feature the treasures of these artistic souls, either buried in some mountain in Eastern Europe or sinking alongside a submarine on its journey to America. If it could indeed be found, it would amount to a considerable fortune." Huang Kaiwen recalled that treasures discovered in Europe seemed to belong to individuals, at least. That was how it was portrayed in cinematic narratives. He thought it prudent to inquire further. How could a submarine belonging to an art student not possess a treasure worth billions of euros? With such an unexpected windfall, how would one even consider spending it? Albert approached with a box in hand, brimming with excitement, and unveiled a scroll. Huang Kaiwen's eyelids twitched, an ominous premonition washing over him. As Albert unfurled the scroll, Huang Kaiwen leapt back over a meter in alarm. This was hardly a treasure map. It was a map of Yin State, and it was inscribed in simplified Chinese characters. "Sir?" Albert asked, puzzled. "It's nothing," Huang Kaiwen replied. The old steward spread the map. And indeed, there was no dagger in sight. It was unclear which compatriot had orchestrated this prank. After dinner, the young lady and Lily descended the stairs. "We are preparing to return to Milan, my dear," the young lady announced. "When do we depart?" Huang Kaiwen inquired. "Right now," she replied. "So eager?" he questioned. "It's all Lily's fault," the young lady retorted, exasperated. "If she stays in Madrid any longer, she'll miss her exams." Lily stuck out her tongue in response. Huang Kaiwen sensed a deeper implication in her gesture. In this world, no one is devoid of merit. Though Lily was a handful, she also possessed a certain agility of mind. "Very well, do take care upon your return. I shall drive you to the airport," Huang Kaiwen offered. "We will be cautious." "You need not trouble yourself," the young lady nodded, pulling Lily away reluctantly. Huang Kaiwen shook his head. After dinner, he sat on the sofa watching television. The confident black athlete being interviewed proclaimed to the camera, "I have the capability to replace the starting player. AC Milan should no longer loan me out. There is only one person slightly better than me, Kevin, while the rest are behind me." Huang Kaiwen mused. Balotelli remains that same boy, utterly unchanged. With such confidence, did he not fear that Imbu would watch the show and confront him? Having scored 15 goals while loaned to relegated Messina, he thought himself accomplished? Huang Kaiwen took out his phone to message Barbara, suggesting that if anyone had an interest in Balotelli, they should sell him as soon as possible. Skills can be honed, but one's temperament is far more difficult to amend. Balotelli was not a person whom just anyone could redeem, and Huang Kaiwen had no inclination to save that troubled youth. Perhaps it was time to seek an opportunity to sell him to Maratti. Previously, Milan had collaborated with Juventus to inflate player values before selling to Real Madrid, and now it was their turn to receive a return on investment. The following day, Huang Kaiwen arrived at the training ground only to find Capello fuming. "Antonio Cassano, should not a professional athlete maintain their weight?" Capello chastised. Cassano, head bowed, muttered, "It's not my first day like this." "Very well, you are to report to the B team. You may return to the first team only after shedding 2 kilograms. Capello declared. As Cassano lowered his head and made his way to the B team's training ground, a smile crept upon his face, hidden from Capello's view. "What is going on?" Huang Kaiwen inquired softly. Raoul whispered, "The coach didn't drive today." "No wonder," Huang replied. Throughout the day as training, Capello had scarcely smiled. Later that evening, as Huang was preparing to head home, Ramos suggested. Kevin, would you like to catch a movie tonight? Just the two of us? Huang asked. No. There will be others, Ramos replied, somewhat awkwardly. Who else? Huang pressed. My sister, Ramos admitted bashfully. She's in Madrid visiting friends and insisted that I invite you. All right then, Huang chuckled. He wished to alleviate his friend Ramos's discomfort and thought it would be a nice gesture to accompany his sister to the cinema. Arriving at the oldest cinema in Madrid, Yelmo es Ideal, Huang instantly recognized Ramos's sister. It was primarily because they bore a slight resemblance, and beside her stood another girl. Presumably Ramos's sister's friend. The two girls eagerly approached, embodying the warmth of Spanish hospitality. I'm his sister, my name is Melita, and this is my good friend. Marta Abil, Ramos's sister, introduced herself. Huang observed as the two girls clung to his arms and glanced over at Ramos, who voiced his discontent. You're causing Kevin discomfort. If reporters capture this, it could lead to significant trouble. Mind your own business, Melita retorted, shaking her fist. The blood ties rendered Ramos hesitant to speak further. Huang found this side of Ramos amusing and intriguing. At the ticket counter, they purchased 4 tickets for the upcoming Rambo 4. Noting that Rambo had aged considerably since the last installment. During the film, Huang noticed that the two girls were rather restless. It was imperative for a young man to safeguard himself in such situations. Promptly, he swapped positions with Ramos, distancing himself from Melita. Entangling oneself with a teammate's sister often led to complications. Melita shot a fierce glare at Ramos, who feigned ignorance. He certainly wouldn't allow his sister's enjoyment to bring discomfort to Kevin. He was not that type of person. Marta Abil was pleased that Huang had distanced himself from Melita and leaned in to whisper, My brother is also a player. He is currently in the youth team. But he possesses considerable talent. Is he with Real Madrid? Huang asked warily, ready to make an exit if necessary. No. He was in Atletico's youth team before moving to Getafe last summer, Marta replied with a smile. Huang nodded in understanding. Being part of Madrid's football scene. It was not unusual for players to transition from Real Madrid's youth academy to other clubs. The reason Real Madrid could sell so many youth-developed players was due to its immense allure. Many talented young players were eager to join its academy. With a plethora of promising young talents, the success rate naturally surged, resulting in the widespread presence of Real Madrid's academy graduates throughout La Liga. The players capable of competing in La Liga are indeed exceptional individuals, yet aspiring to secure a position as a starter in Real Madrid's first team is a formidable challenge. With few managing to establish themselves at the club. Intrigued, Huang Kaiwen inquired, What is his name? He is merely a youth team player. You likely haven't heard of him. My brother is Alvaro Morata. He possesses great talent, Marta proudly proclaimed. Huang Kaiwen remarked, Indeed, I am aware of Morata. He is quite adept with both feet. Maintaining a composed demeanor, Huang Kaiwen discreetly distanced himself from Marta, wary of being too close to Morata's sister. After the film concluded, Huang Kaiwen took the initiative to say, Sergio, I just remembered something. I must return home. Please escort them back. All right, Kevin, see you tomorrow. Ramos cheerfully waved. Once Huang Kaiwen entered the taxi, Ramos turned to find his sister's face awash with irritation. Kevin, I sincerely apologize. The following day at the team, Ramos awkwardly stated. She has always had a fondness for you. I suppose you were startled. It's nothing. There's no need to dwell on it, Huang Kaiwen reassured, patting Ramos on the shoulder. I am accustomed to such matters. Besides, the coach's daughter has invited me out. Is it Katia? Ramos queried. When I was at AC Milan, she frequently inquired about you. Huang Kaiwen replied. No wonder Ancelotti often calls to ask if I wish to return to Milan. The eldest daughter of the old Ancelotti family is also a devoted fan of King Huang. Regrettably, King Huang is a man who firmly believes in fate. If it is not meant to be, he does not pursue it. He is a remarkably disciplined individual, impervious to temptation. Upon arriving at the training ground, Capello remained in a state of fury. The entire team shared in Capello's wrath, with the exception of the physically ailing King Huang, who received a modicum of leniency. As March unfolded, Huang Kaiwen once again witnessed a refresh in the store. Thanks to Higuain and Cassano, his fate value finally surpassed the 9,000 mark, reaching 9270. Special template, Kaido Karoba, 1,000,000 fate value. Templates, Kevin Keegan, 10,000 points. Nazatsi, 10,000 points. Rumanig, 10,000 000 points. Skills, Master of Lobs, 2, 500 points. Proficiency in rope usage, 100 points. Items, 24-hour immunity card, 20 points. Special item, Ancelotti's notebook, 3,000 points. The special template, Kaido Kuroba. The second generation of the Phantom Thief Kid possesses several practical skills, including rapid disguise and sleight of hand, but in comparison to its price. Focused on evasion. Kevin Keegan is a legendary player of Liverpool, whose playing career was illustrious. However, during his coaching tenure, he merely served as the backdrop to Ferguson's famed psychological warfare reversal story. Zhuangzi, on the other hand, was the first player to be described with the term great, in an era when forwards outnumbered defenders. He was the defensive linchpin for Uruguay and a captain who lifted the World Cup trophy. Rummenigge's style of play was distinctly different from that of the German players of his era. His footwork was more refined, reminiscent of a slower Thierry Henry, which was a nightmare for Platini. After retiring, Rummenigge became notorious for his outspoken nature. The three templates he utilized were commendable, yet they fell short of Huang Kaiwen's expectations. If one were to make a purchase, it should be the very best, especially since the cap is set at 10,000 points. As for Ancelotti's notebook, the price was unexpectedly steep for Huang Kaiwen. Was it a secret manual for the Champions League, or perhaps a tome of sorcery? A labor of love from a master of mysticism, no doubt. Intrigued by the proficiency in rope use, Ance's hand-eye coordination, allowing one to effortlessly bind adversaries in various manners, as well as wield the rope as a staff or whip. Huang Kaiwen exclaimed, "What a remarkable skill!" It significantly elevated his coordination abilities. Such an impressive skill warranted experimentation from the illustrious Huang. In everyday life, this skill proved to be exceptionally useful. In a fit of excitement, he rushed downstairs to the tool shed, found a thick rope, and tied a knot. With a flick of his wrist, he made the rope sway, singing, "The man with the lasso is mighty and robust. Galloping steeds race like the wind." The skill was indeed formidable, allowing him to manipulate the rope with ease, bringing him immense joy. Exhausted from his play, Huang Kaiwen eventually retired for the night. March heralded a promising start. During the day, he accompanied the entire team to an away match against Villarreal. With a depleted squad, stunning goal from the opposing fullback, Martin Cáceres. Against mid-tier teams, Real Madrid seemed particularly susceptible to conceding goals. Robben's injury compounded their woes. Witnessing his teammate being carried off by the medical staff, Huang Kaiwen hurried to him, whispering suggestions of treatment in Milan. Robben, taken aback, was about to respond, but Huang discreetly pinched him. It was perhaps best not to mention the level of Dr. Melserman. Robben, being astute. The situation, Huang felt a sense of ease. After all, they shared a good camaraderie. And it was preferable to avoid involving the veterinarian. Otherwise, Robben might not make it to the 2014 World Cup without retiring prematurely. The opponents received 2 red cards, marking the commencement of Real Madrid's counterattack. However, in the 73rd minute, Ramos received a second yellow, resulting in yet another red card. Capello, who had intended to substitute Huang into the match, hesitated to make a change. Villarreal, with 5 yellow cards and 2 reds, suggested that Huang's entry might not yield favorable outcomes. Fortunately, Raul and Salgado scored with headers, enabling Real Madrid to narrowly overturn the deficit against their rivals. Post-match, Cruyff seized the opportunity to express his thoughts, unable to wait until the morning column. He took to the trendy social media to proclaim, "Villarreal serves as an exemplary case in league matches. Indeed, while Real has Kaiwen, their defensive line has become a burden. For as long as opponents score more quickly than Real, they shall persist in their losses." The following morning, Huang Kaiwen once again came across Kluivert's commentary on Real Madrid in the newspaper. Although the old fellow's words were somewhat exaggerated, there was a kernel of truth in them. The primary issue plaguing Real Madrid currently lay in their defensive line. A fully functional Real Madrid would exhibit a stronger defense. Yet any alteration in the lineup diminished their synergy and coordination. However, Huang Kaiwen felt no need to fret over such matters. With 4 away goals secured in the first leg, he still possessed an immunity card, even if Roma exerted every ounce of their strength. A reversal in the second leg seemed unattainable. On March 4th, Milan's match occurred a day earlier. The fishing enthusiast was suspended from the Champions League, and the recuperated Ronaldo made his starting debut at San Siro, where Milan drew 1-1 with Arsenal, advancing with an aggregate score of 2-1. A day later, on the day of the Champions League match, the entire Real Madrid squad arrived at the Bernabeu early. Capello remained troubled by lineup decisions, still unable to finalize his starting 11. The extensive injuries in the midfield and defense were a source of great distress for him. Is everything arranged? Capello inquired. Galbiati nodded. Witchcraft against Kevin. A fans section. All fluent in Italian. Ensuring they remain undetected, Galbiati replied. Very well, you are indeed my most reliable ally, Capello remarked. Observing the jovial players, Capello approached Huang Kaiwen, asking expectantly, Kevin, how about you play in midfield today? Huang Kaiwen responded, what position the King of Yellow plays is for him to decide. It will depend on today's condition. With Capello standing before him, Huang Kaiwen had no opportunity to evade the decision. He could only brace himself for a draw. Ding. Obtained a match experience card for the 2016-2017 Premier League Round 24, Arsenal vs Chelsea, featuring N'Golo Kante. Wow, after such a long time without drawing a midfielder. Today it finally appears. Is this a lesson learned from Dynamic Superman? How fitting. Looking at Capello, Huang Kaiwen smiled. All right, I will play in midfield. Fine. Let Guti and De Jong partner as defensive midfielders, and you take the attacking midfield position. Capello nodded in agreement. No need. I can handle the defensive midfield role. Huang Kaiwen chuckled. What a joke. Is Kante afraid to play as a defensive midfielder? Recently, the newspapers had often remarked on Huang Kaiwen's commendable defensive attitude, albeit noting a decline in his defensive capabilities. Today, he intended to demonstrate that while there may be insurmountable obstacles in the world, there was none that could withstand Kevin. Why are you smiling so happily? Cassano queried suspiciously. Because I thought of something joyful. Huang Kaiwen replied. Unbeknownst to him, Cassano's keen observation skills had picked up on something. I got it. Cassano exclaimed. Is it that Shakira has come looking for you again? Damn it. Does this guy think of nothing but women? Huang Kaiwen replied. As the pre-match press conference commenced, Real Madrid indeed possesses formidable strength and stands as one of the most illustrious clubs. However, fame does not equate to prowess. I, along with my team, am fully prepared, and even as challengers, we shall strive diligently, remarked Spalletti with a smile. The recent wave of injuries plaguing Real Madrid has bolstered his confidence. Capello, clad in a light gray suit, let out a slight scoff, returning to the Bernabeu. He was unperturbed by Spalletti's potential antics. As for the midfield injuries, are they truly a concern? Even if the goalkeeper were to be injured, Capello would dare to field Huang Kaiwen. Fabio, could you enlighten us on how you cope with the injury crisis? Is the spate of injuries at Real Madrid attributable to the changes in the medical team? It seems Dr. Melserman has not alleviated the injury woes. You haven't played Kevin in the last 2 league matches. Will he start today? After facing you, Roma has regained their form. How do you plan to tackle this situation? Capello chuckled and waved his hand, stating, tactics and starting lineups cannot possibly be disclosed before the match, so don't bother asking. I assure you, Real Madrid will not shy away from any challenge. Spalletti coldly observed Capello's figure and smirked. In the last match, Huang Kaiwen had departed early, leading him to believe that the sorcerer's methods might indeed be effective. This time he had spent 82.5. Previously, it was 42. And both teams had delivered an exhilarating encounter. Barring any surprises, we would witness another attacking showdown today. However, Roma is not a team that relinquishes opportunities lightly. They will undoubtedly seek to score at the Bernabeu. Huang Kaiwen was warming up, and it seemed he would be starting, which was encouraging news. During warm-ups, are also commendable. He possesses the ability to cover vast areas, coupled with solid interception and anticipation skills, as well as a capacity to deliver threatening passes and orchestrate attacks, alleviating concerns regarding offensive capabilities. Why not play as an attacking midfielder? Guti expressed some concern. Another factor was that Huang Kaiwen playing as a defensive midfielder would be responsible for his protection, which made Guti feel somewhat uneasy. Not to worry, I've got this. Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. As he followed his teammates back to the players' tunnel, Totti turned to Huang Kaiwen and declared, Today, we will strive for victory. Then give it your all. Huang Kaiwen responded, flexing his wrists. Today he was set to play as a defensive midfielder, directly facing Totti in the center of the pitch. The players have taken to the field. Let us review the starting lineups for both teams. Real Madrid. in a 4-3-3 formation with two defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, Casillas, defenders, Torres, Pepe, Ramos, Salgado, midfielders, Huang Kaiwen, Guti, De Jong, forwards, Raul, Higuain, Cassano. Roma, also in a 4-3-3 formation with two defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, Doni, defenders, Tenedo, Juan Santos, Mexes, is positioned in midfield. Huang Kaiwen has not been unfamiliar with playing in midfield. However, it remains uncertain whether he will take on the role of a central midfielder or a defensive one. His positional change has sparked a wave of anticipation within me. At precisely 7:45 p.m., the Greek referee, Kyros Vassilaris, signaled the commencement of the match. Roma took the initiative, kicking off the game. In pursuit of a victory at the Bernabeu and aiming for progression, Roma fielded several Brazilian players, striving to score multiple goals. Having recently transferred to Roma, Zixinio felt a sense of relief upon noticing that Huang Kaiwen was not deployed as a winger. If they were to match up, he was aware that Huang Kaiwen would easily surpass him, as he had failed to intercept him even once during training sessions. Zixinio was acutely aware of his own defensive capabilities, realizing he lacked the qualification to merely serve as a backdrop for Huang Kaiwen. After receiving a pass from a teammate, Zixinio advanced the ball swiftly, crossing the halfway line. Huang Kaiwen charged towards him, applying pressure. Eager to showcase his skills in front of Huang Kaiwen, Zixinio hesitated to pass to his teammates. With his right foot, he began to feint over the ball, executing a trick reminiscent of the late Ronaldinho's signature moves. Huang Kaiwen was momentarily at a loss for words. Previously, he had refrained from speaking loudly in the locker room. How was it that he now felt emboldened after his transfer? Seizing the opportunity, Huang Kaiwen extended his left foot, while Zixinio deftly flicked the ball with his right. A smile spread across Zixinio's face. Successfully outmaneuvering the core player of his former team brought him immense joy. However, what Zixinio did not anticipate was that Huang Kaiwen was keenly focused on him, remaining steadfast in his position. While Zixinio was unaware of Huang Kaiwen's playing habits, Huang Kaiwen was exceedingly familiar with Zixinio. With his left foot anchoring on the grass, Huang Kaiwen swiftly shifted his weight and pivoted, sweeping his right foot in a fluid motion. A sharp crack echoed as the ball was deftly nudged behind Zixinio. "Idiot," De Rossi muttered under his breath, watching from nearby. Who gave that fool the audacity to provoke Kaiwen? In preparation for the match against Real Madrid, De Rossi had scrutinized numerous highlights of Huang Kaiwen's performances and had concluded that his defensive prowess surpassed his own. The fact that Zixinio had so foolishly offered an opportunity was infuriating. Determined, De Rossi surged toward his own half. Huang Kaiwen squeezed past Zixinio, similarly racing towards the ball. De Rossi, being closer, was the first to arrive at the sideline to retrieve the ball. Before he could turn and adjust, Huang Kaiwen's foot had already reached out in front of De Rossi, executing a precise sliding tackle that sent the ball out of play. "Don't shoot. It's a teammate," De Rossi remarked, watching Huang Kaiwen's retreating figure. Still in shock after being pulled up by Huang Kaiwen, he found it extraordinary for a player of such caliber to engage in defending and tackling. In Roma, no coach would assign defensive duties to Totti. Yet the Ballon d'Or winner from Real Madrid was willing to clean up after his teammates. Not only did he play as a defensive midfielder, but the audacity of that tackle was truly remarkable. De Rossi, a player of considerable talent, was adept at learning and displayed intelligence in his play, excelling in both offensive and defensive capacities. It must be acknowledged that his weakness lies in his insufficient turning speed, and his defensive maneuvers appear rather clumsy. The attributes of a defensive midfielder overshadow his offensive capabilities, though he excels in attack as well. Earlier, when he skillfully hooked the ball along the sideline, he drew it close to himself, his foot already obstructing part of the ball, a small protective technique that easily invites fouls from opponents. Yet, he was acutely aware that Huang Kaiwen's tackle had not made contact with him. It was a clean and precise tackle. Even a dedicated defender might not possess such remarkable tackling prowess. He recognizes Huang Kaiwen's sense of positioning and anticipatory skills. But why is his tackling so formidable? If it is not mere coincidence, it is indeed terrifying. The coach urged him to move forward, and Aquilani reminded him. I understand," De Rossi nodded, speaking softly. He sensed that today's match would likely be quite challenging. Huang Kaiwen's defense was indeed impressive. Observing Huang Kaiwen's tackle, one could see echoes of Nesta. His approach was undeniably decisive, perhaps learned during his time at AC Milan alongside Nesta. Coach Zhang was right. Huang Kaiwen's defense is marked by its cleanliness. He possesses genuine confidence, as seen when he pressured Zhuangzi, feinting once and then striking with precision, leaving no room for error. His right foot extended, he never contemplated failure. Yes, this is also one of Huang Kaiwen's characteristics. He consistently exudes confidence in his play, whether in defense or attack. No matter the angle or distance, when the moment strikes, he dares to take a shot from midfield. On the field, Huang Kaiwen positioned himself in front of Tadayan, adjusting alongside the opponent to prevent Tadayan from receiving a throw-in. During the warm-up and the initial minutes of the match, he had already gained a solid understanding of Kanti. While there was indeed a height disparity, Huang Kaiwen had adeptly learned to navigate the challenges posed by this difference over several seasons. Although his center of gravity is higher, making him slightly less agile than Kanti, Huang, the king of yellow balls, possesses extraordinary talent and certain enhancements that compensate for this shortcoming. In summary, he can be regarded as a fortified version of Kanti. Kanti's ability to seize opportunities is remarkable, yet his natural height disadvantage does not afflict Huang Kaiwen. Zhuangzi stood on the sideline, observing intently. De Rossi was near Raoul, while Huang Kaiwen stood in front of Tadayan. After some contemplation, Zhuangzi decided to throw the ball to Tadayan. Could the Ballon d'Or winner truly be thwarted in every attempt to intercept? After leaving Real Madrid, he particularly wished to showcase himself before the star of his former club, making the world aware that it was Real Madrid who had overlooked his talents. Zhuangzi devised a clever maneuver. After careful observation, he faced De Rossi, stepping forward with his left foot and suddenly twisting to throw the ball behind Tadayan, a no-look throw-in. The ball struck the grass swiftly behind Tadayan. As Tadayan turned to spring into action, Huang Kaiwen had already anticipated his movement, positioning himself ahead of him, extending his arm for balance while simultaneously securing his position. Neither player had yet begun to sprint, as Guti dashed to the sideline, hooking the ball back and smoothly turning to pass to Torres. Torres deftly nudged the ball with his right foot, surveying the field from the backline. Huang Kaiwen refrained from contributing to the offensive play, momentarily paralyzed by indecision. Especially after having incited Capello's ire, now he dared not handle the ball carelessly. Totti surged towards Torres, closely followed by Perrotta, both pressing intensely. In a hurry, who expertly controlled the ball and with a swift motion propelled it forward with his right foot. The ball soared past the halfway line, landing within the center circle. The retreating Higuain charged towards Aquilani to contest a header. As they leaped, the two collided, sending the ball ricocheting back into Real Madrid's half. Perrotta, stationed in the forward line, swiftly retraced his steps. Guti, oblivious to the looming danger, had secured the ball. "Watch your back," Cassano cautioned. Guti turned his head just as Perrotta had closed in beside him. Realizing the threat, he hastily advanced with the ball. Although Perrotta stood half a head shorter than Guti, his background as a central midfielder endowed him with tenacity and remarkable stamina, though his offensive prowess was less pronounced. Under pressure, Guti mishandled the ball, inadvertently nudging it over the halfway line. The vigilant referee, trailing closely behind, was poised to whistle for a foul against Roma. Alas, Guti's ill-timed pass went awry. Perrotta had drained Guti of too much energy. Cassano rushed in to apply pressure. Toneto swiftly turned and passed back to Juan Santos, who directed the ball to a teammate on the right side, evading Higuain. Raul seized the moment to press, while Mekis, in a hurried attempt, pushed Raul, skewing the ball toward the right flank. Cicinho received it, deftly nudged it with his right foot, and after a quick adjustment, delivered a cross. His attacking abilities were commendable. He had previously been the assist king of the Confederations Cup. His one-on-one defending was also a strength, though his positional awareness often faltered, leading him to advance without returning. Real Madrid required defenders with exceptional defensive skills, not lacking in attacking methods, which explained his departure. The ball arched gracefully across most of the field, landing accurately in the left flank. Little Mancini showcased the flair characteristic of Brazilian players, effortlessly controlling the ball. Faced with the veteran Salgado, he began to execute a series of rapid stepovers. Salgado struggled to keep pace with Mancini's rhythm, compelled to stretch out a leg to snatch an opportunity. Mancini nudged the ball with his left foot, propelling himself past Salgado. Ramos and De Jong surged toward the left flank almost in unison, sensing a void in the center. Executing a sudden stop and pivot, delivering a quick cross with his right foot. Tadian lunged forward, extending his right foot, redirecting the ball ahead of him, accelerating down the right flank. The nearby stands erupted with excitement as the Mellinger fans witnessed Real Madrid's number 10 visibly narrowing the gap with Tadian. In the next moment, Huang Kaiwen had already fallen, executing a sliding tackle that sent the ball skirting out of bounds before Tadian could seize it. In less than 10 minutes since the match commenced, Huang Kaiwen had already executed 2 remarkable tackles, earning applause from the Real Madrid supporters. I must reiterate, Huang Kaiwen's tackling is impressively clean and decisive. He never hesitates when seizing an opportunity. Today, he truly embraced the role of a defensive player. Little Mancini's bicycle kick was exquisite. During last season's round of 16 in the Champions League, he executed a similar maneuver against Lyon, resulting in a stunning goal. Indeed, Mancini's style of play is highly captivating, seamlessly blending aesthetics with functionality. His outstanding performance has garnered the attention of prestigious clubs such as Barcelona, Inter Milan, and Liverpool. On the sidelines, Capello clenched his fists in anticipation. Huang Kaiwen successfully disrupted Roma's counterattack, yet it also filled him with concern. Huang Kaiwen's relentless defensive efforts have made Capello regret placing him in midfield. At this rate, he might risk injury without the opposing team even committing a foul. Roma once again took a throw-in, and Pepe suddenly surged forward, extending his foot to successfully reclaim possession. He swiftly turned to pass to Ramos. As Ramos received the ball and lifted his head, he spotted Huang Kaiwen charging into the attacking zone and swiftly executed a long pass with his right foot. While in motion, Huang Kaiwen glanced back to assess the situation. With enhanced dynamic vision, he quickly gauged the trajectory and spin of the ball, anticipating its landing point. Huang Kaiwen accelerated past the halfway line, leaping to head the ball towards Cassano, overpowering Aquilani in the process. Cassano turned, only to face the pressing challenge from Tenedo. He quickly feinted and returned the ball to the approaching De Jong. Without taking a touch, De Jong delivered a diagonal pass to the center, where Huang Kaiwen received the ball and instinctively swung his left foot. The shot was thunderous, propelling forward with the force of an eagle in flight, piercing through the defense. The nearby Roma defenders were caught off guard as the ball soared past them into their penalty area, with a speed exceeding 150 kilometers per hour. The shot rapidly approached the goal. Having anticipated the direction, Donny leaped sideways, extending his arm. The impact of the ball against his glove startled him, compelling him to tense his arm and exert additional force to barely deflect the ball out of the penalty area. After landing, he leaned against the right post for support, discreetly rubbing his tingling left hand. What was mentioned earlier. Huang Kaiwen is indeed decisive. Once he senses the moment, he dares to shoot from anywhere. Yes, the quality of that shot was exceptional, though the distance allowed the goalkeeper ample time to react. However, it is now a corner for Real Madrid. Let us see how they handle it. In their previous away match, Real Madrid applied pressure on Roma through successive tactical corners, with Huang Kaiwen successfully scoring. Beauty paused, waiting for Huang Kaiwen to approach, and inquired, "Will you take it?" Huang Kaiwen smiled and replied, "You go ahead, I'll challenge for the header." With such formidable aerial ability, it would be a waste not to take advantage of it. Seizing the opportunity, De Rossi approached the sidelines and asked, "Coach, what is the plan?" He still recalled Spalletti's earlier request. "We need to attack today, we require goals. However, at times, your involvement in the attack must also serve to pressure Kevin, rendering him incapable of orchestrating plays. Do you comprehend?" Spalletti remarked, draping his arm around De Rossi's shoulder. Huang Kaiwen, playing as a defensive midfielder today, exhibited remarkable defensive prowess, yet that long-range shot sent shivers down his spine. It has not been long since the Galacticos made headlines. The association of superstars with Real Madrid has fostered a rigid perception of him as merely a frontline figure. Coupled with whispers regarding Huang Kaiwen's alleged dominance on the ball, Spalletti was convinced that even in a defensive role, Huang Kaiwen would still gravitate towards orchestrating attacks, leaving the defensive responsibilities to De Jong. "As for myself, there are times I refrain from advancing to the front line," De Rossi stated. Informed Tati and Perrotta to remain vigilant, particularly Perrotta, Spalletti advised after a moment of contemplation. He could not shake off his unease without addressing Real Madrid's number 10 directly. All right, I understand. De Rossi nodded, swiftly darting from the sidelines to engage in corner defense within the penalty area. Huang Kaiwen was closely monitored, with De Rossi and Mexes sandwiching him. After a run-up, Guti delivered the ball towards the center of the small box. At the near post, Ramos outmaneuvered Tenedo, making contact with the ball, which sped towards the center of the goal. Positioned at the near post, Doni turned sideways, intercepting the ball just before Huang Kaiwen could head it. Raul swung his left foot, aiming for a direct shot. But Cicinho swiftly executed a sliding tackle to send the ball out of bounds. Another corner kick, and we await this opportunity. This scene feels eerily familiar. In the first leg, Real Madrid capitalized on consecutive corner kicks to score, and Roma must exercise caution. As the ball reached the far post, Huang Kaiwen. The ball found the back of the net. Huang Kaiwen opened the scoring with a header. This was unexpected during the last match. Roma players had fallen prey to his well-timed runs, and now Huang Kaiwen, stationed at the edge of the small box, surged towards the goal, suddenly reversing direction to head the ball into the net. Huang Kaiwen, playing as a defensive midfielder, not only serves as a stabilizing force for Real Madrid, but also acts as a catalyst for their offense and defense, retreating to thwart counterattacks and advancing with agile positioning to score headers. In today's football landscape, if one speaks of versatility, Huang Kaiwen undoubtedly deserves the title of the foremost player. Spalletti exchanged a glance with his assistant coach. The assistant discreetly reached into his pocket, retrieving his mobile device. Skillfully, without glancing at the keys, he unlocked the screen, maneuvered left twice to access the messages, and blindly typed 2 words before sending the information. Such undertakings require utmost caution. Fortunately, the keypad was somewhat familiar, allowing for the possibility of discreetly sending messages without detection by cameras. In the stands of the home crowd, Francisco Rossi, who had accompanied the Roma team to the Bernabeu, sensed the tremor. His interest in checking his phone waned as he instinctively knew action was imminent. This phone card was new, specifically acquired for the purpose of contacting Spalletti. Spalletti provided him with tickets for the away fans section. Yet Rossi believed it would be easier to remain inconspicuous among the home supporters. Upon Spalletti's agreement, he was handed a ticket for the back row of the home fans area. Today, the backpackers were the targets of the fan organization. While rummaging through his bag, he caught the attention of members of the Real Madrid fan club. Rossi produced a new wooden figurine and an old rusted knife. His fellow fans exchanged glances, perceiving him as their objective. "Shall we act?" inquired a lean Real Madrid supporter in a hushed tone, a scar at the corner of his eye lending him a menacing air. "Wait, let's observe for a moment," another fan suggested. Just as Rossi was preparing to affix a photo onto the figurine, the action commenced. Several individuals lunged at Rossi. The young Francesco Rossi was rendered speechless, pinned to the ground, his belongings scattered, drawing the attention of nearby fans. When he overheard the Real Madrid supporters threatening him, Rossi quickly shouted in the Spanish he had learned from his grandfather, "I'm one of you. I'm one of you." The photo is of Spalletti. "I feared for Kaiwen's safety, which is why I intended to act." The lean supporter bent down to examine the photo, and, indeed, it was Spalletti. He then pushed away the fans pressing down on Rossi, asserting, "This kid speaks the truth. My apologies, mate." A hefty Real Madrid supporter extended a hand to help Rossi up, a look of contrition on his face. Rossi, cradling his ribs, replied, "I don't blame you. There are too many bad people out to harm Kaiwen, I understand. You're all right. After the match, come celebrate with us. I'll buy you a drink." Forcing a smile. The hefty man inquired, his nose twitching. "You're still upset, right?" No. Let us go together then." Rossi conceded with a reluctant nod. The lean supporter, with the scar, realizing he truly was a human bomb. "I apologize for today. Please don't decline the invitation to celebrate," Carlos Perez urged. "All right, fine," Rossi acquiesced. In the next moment, "With Kaiwen on our side, how could we possibly lose?" Carlos Perez replied with a grin, though even his smile seemed intimidating. The hawk-like nose and deep-set eyes of his gaunt visage rendered him rather sinister, and the scar altered his entire demeanor. Rossi was certain that Carlos was not engaged in any honest profession. Feeling uncomfortable with the dampness between his legs, he nonetheless maintained a smile, wary of provoking Carlos Perez. On the field, Roma launched an attack. Kevin Huang sprinted nearly 40 meters to confront De Rossi, who, with a swift turn and ball protection, cleanly intercepted the ball. Thwarting Roma's counterattack once more. St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The nearby supporters fervently chanted. Carlos Pires looked at Rossi with a puzzled expression and inquired, "Why are you not happy?" Rossi silently rolled his eyes, thinking to himself that as a die-hard Roma fan, there was little to be joyful about. However, he dared not voice his true sentiments and could only force a laugh, replying, I'm just so thrilled that I couldn't keep up with everyone." "Well, it's just in time for the team anthem," Carlos Pires said with a smile. "Let's sing together, louder, so those Romans can see our strength." Francesco Rossi, a young university student who had been a devoted Roma supporter since learning to read, linked arms with his fellow Madridistas and sang the Real Madrid anthem passionately from the stands of the Bernabeu. Fearing his true allegiance as a Roma fan would be discovered, Rossi had to shout at the top of his lungs, "Go Madrid! Go Madrid!" Carlos Pires chuckled as he patted Rossi on the shoulder. This young lad was quite something. Although his singing was not melodious, it was filled with fervor. His voice trembled with emotion, a true testament to his loyalty as a Real Madrid supporter. Frustration began to mount within the Roma squad, who were struggling to make headway. Aquilani received the ball in the backfield and lofted it directly into the Real Madrid penalty area. The ball soared toward the left flank, where Huang Kaiwen anticipated its arrival. But Totti, who was a step behind, pushed Huang Kaiwen to the ground with both hands. The referee's whistle pierced the air. Totti himself chuckled at the incident. He and Huang Kaiwen shared a good rapport, and it was not a deliberate foul, but rather an impulsive push in the heat of the moment. Totti had always been quick-tempered, and such behavior was typical for him. After the whistle blew, he turned back and reached out to help Huang Kaiwen up. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen's performance that day had been exceptional, covering an impressive range from the left flank to the center and then to the right, always positioning himself wherever danger lurked. No one had such coverage in the past, not even Redondo or Makelele. Ramos and Pepe approached Totti to voice their grievances, but were persuaded to back off by Huang Kaiwen. When playing against Real Madrid, if you dared to lay a hand on Huang Kaiwen, the Madrid players would certainly retaliate, regardless of your identity. Roma was clearly feeling the pressure. Rushing to press even before the ball was in play, Salgado shifted the ball to the left flank, where Torres passed it to Huang Kaiwen, who sent a beautiful long ball. It found Higuain precisely, but the latter's touch was slightly delayed, allowing Juan Santos to intervene and block Higuain's shot. Cassano received the ball and passed it to Raul, who took a shot. Mexes managed to deflect the ball, and Guti followed up with a strike. The assault on Roma's goal by Real Madrid was relentless, and the ball found its way to De Rossi, who initiated a counterattack with a long pass. This time, the Real Madrid defense was pushed forward. Totti dashed past Pepe, seizing the ball and creating a clear chance on goal, charging swiftly toward the Real Madrid penalty area. This was still significant, despite his efforts to close the gap with Totti. His expression shifting from anxious to uncertain, having rehearsed several scenarios in his mind, but still hesitant to make a move. Totti's chip shot was among the finest in the football world. If he broke free, Totti would not hesitate to take a shot at goal, leaving Casillas nervously rooted to the line. At the edge of the penalty area, Totti, while dribbling, stumbled over a divot in the grass, failing to make contact with the ball, which remained stationary. Seizing the opportunity as Totti slowed down, Kevin Huang positioned himself in front of Totti within the penalty area. With a slight shoulder feint, Totti executed a deceptive maneuver with his foot, but failed to connect. The ruse was completed in an instant, yet Huang was not deceived. He fell to the ground, extending his foot to poke the ball behind Totti. Pepe, who had retraced his steps into the penalty area, swiftly hooked his foot to clear the ball away. Kevin, 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 the fans of the Merengues shouted excitedly, calling out the familiar name. The Real Madrid supporters were taken aback by the day's events. Their absolute cornerstone continually delivered brilliant clearances, and watching Huang's defensive prowess was more exhilarating than witnessing his attacking play. The opponent's one-on-one chance sent shivers down their spines, fearing the impending goal. At that moment, the white-clad number 10 reappeared, decisively tackling within the penalty area and accurately dismantling the opponent's offense. The pressure lifted, and a profound sense of relief flooded the hearts of every Real Madrid fan. "Thank you, Kevin," Casillas remarked, wiping the sweat from his forehead. "Don't say such things. I am also a part of the team. Huang replied. But it's different. You are a dual threat. Casillas responded. Even as a dual threat, I am merely one among 11. Casillas stood momentarily stunned, gazing at the number 10's retreating figure. Despite knowing Huang to be approachable, for someone like Casillas, who had shared the field with countless stars, witnessing Huang's fervent defensive efforts was nothing short of astonishing. Casillas felt that his understanding of the term superstar had been profoundly altered. Damn it, all of you get back. Capello yelled furiously at the pitch. Huang's personal intervention against the opponent's breakaway caused Capello's blood pressure to spike. What the hell? If Kevin has to handle both offense and defense, what use do we have for the other players? I apologize, Kevin, Ramos said, lowering his head. He had been eager to surge forward. I admit I have pushed forward too often. Mainly, I haven't felt the defensive pressure today, De Jong remarked, rubbing the back of his head. It's fine. Don't worry about it, Huang replied with a smile and a wave of his hand. But we can't leave all the defending to you, Ramos insisted. Then it shall be so. I will direct the defense, Huang stated. That's the way it should be, Ramos replied with a nod. All Madrid all nodded in agreement. Although Huang had not previously commanded the defense, his consistent performances had instinctively earned their trust. Roma organized another offensive maneuver. The left flank broke through with the ball, while Guti rushed to pressure him on the right. Mancini swiftly executed a bicycle kick, nudging the ball forward and forcing his way past Guti. You go. I'll cover the center, Huang directed towards the right. De Jong quickly darted towards the right side. And upon seeing Salgado also advancing towards him, Mancini hurriedly flicked the ball with his right foot, turning to pass it horizontally. As Perrotta received the ball, Kevin Huang had already positioned himself behind him. With a deft touch of his right foot, Perrotta attempted to turn. But Huang swiftly extended his foot to poke the ball away. Startled, Perrotta quickly pivoted to shield the ball, only for Ramos, who was pressing forward, to seize the opportunity and nudge the ball behind Perrotta. Anticipating this, Huang launched himself past Perrotta to claim the ball, charging rapidly towards the Roma half. Do not let him carry it forward, Spalletti shouted in exasperation. Foul him in the front. There's no need to hesitate. Quickly, bring him down. Aquilani glanced back at Huang's retreating figure, sighing in relief that Huang had already crossed the halfway line. Had he been closer, dealing with him would have been far more challenging. He had no desire to foul Huang. Tenedo, who had surged up to assist, approached Huang. But despite being bypassed in an instant, he managed to grab hold of Huang's jersey. Huang momentarily halted, using his right foot to regain balance, and continued his advance along the right flank. Juan Santos, aware that Tenedo could not contain Huang, prepared to provide support on the right. However, just as he took a step, Cassano dashed in from the right side. Raul and Higuain also roamed the defensive line, leaving Roma's defenders hesitant to reinforce the right flank. Leaving their teammates outnumbered 3-2 would be tantamount to suicide. As they drew nearer to the penalty area, Tenedo realized he could wait no longer. He was barely keeping up, tugging at Huang's jersey. In a desperate move, Tenedo released his grip, collapsed, and executed a sliding tackle. The moment was sudden. He believed he could sweep the ball out of play. Yet, at the precise instant Tenedo fell, Huang deftly nudged the ball forward with his right foot, thwarting Tenedo's intentions. The timing was too tight for Huang to leap over Tenedo's legs, and he was instead tripped by the opponent's sweeping leg. The Bernabeu erupted with its loudest chorus of the day, boo, 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 given the previous match where Roma fans had honored Huang. Real Madrid supporters were surprisingly restrained towards the visiting team. However, that was no longer a concern. The audacity of the Roma defender to tackle Kevin was infuriating. Nearby, Real Madrid fans erupted in furious shouts, their arms outstretched as if to throttle Tenedo. Team Doctor, amidst the cacophony of 80,000 Real Madrid fans. Capello's terrified scream rang clear. The medical team rushed onto the pitch almost instantaneously, with the Real Madrid trident following suit. Another brawl erupted. Huang, unscathed, joined Raul in trying to defuse the situation, while the Real Madrid players genuinely seemed eager to engage in a scuffle. Raul attempted to restrain Higuain, who continued to throw punches, showing no regard for his captain's authority. Astonishingly, Raul took a hit himself. A red card was issued. Higuain had received a red card. An impulsive act considering this was a rare starting opportunity for him. In such a crucial match, receiving a red card could jeopardize his chances of starting in the future. Capello, a seasoned coach, managed his anger and consoled Higuain, opting to address the matter in the locker room, a more mature approach. Once back in the locker room, the players had calmed down, unafraid of exposing their issues before the cameras. The Real Madrid players gathered at the front. "Kevin, it's your turn," Beauty remarked. Today, his performance had not been particularly fortunate. "Come on, Sergio, I'm poised to strike within the box," remarked Kevin Huang. Ramos pointed to himself, questioning me. "Just pass the ball into the area. Haven't you practiced this?" Kevin smiled. "Very well, I shall take the shot." Ramos nodded in agreement with Kevin's insistence. He would indeed take the penalty. "Keep an eye on Kevin," Totti called from the edge of the box. De Rossi nodded and positioned himself behind Huang, not wishing to concede another goal as the first half drew to a close. In a mimicry of Pirlo's technique, Ramos delicately lifted the ball with his right foot. The ball soared swiftly from the right flank into the vicinity of the small box. Cassano dashed into the area, while Mexes, stationed near the small box, hurriedly retreated. The ball struck Mexes and ricocheted towards Raul. As Raul swung his right foot, he was unceremoniously toppled by De Rossi from behind. The ball glanced off Raul's left heel and rebounded onto Kevin Huang's abdomen. Faced with this fortuitous opportunity, Kevin did not hesitate. Reacting instinctively, he unleashed a powerful strike with his right foot beneath the ball. Bang! Doni's first instinct was to block a low shot, but the next moment revealed his misjudgment. Kneeling, he extended his hands, watching helplessly as the ball soared past him into the upper left corner of the net. "St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin!" The fans waved everything at their disposal in celebration. The first half was nearing its conclusion, and once again, their number 10 had ensured a definitive victory across the two legs. Observing Huang's jersey, nearly blackened with dirt and adorned with blades of grass, they could only express their gratitude in this manner for all that the number 10 had accomplished. Totti and De Rossi, hands on their hips, wore expressions of shared exasperation. "Damn it, we fought hard for first place in the group, and who would have thought Real Madrid would emerge second? Go Madrid! Go Madrid!" Nobility and dignity. The match resumed as the referee signaled the end of the first half. Ramos jogged over, accompanying Kevin as they walked back. Upon reaching the sidelines, Capello handed Kevin a towel, his trembling hand gripping Kevin's arm as he said, "Kevin, perhaps you shouldn't play in the second half." "It's fine, coach, don't worry." Kevin smiled, determined to secure a clean sheet against Roma. He knew that in the second half, Real Madrid would likely concede. Roma's offense was formidable, and Totti and his teammates were in prime form, possessing ample competitiveness in the Champions League. The disarray of Real Madrid's defense would surely falter against them. Kevin's arm. Kevin felt a twinge of annoyance. Surely, the coach was overly concerned. He could only assure Capello, in the second half, "I will try to avoid sliding tackles and minimize my defensive actions." "Let it be so," Capello sighed, regretting his decision to position Huang in midfield, given the current situation. He wished to substitute, but Huang might not be inclined to leave the field. Back in the locker room, the players of Real Madrid could hear Totti's furious roar. The indomitable fellow must be attempting to uplift his teammates' spirits. "As you have heard, even when we are ahead, we must not let our guard down." Roma's attacking line is quite formidable. Capello stated with utmost seriousness, "I must reiterate one point. Defense, defense, and more defense. I was quite dissatisfied with your performance in the first half. If you wish to avoid extra training, then hic." A sudden sound interrupted Capello's discourse in the locker room. "Hic, hic, hic." Miguel Torres, terrified, covered his mouth, tears welling in his eyes, on the verge of tears. The last time he angered Capello, had it not been for the numerous injuries in the first team, he would scarcely have had the opportunity to start. Interrupting Capello once more, Torres pondered whether he should visit the church this weekend to consult the priest about whether he had offended some unseen force. Although Capello was displeased, being an elderly coach in his 60s, he could understand such occurrences. After all, one cannot control hiccups. He continued, "Defense wins championships. And I demand that you focus on your defensive duties." Hic. After holding back for so long, Torres let out an even louder hiccup, covering his mouth. Undeniably amusing. The team's unnoticed player had inadvertently provoked Capello due to an uncontrollable condition, and even Raul joined in the laughter. Capello shook his head in resignation. After all, one cannot demote Torres to the reserves for hiccups. What would happen next time if someone were to pass gas? Sitting to the left of Huang Kaiwen, Higuain ominously remarked. In Argentina, there is a saying that if you hiccup 100 times, you will die. Don't scare him, Gonzalo, Huang Kaiwen chuckled. How can one believe such urban legends? Salgado nodded. The elders used to say that. Miguel Torres stared wide-eyed in terror, for this usually silent older brother had never spoken falsehoods. Hic. Hic hic. The more frightened he became, the more he could not suppress his hiccups. 82 times now, Cassano suddenly declared. You are so bored that you are counting someone else's hiccups? Ramos said. I am merely curious as to when he will finally stop, Cassano replied. In truth, avoid engaging in such peculiar activities. The urban legend that one would perish after 100 hiccups piqued everyone's interest in the locker room. Even Raul, who was supposed to uphold the captain's authority, couldn't help but steal glances. Miguel Torres, gripped by anxiety, was under close scrutiny, yet his hiccups persisted. 97, 98. Cassano continued counting. Torres, covering his mouth, hiccuped again. Galbiati cautioned, he should go outside. Just a moment, let us see how this unfolds. Capello instinctively replied, quickly shutting his mouth. This was not something he ought to have said. Torres's face turned dark. He had anticipated that such a serious coach would be waiting to witness his demise. In a desperate bid for survival, Torres held his breath. Though they seldom pertain to matters of life and death. As such beliefs are challenging to verify. For instance, the notion that a shattered mirror heralds misfortune, or that one ought not to unfurl an umbrella indoors. Alongside the legends surrounding four-leaf clovers, the locker room was enveloped in silence, with most players eagerly awaiting the unfolding spectacle. Eventually, the crimson-faced Torres could no longer suppress a hiccup. 100 hiccups, and nothing amiss, muttered Cassano with a hint of disappointment. Pay up, don't deny it. Ramos interjected, grasping Cassano's arm. I shall settle it once the match concludes. Let us proceed. It is time to take the field, Raul announced with a wave. The Real Madrid players, drawn by curiosity, trickled out of the locker room, now armed with additional topics to discuss with their girlfriends on the way home. As the second half commenced, Roma continued their relentless assault. Huang Kaiwen orchestrated the defense, striving to instill a sense of cohesion within the disjointed backline. His frequent positional play thwarted Roma's attempts to capitalize on opportunities. In the 69th minute, a restless Totti opted for a solo venture. Receiving the ball in midfield and engaging in a wall pass with Perota, he charged directly towards the heart of Real Madrid's defense. Teammates. Amidst the encirclement of three defenders, Totti maximized his physicality, skillfully maneuvering to escape their grasp. A deft feint allowed him to evade Pepe's sliding tackle, yet Ramos managed to poke the ball away, sending it behind Totti. De Jong seized the ball and promptly relayed it to Huang Kaiwen, who launched a powerful pass towards the left flank. Raul successfully received the ball on the left. And with Higuain absent from the center, Roma's defenders could focus solely on Raul. Raul executed several skillful feints to bypass Mexes, only to be thwarted by the recovering De Rossi, who snatched the ball away. Alas, the opportunity was squandered. Raul's current speed paled in comparison to his former prowess. Indeed, this was largely due to the lack of support from his teammates. Totti's previous dribble had been impressive. His robust physique afforded him an edge in physical confrontations. Spirit. A noteworthy feat in itself. Huang Kaiwen mused that Raul seemed a touch inferior. Totti appeared to possess the edge. It was not that Raul was lacking, rather, something he once executed with fluidity in his youth. Totti, however, retained his strength in physical contests. Their styles bore resemblance, both embodying the attributes of a formidable attacking midfielder. Totti initially played as a forward, transitioning to a playmaker role in the Italian national team. His early career as a second striker was akin to a trequartista. I recall watching footage of the U17 World Cup, where Totti, Del Piero, and Buffon showcased their burgeoning talent. Yet, despite their strength, my poor Totti faced elimination, while Huang Kaiwen's defense proved impenetrable today. Had Totti initially chosen to join Real Madrid, he would now be reveling in the glory of a Champions League title alongside Huang Kaiwen. But alas, he had no desire to depart. Totti, leaning on his knee and panting, took a brief respite before sprinting back into action. The physical confrontations and long sprints were undeniably taxing on his stamina. In the stands, a Chinese literature major named Rossi, sharing the same first name as Totti, mingled seamlessly with his compatriots Carlos Perez and Hugo, displaying remarkable ease. He cheered even more vigorously than the others at Huang Kaiwen's flying tackle. Rossi quietly reassured himself that this was merely a tactic to confound the adversary. He had not betrayed his team. Spalletti observed Real Madrid's impenetrable defense with growing frustration. In their last two matches, Roma had displayed formidable offensive prowess. And with Real Madrid grappling with a spate of injuries, Spalletti had felt a glimmer of hope. However, today, the Madrid defense provided scant opportunities for his side. As the match approached the 70-minute mark, Roma had managed a mere 4 shots on goal, 2 of which were from distance, an unfathomable statistic for a team renowned for its attacking capabilities. Logically, most players from Real Madrid had not performed exceptionally well, particularly in defense. Yet, that number 10, who had taken on a defensive midfield role, seemed to genuinely believe he was a true defensive midfielder. The fresh kit he donned in the second half looked as if it had been rolled in the mud. Spalletti turned to the bench, inwardly sighing. It was not that Roma played poorly. Rather, the opposition had some players performing at an extraordinary level. Substituting now would mean pulling off the players who had been performing adequately, a strategy whose efficacy was uncertain, but he felt compelled to act. Spalletti beckoned to David Pizarro, instructing him to warm up. Roma prepared to make a substitution. Capello intended to replace Huang Kaiwen, yet Huang declined. A dejected Capello stood on the sidelines, muttering, "I should never have allowed Kaiwen to start, nor should I have placed him in midfield. What a foolish decision." The relentless Roma side began to adjust, needing a brief respite before launching another offensive. They continuously circulated the ball in midfield, and Real Madrid's press faltered significantly with one man down. "Go assist in the front." Huang Kaiwen gestured towards Torres and De Jong. However, Miguel Torres hesitated, fearing the wrath of Capello. He might not know how to escape unscathed if things went awry. "If there's an issue, just tell the coach I prompted it," Huang Kaiwen assured. Thus, Torres joined De Jong in advancing forward. The addition of these two teammates began to threaten Real Madrid's pressing defense. Totti, in possession, attempted to dribble past his markers, deftly deceiving Guti with 2 quick feints, only to be closely trailed by De Jong. Realizing De Jong was a formidable opponent, Totti swiftly executed a lateral pass. As Mancini received the ball, he was immediately dispossessed by Salgado, who slid into tackle. Tontetto, surging forward to support, quickly laid the ball off to Pizarro. Under pressure from Cassano, Pizarro opted to return the pass. With Real Madrid advancing their formation, Roma gradually found themselves on the back foot. Huang Kaiwen moved forward to join his teammates in midfield, while Ramos, exhibiting restraint, stood near the halfway line alongside him. Having chosen not to join the attack despite their substantial lead, Raul once again charged towards Cicinho, who swiftly turned and executed a precise pass. De Rossi, seizing the opportunity, struck the ball forward with his right foot. The substitute Pizarro surged forth from the right flank, while Huang Kaiwen and Ramos almost simultaneously pivoted to pursue. However, in the blink of an eye, Huang Kaiwen had outpaced Ramos. The energetic Pizarro, keenly aware of the space ahead, continued his advance into the penalty area, with Huang Kaiwen gradually closing the gap between them. The supporters in the stands, confident that the match would not yield any unforeseen outcomes, believing it impossible for Roma to score 4 or 5 goals in the dying minutes, could not help but clench their hands in anxious anticipation, wishing they could rush onto the pitch to assist Huang Kaiwen. They were baffled by the relentless determination of the team's core player in such a critical moment. Yet, this scene stirred the hearts of many Real Madrid fans. There exists no fan who does not admire a diligent player, particularly when that player is among the very best. As they approached the penalty area, Huang Kaiwen closely marked Pizarro, using his body to press against him and create separation. Affected by the pressure, Pizarro failed to execute a successful shot and had to continue his advance, adjusting his footing to favor his dominant foot. As the goal line drew near, Pizarro prepared to take a forceful shot. He angled his body slightly toward the goal, ready to strike, when Huang Kaiwen, with a low dive, executed a sliding tackle that sent the ball out of play. A foul. Pizarro, having been brought down and seated by the goal line, gestured towards the referee in protest. However, the referee, Visaras, shook his head, indicating that it was not a penalty. Remarkably, Huang Kaiwen dared to tackle within the penalty area. Roma fell short against Huang Kaiwen. who delivered two exceptional performances, one guiding the offense and the other organizing the defense. These two matches served as a masterclass in football, offering invaluable lessons for both attacking and defending players alike. Though Huang Kaiwen did not frequently take on defenders today, his several long passes created substantial threats. Regrettably, Higuain's premature exit left the front line lacking, stifling Real Madrid's attacking flow. Speaking of which, it must be noted that Higuain was exceedingly impulsive. To receive a red card in such a significant match marks a troubling turn in his Real Madrid career. Aquilani took a corner, and Ramos successfully headed the ball clear from the near post. Guti quickly delivered a direct pass forward, and Raul, upon receiving it, felt his legs weaken but nonetheless struck the ball with his right foot. The low shot lacked quality, veering towards the outside of the left post. Doni leaped to the ground, successfully gathering the ball, and after a few steps, launched it towards the midfield with a powerful throw. The teams once again exchanged roles in attack and defense. Guti leaped forward, directing the ball to De Rossi's feet. Observing the situation ahead, De Rossi immediately swung his arms and struck the ball with his right foot. The ball surged rapidly from the right flank into the central forward area. Tati and Totti charged towards the Real Madrid penalty area, with Huang Kaiwen tracking back closely behind Tati, while Ramos converged from the flank toward the center. Suddenly, Casillas dashed out of the penalty area, elevating his right foot, intent on clearing the ball. He charged forward with excessive fervor, failing to ascertain his position, causing the ball to roll past his feet and fly behind him. The Real Madrid supporters behind the goal widened their eyes in disbelief. How could Casillas, who has consistently performed brilliantly, commit such an error? Were they truly about to concede a goal in the dying moments of the match? Huang Kaiwen and Tati were entangled as they sprinted ahead. Casillas fell outside the penalty area, leaving only an open goal aside from the two of them. Huang Kaiwen firmly maintained his position in the center, while Tati focused intently on the ball, readying to strike as it descended. Suddenly, Huang Kaiwen surged forward, eclipsing Tati by half a body length. In this moment, Huang Kaiwen had no time to adjust to a more comfortable stance. Instead, he tilted his body, leaning his left side downwards, and raised his right foot high to strike the ball. A faint sound accompanied the contact between his cleats and the ball, which was once more cleared out of play. Kevin! The efforts of Huang Kaiwen did not go unnoticed by the spectators. Capello could no longer contain himself. He violently pulled Raul Bravo from the bench, dragging him to the sidelines as he shouted at the fourth official, substitution, immediately. The fourth official, recognizing the discontent on the face of Real Madrid's coach, wisely chose not to take offense at Capello's tone, especially knowing Capello had previously confronted opposing coaches. In the locker room, watching the live broadcast, Higuain observed this scene and suddenly felt that his own treatment wasn't so harsh after all. At least Capello had never treated him with such brutality. This comparison unexpectedly filled Higuain with a sense of contentment. For the time being, he decided to refrain from criticizing Capello's tactics. Huang Kaiwen, however, was reluctant to leave the field. Yet, Capello's grim expression made him apprehensive. If he remained on the pitch any longer, Capello might suffer a heart attack. With stoppage time approaching, he decided to step off. After all, a clean sheet was not a necessity. He waved to the stands and, amid the applause at the Bernabeu, made his way to the sidelines, exchanging a high five with Raul Bravo. Kevin, you've worked hard today, Capello remarked with a smile. Huang Kaiwen exited, finally allowing Capello to breathe a sigh of relief. The match was nearing its conclusion, but who could guarantee that during such a fiercely contested corner, Huang Kaiwen would not sustain an injury? This is all part of my duty, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Capello, perplexed about how to communicate with Huang Kaiwen, resolved to ensure that he received ample rest in the coming days, even if he had not sustained a direct injury. Who could tell if those numerous tackles had caused any minor strains or muscle fatigue? If not properly safeguarded, it could easily escalate into a genuine injury. Upon returning to the substitutes bench, Huang Kaiwen engaged in conversation with his teammates. In the final minutes, both teams utilized their remaining substitution slots. However, while Roma pursued goals, Real Madrid aimed to waste time. Capello, as an Italian coach, inherently embodied a mindset of 1-0 pragmatism. Fortunately, Real Madrid maintained their clean sheet, successfully shutting out their opponents at home. As the final whistle blew, Tati made his way directly to the players' tunnel. This encapsulates a facet of his career in Rome. Given the circumstances surrounding the Roma team, even during their most illustrious years, securing the Champions League title seems an elusive dream. After an exhausting match, Huang Kaiwen returned home, took a shower, and promptly retired to bed. By the time he awoke the following day, reports regarding the Champions League had already swept across Europe. Marca captured a poignant image of Huang Kaiwen's desperate clearance from an open goal, juxtaposed with a photograph of a star from the Galacticos era, stating, "Kaiwen has adeptly demonstrated why the Galacticos of your faltered. Perhaps he is indeed an anomaly, yet no one can deny his unwavering devotion to the sport." When the coach assigned him the role of a defensive midfielder, he still delivered a performance befitting the world's finest in that position. He no longer needs to prove himself. His only challenge lies in surpassing his own limits. AS reported that, according to a Real Madrid fan named Carlos, braiding together post-match, this young man, inebriated, confessed to being hired by Spalletti to cast a spell on Kaiwen from the stands. However, due to his own admiration for Kaiwen, he redirected his intentions towards Spalletti. This illustrates a salient point. If you cherish football, you will undoubtedly admire Kaiwen. If you appreciate the sport yet do not appreciate him, I suggest seeking medical advice. La Gazzetta dello Sport recounted an interview with the commentator Crudeli, who expressed dissatisfaction with the match he did not narrate. He mentioned attending the game at the Bernabeu and lamented, "Capello is utterly deranged. There is no one in the world who would position Kaiwen as a defensive midfielder. The feat of an artist should not be relegated to covering for third-rate players. Kaiwen's presence on the field is meant to delight fans worldwide and evoke happiness in them." Yet Capello has tarnished it all. Thankfully, Kaiwen emerged unscathed. Regarding Kaiwen's defensive display, Crudeli succinctly remarked, "Had Kaiwen been in France, the French would not have needed to mine for the Maginot Line." The Times reported that Chelsea successfully advanced, with Mourinho stating that aside from Real Madrid, he would accept any opponent in the draw. The Chelsea manager commented, "I excel at countering attacking players, yet when faced with Kaiwen, and people barricading the goal with bricks, I could not prevent him from scoring." For the foreseeable future, it will be challenging for clubs outside of Kaiwen's to claim the Champions League title. If he were to miss a season S medal, it would surely be due to injury. Lequip detailed his remarkable statistics, covering 130 meters in a single match, completing 91 passes with an impressive success rate of 89. Successful dribbles, taking 5 shots with 4 on target, netting 2 goals, providing 3 key passes, successfully tackling 6 times, intercepting 5, winning 4 aerial duels with 3 successful clearances, and triumphing in 9 duels, while losing possession only once. Kaiwen's performance in the defensive midfield role yielded phenomenal statistics. Any team boasting such a player could secure every championship. After a day spent indulging in StarCraft 104, he returned to training. In the afternoon, team manager Baldano approached him. "Kaiwen, today some guests wish to tour the trophy room with you," Baldano announced. "However, I still require training," Huang Kaiwen remarked, casting a glance towards Capello on the sidelines. "Practice at home has been ample. It is perfectly acceptable to relax a bit now." With the coach's reassurance of the trophy room, he was taken aback by Capello's amiable demeanor. Day, other activities awaited. Huang Kaiwen finally grasped the implication. He had been protectively sidelined by Capello. Reflecting on Capello's prior attitude, it was easy for Huang Kaiwen to draw this conclusion. Now, he found himself at a loss for words. A player striving too hard on the field had inadvertently instilled fear in his coach. Alas, such was his exceptional nature. On March 10th, during the match against Tarragona, Huang Kaiwen didn't even make the squad list, while Real Madrid secured a narrow 2-0 victory over their adversary. The day after the match, the young lady flew to Madrid. This day marked Huang Kaiwen's award ceremony, and Barbara would not allow such an occasion to pass her by. In the morning, while Huang Kaiwen was still asleep, the young lady, weary from her journey, roused him from his slumber. "Darling, it's time to change your clothes." "Yes, but one must be adequately prepared for the royal audience. And we shall dine with them in the evening," she replied with a smile. "Very well, I shall rise," Huang Kaiwen conceded. "Resistance proved futile?" inquired. "I'll call the coach to check." "Lavin e-commerce is finally going public, correct?" Huang Kaiwen asked. The young lady had previously mentioned this matter, along with some venture capital financing. And while he did not fully comprehend it, he refrained from probing further. "Indeed, if converted to RMB, you will soon possess an 11-digit fortune," she exclaimed excitedly. "That means I must divest all my stocks," Huang Kaiwen replied. The development of Lavan e-commerce could only be described as mediocre, while it appeared promising on the surface. The exorbitant labor costs in Europe and varying national policies posed significant challenges. Huang Kaiwen did not believe the shares of the e-commerce company could be sold at a high price. With a playful wink, the young lady remarked, "An agreement has already been reached. They will assist in promoting the company's prospects, and we will have the opportunity to sell a portion of our shares first." As Huang Kaiwen adjusted his shirt in front of the mirror, he gave her a thumbs up. It was clear that American stock investors would be the ones taking over. In contrast, Kaiwen's tea business was flourishing remarkably, with substantial advertising efforts in preparation for a domestic launch in the summer. There is one more thing. They called again to inquire about which projects you plan to participate in, the young lady informed him. Why didn't they call me? Huang Kaiwen questioned. Perhaps your phone was out of battery. Do you have any thoughts, dear? She asked. I will comply with any arrangements, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Even if it meant engaging in kayaking, he would agree. However, there were some issues regarding the training. Well, I shall respond to them promptly. I have heard that they have been arguing for quite some time over your situation, and I sense that if arrangements can be made, they would like you to participate in all projects. The young lady sweetly spoke as she wrapped her arms around Huang Kaiwen's neck. Her man is indeed exceptional. At the level of the Olympics, he can freely choose his events. Such athletic talent may very well be unparalleled in history. After changing his attire, Huang Kaiwen and the young lady descended to have breakfast. As they were enjoying their meal, the young lady suddenly remarked, "By the way, that Russian owner from Chelsea inquired again if you would like to play football. Haven't I already declined?" Huang Kaiwen swallowed a bun and asked, "You did refuse. But he still wishes to extend an invitation, and he has offered quite extravagant terms." The young lady gestured as she spoke. Huang Kaiwen was curious about the extent of Abramovich's extravagant offer. "What are the terms?" he inquired. "He may not offer you an excessively high salary, but his company will provide you with a sponsorship fee higher than your wages at Real Madrid. Moreover, he is willing to pay to trigger your release clause with Real Madrid, as long as you help Chelsea secure the Champions League, or after serving 3 seasons. You can depart for a fee of 100 million euros. Barbara has already proven herself as a competent club president, so she found such terms astonishing. Huang Kaiwen also felt the offer was excessive. The mere act of triggering a release clause should incur substantial taxes. The 250 million euro clause could potentially exceed 300 million euros. Even if one is desperately seeking talent, such expenditure seems excessive. In the most extreme scenario, if Huang were to join Chelsea during the winter transfer window and secure the Champions League within half a season, he could leave for 100 million euros. Such a proposition seems almost ludicrous. However, Huang Kaiwen quickly grasped why Abramovich was so persistently pursuing him, with increasingly outrageous terms. Abramovich's investment in football stems not only from passion, but also from a desire to expand his influence in the Western world. His urgency now is likely a result of being rattled by the demise of the former Russian spy Litvinenko in London last year, leading him to seek desperate measures. Huang Kaiwen's considerable fame in the Christian world presents itself as Abramovich's lifeline. Gratitude is extended to the readers 20170821542399256. Fengqi Yinjueyu, Wu Yuan Wu Di, for their generous support. Today, I inquired with the editor. The recommendation will be up on the 18th, so there is no need for concern. Last month, there was no recommendation, hence the thought to wait for one before supplementing it. After all, a month without a recommendation significantly impacts visibility. So the wait for a recommendation is understandable. According to the editor, this should be a substantial promotion, and I hope it can reach 10,000 subscriptions. Seeking monthly votes and recommendations. The chapter concludes here. After breakfast, Huang Kaiwen dialed Capello's number. Upon learning that Huang Kaiwen intended to take a few days off to travel to America, Capello enthusiastically advised over the phone, "Kevin, you should take some time to clear your mind. There is no need to rush back. We currently possess a substantial lead, so there is no need to worry about the upcoming matches against Deportivo La Coruña and Valencia." Huang Kaiwen, does this crucial match not warrant the participation of that certain Huang? Capello seems to be reminding him to remain true to his roots. What can Huang Kaiwen possibly say in such circumstances? Well, there's no rush. He'll catch whichever match he can upon his return. A commendable coach indeed. At noon, Ramos arrived, and a few of them set off together. due to his previous assistance to the police in apprehending criminals. Ramos is to be awarded the Distinguished Contribution Award by the authorities. It is fortuitous that both events are scheduled for the same day. Ramos himself does not mind sharing the spotlight with Huang Kaiwen during the award ceremony. His receipt of this accolade is primarily due to his outstanding character. While the young lady merely provided a modicum of support, such awards are typically conferred upon individuals of considerable societal influence. Let us depart. Around 1 o'clock in the afternoon, Huang Kaiwen rose to speak. Having experienced 2 such ceremonies in Italy, the king of football felt quite at ease, not a trace of anxiety evident. In truth, there is little distinction between receiving an award and being honored. The only difference lies in the absence of fervent fans. The group traveled by car to the Palacio de la Zarzuela, located in the northwestern outskirts of Madrid. This palace originally served as a hunting lodge for Philip IV in the 17th century, designed by the royal architects Gómez de Mora and Capone, and is a representative work of early Baroque style, with a courtyard reflecting Italian design. Zarzuela is believed to derive its name from the word zarza, meaning bramble, indicating its location amidst the thickets of the royal hunting grounds. The palace suffered damage during the Spanish Civil War and was reconstructed in the 1950s under the direction of Diego Méndez. Comparatively, the Zarzuela Palace pales in grandeur next to the Italian Quirinal Palace previously visited. It is merely a large house, lacking the classical ambience of the latter. Upon entering, the interior was predominantly modern in decor, with carpets of a distinctly French style. "Do you like it?" the young lady inquired, turning her head. "It feels quite ordinary." Huang Kaiwen replied. Ramos, following closely behind, nodded in agreement, sharing his aversion to this style of decoration. Upon reaching the reception room, Huang Kaiwen was introduced to the royal family. "Welcome to you all, King Juan Carlos," I greeted warmly. "Hello," Huang Kaiwen nodded in response, offering greetings to the queen as well. Finally, he acknowledged Crown Prince Felipe and his consort. The royal butler, clad in a black suit with a white shirt, proactively arranged the seating for them and addressed Huang Kaiwen and Ramos. The awarding ceremony will take place shortly in the conference room, with journalists present for photographs. We will conclude with a group picture at the main entrance of the palace. There will be no speeches today. However, journalists will be available for interviews. If you are unprepared, I can provide a sample script. The royal family will also publish a speech in the newspaper later. Huang Kaiwen nodded, confirming that the procedural details he had heard previously were accurate. He then stated, "I do not require a sample script. I have prepared one myself," Ramos added. After the royal butler departed, Ramos fished out a crumpled piece of paper from his pocket and showed it to Huang Kaiwen, nervously asking, "Kaiwen, do you think this will suffice?" Observing the myriad of thanks to parents, friends, and relatives scribbled on the paper, Huang Kaiwen realized that Ramos was overly anxious. Huang Kaiwen retrieved a pen and notebook from his pocket and began to write. In such circumstances, it suffices to express one's commitment to striving diligently and serving as a paragon for aspiring professional athletes, providing a commendable example for the children watching. Pleading his note, Huang handed it to Ramos, saying, "Just 3 sentences will do," conveying a similar sentiment. "Very well, Kevin." Ramos nodded in agreement. True to his character, Kevin displayed no signs of anxiety. After Barbara and Juan Carlos I exchanged pleasantries, the group proceeded to the conference room, where they encountered Spanish Prime Minister José Zapatero and Ignacio Cosaido, the head of the police department. Journalists were already present, adjusting their equipment in preparation to document this momentous occasion. At 3 p.m., Ramos received a certificate from Ignacio Cosaido, who shook his hand and remarked, "Thank you for your support of the police. We hope you will always remain our steadfast ally." "I certainly will." Ramos vigorously nodded, though he could not shake off his nervousness, his smile appearing somewhat strained. Subsequently, Huang Kaiwen shook hands with José Zapatero and Juan Carlos I in succession. Zapatero expressed, "Thank you for all you have brought. You have made Madrid the epicenter of Europe. The combination of Kevin and Real Madrid has greatly benefited Spain, with an immeasurable boost to the tourism industry. In recognition of his contributions to Spain, we have decided to bestow upon you the Order of Charles III and the Grand Cross of Isabella the Catholic," Juan Carlos stated, as he assisted Huang Kaiwen in donning the medal. The moment of their handshake was captured by the journalists. Prior to his arrival, Huang had familiarized himself with the various Spanish honors. Spain's array of medals surpasses that of Italy, encompassing not only those for significant contributions like the Order of Charles III and the Order of Isabella, but also a variety of medals dedicated to forestry, law enforcement, science, environmental protection, justice, information, postal services, and public welfare, with numerous accolades specifically for outstanding women. There are even medals designated for victims of terrorism. Fortunately, Spain does not issue these honors excessively. Were it America, one would need a sum of at least several $100,000 annually to suffice. The Grand Cross of Isabella the Catholic he received is the highest distinction, with the Order of Charles III being a tier above the Grand Cross. It seems they intend to honor him further in the future. His performance and contributions at Real Madrid may not match those during his time in Italy with Milan. Yet Huang, now a renowned figure, wields considerable influence in South America, enhancing La Liga's stature in the region. However, Huang Kaiwen suspects that his prominence may be attributable more to his reputation within the Christian world, as Spain is notably a devout nation. After the awarding ceremony concluded and the formalities were completed, they gathered at the main entrance of the royal palace for a commemorative photograph. Suddenly, the young Princess Leonor, just over 2 years old, extended her tiny hand towards Huang Kaiwen. Princess Letizia smiled and remarked, "It seems she quite adores you, Kevin. Would you like to hold her?" Huang Kaiwen remained silent, extending his arms to take the little princess into his embrace. The lively child giggled and squirmed in his arms, playfully slapping at him. The photographer clicked away, eager to capture the perfect shot. Soon, they entered the living quarters. The space was modestly adorned with dark wood and dim lighting, characteristic of royal living. They dined at a long table, with Huang Kaiwen and Barbara engaging in conversation with the royal family. Ramos hesitated to fully settle into his chair, which struck Huang Kaiwen as amusing. Ramos appeared rather anxious. He leaned over to the young lady and whispered about the situation. She glanced at Ramos and nodded in agreement. It would be better to leave early, lest Ramos feel too constrained. As they prepared to depart, Prince Felipe approached Huang Kaiwen. "I am a fan of Atletico Madrid. But you truly are remarkable. You are the finest player I have ever seen," he stated. "Thank you," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile and a nod. "In fact, they have discussed awarding you the Order of the Golden Fleece. I overheard my father and them talking about it," Prince Felipe added. "All right, thank you for the information." Huang Kaiwen maintained his smile. Once they exited the Palacio de los Reyes, he turned to the young lady and inquired, "Why is that?" "What do you mean?" she asked, puzzled. "I mean the Golden Fleece. Aren't the members of the order typically kings or political leaders?" Huang Kaiwen questioned. He had studied Spain's honors system prior to their arrival and was well aware of the Golden Fleece. It is the highest honor in Spain, granting membership into the order. There's nothing strange about it. Even if you are not a member of the royal family, I believe you are deserving of the Golden Fleece. The young lady gazed at Huang Kaiwen with tenderness. "Indeed, I share that sentiment," Ramos chimed in from behind. Huang Kaiwen was not being modest. European royalty inherently possesses a sense of superiority. Regardless of their circumstances, they often appear above others. The entire Order of the Golden Fleece is composed of kings, queens, and former emperors, leading Huang Kaiwen to doubt his eligibility for such an accolade. Whether or not he received it was of little consequence to him. He did not place significant value on the highest honor of Spain. Upon returning home that evening, Huang Kaiwen removed the medal from his attire and handed it to the elderly butler, who would clean and store it properly. "By the way, there is one more thing," asked, standing by the window. "Calderon hopes you can renew your contract soon," she replied with a smile. "I do not wish to extend my contract any further." Huang Kaiwen shook his head. "There should be no need to extend. He has agreed to relinquish all remaining image rights to Real Madrid," the young lady explained. "That's good to hear. You can handle it as you see fit." Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. Only Real Madrid requires its players to relinquish half of their image rights, while for all other teams, the image rights belong solely to the players. This makes Real Madrid somewhat unique, given the high visibility on such a grand platform. Your pie shared with a smaller portion holds merit. However, Huang, for instance, presents a special case. Even a fraction of those image rights amounts to a considerable sum. Not having full control over them can be quite distressing. After all, it is Huang's hard-earned money from playing football that is being unjustly divided. As Huang Kaiwen prepared to close the window, he noticed the evening in Madrid was still a bit chilly when a parrot fluttered into the room. "How did it get in?" Barbara asked, surprised, as she failed to catch a clear glimpse. "It didn't fly in, it crawled in," Huang Kaiwen replied, somewhat exasperated. The African gray parrot is not particularly adept at flying. Its name suggests its habitat, indicating it is likely a domesticated bird. His knowledge of such matters was thanks to old Zhao, who hosted that particular show. What should we do now? The young lady inquired. Let it stay here for now. Huang Kaiwen sighed. Let us place it in the guest room, she suggested. All right, he said, turning to the parrot perched on the windowsill. Silent. This parrot doesn't seem very lively, and it can't speak. Could it possibly have a low IQ? The young lady remarked. I'm not sure. It doesn't matter, Huang Kaiwen replied, reaching out to grasp the parrot, which did not shy away. It appeared that Huang, the king of football, had an affinity for animals too. He placed it on his arm and declared, Since you don't speak, I shall name you Paul. Paul, Paul. The gray parrot flapped its wings and squawked. It seemed it was not mute after all. It appeared to quite like its new name. The young lady laughed. Of course, Paul is a splendid name. Huang Kaiwen chuckled, until we find its owner. Let us keep it here for now. After escorting the parrot to the guest room, Huang Kaiwen messaged Albert, entrusting Paul into his care. Huang had already devised a plan to train the bird well, intending to surprise Maldini later. Having resolved the matter of the bird, Huang Kaiwen returned to sleep. He had recently perused a book on acupressure points and found it quite applicable. Mastering the Huantiao and Shenfeng points, the young lady felt utterly relaxed. The following afternoon, when they went down for dinner, the old steward happened to be strolling with the parrot in the living room. Sir, madam, I took it outside, Albert announced. No need. I'd like to see the results of the training, the young lady replied with a smile, feeling that the parrot's arrival was serendipitous. Very well, Albert nodded. While dining with Barbara, Huang Kaiwen noticed the parrot casting furtive glances. Paul, what are you looking at? He called out jovially. Wow, don't move, that hurts. Paul squawked, raising its head. What is that supposed to mean? The young lady inquired. Don't move, take it easy. Slow down, Dad. The parrot continued to squawk. The young lady shot a glare at Huang Kaiwen, clearly aware that the bird had overheard their conversation the previous day. Huang Kaiwen, feigning innocence, blinked in response. After all, the guest room was quite distant from the master bedroom. Shouldn't one reflect on their own volume? It is often best to remain silent in such moments, as women do not always engage in rational discourse. Huang Kaiwen retorted sharply, Be quiet, Paul. Take it easy, Dad. The gray parrot squawked. Led the bird away. Your bird is as troublesome as you are, the young lady remarked. I didn't raise it, Huang Kaiwen replied innocently. With such a wretched disposition, its owner must be Inzaghi. Since Inzaghi is absent, let us shoulder the blame for him, as good brothers do. After we tidy up a bit, we'll head straight to New York. I have nothing to bring, Huang Kaiwen stated. Usually, he only packed a change of clothes and a couple of undergarments. If need be, he could always buy more suitable attire depending on the weather. After their meal, the two tidied up and set off for the airport. Following an 8-hour flight, they arrived just past 7 in the evening, owing to the time zone difference. After dining at the Plaza Hotel's restaurant, Huang Kaiwen took out his notebook to check the news on the Champions League draw. After her shower, Barbara rested her head on Huang Kaiwen's shoulder and, upon seeing the results, exclaimed in surprise, Real Madrid against Chelsea. That Russian is likely to desire you even more now. Huang Kaiwen playfully smacked her shoulder, saying, Don't forget you are the president of Milan. Milan has drawn Liverpool. And what of Liverpool? They've never won. The backdrop in the football world. Manchester United faced Fenerbahce, while Barcelona drew Schalke 0-4. Their fortunes seemed quite favorable. The young lady expressed her envy, noting, Liverpool is considerably stronger than Schalke 0-4. In truth, they are all the same. Striving for the championship means encountering formidable teams along the way, Huang Kaiwen observed. Which team can hope to triumph without facing strong opponents? Such a scenario is only conceivable in domestic cup competitions in England. The schedule in the Premier League is relentless, and Ferguson and Wenger often strategically forego the League Cup, sometimes even the FA Cup. In contrast, teams from other leagues tend to prioritize domestic cup competitions, as these may be their sole opportunity for silverware. Moreover, should issues arise in the league, cup competitions can serve as a safeguard for European qualification. Upon viewing the list of quarter-finalists, Huang Kaiwen found himself at a loss for words. No matter which team they faced in the semifinals, there were bound to be numerous stories to tell. Having played for over 3 seasons, he had eliminated his fair share of elite clubs. Both Barcelona and Manchester United had fallen at his hands in the Champions League finals, displayed on the front page. Our player Huang Kaiwen has once again been honored. Huang Kaiwen has been awarded the Order of the Garter by King Charles III. Chinese, global Chinese player. World number 1. The discussion in the forum is quite vibrant. Wow, Huang Kaiwen has received another accolade, and of such high distinction. How high is it, you may ask? Numbered commander level. Only those who have made significant contributions ascend to the numbered commander level. How does this compare to Huang Kaiwen's achievement? And above the Grand Cross is the Great Commander level. He truly is a victor in life. I heard he went to America to prepare for a company listing, correct? It seems so. Newspapers captured him with Barbara in New York. By the way, Huang Kaiwen must have an impressive collection of medals and honors by now. Yet, it may not matter much. I've noticed that many foreign royals possess numerous accolades. In comparison, Huang Kaiwen certainly deserves his recognition, at least more so than those princes and princesses. That is not entirely fair, and are generally more accomplished than the average person. However, that is merely an advantage of lineage. When it comes to talent, they cannot quite match Huang Kaiwen. Wow, your argument is quite compelling. Huang Kaiwen's athletic prowess is indeed exceptional. Went to bed early. He had matters to attend to the next day. Be subjected to injuries. Early the next morning, he met with high-ranking officials from Lavin e-commerce and several secretaries of the young lady, and they bustlingly made their way to Times Square. Huang Kaiwen was merely making an appearance. After a series of procedures, Lavin e-commerce finally went public on Nasdaq. Observing the flourishing green numbers, it was evident that Lavin e-commerce was soaring. We should sell the stocks as soon as possible, he murmured on the way back. Understood. I will do my best to sell after the 6-month period, Barbara replied, not even asking for a reason, as she trusted that Huang Kaiwen had his reasons. Good. Then it must be swift, Huang Kaiwen nodded. I will remember. The young lady solemnly acknowledged. The two then spent 2 days exploring New York, having reached their limit. Even if Huang Kaiwen wasn't busy, the young lady couldn't linger in New York for too long. Upon returning to Madrid, they were greeted with news of the team's loss to La Coruña. Real Madrid had battled fiercely at home for over 80 minutes, only to be defeated in the final moments. After a good rest, Huang Kaiwen arrived at the team the next day. As he entered the locker room, Raul looked up with a smile while changing his cleats. Our billionaire has returned. Not so exaggerated, Huang Kaiwen gestured. I'm merely a tad wealthier than you. It's good to have you back. Everyone felt a bit uncertain in your absence, and the locker room atmosphere wasn't as lively, Raul remarked. It's not as exaggerated as you claim. Does my injury mean everyone stops playing? Huang Kaiwen chuckled, patting Raul on the shoulder. It's different. It truly is not the same when you're not around, Raul replied. Huang Kaiwen suddenly recalled a crucial matter. The passive effect of the high priest requires him to be absent from the team due to injury for morale to be elevated. Clearly, Capello had opted not to field him temporarily, and he was not injured, which likely explains the source of the discontent in the locker room that Raul mentioned, confidence in his teammates. He patted Raul on the shoulder and reassured him, I'm back now, so don't worry. I hope so, Raul replied with concern. After returning to training, Longer received requests to accompany others on tours of Real Madrid's trophy room. Nevertheless, Capello continued to assign him the lightest of training sessions. Against Valencia, Huang Kaiwen approached Capello directly. Coach, will I start in the next match? He inquired candidly. Capello smiled as he handed Huang a bottle of mineral water, gesturing for him to sit on the sofa. Such matters are uncertain. Why don't you head home for now? I will consider it. All right, Huang Kaiwen nodded, acknowledging the coach's kindness. Once Huang Kaiwen left the office, Capello retrieved a divination cup from his drawer, holding it in his hand. Disciple of the Capello lineage, Fabio. Born on the 19th day of the 5th month in the year of the dog. I seek the wisdom of the celestial beings. Will player Huang Kaiwen participate against Valencia without injury? After stating his name, birthdate, and query, Capello cast the cup. Noticing both cups were reversed, he sighed and took the cup back, casting it again. Still, the outcome was unfavorable. Although casting is traditionally limited to 3 attempts, Capello decided against a third, believing it prudent to leave room for possibility. He pulled out the starting lineup for the next day and crossed out Huang Kaiwen's name from the substitutes. During the match against Valencia, Huang Kaiwen remained seated in the stands for the entire duration. Real Madrid trailed for most of the game, with fans continuously chanting Huang Kaiwen's name. In the final moments, Higuain came on for Raul and scored the equalizer, sparing Real Madrid from a second consecutive home defeat. At the post-match press conference, reporters pressed Capello with questions. Why was Kaiwen not included in the squad? Is he injured? Will he continue to sit in the stands for the upcoming away match against Sevilla? Cruyff praised Boyan as the next Kaiwen. Do you think that is plausible, Mr. Capello? Real Madrid has struggled to secure victories lately. Is there an issue with your tactics? Capello adjusted his glasses with an air of nonchalance before responding. You are entitled to speculate, but time will reveal all answers. I prefer not to comment on other teams. I can only assure you that Kaiwen is well. Whether he plays next depends on Real Madrid's tactical arrangements. This concludes today's press conference. With that, Capello rose decisively and departed, leaving the reporters to call out his name in vain. The entire squad of Real Madrid gathered once again at Huang Kaiwen's home to celebrate their hard-earned draw. Indeed, we are Kaiwen and his teammates. Guti lamented while holding a wine glass. It's challenging to secure victory against such formidable opponents when Kaiwen is not on the field. Don't be so self-deprecating. Someone replied. Cassano chuckled. At least you are one of the new 5 Eagles of Real Madrid. Others don't even have a nickname. Clearly, he was quite pleased with such a moniker. Kevin is back, so there's no need to worry, Raul remarked with a smile. Thus, we remain Kevin and his comrades. Guti added. Or perhaps we could liken ourselves to King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table, Salgado interjected, brandishing his fork as if it were a sword. Is there truly a distinction? Guti inquired. At least it sounds more gallant. Ramos nodded in agreement, envisioning himself as either Gawain or Galahad. If anyone dared to assume the role of Lancelot, the loyal knight Ramos would not hesitate to eliminate that scoundrel. Well then, your majesty. Shall we engage in a game of chess? Robin proposed. Huang Kaiwen widened his eyes in surprise, not expecting such audacity from Robin today. Indeed, alcohol serves as the finest catalyst, and it seemed Robin still bore a grudge from their last tennis match defeat. I nearly ended up on a stretcher today. Hence I feel we should indulge in a more leisurely game, Robin explained, though Huang Kaiwen suspected he was merely seeking a confrontation. With Robin presenting the challenge, Huang Kaiwen could hardly refuse. To affirm his leadership position within the organization, he felt compelled to prove himself in this arena. Just as Huang Kaiwen prepared to rise, Ramos had already extended the chessboard towards him. The Real Madrid players gathered around, eager to witness the spectacle. While chess does not enjoy the same level of popularity in Europe as Chinese chess does domestically, most were not entirely unfamiliar with the game. Who will make the first move? Robin asked. You go ahead, Allion. Huang Kaiwen responded with a grin. Robin did not hesitate. For the advantage of the first move in chess is significant. Who do you think will win? Guti queried. It will undoubtedly be Kevin. Ramos and Cassano exclaimed in unison, immediately turning their heads away in a synchronized manner. After approximately 10 minutes of play, Robin's moves began to slow. Even those players unfamiliar with chess could discern that Robin was struggling. Beads of sweat trickled down his forehead, which was growing sparse, as he found himself losing too many pieces. At this rate, defeat was inevitable. He awkwardly maneuvered a knight, only for Huang Kaiwen to swiftly capture yet another pawn with his rook. Fine, I concede. I've lost, Robin admitted. Persisting is pointless. I would merely be wasting time. A loss is a loss. The gray parrot squawked from the sidelines. Huang Kaiwen retorted, Silence, Paul. No, do not cease. Ah, father. The parrot flapped its wings and shouted. The expressions of everyone present were utterly captivating. Even in Italian, they could grasp the gist of the conversation. Higuain, for instance, was fluent in Italian. Huang Kaiwen had initially intended to organize a game of mahjong for the group, but now found himself lacking the motivation. He hastily rose to escort his teammates away. After a brief respite, Huang Kaiwen felt too embarrassed to attend the team training. Recently, news had surfaced regarding Barcelona, the French national team. Fearing that Henry might feign an injury, secretly dispatched a physician to examine him at Barca. As it turned out, Henry truly was injured, leading to a rather unpleasant spat between the French national team and Barcelona. Lunchtime arrived at the Valdebebas training complex. Ramos did not hasten to serve the meal. Instead, he struck the plate with his spoon, creating a resounding clatter that captivated everyone's attention. After drawing in the collective gaze, Ramos remarked, Kevin is absent today, likely due to the incident involving that bird. When Kevin returns, no one is permitted to mention what transpired that day. Should I encounter any reports regarding it in the newspapers, I will undoubtedly pursue the matter to its conclusion. Sergio was correct. They must ensure that Kevin does not feel embarrassed, Raul interjected. The players nodded in agreement. What could they do otherwise? Though Capello remained silent. His eyes were diligently scanning the room. Under typical circumstances, such a situation might invite prolonged teasing from teammates. However, Kevin Huang's status was anything but ordinary. After lunch, Capello returned to his office to contemplate the upcoming match. Upon observing a combination of both positive and negative indicators in the Holy Grail, a smile finally graced his face. On March 30th, Kevin Huang arrived at the Pizjuan Stadium with the entire team to face Sevilla. There would be no room for leniency. Kevin had already exhausted his immunity card. After changing into his attire, he retrieved a lottery ticket. As he twirled the coin between his fingers, the layers gradually peeled away to reveal the design of a second prize. A sigh of relief escaped Kevin as he noted his expectation level had reached a perfect 100. 2015 to 2016 Premier League, Tottenham Hotspur versus Manchester City. Featuring Harry Kane. The editor's sister had approached me again, insisting that I could write the character for Bear. How could they deceive me? Pogba has sustained another injury. It seems that manager Mu's sorcery is indeed quite formidable. Today marks a long-awaited update from the earthly realm. Please subscribe and support with monthly tickets. 0282. Ade and Crespo, Kane, exhibit commendable skills, showcasing strong ball control and a keen sense of rhythm. In the early stages, he demonstrated effective ball protection in confrontations, while later transitioning to a role in organizing play, revealing impressive physical attributes and a broad perspective, a rarity among forwards. While his technique may not be ostentatious, his ability to maneuver within the penalty area is decidedly exemplary. He embodies the archetype of a versatile forward, capable of executing a myriad of tasks. Nonetheless, his optimal position remains behind others, akin to a shadow striker. Coincidentally, King Huang is not particularly fond of occupying the foremost position. Let's switch positions, proposed Kevin Huang. Me? Shouldn't you be looking for that lad from Atletico? Questioned Guti in astonishment. Kevin, do you wish to play as a forward? I could play on the wing, Raul chuckled. He had frequently occupied positions on the wing and as an attacking midfielder at Real Madrid. No, I intend to swap positions with Jose, Kevin Huang explained with a smile. Operate in both central and left areas, while I will maneuver between the forward and attacking midfielder roles. You take the left forward position, traversing between the penalty box and the left flank. This flexible repositioning will effectively disrupt their defensive line. And with the interchange among the two wings, Sevilla should struggle to contain us. Guti and Raul exchanged glances, hesitating to respond immediately. Both were astute players. Yet Kevin Huang's proposition would alter Real Madrid's formation from a 4-3-3 to a 4-4-2, a decision they dared not take lightly. They resolved to heed Kevin's suggestion. Capello clapped his hands and remarked, I had contemplated a similar strategy before. Since Kevin wishes to give it a try, let us proceed. Higuain interjected, while Cassano added. They harbor doubts. Huang Kevin asserts that Capello would agree to a three-defender setup. Damn. Although it is understood that Huang Kevin enjoys certain privileges, each live experience feels rather frustrating. All of us are players. Why is there such a disparity? Very well then, let us proceed as Kevin suggests. Raul placed his arm around Huang Kevin's shoulders and said, It has been quite some time since we played as a dual forward pair. Let us show them what we are capable of today. Huang Kevin responded with a smile. With the tactical concerns resolved, Capello departed for the press conference. The Real Madrid players began their warm-up routines. As Huang Kevin juggled the ball, he sensed the palpable skill of forwards like Kane and Van Persie. Although the technical gap was evident, it was not insurmountable. Kane is primarily a well-rounded player, and to best exploit his attributes, a 4-4-2 formation is optimal. A 4-3-3 could work as well, but it necessitates a more suitable tactic, such as pairing with Son Heung-min for targeted breakthroughs. After a hiatus of 25 days, Huang Kevin returned to the starting lineup. Was he injured during this time? It is difficult to ascertain. Capello had been reluctant to field him, suggesting there might be a rationale behind it. Huang Kevin attempted a couple of long passes, showcasing the breadth of his skills. Inzaghi once remarked that Huang Kevin's shooting and offside tactics were learned from him. Previously, Huang Kevin's tackling bore resemblance to Nesta's. Perhaps his mentor for long passes is none other than Pirlo. Regardless of who his teachers were, Huang Kevin indeed possesses no technical shortcomings. So, What about the young Higuain? It appears he has once again missed the opportunity for a starting position. Since receiving a red card, he has been unable to regain his spot. Youth can often lead to impetuousness. This could be considered a lesson in growth. Let us hope Higuain does not falter in his resolve and continues to train diligently to impress Capello. Now, let us review the starting lineups. For Sevilla, the 4-4-2 formation features goalkeeper, Palop, defenders, Adriano, Mosquera, David Prieto, Jose Crespo, midfielders, Diego Capel, Poulsen, Keita, Alves, forwards, Fabiano, Canut. For Real Madrid, the 4-3-3 formation includes goalkeeper, Casillas, defenders, Marcelo, Hines, Ivanovic, Ramos, midfielders, Gago, Guti, De Jong, forwards, Huang Kaiwen, Raul, Sneijder. Alves faced considerable criticism following the last European Super Cup, and today he finds himself positioned as a winger. Indeed, his prowess should suffice for this role. Yes, he took the reins at Tottenham Hotspur, leaving Sevilla with little time to react. However, it appears Jimenez has been performing commendably in his coaching capacity. Indeed, Sevilla's two fullbacks are quite intriguing. On the left, Adriano, and on the right, Crespo. However, these two are not strikers from Inter, they merely share a surname. This Crespo is a Spanish defender, regardless of its veracity. The names of the two fullbacks from Sevilla are intimidating. Upon witnessing the positioning of Kevin Huang, Jimenez, who succeeded Juan de Ramos, felt a pang of anxiety. Ordinarily, Huang should have been positioned on the left flank, yet there stood Guti in that space, while Huang commenced the play from the center circle alongside Raul. Crespo was specifically deployed to counter Huang. He is a defender whose central attributes outweigh those of a fullback. If Huang eschews the wing, all of Crespo's tactical arrangements would be rendered futile. As the whistle blew, both teams had yet to fully immerse themselves in the match. Raul gently nudged the ball forward towards the center line. Standing behind the center line, Kevin Huang swung his arms, his right foot connecting forcefully with the ball's lower side. The ball soared swiftly along the midline, almost transforming into a streak of light as it hurtled towards Sevilla's penalty area. Spectators at the Pizjuan Stadium, along with most players, gazed upwards, transfixed by the ball's trajectory. Even Sevilla's defenders did not contemplate retreating to clear the impending threat. Andres Palop found himself in a rather unfortunate predicament. Having emerged from Valencia's B team, he had long lived in the shadows of goalkeepers Subasarita and Canizares. After finally establishing himself at Sevilla, he had recently devolved into a mere backdrop. Reacting quicker than his teammates, Palop glanced skyward. The floodlights caused his eyes some discomfort. Yet he had already assessed the ball's path, standing tense on the goal line, prepared to leap into action. Despite the abrupt nature of the shot, he felt confident in his ability to make the save. The considerable distance afforded him ample time for judgment. The ball sped forth, almost instantaneously entering the penalty area. Here it comes. Palop's taut legs propelled him into a leap, extending his arm. There was no sensation of impact upon his glove. Instead, a gust of wind brushed past his right arm. As he fell towards the goal, Palop shut his eyes. Alas, it went in. The ball's descent took longer than he anticipated, almost grazing the lower edge of the crossbar before nestling into the net. Kevin, goal. Goal. A quintessential Kevin-style goal. Amidst worldwide skepticism regarding Kevin's fitness, he announced his triumphant return with a long-range strike from the center circle just 544 seconds into the match. Though the game had barely commenced, Jimenez's first encounter with Kevin was already marked for failure. During Kevin's recovery, he had led his team to a 20-win streak against Real Madrid, prompting this young coach to audaciously declare that Real was not invincible. While this assertion held some truth, Real Madrid, with Kevin in their ranks, is indeed invincible. Speaking of the Italian national team's declining performance, it is concerning, especially following the aging of stalwarts like Maldini. The allure of Serie A has diminished, with Kaká, the Ballon d'Or recipient, representing the last glimmer of glory for Italian football. If this trend continues, the revival of Italian football seems increasingly implausible. In order for Italy to once again grasp the World Cup, perhaps they should hope that Kevin and Barbara's child chooses to represent the Italian national team. The dark-haired players embody the true essence of Rome. Both sides remained momentarily oblivious. As Huang Kaiwen surged towards the away supporters' stand, Ramos then dashed over, leaping to embrace Huang Kaiwen's neck, fervently gesturing towards the stands while roaring at the Mellingers. More exhilarated than by his own goal, one by one, the Real Madrid players rushed to the away supporters section, encircling the two. "Well done, mate. Goodness. I thought I was still dreaming. This is the first time I've witnessed a goal right from the kickoff. Kevin, you little rascal, I adore you." From the substitutes bench, Cassano shouted encouragement to Kevin and his teammates. "Damn it, it's like King Arthur and his Knights of the Round Table." Ramos raised his middle finger towards the sidelines, exclaiming, "Youngsters tend to favor such romanticized titles for knights. All right then, valiant knights carrying the table, give it your all." Cassano hollered from the sidelines, eager to assert his presence after not starting today. Capello paid little heed to Cassano's antics, for such was his nature. In truth, he had considerable patience for Cassano, despite the latter's notoriously difficult personality. Recently, Capello had noticed Cassano's marked improvement. Observing the number 10, surrounded by adoring teammates, Capello couldn't help but smile knowingly. Kevin not only excelled in his play, but also elevated the performance of his teammates. Even the often inconsistent Guti became one of Europe's finest playmakers in his presence. The celebrations of Real Madrid concluded at a measured pace, yet Sevilla delayed the resumption of play. Like the fans, they were still reeling from the exquisite goal conceded at the outset, which dealt a significant blow to their morale. They had prepared extensively, hoping to triumph over a Real Madrid featuring Huang Kaiwen, only to realize that their coach's strategies had become a mere jest. No matter their prowess, they stood little chance against a team capable of scoring from midfield. Fabiano initiated the play with a lateral pass, which Canute swiftly returned to Alves. Alves was one of the few players still brimming with determination. Following the Super Cup, he had endured considerable pressure and was eager to prove himself today. Upon receiving the ball, he surged forward. Guti immediately pressed him, only to be deftly bypassed by Alves in the next moment. While Guti exhibited commendable effort, his defensive skills were tailored for opponents lacking speed and technical finesse. He found himself wanting against a more skillful adversary. Alves advanced diagonally into the center, prompting Gago to close in. With a deft touch, Alves flicked the ball forward, allowing the skillful Canute to receive it with his back to the goal and execute a quick half-turn. A lateral pass found Alves rushing past Gago, who completed a wall pass before swiftly pivoting to deliver a pass with his right foot. Heinz decisively executed a successful tackle, intercepting the ball. Ivanovic and Fabiano approached, ready to receive the ball, but Heinz cleverly swept it towards the left flank with his calf. Marcelo deftly controlled the ball, swiftly adjusting as Alves pressed him relentlessly. With no opportunity for a long pass, he extended his hand to impede Alves while simultaneously releasing the ball. Alves, disregarding any camaraderie with his compatriot, brought Marcelo down from behind. Rising to his feet, Marcelo confronted Alves, while the referee, running ahead, merely issued a warning without further intervention. It has become a tacit understanding among La Liga referees that as long as Real Madrid's number 10 is not fouled, the game may proceed uninterrupted. Gago received the ball and passed it sideways, but Paulson quickly closed in, prompting De Jong to deftly shift it to the right flank. Ramos, advancing to assist, found himself entangled with Capello and Adriano. Noticing Huang Kaiwen nearby, Ramos delivered a precise diagonal pass with the inside of his right foot before charging forward. What an impressive counterattack from Ramos. Huang Kaiwen took a step before releasing the ball beautifully, directly finding Raul, who fell in the penalty area. Was it a penalty? The referee refrained from awarding one, and a slow-motion replay failed to clarify the situation. It seemed that Prieto had collided with Raul's leg from behind. One cannot overlook the sharpness of Huang Kaiwen's pass, which, after a couple of steps, curved elegantly past two defenders to find Raul. Truly a magnificent delivery. In the early stages of the match, it was evident that Capello had deployed Guti and Sneijder as dual attacking midfielders on the flanks, while Huang Kaiwen played the role of a shadow striker. Could this be a tactical maneuver designed to have flank midfielders supply ammunition to the center? Raul jogged back, passing by Huang Kaiwen, remarking, "That was mine. I hesitated a bit and wanted to adjust." "Don't take it to heart. After all, you're 30 years old." "To console me," Raul retorted. Sevilla's defense initiated a play, once again targeting the right flank. Alves, too engrossed with the ball, found himself entangled with Marcelo, who attempted several times to make contact. Gago, providing intelligent support, seized the moment when Alves was distracted and skillfully nudged the ball away. He then stepped left, using his body to shield Alves. Marcelo successfully retrieved the ball at the halfway line and immediately launched a powerful pass forward, having spotted Huang Kaiwen on the left flank. Aside from the foolish opponent Torres, he also needed to contend with the seasoned defender Hines. The speed of the pass was crucial in this competition. However, the delivery was slightly over it, pushing Guti and Crespo towards the goal line. The two engaged in a tug-of-war, their hands moving with plenty of action. The more agile Guti, seizing an opportunity, suddenly feigned a fall, only to nimbly use his heel to nudge the ball back. With a sharp turn, Huang Kaiwen, following closely behind Guti, surged towards the penalty area. Sevilla's players, akin to startled wasps, adopted an aggressive stance, converging from all sides towards Huang Kaiwen. Adriano focused on the advancing Raul, while Keita and Mosquera rushed to the left flank, preparing to press Huang Kaiwen immediately. Meanwhile, the attacking Alves and Paulson hurried back. It appeared a four-man encirclement was imminent, accelerating toward the edge of the penalty area before pivoting and unleashing a powerful strike from the left side of the penalty area, spinning ferociously toward the goal, including Crespo, who had just returned from the baseline. There were as many as 6 defenders both inside and outside the box. Yet, in a remarkable display of synchronization, they instinctively turned their heads to follow the ball. The speed of the shot was so blistering that they barely had time to extend their legs for a block. Darkness enveloped their vision as the ball arced past them and flew toward the far side of the net. Palop leaped into action, attempting a desperate save. But the shot was unstoppable, and the ball nestled into the corner of the goal. Raul sprinted forward, witnessing the ball ripple the net, and immediately turned toward the corner flag, ready to celebrate. Huang Kaiwen raised his hand, signaling his teammates to hold back, and made his way to the corner flag to execute a stunning backflip. St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The away fans erupted. Return of their number 10, they had no reason to fear. Haha, Huang Kaiwen, what a player! Previously, he scored from the right sideline, and this time, he added to his tally from the left. Sevilla's inexperience is evident. How could they afford to wait inside the box? They should have closed down the angles. In the 7th minute of the first half, Huang Kaiwen netted his second goal, delivering 2 spectacular long-range strikes that severely demoralized Sevilla. The frustration of the Sevilla players was palpable, etched on their faces, while Coach Jimenez shouted instructions from the sidelines, to which the players responded with gestures indicating their helplessness against such strikes. We all knew this would happen. With Huang Kaiwen back, Sevilla was bound to falter. The last time Sevilla tasted victory, Huang Kaiwen was absent, and that match had seen Cannavaro underperform. Today, however, Cannavaro was nowhere to be seen. Cannavaro's performance was a shadow of his former self. It's almost as if he was deliberately undermining Real Madrid after being paid off by Barcelona. Regardless, those 2 goals were undeniably exquisite. Huang Kaiwen's shot power is formidable if you don't allow him to advance. The best strategy is to block his shooting angles. If given the chance, he will strike. The speed of his last shot was astonishing. I could hardly comprehend it. Sevilla resumed play, clearly shaken by the developments. Their attacking rhythm significantly diminished. Alves received the ball on the right flank, and Jimenez quickly urged from the sidelines. However, Alves, seemingly oblivious to the coach's advice, carried the ball over the halfway line, continuing his advance. His touch was indeed exceptional. With a deft flick of his left foot and a subtle shoulder feint, he prepared to make his next move. As Guti extended his foot to the right, he deftly maneuvered past the shifting weight of his opponent, surging down the right flank. Gago, swift in reaction, attempted a slide tackle, but Alves halted abruptly and elegantly flicked the ball inward. Canute surged into the penalty area, while Fabiano advanced on the left, rendering Ivanovic unable to cover. In a critical moment, Hines executed a timely tackle, yet Luis Fabiano, somewhat awkwardly, managed to carry the ball forward. The ever-alert Casillas swiftly dove to smother the ball beneath him. Indeed, his reflexes are remarkably quick. He is undoubtedly one of the fastest goalkeepers in European football. Although Casillas stands at 1.82 meters, considered somewhat short for a goalkeeper, his exceptional reflexes compensate for this physical limitation. As a seasoned coach with a background in goalkeeping, Zhang is well aware of this. While I may not be a top-tier goalkeeper, it is evident that Casillas' extraordinary line reactions effectively mitigate his shortcomings. With a powerful kick, the ball traveled a great distance. Huang Kaiwen drifted to the left, receiving a pass from Sneijder, and executed a precise cross into the penalty area aimed at Raul. Alas, finding its target within the box. The synergy between them was remarkable, eliciting applause from Raul in appreciation. Even though they share a close rapport, Raul felt a touch of embarrassment, having squandered several opportunities that day. Huang Kaiwen chuckled and waved dismissively. It was commendable that Raul was able to initiate and find the ball at his age, approaching 31, and as a technical forward. 8. Adriano, showcasing his speed, surged forward with the ball, seeking out Huang Kaiwen on the right flank. Huang Kaiwen extended his right foot, and in a sudden burst, with his left foot, accelerating past Huang Kaiwen. De Jong urged Gago to press harder. Adriano executed a rapid lateral pass. Suddenly, Marcelo sprang into action, stealing the ball from Alves. Alves immediately grabbed Marcelo's jersey, but Marcelo quickly passed to the supporting Gago. Gago lifted his head and smiled. With only two defenders near Huang Kaiwen, none were closely marking him. The ball zipped swiftly from the left sideline, traversing toward the right. Estimating the ball's descent, Huang Kaiwen sprinted to the right sideline to receive it, while Sneijder made a quick forward run to create space. Adriano, having tracked back, followed Huang Kaiwen. Though his speed was not particularly impressive, yet the right flank was bolstered by Conti's dribbling and Zé Maria's crossing abilities. Noticing Adriano beside him, Huang Kaiwen intentionally quickened his pace, leaving the home fans in anxious anticipation. Huang Kaiwen's movements resemble a seamlessly flowing film, while their fullbacks appear as if the video stream falters at crucial moments. Each time Huang Kaiwen makes the slightest motion, Adriano is thrown off balance, poised to engage. This comical scene elicits laughter, though regrettably, the jesters are their own players. Just outside the penalty area, Huang Kaiwen scans the field and notices Raul and Sneijder making simultaneous runs forward. He immediately slows down. As he decelerates, Adriano hastily follows suit. With a swift motion, Huang Kaiwen unleashes his right foot, skillfully curling the ball from its lower right side. Adriano, unable to intercept, watches the ball trace an exaggerated arc, gliding past Sevilla's entire defensive line and landing within the box. As the ball rebounds, Raul surges in, accelerating to strike with his right foot in a side volley. Tumbling just before the penalty area, the ball swiftly sails past Palop's arm, nestling into the right side of the goal. Huang Kaiwen, once again Huang Kaiwen. As previously mentioned, that curling shot was nothing short of magnificent. Alas, missing once or twice while providing assists simply won't suffice. He must score. Huang Kaiwen's cross was reminiscent of Beckham's brilliance. Today, his goals and assists have been spectacular. He is truly omnipotent on the field. I have previously remarked on Huang Kaiwen's remarkable positional fluidity, making him difficult to defend against. How does one defend against a midfield kickoff that leads to a goal? Suddenly darting down the left flank for a goal, and now assisting from the right. He is yet to score in his own half, with every position and angle in the opponent's half within his striking range. Indeed, rather than attempting to defend against Huang Kaiwen, one might as well hope for an off day. Huang Kaiwen, indeed. Their exaggeration is quite something. Yet perhaps not so far-fetched. Huang Kaiwen's prowess on the pitch is undeniably impressive. Today, his several passes displayed his exceptional passing ability and broad vision. No wonder he excels in midfield. Roma should be grateful for Huang Kaiwen's mercy. In the second leg, focusing solely on defense may be their only option, for his mere passing could dismantle them. You see, I study in England, and those betting companies only offer odds on whether Huang Kaiwen will play or how many goals he might score when he plays. The odds of Real Madrid winning are nearly 1-to-1. Alas, I once thought Sevilla would flourish after changing coaches, yet it appears they cannot topple Huang Kaiwen's dominance. Will I never witness his defeat in my lifetime? The notion of Americans stirring up trouble seems more reliable than Huang Kaiwen losing. Raul, having risen from the ground, swiftly dashed towards the right flank. He exerted every ounce of strength to outpace Ramos, leaping beside Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen caught Raul, who clamped his legs around Huang Kaiwen's waist. Cradling Huang Kaiwen's head, Raul exclaimed, "Buddy, I hardly know what to say. Your passes seem to have eyes." Finding the optimal position on their own, Beckham pales in comparison to you. Ramos, arriving on the scene, chuckled, "Get down from there, quickly." On the sidelines, Capello vigorously waved his towel, calling out. Raul chuckled awkwardly as he leapt down from Huang Kaiwen. Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile. Football is simply that straightforward, Capello remarked. Indeed, provided that Kevin is present, Baldini concurred. He harbored a notion that had he coached during Huang Kaiwen's tenure, numerous championships would have been within reach. Jimenez, observing the relaxed atmosphere in the opposing coach's box, could not help but sigh. He had never entertained the thought of triumphing over a Real Madrid bolstered by Huang Kaiwen. However, the fact that Huang Kaiwen had not taken the field lately left him with lingering doubts about a potential injury. That damn Capello. Retaining the number 10 of Real Madrid to counter him, left Jimenez at a loss as to whether to laugh or cry. Manolo Jimenez gestured to the pitch. Coach, Paulson inquired as he dashed to the sidelines. Yes, we seem to have encountered a slight misalignment in our tactical approach. I had expected Kevin to play on the flanks. That was my error, Jimenez said, placing an arm around Paulson's shoulders. Is an outstanding player to specifically mark Kevin. I believe you can fulfill this role. Paulson felt a strong urge to question the coach, wondering if he had misjudged his capabilities. If he could indeed contain Huang Kaiwen, he would have long since been recruited by a powerhouse like AC Milan, Manchester United, or Bayern Munich, rather than engaging in this futile conversation with Jimenez. I am aware of the challenges, but solutions abound where difficulties arise. Do your utmost to apply pressure and deny him the ball, Jimenez instructed. Paulson nodded grimly, inwardly cursing Jimenez's entire family. He had faced such challenges before. With a sigh, Paulson trudged back, dreading the prospect of playing the role of mere backdrop once more. With a lead on the scoreboard, Real Madrid grew increasingly audacious. Sevilla, having just kicked off, rushed forward to press. The cacophony of boos at the Pizjuan Stadium was far from what the Sevilla fans wished to witness, with their anxiety mounting. Sevilla hastened their passing, resulting in frequent mistakes. Ramos surged forward, applying pressure, while Diego Capello, unable to find a chance for a backward pass, was compelled to clear the ball with a long kick. Ivanovic charged forward, leaping high to outmuscle Canut, directing the ball ahead with his exceptional aerial prowess. Gago received the ball, pivoted, and promptly sent it forward. Marcelo, upon receiving the ball, deftly nudged it with his left foot, propelling it past the midfield as he advanced rapidly along the sideline. Keita arrived to support on the flank, and Marcelo, quickening his pace, reached the edge of the penalty area before swiftly turning and delivering a backheeled pass. Huang Kaiwen adjusted with his right foot, while Paulson had already closed in on him. As David Prieto approached, Huang Kaiwen, dribbling laterally, deftly maneuvered to evade Prieto with a left-footed flick. Seizing the opportunity, Paulson, who had been trailing Huang Kaiwen on the right, sprinted to the left, his hands continuously seeking a position on Huang Kaiwen. Suddenly, Huang Kaiwen accelerated. Distracted by Paulson's hands, he faltered slightly, failing to keep pace. With a mere body length between them, Huang Kaiwen swiftly pivoted, his left foot grounding him as he shifted his weight to the right. Unleashing a powerful strike with his right foot against the ball soared just above the grass, swiftly racing past Mosquera on the left flank. David Prieto, positioned slightly behind, also failed to react, and both turned to witness Palop's desperate attempt to save, yet the ball relentlessly pierced through the goalkeeper's grasp into the left netting. Kevin. Goal for Kevin. A clean, precise shot from outside the penalty area, leaving 6 Sevilla defenders to merely watch as the ball found its mark. The sheer force and unparalleled speed of his strike would not astonish me if one day Kevin's shot exceeded 26 Mach. Perhaps he could accomplish what an anti-missile system does with just a single football. This is the essence of Kevin's role. His noble feat ought never to be employed for tackles. In the face of an unbeatable adversary, the Sevilla players could only succumb to disappointment time and again, ultimately realizing that no matter their efforts, the outcome remained unchanged. A shot at the edge of the penalty area was already an act of mercy from Kevin. Otherwise, he could have effortlessly scored directly from midfield. As Kevin maneuvered past his opponents, his demeanor resembled that of a cat playing at home. Confronted with such a Kevin, they ought to be grateful. At least they had a semblance of participation. Capello refrained from celebrating, having grown accustomed to such scenarios. Upon Kevin's goal, he immediately glanced towards the substitutes bench, his expression unchanged as he instructed, Higuain, warm up. I swear on Cassano's life. Why do your eyes brim with tears? It is simply because my love for this team runs deep. The Ramon Sanchez Pizjuan Stadium fell into silence. Some Sevilla fans covered their mouths, their eyes reddening. Despite preparing themselves mentally, witnessing their team concede 4 goals in less than 20 minutes was still a painful experience. This agony was akin to the languishing Spanish economy, serving as a constant reminder. The joy of securing the UEFA Cup, reminiscent of Spain's invincible fleet, was a distant memory. Now they had to endure the ruthless onslaught of others. The star player, their number 10, was the source of their suffering. As long as they did not face Real Madrid, even Sevilla fans could support Kevin. Yet today, they simply wished to leave the stadium early, pretending as if nothing had transpired. Jimenez trembled at the sidelines. Experiencing it firsthand was far more impactful than watching it 100 times on television. There is no comparison between reputation and reality. Kevin, indeed, is worthy of his name. The morale of the Sevilla players visibly sagged, a genuine bowing of heads. Most players looked downcast, while a few wore expressions of confusion. The dark red of their jerseys resembled congealed blood, and this blood was undoubtedly not that of their enemies. Lift your spirits. Everyone, lift your spirits. Alves shouted, clapping vigorously. We may lose, but we cannot surrender without a fight. There are friends and family in the stands. Your neighbors, your classmates, and teachers who have taught you, and your children who sit awake in front of the television, not to witness a band of cowards abandon the battle, but to see you take up arms and fight for honor. Indeed, it is not yet the time to surrender. Manolo Jimenez, the first to awaken from despair, shouted hoarsely from the sidelines. Our strategy is defense. We shall counterattack. They will surely relax now that they are in the lead, and we will have our chance. The players glanced towards the sidelines, feeling disillusioned. Damn. Jimenez had assured them of victory before the match, claiming it would undoubtedly work. Even if Kevin were to take the field, they were supposed to secure points. Now, hearing the word undoubtedly, they felt an overwhelming wave of fatigue wash over them. All they desired was to return home swiftly, wrap themselves in a blanket, savor a cup of hot cocoa, and cuddle with their wives and daughters on the sofa while watching mindless Disney family comedies, forgetting all their troubles. Sneijder and Gago looked towards Huang Kaiwen. Guti scoffed, saying, they still wish to resist. Ramos shrugged. Even if it was his former club, he could not condone such behavior. He now regretted not having played as a winger in his youth. Had he honed his skills, he could have effortlessly outmaneuvered Alves, and even if he failed 10 times, it would still be more than enough. Given the reactions of his teammates, the king of the yellow ball could not afford to be a doormat. One can show to an opponent. Respeto, 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 Raul shouted, pressing his palms together. Respeto, the greatest club of the 20th century, a paragon of sportsmanship, the benevolent and vibrant Real Madrid, dedicated to caring for the underprivileged, decided to extend a gesture of respect from Madrid to Sevilla. Luis Fabiano initiated the kickoff with a lateral pass, contemplating whether he could find a moment to chat with Huang Kaiwen. After all, he was a good friend of Kaká, who in turn was a good friend of Huang Kaiwen. By approximation, they were all good friends. He had just rediscovered his scoring prowess in La Liga. He certainly did not want to see himself and his teammates plastered across the headlines due to a humiliating defeat. Given the prevailing circumstances, for the latest updates, please enter MCOM in your browser. The Sevilla fans were desperate to see their team concede no further goals. During the recent free kick opportunity, most players had surged forward to attack, leaving Mosquera trailing at the back. Raul was charging down the left flank with great speed, creating a highly favorable 2-on-1 opportunity. Huang Kaiwen deftly advanced the ball. Mosquera quickly closed in on him, and as they approached the penalty area, he was already in front of Huang Kaiwen, who had been prepared. Huang slightly turned his body, striking the ball with the inside of his right foot. With a resounding thud, he executed yet another curling shot. Sprinting into the box ahead of Prieto and Keita, found the ball effortlessly at his feet without needing to adjust. In motion, Raul instinctively extended his left foot, pushing the ball with the inside of his foot. With a powerful strike, Palop reacted swiftly, but this time, the shot was far too close. As he fell, the ball slipped through his armpit and into the net. Raul, having scored his second goal, was filled with exuberant joy. As he sprinted towards the away fan stand, he turned back and pointed at Huang Kaiwen, who responded with a smile and a thumbs up. 50. The attacking prowess of Real Madrid is truly formidable. Within just over 20 minutes of the match, they have already attempted 12 shots. That pass from Huang Kaiwen was exquisite. His playmaking ability is on par with the finest midfielders. I mentioned earlier that Sneijder and Guti, positioned as attacking midfielders on the flanks, are specifically there to supply Huang Kaiwen. You can try to defend, but when Huang drops back to orchestrate, he might just launch a long-range effort from midfield. If you allow him near the penalty area, it becomes an all-encompassing threat, which is exceedingly difficult to manage. Indeed, Huang Kaiwen has been exceptionally lively today. Next, Chelsea faces Real Madrid. Mourinho is bound to have a headache. Galbiati rose and approached the sidelines, inquiring, "Aren't we making any substitutions?" "Let's hold off," Capello replied, shaking his head. "There shouldn't be any issues today. He hasn't played for a while, so it's good for him to express himself on the field." "That works as well." Galbiati nodded. Scoring 5 goals shouldn't be too challenging for him. Observing Higuain warming up on the sidelines, Galbiati asked, "He has been warming up for quite some time. Shouldn't we let him return?" "Ah, I forgot," Capello chuckled, waving at Higuain to head back to the bench. "Damn." Higuain bent down to pick up his training jacket, clutching it tightly as he made his way to the substitutes bench. "By the way, I've recently felt a chill in my back. The checkup didn't reveal any issues." Capello casually mentioned. "You should take care of your health," Galbiati advised. Capello nodded, thinking that if it doesn't improve, he might need to return to Italy for further examination. On the pitch, Sevilla launched another attack. Following the coach's reminder, Diego Capello had no choice but to carry the ball forward. This Spanish player possesses decent dribbling skills, embodying the traditional winger. Today, he hesitated to take on defenders, mainly fearing a turnover that could lead to a counterattack and subsequent blame in the newspapers. The coach had made it clear, leaving him no room to evade responsibility. Capello nudged the ball forward with his left foot, deftly maneuvering between Guti and the sideline before swiftly delivering a cross behind the Real Madrid defense area, leaping to head the ball away from Canut, directing it towards the right flank. The quality of the clearance left much to be desired. De Jong raised his foot, but failed to control the excessively powerful pass. Capello surged forward to apply pressure, prompting De Jong to quickly direct the ball towards the approaching Gago. Noticing Marcelo signaling for the ball, Gago executed a sweeping transfer. The ball landed on the left flank, where Marcelo expertly trapped it with his left foot. Brilliant! What a superb touch! Among the entire Real Madrid squad, Marcelo's ability to control the ball might only be surpassed by Huang Kaiwen. He has passed it. Huang Kaiwen has once again sprinted down the left flank. Paulson is chasing Huang all over the field, like a fried meatball. Huang Kaiwen, this fried meatball, has consistently proven difficult for opponents to contain. Even if they anticipate his moves, stopping him is another matter altogether. The young Barcelona player, Iniesta, has yet to grasp the essence. Paulson and Crespo joined forces to bring down Huang Kaiwen. "Here they come again," Huang Kaiwen remarked. "I have a feeling that Real Madrid players seem to engage in brawls while casually playing football. The speed of the Real Madrid medical staff is truly remarkable. It appears that Huang Kaiwen is always the one mediating. Have you noticed that his injury occurrences have decreased lately?" "What injuries?" "It's all a charade." "Then why do you think he isn't faking injuries anymore?" "I don't know." Huang Kaiwen took a break in the first half of the season and didn't return for key matches, shattering my preconceived notions. Perhaps he isn't faking injuries. Maybe he is genuinely hurt. Huang Kaiwen managed to calm his teammates down. He couldn't help but chuckle at Raul, who remained on the sidelines. In this altercation, Ramos and Sneijder received yellow cards. Guti was restrained from behind by Raul and didn't rush in. Otherwise, he would have accumulated yellow cards and face suspension. Seeing that Huang Kaiwen was unharmed, the Real Madrid players remained relatively composed. "Are you going to kick it, Kaiwen?" Guti inquired as he approached. The left flank was too close to the sideline, making it uncomfortable for him to kick with his left foot. "Let Sergio take it," Huang Kaiwen suggested. Ramos nodded solemnly, determined to execute the free kick perfectly and not betray Kaiwen's trust in him. Sneijder, who had initially intended to try, had to step aside. He too was a left-footed player, but the position was not quite suitable for him. Yet, he felt the need to seize any opportunity to showcase his talent. In a prestigious club like Real Madrid, competition is fierce in every aspect, and one must remain vigilant to avoid being outperformed by teammates. Once the teammates cleared the way, Ramos emulated Huang Kaiwen, meticulously wiping the ball with his jersey. He then bent down to place the ball at the foul spot, pressing it firmly into the ground while rotating it a couple of times. Completing his routine, Ramos took a deep breath and lifted his gaze toward the penalty area. The Sevilla players were tense. Apart from those forming the wall, most were crowding around Huang Kaiwen, seeking positions. Raul and Ivanovic exchanged glances, feeling somewhat slighted. From another perspective, Kaiwen attracting defensive attention would afford them greater opportunities. Raul quickly focused on the opponent's positioning, adjusting his position with a light jog, preparing to dash into the small box to seize a chance. With just one more goal, he could achieve a hat trick. Ramos raised his right arm, stepped forward with his left foot, and struck the ball with his right foot. He aimed for the center of the small box, intending to find Huang Kaiwen. However, as he kicked, his expression changed. He sensed he had exerted a bit too much force. Both teams surged toward the penalty area, with Raul standing next to Alves on the far left. Huang Kaiwen paused momentarily before surging forward, momentarily evading Mascara and Prieto. His explosive acceleration allowed him to advance ahead. The ball soared over the wall and into the penalty area before beginning its descent. As Huang Kaiwen leapt to head the ball, he felt a gust of wind above him, but there was little sensation of contact. The ball had already slipped past him and into the net. Palop reached out, but once again became a mere backdrop. Goal. Did Huang Kaiwen make contact with the ball? It seems he may have touched it. Yet it also appears he did not. The ball's trajectory change is not particularly evident. Indeed, however, I believe Huang Kaiwen is indifferent to the prospect of scoring. At the 34-minute mark of the first half, Real Madrid leads 6-0 away from home, and many fans at the Pizjuan Stadium are beginning to leave. Earlier, they had triumphed over Real Madrid 2-0, yet today they must face a crushing defeat. It's primarily due to Huang Kaiwen's excellent touch. What happened to Paulson? He seems to be unwell, signaling for a substitution to the sidelines, which is yet another significant blow for Sevilla. Upon seeing Renato rise to warm up, Paulson felt a wave of relief wash over him as he sat on the ground, clutching his calf. That was a fine goal, lad, Guti said, approaching with a smile to offer encouragement. I believe that goal belongs to Kevin, Ramos replied dismissively, waving his hand. If you scored it, then it's yours. An arm over Ramos's shoulder. After netting the sixth goal of the half, the Real Madrid players lacked the enthusiasm to celebrate. The intervals between their goals were simply too brief. As they joked and walked back, the entire Sevilla team found themselves at a loss for what to do. Manolo Jimenez shared their disappointment, yet he reminded himself of his role as coach. He strode to the sidelines, shouting, "Defend. Let us just make it through the first half." He urged for defense, yet Alves continued to push forward with the ball. The Sevilla players, having lost their composure, were desperate to score a goal to relieve their frustration. Their tactical skills were commendable, and their individual abilities were certainly noteworthy. Today, they had been caught off guard by Huang Kaiwen's surprise attack, leaving them bewildered as Real Madrid kept scoring, and the Sevilla players were utterly uncertain of how to respond. With the number of goals conceded mounting, presence, Alves, in collaboration with Canut, executed a series of wall passes on the right flank, advancing toward the penalty area. Suddenly, Alves accelerated diagonally into the box. Marcelo attempted a sliding tackle, but narrowly missed Alves. De Jong, tracking back, positioned himself closely beside Alves. Pass it, Canut shouted from just outside the box. Alves, attempting to dribble past his marker, deceived Gago, who was drawn out of position, but Hines quickly closed in. Alves could find no opportunity to penetrate the box. With Gago and Hines effectively blocking all passing lanes, Alves was forced to retreat and pass to a teammate. The substitute Renato, still warming up, miscontrolled the ball, sending it a meter away. As he saw De Jong rushing toward the ball, he hurriedly approached, turned, and sent a back pass. In his haste, he struck the ball with excessive force. Prieto, adopting an open foot stance, failed to control it as it struck his instep. He quickly used his right foot to hook it in front of him. Before he could regain his balance, De Jong surged forward, poking the ball, which rolled behind Prieto. And Huang Kaiwen mirrored the gesture with his left arm, preventing the opponent from encroaching upon him. After two swift steps, Huang Kaiwen surged towards the ball. Noticing Palop's advanced position, he hesitated not for a moment. With his left foot firmly planted and a slight twist of his body, his right foot swung with precision. The ball soared from the halfway line, hurtling towards Sevilla's penalty area. Palop, stationed at the edge of the box, sensed the impending danger from Huang Kaiwen's movements and instinctively sprinted back like a frenzied dog unleashed. Yet, the speed of man could not match that of the ball. By the time he reached the 6-yard box, the ball was already whispering the winds of fate in his ears. Palop leapt, arms extended, but the ball eluded him, slipping past his arm and into the net. Lying within the goal, Palop had no desire to rise. He gazed up at the floodlights illuminating the Pizjuan Stadium, his consciousness beginning to fade, his eyes losing their spark. Thoughts of his mother surfaced in his mind. When the wind blows gently, the cradle rocks softly. The faint melody echoed in his ears. No terror remained in the world. If he could simply drift into slumber, awakening would reveal that today was but a nightmare. Kevin, 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 goal, goal, goal. A quintessential Kevin-style goal, shouted Crudelli passionately from the commentary booth. Other players may never score such a magnificent goal throughout their careers, yet Kevin can net 2 in a single match. If he desires, he could effortlessly achieve a hat-trick of midfield goals. The strength of a champion lies not only in their prowess, but also within their spirit. Kevin is demonstrating to his teammates the courage to rise. The teams that have bested them are, in truth, fragile. Had Kevin been born in the Scotland of yore, the Hollywood film Braveheart might have been retitled Emperor Kevin, for he has never needed to resist. Only his adversaries require resistance. The English will, like the current European teams, discover that despite their tireless efforts and ingenious strategies, they remain unable to thwart the iron cavalry of Emperor Kevin. The fans at the Pizjuan Stadium wept. Yet their tears were mingled with joy. Years or decades hence, they may not remember the legendary goals of their star players. But when recalling their love for the beautiful game, they will forever cherish the memory of March 30th, 2008, the day they witnessed the divine among them. The home team's players wore expressions of numbness as they mechanically trudged towards the center of the pitch. Sevilla resumed play. Alves received the ball and once again advanced rapidly. Then it leftward. Fabiano danced past the ball, skillfully deceiving De Jong. Ofted pass with his left foot towards the left side of the penalty area, where Fabiano sprinted forward. And the positioned Casillas hurried back in response. Indeed, the ball fell towards the left side of the penalty area. Fabiano, with a swift motion, raised his right foot to strike the ball mid-air, prompting a frantic response from Casillas, who lunged forward to intercept. Hines leaped into action, executing a flying kick that sent Fabiano, along with the ball, soaring far away. That should have been a red card. Only a yellow was issued. The referee showed leniency this time, someone remarked. Indeed, that was a dangerous maneuver. A red card would not have been excessive. Fortunately, Fabiano appeared unscathed as he rose to his feet, but Casillas seemed to be injured. Upon reviewing the slow-motion replay, one could see that Casillas, while retreating, had an obstructed view and rushed out to block Fabiano's strike, likely twisting his ankle in the process. What now? Huang Kaiwen inquired as he bent down in the penalty area. I can't hold on any longer. I must be substituted, Casillas replied with a wry smile. Kaiwen, you take the goal. Huang Kaiwen lamented that he had drawn Harry Kane. Today, not Harry Potter. And couldn't he simply dictate where to play? At least guard the goal. We believe you are more reliable than that dancing goalkeeper, Marcelo chimed in, seizing the opportunity to bond with his elder brother. Regrettably, reluctant to take on the role. Yes, it seems you haven't guarded the goal in quite some time. No need to worry. This is a perfect chance for a goalkeeper to warm up. Come on, you might even keep a clean sheet. Ramos joined in, encouraging, Kaiwen, let them witness your prowess. In his mind, wherever Huang Kaiwen played, he was the best in the world. As the medical team entered the field, Dudek had already begun warming up by the sidelines. The Real Madrid players were raucous, and Baldini turned to Capello, asking, shall we let Kaiwen guard the goal? Let Kaiwen take the goal for now. A goalkeeper who doesn't warm up is prone to injury, Capello sighed. He turned back, extending his index and middle fingers towards the substitutes bench. Higuain, rising from the bench, clenched his fists in frustration. Damn, forwards don't get injured without warming up, right? He quickly shed his training jacket and joined Baldini at the sidelines. A substitution is underway, but not for the goalkeeper. Huang Kaiwen is in goal, with Higuain replacing Casillas, and Dudek is still warming up. This free kick now carries an element of suspense. Let us see if Huang Kaiwen can make the save. Huang Kaiwen sighed, given everyone's insistence. What else could he say? Reputation comes with its burdens. Earning a high salary isn't that simple. Suddenly being called to guard the goal while playing football adds to the pressure. Clad in gloves, Huang Kaiwen approached the goal line, assessing the wall's positioning. Hence near the left post. Everyone, stay alert. Do not grant them opportunities. Ramos shouted from the side of the wall, opting not to form a barrier. As Kaiwen failed to secure the ball or deflect it, he prepared to rush into the penalty area for a clearance. Alves, to take the free kick, halted his advance upon seeing Huang Kaiwen stationed in goal. Diego Capello wore a mocking smile. He lacks even the courage to face them. Fabiano turned to ask, "Are you going to take the shot?" "You should take it. This position suits your right foot better." The friend of Kaka. He had watched the live broadcast of the 2004 to 2005 Champions League final, a recording he had revisited no fewer than 20 times. As a Brazilian player and a forward, with Huang Kaiwen's formidable penalty-saving prowess, he lacked the confidence to breach the goal under his guard. Fabiano thought to himself that it was quite normal not to score against Huang Kaiwen. However, should he find the net, he would surely make the headlines. This thought eased his tension considerably, and he strode purposefully to the foul spot. The referee blew the whistle, and after a short run-up, Fabiano struck the ball with the instep of his right foot. Suddenly, Canute, who stood beside Ramos, sprang into action as the ball soared over the wall. He deftly redirected it with a flick of his head, sending it hurtling towards the goal. Here it comes. With keen dynamic vision, Huang Kaiwen immediately assessed the ball's trajectory. However, having not faced a goalkeeper's experience card for quite some time and lacking formal goalkeeper training, his attempt to save was flawed, and the ball slipped beneath him into the net. The Real Madrid players gaped in disbelief at such a blunder. Even a penalty save has a 50% success rate. How could such a basic error occur? It was akin to a Michelin 3-star chef suddenly forgetting how to wield a knife. What are you staring at? Kaiwen must be injured. That's why he couldn't save it. Ramos shouted towards the sidelines. "Team doctor, Kaiwen is hurt." The medical team swiftly abandoned Casillas, carrying a medical kit and a stretcher onto the pitch. Capello couldn't even manage a syllable. Yet, despite the rapid response of the medical team, Capello displayed no hint of a smile. Kaiwen, collapsed on the goal line, was lifted onto the stretcher and taken off the field. Dudek moved beside the fourth official, who raised the substitution board. Throughout the entire process, Kaiwen remained oblivious. But so be it. If he had to leave the game, so be it. It's quite rare for both teams to have used 3 substitutions before halftime, one commentator noted. Indeed. But it's also uncommon for a match to witness 8 goals in the first half, another replied. Kaiwen was carried off on a stretcher. I wonder how serious his injury is. It seems he may not have been prepared, which caused his save attempt to appear awkward. Zhang's right. I share that sentiment. What a shame for Huang Kaiwen. Injury my foot. I think Huang Kaiwen simply has butterfingers and is too embarrassed to admit it. I concur. You saw him get up on the sidelines. But something feels off. I recall Huang Kaiwen being particularly fierce. Even Buffon has stated that Kaiwen is superior to him. Such matters are unpredictable. After that blunder, I almost felt he resembled a human. Before, I thought he was like an alien. Well, the ball is lost. But Huang Kaiwen scored 5 goals and provided 2 assists, utterly dismantling Sevilla. Indeed, the Sevilla players exhibited no emotion on their faces. Upon returning to the bench, Cassano approached Huang Kaiwen and inquired, "How could you possibly score 2 goals from the midfield?" It was simply a moment of inspiration. I felt compelled to try. Huang Kaiwen responded with a smile. Damn it. Cassano couldn't help but curse. Though unspoken, he secretly felt that Huang Kaiwen was inhuman, his talent far surpassing that of even the most gifted individuals like himself. In the second half, Raul finally achieved a hat trick, with Cassano, who came on as a substitute, providing the assist for Raul's goal. As the final whistle blew, the Sevilla players rushed into the tunnel, eager not to lag behind their teammates. Ultimately, the score settled at an overwhelming 8-1, leaving only a handful of home fans at the Pizjuan Stadium. Huang Kaiwen accompanied Capello to the post-match press conference. In the mixed zone, Ramos was being interviewed, and Cassano joined him. Sergio, could you share with us why Real Madrid performed so brilliantly today? A reporter inquired, extending a microphone toward him. Kaiwen's return has brought about a tremendous transformation in the team's spirit. He is our backbone, the most crucial player. With Kaiwen on the pitch, we fear nothing, Ramos stated, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead. So, the change is due to Kaiwen, correct? Absolutely. Ramos emphatically nodded, saying, during the first half of the season, I was loaned to Milan, but I frequently spoke with my teammates. When Kaiwen was injured, the atmosphere in the team was quite grim, as if Real Madrid had turned into an ordinary team. Everyone worried about when we would lose. However, when Kaiwen is present, the locker room never harbors such concerns. We don't even think about conceding goals. We only consider how Kaiwen intends to score. Today, Kaiwen netted 4 goals and provided 2 assists. While you scored a stunning free kick, the reporter began, but Ramos interrupted him. Kaiwen scored 5 goals. That goal wasn't mine. I know my free kicks well. And that one was deflected by Kaiwen. Ramos then gestured toward Cassano, who was exchanging glances with a female reporter, and declared, I swear on the life of my dear friend Cassano that goal was undoubtedly scored by Kaiwen. After a challenging time, Huang Kaiwen and Capello finally exited the press conference. His 2 midfield goals and the missed opportunity had captivated the reporter's attention. Kaiwen, do not dwell on that lost goal. Even Yashin made mistakes, Capello remarked as they walked back. Yes, I understand, coach, Huang Kaiwen nodded. In truth, he was not bothered at all, as it was not he who was tasked with guarding the goal. If his teammates insisted on making a spectacle of it, there was little he could do. By the time they returned to Madrid, it was nearly midnight. Kaiwen, I have recently learned to cook a few Chinese dishes, Ramos said with a smile. That's perfect. Since you're free at home, and I'm quite hungry. Why not stay at my place? It would be a great opportunity for you to showcase your culinary skills, Huang Kaiwen remarked with a smile. The young lady and Lily were absent, while Albert had taken leave to visit relatives. Only Neo and a few servants remained in the house. Ramos inquired. Rest assured, we have all the essentials, came the reply. Then let us proceed. I have a good feeling about this meal, Ramos exclaimed with enthusiasm, eager to impress Huang Kaiwen. He had specifically visited a Chinese restaurant to learn some techniques, intending to surprise Huang Kaiwen. Upon returning home, Ramos began to prepare the beef brisket. His knife skills were not particularly remarkable, as he was not a professional chef. However, he had gathered an array of spices including bay leaves, star anise, Sichuan pepper, cinnamon, and ginger, along with a hint of red pepper powder for coloring. Together with the diced beef brisket, tomatoes, and onions, the setup appeared quite promising. Huang Kaiwen was familiar with the preparation of typical home-cooked meals. Cooking, after all, is a skill that most people can learn if they apply themselves. There were countless instructional videos available online, and one could always taste for seasoning before completing the dish. If the first attempt did not succeed, lessons could be learned for the next try. Therefore, the inability to cook often stemmed from a lack of desire rather than a lack of capability. With dedication, reaching the level of home-cooked meals was quite achievable. Ramos, donned in an apron, busied himself in the kitchen. Once the spices and ingredients were aromatic, he began to sauté the beef, ultimately adding cooking wine and water. As he reached for the sugar, Huang Kaiwen nodded silently in approval. Sugar can enhance flavors and balance acidity. However, Ramos, unsatisfied with just a spoonful, added 2 more. Huang Kaiwen realized they might be in for a sweet surprise. Europeans generally have a penchant for sweetness, and this dish was transforming from braised beef with persimmons to sweet and sour beef. By the time Ramos completed his cooking, it was already past 1 o'clock. Ramos enjoyed his meal greatly, while Huang Kaiwen found it palatable, albeit with an unusual taste. It was sweeter than he had anticipated. How is it, Kaiwen? Ramos asked eagerly. Quite good, though perhaps a bit too much sugar, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. All right, I'll use less next time, Ramos nodded in agreement. After the meal, the two indulged in a few rounds of FIFA before retiring for the night around 4 o'clock. Time flew when shared with friends. The following noon, Huang Kaiwen awoke to an unexpected sight. Paul, Chris, what brings you here? Huang Kaiwen exclaimed in surprise. These two should have been at school and football practice, respectively. Before Martini could respond, the gray parrot squawked. Daddy, no, is this your pet? Paul Martini inquired. That's so cool, Uncle Kaiwen, the young master exclaimed. Thrilled as he had recently watched a pirate movie and thought having a talking parrot was incredibly stylish. Indeed, you can teach it to speak, Huang Kaiwen replied. Glancing at Paul Martini. It's quite intelligent. What is its name, Uncle Kaiwen? The young master asked impatiently. Paul, it's named Paul. Huang Kaiwen smiled. Paolo Maldini. The young master glanced at the bird, then turned to his father, unable to suppress a chuckle. Go play with Paolo. He generally doesn't attack humans. Huang Kaiwen said, ruffling the young master's hair. Unable to contain his excitement, the young master leaped from the sofa and rushed to the birdcage to play. Why did you give him such a name? Maldini inquired. Although naming pets in such a manner is common in Europe, parrots are not typically regarded as common pets. And he found it somewhat peculiar. Oh, it just seems that Paolo sounds delightful, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. Had it not been for this parrot's arrival, Huang Kaiwen had intended to venture onto the streets to rescue a stray cat or dog. He was not particularly fond of pets, but felt compelled to have one named Paolo to express Huang's admiration for Maldini. I think Paolo is quite a lovely name, Ramos chimed in. Having spent 6 months in Milan, he had acquired a smattering of Italian, enabling him to engage in basic conversations. While he could understand most, speaking was somewhat laborious, hence he took a moment before responding. Well then, Paolo it is, Maldini sighed, observing his elder son amusing the bird, feeling an indescribable sensation. You haven't mentioned what brings you to Madrid. Huang Kaiwen inquired with a grin. It's just Cristiano. He started feigning illness to avoid training, Maldini lamented. His elder son was becoming increasingly worrisome. What does that have to do with your trip to Madrid? He claimed he wanted to see your Champions League match and promised that if you brought him to the Bernabeu to watch a game, he would train diligently before the season's end. Maldini replied helplessly. Let him come. He can stay at home. There are plenty of empty rooms, Huang Kaiwen reassured, patting Maldini's shoulder. Alas, I can only rely on Kaiwen now. Maldini shook his head. Huang Kaiwen exclaimed, damn it, I still feel rather irked. In a moment of impulse, Huang Kaiwen thought that when he has children, he would name one Paolo. However, Huang Paolo doesn't quite have the same ring. He could only blame Uncle Paolo for that. The three adults sat on the sofa, engaging in conversation while watching television, as the young master squatted nearby, amusing Paolo. Are there any fullbacks left in Milan after your injury? Huang Kaiwen asked. Maldini, now older, had sustained numerous minor injuries, even if they weren't severe. Aside from the season when Huang Kaiwen transferred to Milan, Maldini had played only a little over 10 matches in recent seasons, focusing his energy on the Champions League. For a player nearing 40, one cannot expect too much. Still those two old fellows, Maldini remarked, referring to Favalli and Colazza. Huang Kaiwen rubbed his temples. Last summer had been overwhelming, and he had closely followed Milan as transfers. He was surprised to find that the fullback positions had not been refreshed, and they hadn't even signed a local left-back. The combined age of the three who could play on the left exceeded 100 years. Come the next transfer window, he must keep a close watch on Milan's signings. The esteemed Huang indeed bore some responsibility. He had consistently recommended offensive players to Milan. Perhaps, when the matches resume, he could inquire if the opponent's defenders might be interested in playing for Milan. I believe Arsenal's defenders are quite impressive, Ramos remarked. Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement, yet questioned why they would solely target Arsenal players. Aside from players like Ramos and Evra, who are not easily obtainable, and the older legends like Maldini. It seems that in recent years, the finest left-backs have indeed emerged from Arsenal. Ashley Cole, during his prime, was undoubtedly the best in the world. Chelsea, along with future contenders like Manchester City and Barcelona, have their eyes set on poaching from Arsenal, and Milan's involvement is hardly surprising. If players must depart, it is likely that Wenger would prefer them not to bolster rival teams within the Premier League. I should discuss this with the higher-ups, Maldini suggested, feeling that Milan ought to acquire a left-back, given that Colazza has primarily played as a center-back lately, leaving only him and the nearly 40-year-old Favalli to rotate. Perhaps I should speak with Barbara about it, Huang Kaiwen proposed. Very well, just remember to mention it to her, Maldini replied. The conversation shifted to the Champions League. Mourinho previously said he didn't want to face you, but now claims to have found a way to deal with you, Maldini chuckled. Don't pay him any mind. That's just Mourinho's nature, Huang Kaiwen responded. He praised me because he hadn't had the chance to face me. When the time comes, even if he lauds his opponent, he won't easily concede defeat. Once he encounters Kaiwen, he will truly understand despair, Ramos scoffed. Aside from injuries, nothing can hinder Kaiwen's progress. Even if his sister were to play alongside him, they would still seize the Champions League title. Uncle Kaiwen, Paul isn't following my lead. The young master ran over to complain. Paul Maldini believed the young master was being intentional. Since Paul is being disobedient, let us play some games together, Huang Kaiwen suggested. Paul is watching television, so we can use the computer. All right, Uncle Kaiwen, I won't play with Paul anymore. He is a silly bird. The young master chuckled, casting a sly glance at his father. This kid is being deliberately provocative. Paul Maldini resolved to wield the bamboo board again when he returned home, ensuring that Chris would learn who truly held authority. Once the system booted up, Huang Kaiwen inquired, what do you wish to play? I want to engage in a game that allows for competition against others. I don't enjoy playing against the computer, the young master replied. Having grown weary of playing handheld games in bed, he sought something more interactive. How about this? An action shooter game akin to CS. Huang Kaiwen asked, hovering the cursor over dream of 300 million mouse gunfight. Forget it, I don't like shooting games. The young master shook his head. Huang Kaiwen scratched his head, finding the boy somewhat challenging. He recalled that at this age, elementary students loved playing CF in internet cafes. He certainly couldn't have the young master playing Legends. Why don't you watch me play? The young master suggested. That's fine. I'll play casually, and if I find something you like. He activated a proxy and casually opened Haofeng. Even though it might lag a bit, it was still better than nothing. He found a Dota room and entered to play. Uncle Kevin, what does this mean? Asked the young master. Oh, currency, Huang Kevin explained. Is it about dealing the final blow? Indeed, you are quite astute, Huang Kevin chuckled. He refrained from mentioning that the young master had already grasped it. Children often adapt to new games more readily than adults. Then why are you hitting your own minions? After observing for a while, the young master inquired of Huang Kevin. This is known as denying. By attacking your own minions, you prevent your opponent from accumulating resources. I understand, the young master nodded. 30 minutes later, Huang Kevin tossed the mouse aside, cursing, damn teammates. It was no surprise they lost, given the minor conflicts that led to conceding points to the opposing team. After a couple of rounds, they ventured out for a solo match, where Huang Kevin was entirely overwhelmed. What are you talking about, Uncle Kevin? Nothing, give it a try? Huang Kevin replied, shaking his head. The young master sat at the computer and swiftly got the hang of it. While his skill was somewhat lacking due to insufficient practice, he adeptly imitated Huang Kevin's strategies for earning currency and securing last hits, displaying commendable technique. Huang Kevin occasionally offered guidance, and despite his deaths, the young master did not complain. Such a mindset was impressive. Chris, don't play games all the time. Take care of your eyes, Martino reminded. All right, I'll finish this match. Dad, the young master responded without turning back. Though he faced frequent defeats, the intense competitive mode and the various equipment combinations fascinated Christian Martino. Are you not listening? Martino stood up to pull the young master away. Huang Kevin quickly interjected. Let him finish. You wouldn't want to interrupt his enjoyment, would you? Humph, fine, let him finish. Martino conceded. After the match, the young master obediently settled onto the sofa. Later that evening, after dinner, Paolo Martino, reluctant to leave, prepared to depart with the young master. Why not stay? There are plenty of rooms in the house, Huang Kevin asked as they walked into the yard. Ah, your house has too many distractions. Chris can't control himself, Martino sighed. Very well, I'll have the driver take you, Huang Kevin said, patting Martino's shoulder. Once the Martino father and son had left, Huang Kevin and Ramos played a bit more of their game before heading to bed. It was just past midnight, time for the new month store to refresh. However, what caught his eye was a notification for a newly acquired fate points. Significantly alters the fate of the mediocre player Christian Martino, granting 200 fate points. Huang Kevin decided to save this for last, for the young master was no ordinary individual. He turned his attention to the shop. Special template, Grandpa Nyo 1000. 000 destiny points. Template, Meyer 10,000 points. Yashin 10,000 points. Zoff 10,000 points. Skills, Powerful Hand Throw 2,000 points. Game Proficiency 100 points. Items, 24-hour Injury Immunity Card 20 points. Special Item, Balotelli's Fireworks 200 points. Big-eared Tutu. Huang Kaiwen has not seen this animation, as it was released rather late. He recalls that Grandpa Nyo supposedly allows one to open an internet cafe for 200 yuan, which is quite impressive, though its combat prowess leaves much to be desired. The three templates represent goalkeepers from former West Germany, the Soviet Union, and Italy, all of which Huang Kaiwen cannot possibly acquire. Even if Balotelli's Fireworks were given away for free, Huang Kaiwen would decline, fearing it might adversely affect his intellect. After glancing at his 9,470 destiny points, Huang Kaiwen spent 120 points to purchase the immunity card and Game Proficiency. The skill of Game Proficiency enables one to reach a basic professional level in various games. Even in jumping rope, it slightly enhances reaction speed. Any improvement is welcome. His reaction speed and hand-eye coordination have recently seen significant enhancement. Should he venture into gaming, Huang Xiaowang might very well secure a championship title. Observing the transformation of the young master's destiny, Huang Kaiwen clicked on the Destiny showcase, and a scene unfolded before him. Since playing Dota at your home, Christian Martini has become infatuated with Dota-style games. However, computers are not like handheld devices, which one can casually use in bed. Christian Martini finds himself in great distress, only managing to play occasionally. Upon entering middle school, Christian Martini seized opportunities to distribute flyers and assisted his grandparents in trimming the weeds in their yard, eventually saving enough money to assemble a computer. To conceal this computer, he excavated a pit in his room and designed a hidden compartment, even connecting the internet cable from his neighbor's house. He finally achieved the freedom to play Dota, and to prevent his parents from discovering it, he honed the skill of discerning sounds, enabling him to swiftly return the computer to its hidden space within seconds. You invested in a collaboration between Riot and Tencent, and League of Legends began to sweep the globe. Christian Martini also started engaging with LOL, favoring the role of a mid-lane assassin. As S1 progressed, he climbed to a score of over 1,900, witnessing numerous Asian competitions with an excellent atmosphere. Christian Martini resolved to pursue a professional career in China, managing to persuade his father. Under your guidance, the young Christian Martini joined We, a name that holds a special sentiment for you, having watched Sky compete in Warcraft. Christian Martini is exceptionally gifted and quickly rose to prominence. By 2012, at the tender age of 16, Christian was already vying for a starting position against Zhao Feng. Gaining the upper hand, Zhao Feng only made sporadic appearances with a card, while Christian consistently took the lead. Regrettably, We was always on the verge of greatness, but fell short. In 2013, with the emergence of Faker, Christian, now a mainstay in We, led the team to the S3 finals, only to succumb to SKT1. As an Italian, he felt a profound sense of humiliation at losing to the Koreans. Thus, Christian embarked on an intense regimen, dedicating 14 hours daily to ranked matches. After dominating the domestic server in duo queues, he and his partner turned their sights to the Korean server. In a pivotal mid-lane duel, Christian executed a stunning display with Zed against Faker's LeBlanc, prompting Yuluin to publicly declare that the young master was the world's premier mid-laner, attributing Faker's success to the Korean team's framework. In 2014, during the S4 finals, the increasingly seasoned Christian still could not overcome SSW, facing yet another elimination by a Korean team. Bored and temporarily stepping away from competition, Christian invited you to join We. Despite your age of around 30, your enhanced capabilities allowed you to maintain remarkable reflexes, making you the oldest professional player at that time. Your innovative strategies in ranked matches and adept jungle ganks won you the affectionate moniker Dark Kevin among fans, though the S4 season concluded without triumph. In the 2015 spring split, your first match as Lee Sin saw you infamously deal 396 damage, drawing ridicule from critics who doubted We's prospects, with some suggesting you return home to tend to your family. However, you staged a robust comeback alongside Christian, dominating the LPL as a formidable mid-jungle duo. Christian believed he could finally exact revenge, yet Milan's poor performance led you to return as a player coach during the summer, missing out on S5. Christian faced Faker once more in the S5 finals, suffering defeat again. Through reflection, Christian finally grasped a crucial lesson: one must rely on oneself. At your behest, we recruited several outstanding players and shunned any Korean assistance to avoid being outperformed. We experienced a resurgence, with vengeance in his heart. Christian unleashed a devastating performance in the American Championship. In the finals, he encountered Faker again and, prior to the match, publicly kissed his girlfriend. This time he excelled, leading his teammates to a decisive victory over SKT1 with a score of 3-0. After clinching the championship, Christian kissed his girlfriend before millions of live viewers. Meanwhile, a visibly shaken Faker, upon seeing the woman in Christian's arms, turned pale, tears welling in his eyes as he trembled and whispered a name, Enjing. Upon witnessing this, Huang Kaiwen found himself at a loss for words. The ability to engage one's intellect is indeed a commendable trait. One wonders from whom this child has acquired such acumen. The eldest son of the old Ma family has been exceptionally astute since childhood. The following morning, Huang Kaiwen recalled the news. During breakfast, he requested someone to retrieve the newspapers from the past couple of days. In the latest edition of Marca, an announcement from the official website of the Spanish Football Federation was published, stating, after thorough review and in conjunction with the accounts of the referee and the player who took the penalty, Ramos, We have concluded that the goal in the match between Real Madrid and Sevilla was indeed scored by Kaiwen with a header. Therefore, in that match, Kaiwen netted 5 goals. With Ramos providing an assist from a free kick, he did not score directly from the free kick. They have annulled your goal, Huang Kaiwen exclaimed. Ramos, who was sharing breakfast, chuckled and replied, "It is quite normal. That was never my goal." Sergio, I truly did not score that goal, Ramos insisted. Well, Huang Kaiwen shook his head in response. He had felt at the time that he had not touched the ball. And the golden boy did not particularly care about that one goal. However, his good friend Ramos's attitude deeply moved him. Huang Kaiwen thought it might be wise to engage in some investments with Ramos. Otherwise, this fellow would eventually squander all his earnings from football. In the Cruyff column of Mundo Deportivo, Mourinho has once again exhibited his capricious nature. He even mentioned devising a strategy against Kaiwen. I believe he made such remarks upon witnessing Kaiwen's injury in the league. That man revels in grandiloquence. He has achieved some successes. Yet he falls woefully short in trophy count compared to coaches like Ancelotti and Ferguson. Nonetheless, his words make him appear as if he is the world's foremost coach. Cruyff and Mourinho has persisted for several years, with both seizing any opportunity to disparage one another. Mourinho's unpleasant tenure at Barcelona has given rise to numerous tales. The essence remains the same. He felt belittled, and it wounded his pride, thus fueling his animosity towards Barcelona. Huang Kaiwen, not being directly involved, found it hard to render judgment on such matters. However, the dynamic between Mourinho and Cruyff is undeniably intriguing. The previous day's Gazzetta dello Sport reported, Kaiwen's goalkeeping blunder due to injury is not fortuitous for Real Madrid. In Kaiwen's absence, Capello's team lacks the means to penetrate a dense defense, while Mourinho excels in defensive strategies. The upcoming match at the Bernabeu promises to be a tedious and uneventful affair. Huang Kaiwen continued to peruse the papers. Besides his injury and the controversy surrounding the goal attribution, the mainstream media was predominantly focused on the feud between Mourinho and Cruyff. Real Madrid and Chelsea were set to clash, with Capello remaining relatively silent, while Mourinho and Cruyff were engaged in fervent exchanges. One might easily assume from their statements that Cruyff was the coach of Real Madrid. After breakfast, Ramos drove Huang Kaiwen to training. A journalist captured images of him arriving at Valdebebas. Huang Kaiwen switched between several channels, yet he could not find any updates regarding his recovery on television. If he could not find it, so be it. Huang Kaiwen and Ramos watched the Champions League together. Manchester United triumphed over Fenerbahce with a score of 2-0. While Barcelona narrowly defeated Schalke 04 by a single goal. Barring any unforeseen circumstances, both teams have likely secured their places in the semi-finals. Considering their opponents were not particularly formidable. After the matches, the two retired early for the night, as the following day marked Real Madrid's match day. Upon arrival at the training facility in the morning, the team engaged in a brief session of recovery training before Capello summoned the entire squad to the tactical room. Regardless of one's sentiments towards Mourinho, every coach facing Chelsea knows better than to underestimate the team. Today promised to be a grueling battle. Capello stated directly. We may need to employ more strategies. Robin, you will start today. Focus on making breakthroughs to earn free kicks. Kevin, you will take the set pieces to dismantle their defensive wall, understood? I understand, coach. Robin nodded in response, although he was not particularly fond of this tactical arrangement. Being in the starting lineup was a privilege, and he felt it unwise to ask for more. Excellent. The return of our defenders is crucial. Which is good news for us, Capello remarked with rare amusement. As long as you all pass the ball to Kevin, I am confident victory will still be ours. Our tactics have never wavered. It always revolves around passing to Kevin, Cassano murmured. Antonio Cassano, Capello exclaimed, slapping the table in frustration. Even if you know, you should not voice it. Should we refrain from passing to Kevin, allowing him to flourish like Ancelotti's players? Look at those Milan players. None possess Kevin's terrifying scoring efficiency. Capello believed that Ancelotti, that rotund figure, had failed to fully harness Huang Kaiwen's potential. His tactics were indeed the most sound. The only drawback was that this strategy sounded rather unappealing when articulated. Cassano shrank back, promptly silencing himself, as he had no desire to be relegated to the B team again. His current B team mates had been keen to invite him out, and after 2 demotions, he had forged solid friendships with them. Should he be demoted once more, he would likely become the top scorer of the B team. After a midday nap, The entire Real Madrid squad departed for the Bernabeu nearly 2 hours ahead of schedule. While incidents were rare in Madrid, it was prudent to allow ample time. However, as the team bus had yet to exit the parking lot, an unforeseen mishap occurred. With a resounding bang, the bus tilted slightly. Real Madrid's bus had suffered a flat tire. Yesterday, the stunning long-range strike from Sporting Lisbon's midfielder was quite remarkable. Arsenal should focus on maintaining their league position, as a less extensive squad does have its advantages. Brothers, I have good news for you. Tomorrow I'm going to promote my big push. Please support me with monthly votes and recommendations. Wait a moment. I will change the tire, said the bus driver, stepping out to attend to the issue. The stars of Real Madrid remained on the bus, chatting animatedly, their excitement palpable, as if they were school children on a spring outing. Let us go lend a hand, Huang Kaiwen suggested, turning his head. Let us do it, Raul agreed, and Ramos joined them, rising as well. 3 individuals descended, swiftly capturing the attention of the entire team. The players and coaching staff rose, eager to witness the unfolding spectacle. Suddenly, a loud crash resonated. Huang Kaiwen hurried down, only to find the driver sprawled on the ground, a tire lying not far from him. Were you struck? Huang Kaiwen inquired, bending down. No, but it seems I've twisted my waist, the driver grimaced, his expression betraying his discomfort. Damn it, Capello cursed. Changing a tire was already a time-consuming task, and now they had to find another bus driver. Let us handle it. Otherwise, we may run out of time, Huang Kaiwen gestured. He had drawn the card for expert repair, yet this was his first experience with a tire change. Uncertain if he might overlook any critical details, Raul and Ramos quickly stepped forward. Ramos lifted the tire and rolled it forward, while Raul carried the toolbox. And Salgado approached with the jack, ready to lend a hand. A few Dutch players were also eager to assist, though they had little to offer. How do we proceed? Kevin, Ramos queried. First, loosen the bolts on several tires. This way, the jack won't bend. Remember to follow a diagonal sequence, Huang Kaiwen instructed. Short videos were not entirely without merit. This peculiar knowledge was something he had previously encountered. Ramos took the toolbox from Raul, crouched down, and began loosening the bolts. By the time you're finished, the match will be over, Cassano remarked, standing beside Ramos with a smirk. Get lost, or do you want to do it? Ramos waved him off, feeling a sense of urgency. I'll do it. I'll do it, Cassano called to Higuain, who promptly approached to take the tools and adeptly loosen the bolts. Cassano assisted from the side, and the two worked together with remarkable proficiency. Soon, everyone became an observer as Higuain and Cassano seamlessly changed the tire, executing the task with impressive speed. The Real Madrid stars were taken aback by their teammates' skill in this moment of crisis. These two kids are quite reliable when it counts, Galbiati chuckled. Indeed, Capello nodded. His spirits lifted considerably as he sighed in relief after the tire was replaced. What about the bus driver? Baldini inquired. Without a bus driver, we cannot head to the Bernabeu. Let me handle it, Cassano, still exhilarated from the tire change, declared. If you drive, I wouldn't dare to ride along, Ramos retorted. Don't be ridiculous. Do you even have a bus driver's license? Huang Kaiwen interjected, restraining the eager Cassano. The Italian A license pertains to motorcycles, while the B license is for cars, for the kind of motorcycle seen in Roman holiday, with a cylinder capacity not exceeding 50 cubic centimeters and relatively low horsepower. The AM class is easiest to obtain and can be applied for at the age of 14. Following this is the A1, then the A2, where one must hold an A2 for 2 years or be over 24 years old to apply for the A class, which has no restrictions on cylinder capacity or horsepower for motorcycles. The vehicles in question are sequentially designated as B1, B, B96, and B. The B1 refers to a type of beach all-terrain vehicle, while the standard driving license is categorized as a B license. Cassano presumably possesses a B license as well. Yet his presence at the Bernabeu, captured by reporters, may embroil him in controversy once again. I shall take the wheel, declared Salgado. My driving license is valid. And to be honest, I have always yearned to drive a coach, taking my family and friends on adventures. I never anticipated that today would be the day. Then it is settled. You shall drive. Raul nodded in agreement, finding Salgado to be far more reliable than Cassano. Upon returning to the coach, Huang Kaiwen continued to scrutinize Higuain and Cassano. Despite being proficient in maintenance, he acknowledged that these two were professionals in their own right. I have heard that Figo also drove a coach, Pepe interjected. He joined the Portuguese national team in 2006. And I have gleaned some insights into the happenings of the national team post-2000 through various news reports. Is that so? I was unaware of this, Huang Kaiwen chuckled, inquiring. How did he fare behind the wheel? Salgado's driving was remarkably smooth, void of any jarring sensations. It seems he collided with quite a few obstacles, Pepe remarked, rubbing the back of his head. I believe I recall this incident, Raul chuckled. It was during the European Championship, and it even made the news. Indeed, Pepe nodded, laughing in agreement. Raul proceeded to recount several amusing anecdotes involving superstar players at Real Madrid. When the coach finally arrived at the Bernabeu, it was approximately 40 minutes later than anticipated. Fortunately, Real Madrid had set off early, allowing ample time for warm-ups. Once in the locker room, everyone began to change into their gear. Capello cast a worried glance at Dudek and then at Huang Kaiwen. Dudek's chemistry with his teammates was rather lackluster, having only appeared once since his transfer to Real Madrid. Following Huang Kaiwen's previous goalkeeping blunder, Capello suspected that Huang Kaiwen was eager to redeem himself on the pitch. Each time Huang Kaiwen faced skepticism, he managed to silence his critics with remarkable performances. Capello believed that Huang Kaiwen shared a similar indomitable spirit. His disciplined diet and additional training at home were testaments to the effort he had invested to achieve his current stature. Capello was still deliberating whether to allow Huang Kaiwen to take the goalkeeper position today. Dudek trained diligently, yet with Casillas's unwavering stability, his opportunities were limited. Moreover, due to the language barrier, the Polish Dudek could only communicate with a select few teammates. English was not widely spoken within the Real Madrid squad, with those fluent typically occupying forward positions. In the past, McManaman and Beckham had Salgado to assist them, but now that Salgado had faded from the starting lineup, there was no one on the defense who could converse with Dudek. That Mourinho certainly has the audacity, Ramos quipped. This morning, I saw him claim he could contain Huang Kaiwen. Ramos was quite irked by this assertion. I concur. Today he is in for a rough time, Cassano nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, Huang Kaiwen pondered another matter. Under normal circumstances, Mourinho should have faced dismissal by now, yet he had managed to remain in charge longer than expected, surpassing his previous tenure at Chelsea. Capello, too, had been coaching Real Madrid for nearly a season. And a common thread between the two teams was their mutual engagement of Dr. Melserman. Upon closer inspection, one might wonder if Dr. Meersman plays a pivotal role in stabilizing the coaching positions of teams that enlist his services. It appears almost mystical, yet profoundly sensible. Perhaps in a few years, he could be sent to Arsenal, allowing the professor to extend his tenure there. Kevin, I bought something this morning. Would you care to try it? Sneijder offered, presenting a scratch card. Robin rolled his eyes, internally cursing the sycophant. With a smile, Huang Kaiwen accepted the card and scratched it, revealing the symbol of a second prize. You are incredibly fortunate, Kevin. The luckiest person I have ever met. Sneijder exclaimed. Let us celebrate our victory with this prize, Huang Kaiwen replied with a grin. Viewing the maximum anticipation meter, he opted for a lottery draw. Ding! You have received a single match experience card for the 1989 to 1990 Toyota Cup, Medellin Nacional vs AC Milan, featuring René Higuita. This marked Huang Kaiwen's fourth encounter with a goalkeeper card, a rarity indeed. Today, he was bestowed with a madcap goalkeeper. Huang Kaiwen glanced at Dudek. Capello. Huang Kaiwen intently, suddenly lit up with excitement. Kevin is still the same Kevin. What he has lost, he will surely reclaim. Kevin, are you considering playing as a goalkeeper? Capello inquired. As soon as he spoke, the locker room fell silent. I have some thoughts, Huang Kaiwen nodded. Dudek paused in his tasks, his mindset remarkably positive now. After all, he was earning a salary at Real Madrid while also securing medals, rendering the question of playing time irrelevant. Do we have a goalkeeper's jersey ready for Kevin? Capello asked. Goalkeepers wear distinct colors to assist referees in observing the penalty area, given that they enjoy certain privileges within it. The sizes of their protective gloves also vary. Yes, of course. Giampiero nodded. After Kevin takes on the goalkeeping role, I have already informed the equipment manager to prepare 2 sets of gear for him. That settles it. Kevin will guard the goal today, Capello announced, surveying the locker room. With Huang Kaiwen in goal, a starting position would be vacated. Several offensive players were eager for an opportunity in this match. Higuain, noticing Capello's gaze upon him, displayed a look of anticipation. If he were to start today, He would let go of the previous match's grievances. Capello turned to Higuain, stating, "Snader, you're starting today?" Higuain silently bowed his head, regretting not having swung the jack at Capello's head earlier. "Very well, that's the arrangement. I must attend the press conference now." In the Bernabeu press room, Capello donned a deep blue cashmere coat, paired with a blue shirt and red tie, complemented by gradient blue glasses. His fashion was impeccable. Mourinho, in contrast, wore a standard black suit with a white shirt, a more commonplace ensemble. However, in terms of appearance, Mourinho had a distinct edge over Capello. His defiant gaze easily connected this dashing young manager with the notorious figure depicted in newspapers. Among the elite coaches in contemporary football, only Wenger can rival Mourinho in terms of charisma. Jose, how do you intend to counter Kevin today? Will you employ close marking or increase tackles? Can you genuinely contain Kevin, Jose? The two questions were posed to Mourinho. Jose is the Portuguese pronunciation, while Jose in Spanish is pronounced as Jose, indicating the journalist's origins. Mr. Mourinho, this is your first encounter with Kevin. Could you share your thoughts? Fabio, when can we expect Casillas' return from injury? Today, it is indeed Dudek starting, correct? Mr. Capello, sources suggest that your relationship with Cassano has yet to improve. Is that true? Mourinho interjected, stating, "I never discuss matters that have not transpired. Yet we all know that Real Madrid will not perpetually win. In fact, they have lost to some lesser teams. I have seen reports regarding Kevin's recovery. But regardless of who plays, we shall strive for victory. I will not alter my tactics based on their starting lineup. That is not my style." A sarcastic smile appeared on Capello's face. He had never encountered a coach who did not target Kevin, and Mourinho would certainly be no exception. However, what impact would Mourinho's focus on Kevin have today? Would he instruct others to harass Kevin in Real Madrid's penalty area? Jose, who do you believe will be pivotal today? A journalist inquired. Kevin will undoubtedly shine, yet Chelsea's defense is equally formidable. They boast some of the world's finest defenders, and any attacking player will encounter difficulties. Capello rested his hands on the table, observing the unfolding drama, eager to hear Mourinho's conclusion. It is no wonder many coaches harbor disdain for Mourinho. His bravado is overwhelming. Capello pondered how Mourinho would respond if Chelsea were to lose. Once Mourinho finished speaking, Capello pulled the microphone closer, stating, "You have posed several questions, and I shall address them all, but only once. I hold no animosity towards Cassano. He is akin to a disobedient child in need of guidance to rectify certain issues. Regardless of my actions, my intentions are always benevolent. As for the starting lineup, do you believe I would disclose it to you beforehand? So, let us maintain professionalism and refrain from such inquiries in the future. I can merely assure you that I have arranged the most logical starting roster." With that, Capello rose, disinterested in seeking the spotlight at the press conference, especially given the first half of the season plagued by Huang Kaiwen's injury. When Real Madrid faltered, journalists seemed eager to devour him, frequently invoking the notion of Kevin's dependency. Now, with Huang Kaiwen's return, the journalist's demeanor has transformed entirely, even if he appeased their demands. Should victory elude them today, there would be no kind words post-match. After Capello's departure, Mourinho graciously offered a few more remarks before exiting. However, his good spirits quickly dissipated. He had just departed from the pre-match press conference when his assistant, Villas-Boas, anxiously handed him a piece of paper at the entrance, exclaiming, "Jose, you must see this." "What is the rush? One must remain composed in times of trouble," Mourinho replied with a smile. As he accepted the A4 sheet and glanced down, he noticed something amiss. Instinctively skipping over the names of the goalkeeper and defenders, he found, to his astonishment, that Huang Kaiwen was conspicuously absent from the list of midfield and forward players. Mourinho's hands trembled slightly as he was engulfed in a wave of elation. Could it be that Kaiwen had not yet recovered from his injury? To ensure he had not misread, Mourinho resolved to examine the document once more. Goalkeeper Kaiwen, what follows next? He continued scanning, his eyes widening as they ascended to the name in the goalkeeper position, the very individual he sought. "Jose, did you see that?" Villas-Boas inquired. "If Kaiwen is playing as the goalkeeper, your arrangements would not have been in vain. This is indeed fortuitous." Taking a deep breath, Mourinho remarked, "At least we need not fret over defending against Kaiwen." However, internally, Mourinho cursed Capello for his audacity. Despite Kaiwen's previous blunder against Sevilla, Mourinho would not underestimate his goalkeeping prowess. In fact, he had scrutinized Kaiwen's performance in the 2004 to 2005 Champions League final numerous times, and the goalkeeper had displayed remarkable skill. Although some of his techniques did not align with modern goalkeeping standards, his innate talent and reflexes were undeniable. Achieving such a level without professional training was certainly formidable. Suppressing his astonishment, Mourinho began to strategize. Huang Kaiwen is starting as the goalkeeper today. This marks his third appearance in that position, including the Champions League final. Yet it is his first time as a starter. Indeed, based on the warm-up, it appeared he had overcome the shadow of his previous mistake. I believe Kaiwen's goalkeeping ability is commendable. Of course, just ask Dudek. He is now teammates with Kaiwen, he chuckled. Kaiwen, donning his gloves, took to the field, causing a stir worldwide. Crudeli, in the commentary booth, repeatedly exclaimed, "Damn Capello! How dare he? This is going to be quite the match," he mused. Honestly, I have long anticipated a confrontation between Kaiwen and Mourinho. Kaiwen often graces the front pages, and Mourinho is also a figure of news. Madrid's, and their defense appears even stronger. Real Madrid's defenders tend to be reckless, pressing forward in attack and relying on flying tackles or Casillas' miraculous saves during defense. What a thrilling spectacle. It indeed seems true. Madrid's defenders must always provide Casillas with some work to do. With Kaiwen in goal today, one wonders if the real defenders will push forward as they usually do. I hope they do, for I have no other intention than to witness Kaiwen's goalkeeping prowess. On the field, during warm-ups, Ramos, hands on his hips, exclaimed, "Today, let us be astute in defense. We may forego offense, but we must not concede goals carelessly." Indeed, Sergio is correct. De Jong nodded in agreement. As the unsung hero of the Dutch locker room, he harbored a fondness for Huang Kaiwen. Pepe, having returned from injury, turned to Ramos and remarked, "You would fare much better if you advanced less." "I shall be cautious," Ramos replied, nodding as he glanced at Torres. Miguel Torres promptly raised an arm. "Speaking with the earnestness of a schoolboy, defense is paramount. I assure you, I will not venture beyond the halfway line today." "Very well. It seems we have reached a consensus," Ramos said with satisfaction. When Kaiwen guards the goal, who would dare to squander a one-on-one opportunity? He would not let it pass without consequence. In the stands, the Bernabeu Stadium unveiled a banner depicting a photo of last season's league victory, where Real Madrid triumphed by a significant margin. With Huang Kaiwen celebrating in the corner flag area, they relished the prospect of trampling Barcelona even more than their victory over Manchester United in the Champions League final. Although it was somewhat surprising to see Huang Kaiwen warming up in gloves today, the American fans remained confident he would be the pivotal player. Cassano, who did not start, applied a bit more power to his shot during warm-ups, yet Huang Kaiwen executed a clean and swift dive, successfully intercepting the ball. Beauty attempted a free kick, only to have it deflected by Huang Kaiwen's single hand onto the crossbar. St. Kaiwen, St. Kaiwen, St. Kaiwen. The American fans were exuberant, eager to witness Huang Kaiwen keep a clean sheet against their opponents. After the match, observing the dejected expressions of their rivals, particularly that arrogant coach, would only enhance their satisfaction. Iker Casillas is a goalkeeper with both pronounced strengths and weaknesses. His reaction speed and agility are remarkable, and his dribbling, ball control, and set-piece skills surpass those of the average goalkeeper, shining in certain matches. However, his overall goalkeeping ability does not reach elite status. Conversely, his decisiveness in clearing the ball outside the penalty area is noteworthy, earning him admiration even from Neuer. Fortunately, Huang Kaiwen's innate talent is formidable. With exceptional dynamic vision and unparalleled hand-eye coordination, coupled with lightning-fast reflexes, he compensates for Casillas' shortcomings. While Casillas' set-piece prowess may not match that of fellow goalkeeper Chilavert, Huang Kaiwen can bridge this gap through sheer talent, rendering him virtually without flaws. As he returned to the players' tunnel alongside his teammates, Huang Kaiwen pondered the question of whether to frequently advance from his goal. "Hey, Kaiwen, I heard you're headed to Chelsea?" Huang Kaiwen nodded, only to see the smiling face of Ashley Cole. "What you heard is mere rumor," he replied, shaking his head, secretly noting that he did not recognize the man. "What a pity. I once saw you out with Inzaghi, and I thought we would get along splendidly," Ashley Cole said, shaking his head. Huang Kaiwen responded, "Since you are married, you ought to refrain from wandering." Despite the envy of many around the globe for Ashley Cole, he remained oblivious to the beauty of his wife. a true testament to his ignorance. Huang Kaiwen has been conversing amiably with Chelsea players, suggesting that the rumors surrounding him and the club may indeed hold some truth. However, let us first examine the starting lineups of both teams. Real Madrid adopts a 4-3-3 formation with dual defensive midfielders, goalkeeper, Huang Kaiwen, defenders, Heinz, Pepe, Ramos, Miguel Torres. Midfielders, Gago, Guti, De Jong. Forwards, Sneijder, Raul, Robben. Chelsea, on the other hand, utilizes a 4-3-2-1 formation with wide midfielders, goalkeeper, Kudasini, defenders, Ashley Cole, Ricardo Carvalho, Terry. Paulo Ferreira, midfielders, Lampard, Ballack, Makelele, Eshin, Joe Cole, forward, Drogba. Today, neither team fields its first-choice goalkeeper. Huang Kaiwen steps in for the injured Casillas, and his goalkeeping prowess is undoubtedly reliable. Indeed, last season, Cech suffered a severe injury during a match against Reading, but remarkably returned to the pitch in just 3 months. However, despite a stellar performance this season, Cech has not been able to evade the grip of injuries, marking this as his second setback of the season. Carlo Kudasini is the son of the legendary Italian goalkeeper Fabio Kudasini, who is a celebrated figure at AC Milan, yet burdened by the immense pressure from his father's legacy. He opted to depart from AC Milan and ultimately sought his fortune in England. Having an exceptionally accomplished father can indeed impose significant pressure on a child. It is said that Zidane's son uses his mother's surname while at the Real Madrid Youth Academy. Yet, amidst all this, my primary focus lies on Chelsea's formation today. Jean, do you see the 3 defensive midfielders? Indeed, it appears that Ballack, Makelele, and Eshin are positioned as defensive midfielders, while Lampard and Joe Cole play as wide midfielders, possessing the flexibility to venture into central positions. This formation exhibits a degree of agility. However, I suspect that these 3 defensive midfielders have been deployed specifically to counter Huang Kaiwen, who is positioned as the goalkeeper today. Mourinho's introduction of a 3 defensive midfielder formation seems miscalculated, as the tactical arrangements of both coaches have already ignited my fervor even before the match has commenced. Regardless of the outcome, today's game promises to be captivating. As the clock struck 6:45 p.m. in Madrid, referee Klaus Berglund blew the whistle to signal the start of the match. Raul initiated the play with a quick lateral pass, instinctively directing it to the left flank, only to realize that Sneijder was there. Sneijder seized the ball and surged forward. Eager to make an impression, Joe Cole made a token attempt to intercept, but was swiftly outpaced by Sneijder. Eshin rushed towards Sneijder, with Ferreira closing in from behind. Sneijder glanced up, then deftly flicked the ball with his left foot, sending it rapidly from the left flank to the right side of the pitch. Robben suddenly burst into action, sprinting past Ashley Cole to receive the ball. Confronting a former teammate, Robben maintained his composure. Approaching the edge of the penalty area, he feigned a shift and wait to deceive Carvalho, then deftly nudged the ball into the penalty box with the outside of his foot. Before Carvalho could make a challenge, Robben struck the ball with his left foot. Bang! The ball soared skyward, hurtling towards the stands. Oh dear, that shot was rather outrageous. If the left-footed player fails to maintain control, it is all too easy to send the ball soaring high. At the start, Robben exhibited remarkable ball control, yet his final shot was subpar. Mourinho, shouting instructions from the sidelines, must have felt discontented as Real Madrid seized an early opportunity to strike. Had Robben managed to keep his shot down, it would have posed a significant threat to Chelsea's goal. As Chelsea resumed play, Raul executed a splendid pressing move. After turning to pass back, he was brought down, and the ball reached Guti, though the referee did not blow the whistle. Guti's pass was intercepted, and Eshin swiftly redirected the ball to the center, leading to a long clearance from Makelele. Kevin Huang surged forward, contesting a header in the center circle, beating out both Drogba and Joe Cole to clear the ball. He gestured for Ramos to retreat while he carried the ball to midfield before passing to a teammate. Huang's boldness appeared to intimidate the Real Madrid players. Sneijder, receiving the ball, hesitated to initiate a fast break, waiting for Huang to return. This moment reminded me of Colombian goalkeeper Higuita, and Huang's foray into goalkeeping indeed brought us an unexpected thrill. Robben, upon receiving the ball again, deftly maneuvered with his left foot to create an angle for a shot. However, Ashley Cole, sprinting back, successfully blocked Robben's attempt. The ball soared high, landing in the middle. Chelsea's 3 defensive midfielders showcased their advantage, as Raul was marked closely by Makelele. Ballack leaped to overpower Guti, directing the ball forward. Lampard extended his right foot for a deflection, the ball landing in front of him. Without even glancing at the goal, Lampard turned and struck the ball with instinctive precision, aiming to deny Huang any chance to return to the net. Huang dashed back to the penalty area, but as the ball reached him, he leapt and extended his left arm to deflect it away. A corner kick ensued, and the danger was palpable. Yet, had Huang contested that aerial ball in midfield, Chelsea would have had a clear breakaway. Indeed, we witnessed the opportunity unfold as Joe Cole took the corner. Pepe managed a touch, and alas, Ramos inadvertently struck Lampard in the face. A penalty was awarded. Less than 10 minutes into the match, Chelsea had a chance from the spot. Ramos, once again paying the price for his recklessness, received a yellow card, and now he could not afford to take risks in defense, as an early booking carries significant weight. Huang, with a reassuring smile, replied, "At times, I too like to reach out for balance. It's nothing grave." However, Ramos lamented, "But it is a penalty." Even if Huang had a higher success rate in saving penalties compared to other goalkeepers, a penalty is inherently an unequal contest, placing the goalkeeper at a distinct disadvantage. "Don't worry," Huang assured, gently nudging Ramos out of the box while giving him a thumbs up, "just watch me." A few Chelsea players gathered in the front to discuss strategy. And ultimately, Ballack remained in position to take the penalty. Huang, stationed on the goal line, moved his body, exhibiting no signs of anxiety. Iker Casillas, renowned for his swift reflexes, faced a formidable challenge against the gifted Huang Kaiwen, whose agility might even surpass that of Casillas. The prospect of saving a penalty could significantly dampen the opponent's morale, particularly against a tenacious adversary like Chelsea. Even if the ball were to find the net, Mourinho would likely aim to safeguard a slim lead, advancing through the two-legged tie in the most economical manner. Naturally, a save would be ideal. However, conceding a goal from a penalty is not insurmountable. Huang Kaiwen maintained a commendable composure, unlike Ballack, who was burdened by the weight of the occasion. Any player standing before a goalkeeper with four penalty saves in a Champions League final would undoubtedly feel the pressure. Ballack even pondered whether Huang Kaiwen possessed greater aptitude for goalkeeping than for playing as a winger. Taking a deep breath, the East German stalwart contemplated various penalty-taking techniques. Ultimately, he resolved to combine power with finesse. Only by adopting such a daring approach could he hope to outmaneuver the figure guarding the goal. Upon hearing the referee's whistle, Ballack exhaled forcefully. With a swift two-step approach, he altered his rhythm, positioning his left foot behind the ball with a shift in weight, and executed a strike with the inside of his right foot. In that very instant, Huang Kaiwen, having already anticipated the shot, initiated his own saving technique. His body reacted instinctively. He pivoted sharply, generating force through his legs while leaning back. In a spectacular acrobatic maneuver, he performed a backflip just as the ball soared toward the lower edge of the goal, where Ballack intended to execute a delicate chip shot. The challenge of saving such a penalty is immense, yet Huang Kaiwen's long legs were ideally suited to the task. He managed to deflect the powerful shot with his ankle, sending it away from danger. With gratitude to Old May for the generous support, the post gained significant visibility, unexpectedly adorned with images of slam dunks. Today's chapter should be supplemented, but there's no need to wait. It will be available by tomorrow morning. Please refrain from urging the brothers. It will be published once completed. The chapter concludes with the truth revealed. Ballack rushed forward, preparing for a follow-up shot. His complex emotions evident as his gaze seemed unfocused, driven solely by instinct. Hines effortlessly maneuvered past Ballack into the small box, executing a sliding tackle to secure the ball beneath him. Quickly, he utilized his thigh to redirect it to Huang Kaiwen, who deftly nudged it with his right foot, subsequently delivering a pass to the right flank. Torres seized the moment, launching a counterattack with a powerful long pass. St. Kevin, St. Kevin, St. Kevin erupted from the Bernabeu Stadium, the crowd momentarily silenced before erupting into fervent cheers, as if the sun were not setting but rising anew. The Mellingers descended into a frenzy. When the player's number transitioned from 1 to 10 in front of the goal, even the act of goalkeeping became exponentially more thrilling. Frequent forays into the attack easily ensnared the fans in a state of tension, anxiously fearing the prospect of conceding a goal. However, Huang Kaiwen consistently succeeded in clearing the ball, simultaneously orchestrating a counterattack. This cycle of tension and relaxation utterly shattered the rationality of Real Madrid supporters. The penalty save marked a complete eruption of their emotions. They embraced those beside them, jumping and chanting Huang Kaiwen's name, unabashedly expressing their exuberance. Kaiwen! Kaiwen! Oh God, Kaiwen! That arrogant figure, Mourinho, had his team playing a pragmatic style of football, and the arrangement of three defensive midfielders stood as a testament to that. I even felt that Capello's decision to place Kaiwen in goal was a stroke of genius. The three robust midfielders from Chelsea could easily overpower a rhinoceros. If Kaiwen had played in an attacking position, he likely would not have endured even 45 minutes without injury. Initially, I anticipated today's match would be rather dull. Even with Kaiwen standing on the goal line, I doubted he could enliven the game. Yet, I discovered I was profoundly mistaken. One should never question the capabilities of the divine. One need only observe their actions and respond with heartfelt admiration and reverence. On the field, Kaiwen is capable of anything. If he desires it, he can achieve it. Perhaps some might argue that Kaiwen's style today resembled that of a certain Colombian goalkeeper. But who decrees that those born earlier are inherently superior players? Who asserts that the elder are creators while the younger are mere imitators? It was only through a dream that Yinkita envisioned today's match, receiving divine inspiration to adopt a more proactive style of play. Unfortunately, he only grasped a fraction of Kaiwen's prowess, yet even that morsel proved immensely beneficial, establishing him as a well-known and distinctive goalkeeper. However, Yinkita's famed scorpion kick pales in comparison to Kaiwen's breathtaking penalty save. The disparity in talent and ability between the two is simply incomparable, with their moral standings worlds apart. The gulf between Yinkita and Kaiwen resembles that between a Colombian insect and humanity, utterly incomparable. Once again, Kaiwen has proven to me that there is no need to fret over the outcome of matches, for he will always emerge victorious. The sole suspense lies in the manner of his triumph over opponents and the manner in which he enlightens the world. The child from my neighbor's house is a mischievous rascal, often causing havoc in the community. Ever since he watched Kaiwen's match, his moral character has rapidly evolved, transforming him into a commendable young man. Should the world ever descend into chaos, igniting a nuclear crisis or a zombie apocalypse, with resources dwindling and everyone compelled to fight for survival, a mere bottle of water could incite fierce struggles among adults, and a loaf of bread could secure a robust man's loyalty. In such dire circumstances, humanity might once again erupt into a brutal war, with only a few survivors left, who would still deem such sacrifices worthwhile, for their spoils would consist of highlights from Kaiwen's illustrious career. Credeli passionately exclaimed. He never runs out of words when commentating on Huang Kaiwen's matches. Transforming a passion into a profession can be a burdensome endeavor. However, engaging in work that one loves brings immeasurable joy. Even Credeli occasionally finds himself weary of commentary during matches. Yet, when it comes to narrating the exploits of Huang Kaiwen, his enthusiasm seems boundless. Both coaches stand behind the white line, Capello and Mourinho, neither making a move. Capello, who harbors immense faith in Huang Kaiwen, is taken aback. In a previous match against Barcelona, Huang Kaiwen executed a similar maneuver during a penalty kick. However, that was a strike, while this is a save. The disparity in difficulty is monumental. The acrobatic save, a backflip to thwart the penalty, was something Capello could scarcely have dreamed of witnessing in goalkeeping. With unwavering confidence and impeccable timing, he managed to block a powerful and cunning shot from the opponent, an event that seemed almost mythical, wholly unexpected on the football pitch, let alone in a Champions League match. Capello sighed, realizing that even after nearly 2 seasons coaching Huang Kaiwen, he still did not fully understand him. He pondered the philosophical notion: does the dream of the butterfly belong to Zhuangzi, or does Zhuangzi dream of the butterfly? For the first time, Capello questioned the authenticity of his existence in this world. Perhaps he and reality itself are merely figments of another's dream? Mourinho, shaken from his reverie, smirked and inhaled sharply. As resolute as he is, witnessing such a save had undoubtedly shaken him. Yet, being Mourinho, he swiftly rushed to the sidelines to address the fourth official, exclaiming, "That was a foul, an infraction. Such an action has no place on the football field. I believe a red card should have been issued." Capello observed calmly from the sidelines. Understanding Mourinho's reaction, when faced with an invincible opponent, one must devise some means of resistance. The Real Madrid supporters had not yet received any news. It seemed the Chelsea manager had not summoned supernatural forces, compared to those who resort to sorcery. Mourinho's outburst was rather tame. The fourth official replied, "There are no rules against using one's foot to block a penalty." However, the usually eloquent Mourinho found himself at a loss for words. After a long pause, he finally managed to retort, "Such play lacks respect." "Yes. It demonstrates a lack of respect for my players and Chelsea." "Mr. Mourinho, you may reserve those comments for after the match," the fourth official cautioned. Already feeling exasperated, yet striving to maintain composure. No referee wishes to be mentioned by Mourinho in post-match discussions, aware that his complaints would yield no results. Mourinho scoffed and returned to his coaching seat. Meanwhile, Chelsea, having endured relentless pressure, launched a counterattack. Marc's pass was directed further forward. De Jong found himself in a more advantageous position, while the lagging Lampard quickly raised his arm to obstruct De Jong, hindering his pursuit. The two players tangled as they raced toward the ball, with De Jong, arriving first, receiving a shoulder check from Lampard, causing him to stumble and inadvertently nudge the ball toward his own penalty area. Seizing the opportunity, Lampard broke free from De Jong and surged forward. Torres, sprinting back toward the penalty area from the left flank, quickly made a return pass. Huang Kaiwen, without pausing the ball, charged forward and deftly nudged it beyond Lampard. As Lampard sprinted, he instinctively decelerated and pivoted, yet still found himself outpaced by Huang Kaiwen by more than half a meter. By the time Lampard initiated his run, this distance had exceeded 1 meter. Ballack, who had just managed to regain his composure, could not contain his excitement upon witnessing Huang Kaiwen charging out of the penalty area with the ball. With a powerful push off his right foot, he surged towards Huang Kaiwen like a raging bull, eager to reclaim his honor at Huang's expense. The two raced towards each other, the gap narrowing. Huang feinted to the right, deftly nudging the ball to the left with the inside of his right foot, quickly shifting his weight. Ballack, having misjudged the direction, hastily halted and turned, but still missed the optimal opportunity, left with no choice but to clench his fists as he watched Huang pass the ball to the retreating Guti. "Be careful," Huang cautioned. Guti, aware of the looming danger, found himself unable to halt his momentum and was abruptly knocked down by Marc. The foul was undisputed. Chelsea has always been a formidable team, and today's formation of 3 defensive midfielders was clearly tailored to counter Huang Kaiwen. Regrettably for Huang, who was in goal, Guti, who frequently handled the ball and occupied the central area, became the primary victim. Without Huang's influence, Chelsea's midfielders devoted their focus entirely to Guti. Indeed, a trio of defensive midfielders can easily create a numerical advantage in localized defense. In truth, although Huang played as a goalkeeper, it would be misleading to categorize him solely as such. His performance today resembled that of a defensive midfielder, covering vast areas of the pitch, frequently venturing beyond the penalty area to defend, and often stepping out to organize or break through during attacks. Huang's style evokes that of a sweeper. Venturing out of the box remains judicious. Huang's approach as a goalkeeper might well establish a new school of thought. New fans should perhaps watch more matches before voicing opinions. Such styles have existed for quite some time. Honestly, I am still astonished by that penalty save. Huang truly possesses remarkable audacity. He is undoubtedly a player with a strong constitution. Most goalkeepers feel immense pressure when facing penalties, let alone executing a backflip. The astonishing part is that he actually succeeded. It's utterly ludicrous. This was the most spectacular penalty save I have ever witnessed. Rest assured, this is likely to be the finest penalty save in the history of football, and it is improbable that anyone will surpass it in the future. Ballack, today, found himself rendered ineffective, growing increasingly frantic, devoid of the composure characteristic of a German national team core player. His mentality was clearly shaken by Huang's prowess. It is understandable. Zambrata himself remarked that he has grown weary of facing Huang, contemplating a move to the United States or the Middle East, where he could avoid encountering Huang even in intercontinental competitions. The midfield resumed play as Guti set about orchestrating another attack. Sneijder, receiving the ball on the left flank, deftly nudged it forward with his right foot and surged ahead. Upon reaching the attacking third, Sneijder once again confronted the previous dilemma. Chelsea's defense was exceptionally robust. The 3 defensive midfielders of Chelsea made it akin to parking a bus within the stadium. Although Eschen may lack in direct defensive prowess, his physical attributes are extraordinary. with remarkable stamina and coverage, making it exceedingly difficult to evade him even when attempting to maneuver past. Eschen did not afford him a moment's hesitation, pressing forward immediately. Snyder swiftly turned to shield the ball, sending a backward pass with his right foot. Gago stopped the ball with his right foot and quickly pivoted to deliver a diagonal pass. Guti, upon receiving the ball, was once again knocked down by Mark. Yet this time the referee refrained from blowing the whistle. Rising from the ground to protest, Guti promptly chased back. His defensive capabilities may have been lacking, but Guti's attitude was never in question. Mark carried the ball past midfield, swiftly passing it laterally to the advancing Ferreira. Ferreira promptly made a penetrating pass that sent the ball behind Gago. Ever since his disastrous performance in the 2004 European Championship, he had faced considerable scrutiny, leading Ferreira to develop a habit of rarely venturing beyond the halfway line. Joe Cole received the ball and quickly turned, launching it forward with his right foot toward the left flank. The ball arched across half the pitch, heading straight for Real Madrid's defensive line. "Don't panic, hold steady," Ramos shouted. Only he and Pepe remained in front of the goal, with both fullbacks participating in the attack. In such moments, one must not lose composure, otherwise it would only lead to further troubles for Kevin. Pepe and Ramos acted in concert, with Ramos gritting his teeth as he charged toward the ball. However, Lampard was closer, and at the moment the ball descended, he extended his leg to nudge it forward, accelerating past Ramos and heading toward Real Madrid's penalty area. "You cover the box," Kevin yelled, then dashed out from the edge of the penalty area. Ramos was uncertain of the utility of this positioning. Without a goalkeeper, it was nearly an open goal. Yet, out of trust in Kevin, he still ran into the penalty area. Lampard, still adjusting to Kevin's playing style, inadvertently nudged the ball too far ahead during the earlier play. This fortuitously provided Kevin with an opportunity. Kevin, having burst out of the penalty area, reached the ball first. He planted his left foot for support and, pivoting slightly, nudged the ball diagonally to the right, accelerating past Lampard. Lampard was unable to intercept either the ball or the man. He turned to chase back, but was already too far behind. Aware he could not catch up, Lampard opted for a light jog back to conserve energy. There was still plenty of time left in the match. This was not the moment to press. "Get up there and press. Damn it. Tackle. Give me a tackle," Mourinho urged from the sidelines, gesturing animatedly. Although Ashley Cole had already surged forward, Mourinho's shouts could not hasten Cole's pace, yet his impatience was palpable. As a coach who greatly admired Kevin's skills and envisioned a multitude of tactical possibilities, Mourinho understood all too well the threat Kevin posed. He had no doubt that, if given the slightest chance, Kevin could embark on a dazzling solo run from the goal line, weaving past multiple defenders to ultimately breach Chelsea's net. The two players sprinted toward each other from the same flank, and the distance between them visibly diminished. Ashley Cole was nearly upon him when Kevin feigned a powerful right-footed strike. This feint successfully deceived Cole, causing him to decelerate, though he refrained from extending his leg. It was still sufficient. In a moment where Ashley Cole could not adjust his pace, Huang Kaiwen once again swung his right foot, striking the ball with precision. The sphere skimmed along the grass, threading through the narrow gap between Ashley Cole and the sideline, soaring over the halfway line before landing and bouncing towards Torres. Torres pivoted, ready to assist Robin. Today, Robin was particularly vibrant, but upon noticing Carvalho's position, he opted to forego the pass and instead delivered a lateral ball to the advancing Guti. Guti advanced with the ball, facing Mark Clattenburg for the first time. This time, he was prepared, not waiting to receive the ball with his back turned. Just as Mark Clattenburg stepped forward to challenge, Guti swiftly twisted his body, using the tip of his left foot to flick the ball. The ball, arcing slightly, evaded Mark Clattenburg's foot and found Raul at the edge of the penalty area. Raul, with his back to the play, extended his right foot, cushioning the ball with the inside of his foot as he turned, pivoting smoothly to apply a gentle force with his right foot, halting the ball just on the edge of the penalty area. His right foot had already stepped into the box, and with a deft motion of his left foot, he nudged the ball into the penalty area. Terry, poised to intercept, quickly adjusted his balance, dashing to Raul's right front, prepared to block any shot Raul might take. Carvalho abandoned Robin, rushing towards Raul, while Robin was entrusted to the returning teammates, for the player in possession posed the greatest threat. Raul had not experienced such favorable conditions in quite some time. Huang Kaiwen's presence in the attacking third had drawn considerable defensive attention. Without a moment to ponder, Raul made his choice. He neither dribbled nor shot. Instead, he angled his right foot towards the right flank, delicately executing a chipped pass. The ball traveled the short distance in the blink of an eye, striking Robin's calf perfectly. Robin, quick to react, took a step back to cushion the ball, which obediently settled at his feet. Carvalho had once again surged in front of Robin, lowering his center of gravity, ready to pounce. Suddenly, Robin launched himself, using his left foot to deftly push the ball diagonally. Although Carvalho reacted swiftly and followed suit, he was a fraction of a second late, granting Robin the opportunity to shoot. With a twist of his body, Robin struck the ball with his left foot, while Carvalho lunged with his right foot to block, yet was still a beat too slow. The ball, curving gracefully, zipped into the top left corner of the net. Allons, allons, allons. The Real Madrid fans exuberantly chanted the name of the goal's hero. That shot from Robin was truly magnificent, impossible to defend, nearly a dead angle. In truth, the ball was aimed directly at that corner, but took a slight dip just before entering the net, with lateral curvature and a vertical drop. Such a shot is exceedingly difficult to save. After the match commenced, Robin had made several attempts, finally finding his rhythm. Should he waste another opportunity? Capello might have considered substitutions. Raul's assist was commendable as well. With a sudden stop and turn, he delivered the pass. This rapid counterattack by Real Madrid began with Huang Kaiwen disrupting a one-on-one situation outside the penalty area, leading to a series of 4 fluid passes, executed with remarkable speed, culminating in a swift connection within the penalty area. One must acknowledge Huang Kaiwen's significant contribution to this goal. Initially, it was a counterattack from Chelsea. Alas, Lampard had 3 teammates behind him. Had he seized the ball, it would have been a clear shot on goal or a 4-2 offensive situation alongside his comrades, posing a significant threat to Real Madrid. Huang Kaiwen's decisive advance was commendable. Had he hesitated even for a moment, Lampard would have reached the ball first, allowing him to set up Drogba for an open goal. Indeed, not only did Huang Kaiwen create that opportunity, but he also facilitated a swift transition from defense to offense for Real Madrid, effectively transforming Chelsea's counterattack into a goal for his team. The notion of him being the core of the defensive organization is no mere exaggeration. Robin, stationed beneath the southern stand, reveled in the fans' cheers. Suddenly, he sensed that something was amiss. Upon turning around, he discovered that his teammates had all retreated to the back line to celebrate with Huang Kaiwen. Especially Sneijder, that sycophant, seemed more jubilant than if he had scored himself. From over 50 meters away, Robin could hear Sneijder's animated exclamations. "Damn it, this cannot continue." A sense of urgency surged within Robin. He resolved to pay Huang Kaiwen a visit at his home during the rest day tomorrow. Chelsea's 3 defensive midfielders, while not entirely defensive-minded, still impacted the team's offensive capabilities. Eshin struggled with positioning, frequently encountering issues while partnering with Makelele. At times, Eshin would lose his position unexpectedly, leaving Makelele with no opportunity to cover. Thus, he opted for 3 defensive midfielders, entrusting the defense to more players, allowing Makelele to quickly assist on the right flank without covering extensive ground. Mourinho, with a sullen expression, stood at the sidelines, though he refrained from voicing it. Huang Kaiwen's presence in goal had created numerous complications for Chelsea. In addition to the 3 starting defensive midfielders, he had devised various tactical arrangements aimed at mitigating Huang Kaiwen's impact. With Huang Kaiwen absent from the front line, all his preparations had proven futile. Defending against a dynamic Huang Kaiwen on the flanks was undeniably challenging. However, today, Huang Kaiwen's performance as a goalkeeper was no less impressive than his play as a winger. His penalty save had significantly affected Chelsea's morale. Ballack had yet to recover from it. During halftime, he intended to alter the formation, allowing Ballack to cool off on the bench. Even more astonishing was Huang Kaiwen's ability to make several critical saves, thwarting potential goals. Positioned further back than the defensive line, he continuously orchestrated attacks, leaving his teammates with no chance to apply pressure. Even if Huang Kaiwen played as a defensive midfielder, he could still enable Lampard to advance. Yet, instructing a player to press the opponent within the penalty area proved exceedingly difficult. He currently found himself at a loss. Just then, Chelsea launched another offensive, reigniting Mourinho's hope. Joe Cole, after a breakthrough on the right flank, executed a swift direct pass to Drogba, who was shadowing Pepe. Pepe, unable to find an opportunity after 2 attempts, was urged to defend against Lampard by Huang Kaiwen, who stood at the goal. As Ramos began to move, Drogba had already returned the ball to Lampard in the center. Without pausing, Lampard unleashed a powerful shot with his right foot, sending the ball sailing past Ramos's head and into the penalty area. Huang Kaiwen leaped with depth, stretching his left arm in a bid to enhance his stature and reach. The direction of the save coincides with the trajectory of the shot, and Huang Kaiwen's arm is positioned perfectly. Lampard's long-range effort possesses remarkable quality, spinning vigorously towards the upper right corner of the goal. Yet, Huang Kaiwen's arm appears in just the right place. With a resounding thud, the ball forcefully struck his glove. In that instant, Huang Kaiwen exerted his strength, lifting the ball above the crossbar. What a splendid display. Today, Huang Kaiwen's performance in goal has been nothing short of exceptional. His agility and reflexes rival those of Casillas. However, a corner kick has now been awarded to Chelsea. Set pieces often involve a significant element of chance, and even the finest goalkeeper cannot always avert danger amidst chaos. Joe Cole took the corner, sending the ball directly to the left, where Ashley Cole floated across towards Pepe. Pepe managed to head the ball away. But there was Terry. Oh dear, the ball has found the net. Terry executed a stunning volley from the edge of the box, successfully breaching Real Madrid's defenses. Unfortunately, Huang Kaiwen's view was obstructed, preventing him from making a timely save. There were simply too many bodies in front of him. Mourinho, visibly elated, danced along the sidelines. This goal held great significance for him. As the first half drew to a close, both teams returned to an equal footing, promising an exhilarating continuation of the match. Huang Kaiwen retrieved the ball from the net. He was left with little recourse. There were too many players on the right side of the goal, and before he could adjust his position, Terry had already taken the shot. By the time he spotted the ball, it was too late for him to react. The most frustrating part was that it was a teammate who obstructed his line of sight. It is no wonder that goalkeepers often exhibit a temper. Being let down by their own can understandably provoke irritation. Huang Kaiwen tossed the ball to Marcelo, who deftly found Raul, allowing their teammates to restart play from the center circle. Raul played a sideways pass, but Robin was immediately besieged by Bollock and Lampard. The two former teammates showed no mercy. Robin, unable to sprint, found his potency significantly diminished. He endeavored to maneuver past them once more. Bollock closed in to challenge, while Lampard seized the opportunity as the ball approached Robin's right foot, deftly poking it behind him. Having played several seasons together, Lampard was acutely aware of Robin's vulnerabilities. The referee's whistle sounded, signaling the end of the first half. "Kevin, that last goal was not your fault," Ramos reassured him. "There were simply too many players in front of you." "Don't worry, I didn't take it to heart," Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "That's good to hear. In truth, your demeanor today has been far more impressive than that of Angel," Ramos remarked. "Indeed, you surpassed Casillas by a considerable margin," Pepe added earnestly, his expression betraying none of his stature as La Liga's finest. Hines and De Jong also wished to speak, but Capello precluded them from doing so. Pushing past Pepe, Capello offered Huang Kaiwen a towel and a water bottle. "Is there anything bothering you, Kevin?" Capello inquired with genuine concern. Huang Kaiwen, pleased with his performance, appreciated his coach's attention but remained conscious of the potential for injury during a save. "Rest assured, coach, I feel absolutely splendid," Huang Kaiwen replied, wiping away sweat with a smile. Utilizing the immunity card, even if he plays as a winger, Chelsea players would be unable to harm the illustrious Huang Guang. "That is reassuring, indeed." Capello chuckled as he returned to the locker room alongside Huang Kaiwen. The Real Madrid players breathed a sigh of relief upon witnessing the coach's expression. However, in the next moment, as he noticed Cassano, Capello's demeanor shifted abruptly, the atmosphere in the locker room plummeting instantaneously. Initially, in his haste to reach the Bernabeu, Capello had not contemplated much. Yet, upon returning to the locker room and seeing Cassano's smiling face, he immediately discerned a problem. Several players were overly adept at dismantling the wheels to repair the bus: Salgado, Cassano, Huang Kaiwen, and Higuain. Thus, through a process of elimination, Salgado, the reliable family man, possessed the capability to drive a coach and had no issues with minor repairs, and there were no conflicts between him and the others. Huang Kaiwen, the super genius, could naturally repair things, and Capello harbored no doubts whatsoever about him. In terms of character and temperament, Huang Kaiwen would never engage in such antics. This left only two suspects, Cassano and Higuain. Who was responsible, Cassano or Higuain, or perhaps both rascals together? Regardless of who the culprit was, Capello was determined not to let it slide. He subtly criticized Real Madrid's performance in the first half, refraining from mentioning the bus incident. He intended to gather his thoughts at home and discreetly collect evidence to ascertain whether it was Cassano or Higuain who was to blame. 1 week. If the true perpetrator was not uncovered within that time frame, both mischief makers would be relegated to the B team. 11 against 11, we shall not lose. Capello vented his frustrations. The locker room fell into a slight hush. Ramos meticulously reflected on his mistakes from the first half. He rarely faltered. But today he needed to showcase his utmost abilities. Drawing from the wisdom imparted by Nesta and Maldini, combined with the moments of vulnerability against Drogba and Lampard, Ramos recognized that he had numerous defensive issues. Many realizations could only be made in a moment of calm, yet time did not afford such luxury on the field. Hence, experience became paramount. Even a prodigious defender must glean lessons from repeated setbacks to prevent future missteps. In the visitors' locker room, Mourinho, akin to a passionate speaker in a small tavern, delivered an impassioned address. We have secured an advantage, and now we must safeguard it, Mourinho proclaimed, raising his arm. For the past few years, one individual has consistently claimed the Champions League title, and I am certain you know who he is. Yes, it is Kevin. Though he may appear extraterrestrial, today John's goal unequivocally demonstrated that a mere earthling can breach his defenses. A light laughter resonated in the locker room, with Terry nodding in agreement. Mourinho's statements were quite amusing, vividly highlighting Huang Kaiwen's prowess while alleviating their fears of him. At this moment, Mourinho's charisma reached its zenith. His ability to attract media attention while granting his players a sense of tranquility was greatly appreciated by them. The majority of the locker room favored Mourinho. The primary issue between Mourinho and the club originates from Abramovich's belief that his wealth grants him the liberty to meddle. He sought to exert greater influence over the team and exhibited impatience regarding the Champions League. Mourinho's style rendered Chelsea a target of widespread criticism in Europe, causing discontent for Abramovich, thus deepening their rift. Seated on the bench, Shevchenko became one of the tools in the power struggle between the two, while Ballack, who started today, was similarly entangled, albeit fortunate enough to gain Mourinho's favor and trust. Shevchenko struggled to embody the role of Drogba within a lone striker system. Having never truly integrated into Chelsea, he found himself relegated to the bench following a season filled with opportunities that yielded little impact. Since both Kevin and Real Madrid are conquerable, why can't we? Mourinho proclaimed with fervor, gesturing animatedly. He continued, in the second half, Eschen will play as a fullback. Maluda will replace Ferreira on the left, Lampard and Ballack will take on dual central midfield roles, while Makelele will anchor the defense. The Chelsea players, misinterpreting their coach's intent for aggression, felt a surge of enthusiasm. The mere courage to engage in a tactical duel with Real Madrid is a rarity in football. However, Mourinho clarified, we shall prioritize defense. Maintaining a solid defense is paramount. Even if we do not attack, it is acceptable. The score of 1-1, combined with the away goals rule, is sufficient to secure our advancement. The Chelsea players realized then that it was not about an all-out attack. Truly, you are remarkable, coach. Kevin Huang intervened as Ramos tightly gripped Torres by the collar. Ramos pointed at Torres, exclaiming, what nonsense. Have you forgotten that you were instructed not to push forward? If you hadn't advanced, they would have had no opportunity to create a corner, and we wouldn't have conceded. Huang suppressed a laugh. Ramos's logic was quite amusing. Ramos himself had frequently surged forward, yet Huang chose not to expose this, considering Ramos a close ally. Torres, meanwhile, appeared to be the perennial scapegoat in crucial matches, yet remarkably found himself starting in significant games. In any case, Real Madrid often faced unforeseen circumstances, granting Torres a starting opportunity. Huang felt that Miguel Torres was indeed favored by fortune, akin to the serendipity experienced by Casillas during his rise, albeit lacking the same extraordinary talent. Indeed, I apologize, Torres replied, his voice tinged with emotion as he rubbed his bruised eye. Damn it, who decided to put you on the pitch? Ramos cursed. Capello, previously in agreement with Ramos, now sensed discontent brewing. Was Ramos intentionally sowing discord? Was he one of the offenders? Despite his suspicions, Capello maintained his composure, honing his patience. As a tactically astute coach, he excelled at contemplating various possibilities, even those with slim chances. The situation appeared intricate, necessitating thorough reflection upon returning home. "Please, you may leave now. We will join you shortly," Huang said, gesturing to Raul. Capello nodded and exited the dressing room. Raul gestured for his teammates not to linger and instead embraced Ramos, engaging him in conversation. Once everyone had departed, Miguel Torres sank to his knees, his legs trembling beneath him, weeping softly. Why? I have tried so hard to do my best." Huang Kaiwen remained silent. The fault did not lie with Torres, but rather with the environment he found himself in. Such mediocre players should not have been afforded so many opportunities at Real Madrid. Calderon and Bautista's lack of attention to the defense allowed Torres, a jack of all trades, to constantly fill in on both flanks. "Kaiwen, am I just not cut out for football?" Torres sobbed quietly, his voice barely above a whisper. "How could that be?" Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. "To start in the Champions League for Real Madrid already places you among the gifted, though perhaps your talent does not shine as brightly. Then why am I always criticized?" Torres inquired. Huang Kaiwen rubbed his temples. It was evident that Torres was losing confidence. Sighing, Huang, the wise elder, felt the weight of the responsibility to uplift his young teammate. "Everyone has endured this. Look at Cassano, who faced criticism far beyond your own. You know Guti and Raul, right? The newspapers have lambasted them since they first joined the first team. Fans often feel that a player is unworthy of the starting position after a single poor performance. This is not a rare occurrence, and you have yet to experience such scrutiny yourself, correct?" Huang Kaiwen explained. "Almost every player faces skepticism from their home fans. Only a select few escape the barrage of criticism. After all, it is impossible for anyone to maintain a stellar performance throughout their entire career, save for Huang the King." It indeed seems to be the case. With his spirits lifted slightly, Torres nodded in agreement. Huang Kaiwen returned the gesture with a smile. "You must retain your confidence. One cannot extinguish the flickering flame of hope within." He reached out to lift Torres back to his feet, saying, "Where the ginkgo and walnut leaves dance, the fire continues to burn brightly. As long as the hope in your heart remains unquenched, it will one day unleash an astonishing energy. If you persevere, who knows? Perhaps in the future, fans will exclaim in astonishment, 'Fernando Torres? What relation does he have to the world's premier fullback, Miguel Torres?' Keep going, Kaiwen." Huang Kaiwen clapped Torres on the shoulder, encouraging him. The notion that hard work yields rewards is often a ruse for the naive. Miguel is unlikely to even reach Fernando's heel, but does that truly matter? Huang the King never hesitated to instill hope in others. A few kind words cost nothing. Should Miguel Torres indeed undergo a meteoric rise, becoming the new Cafu or Roberto Carlos, he would undoubtedly mention his spiritual mentor, the illustrious Huang, during interviews. Onward, Madrid. Onward, Madrid. The fans eagerly anticipated a more thrilling second half. Yet, the course of the match did not bend to their will. The atmosphere was tense. Chelsea's substitutions and tactical changes did not equate to a decline in their defensive capabilities. Eschen, now playing as a fullback alongside Terry, actually fortified Chelsea's defensive strength. During the 2007-2008 season, Chelsea's defensive lineup was arguably the most formidable. Manchester United faced issues with their right-back position. AC Milan's defense was aging, and other elite teams exhibited various shortcomings in their backlines. Only Chelsea's defense was composed of players in their prime, all performing admirably. Eschen was enjoying a peak season. Ashley Cole was among the finest left-backs in the game. John Terry was exceptionally strong with almost no weaknesses, and Carvalho was the standout performer for Chelsea that season. Without a central attacking core, Real Madrid's players found themselves at a loss. Robin, their most potent offensive threat, was well familiar to his former teammates, limiting his effectiveness on the right flank. Consequently, Real Madrid could only press forward, attempting to besiege Chelsea's defense. In the 66th minute, Lampard delivered a precise long pass to the front line, where Drogba and Ramos raced towards the ball. The goalkeeper, Huang Kaiwen, was a step too late as Drogba deftly nudged the ball with his left foot, allowing it to slip past Huang. Drogba surged forward to reclaim the ball, while Ramos behind. Although Drogba faced an open goal, he struggled to find the opportunity to shoot. He was forced to carry the ball diagonally to the left to evade Ramos, and then he turned to unleash a shot. However, it was poorly executed. The ball lacked pace, and Huang Kaiwen, rushing back from outside the box, closed the gap, but still remained several centimeters away from the ball inside the 6-yard box. The onlooking fans feared another goal was imminent. Yet, in the next moment, Huang Kaiwen accelerated once more, lowering his center of gravity as he skidded in front of the goal, extending his arms to block the ball, only to collide with the net. Drogba quickly approached for a follow-up shot, but Huang Kaiwen, demonstrating remarkable reflexes, managed to parry Drogba's attempt. The ball went out of play, resulting in a corner kick. Huang's courage to come off his line was commendable, and his 2 remarkable saves showcased his swift reactions. No wonder he had previously stood tall in eliminating Liverpool. However, another corner kick posed a significant threat, as Chelsea had equalized from a corner earlier in the first half. At the near post, Pepe headed the ball away, but it remained at the feet of a Chelsea player, who passed it back to Makelele. Makelele lofted a pass to Lampard, who attempted a header that was deflected. Huang Kaiwen managed to block the ball again, resulting in yet another corner kick. Drogba, gritting his teeth, was exasperated. His initial shot had been thwarted. Yet the second save was astonishing. What an incredible display of reflexes. Drogba cast a glance between Huang Kaiwen's legs, reassuring himself with a thought he had gleaned from a magazine. That quick reflexes often lead to miraculous saves. Huang nudged Ramos, asking, "Did I block you?" To which Ramos inquired, "No, you go to the far post." Huang whispered. Joe Cole, after a brief run-up, sent the ball into play once more. At the near post, Pepe and Ballack both missed the header, allowing the ball to head straight for the center of the small box. As Drogba leapt, Huang Kaiwen extended his limbs, reaching above Drogba's head to claim the ball. Huang Kaiwen sprinted forward a couple of steps, poised to initiate a counterattack with a hand-thrown ball. Drogba surged from behind to disrupt him, causing Huang to hesitate and allowing Chelsea's players a brief respite to regroup. With a swift motion, Huang swung his left arm and hurled the ball back towards the center circle. Terry pressed high, and De Jong, wary of control, extended his leg to block the ball to the left. Guti, retreating to receive the pass, found himself closely marked by Makelele. With a deft flick of his heel, he attempted to execute a nutmeg, but instead, his right foot inadvertently tripped over Makelele's leg, sending him tumbling to the ground. Alas, it seemed Guti had sustained an injury. As the season neared its end, players often faced fatigue, increasing the risk of injury. It remained to be seen how Capello would manage substitutions. Capello glanced back at the bench, overlooking Cassano and Higuain, and commanded, "Baptista, warm up." Mourinho seized the opportunity to make a change, substituting the lively Joe Cole for Anelka. Mourinho also contemplated replacing Ballack, yet with only one substitution remaining, he opted to retain it as a precaution against unforeseen circumstances. Upon Baptista's entrance, Sneijder shifted to a central position. Sneijder advanced past the halfway line, eager to push forward. "Pass," Raul called out, reaching for the ball. Chelsea's defensive line was resolute, making it difficult to bypass them individually unless Kevin were positioned in the attacking front. Rather than passing immediately, Sneijder chose to carry the ball toward Lampard. The seasoned Lampard, anticipating Sneijder's rhythm, swiftly extended his foot to poke the ball away, then surged forward to reclaim possession, delivering a long, rolling pass to the newly entered Anelka. Anelka received the ball and quickly darted diagonally towards Real Madrid's penalty area, with the forward position Marcelo forced to chase back. Huang glanced around. Besides Anelka, Drogba, Ballack, and Maludo were all positioned in the attacking zone, making hesitation untenable. "Get in position to block the passing lane. Leave the rest to me," Huang called out, hesitant. Pepe decisively charged towards Anelka, who had initially intended to remain central. Pepe and Anelka nearly entered the penalty area simultaneously. While Huang adjusted his position to face the right flank, his peripheral vision scanning the large box to ascertain which player might receive the ball next. With Torres and Ramos returning, there appeared to be no immediate concerns. Huang focused intently on Anelka, who, nearing the small box, was unable to find an opening and instead attempted a hasty side-footed shot, sending the ball sailing over the goal line. Huang collected the ball from the ball boy and launched a rapid counterattack. Chelsea's defensive resolve was unwavering. Mourinho's tactical execution was never in question. Following a series of attacks from Real Madrid, the players' stamina began to wane, hindering their ability to maintain pressure on Chelsea's goal. Chelsea commenced their pressing, prompting Real Madrid players to revert to passing back. De Jong quickly distributed the ball to Torres, who promptly laid it off for Ramos to return. Huang, positioned in front of the goal, controlled the ball, allowing his teammates a moment to recover their energy. Drogba charged towards the goal line. If he could manage to poke the ball, he would find himself scoring without the need for a shot. Huang Kaiwen pivoted, his right foot expertly resting on the ball, before deftly nudging it to his left foot, whereupon he smoothly executed a turn. A successful Marseille turn allowed him to evade Drogba. After maneuvering past his opponent, Huang carried the ball towards the edge of the penalty area, delivering a swift pass with the inside of his left foot to Sneijder. Real Madrid launched yet another assault on Chelsea, leaving Drogba momentarily stunned. It was indeed a humiliating moment for a forward to be outmaneuvered by a goalkeeper with a Marseille turn. Frustrated, Drogba trudged back, striking his thigh in realization that it was Kevin, not the goalkeeper, who had outplayed him. Being bested by Kevin was hardly a disgrace. With a renewed spirit, Drogba felt a lightness in his step. "Fabio, aren't you going to substitute Kevin?" Galbiati inquired. "Let Kevin play. There isn't much time left." Capello replied with a smile. Today, Huang Kaiwen's movements appeared remarkably professional, alleviating Capello's concerns about potential injuries. Coupled with a favorable omen he received in the morning, he felt a surge of confidence. The only dilemma lay with those two rascals. With a playful gesture, Capello beckoned to the substitutes with his index and middle fingers. Higuain's face darkened as he rose. Kevin was starting, and he was always the one to replace Huang. However, today Huang was playing as a goalkeeper. How could he possibly substitute him? With only one substitution left, Capello's instruction to warm up felt like a cruel joke. On the pitch, Chelsea mounted another counterattack, with Lampard launching the ball towards the left flank. Huang Kaiwen dashed out of the goal once more. Ramos hurried back to the penalty area to cover, prepared to block the shot with his body if necessary. As an exceptional defender, he possessed that awareness. Huang's explosive speed enabled him to seize the ball ahead of Maluda, propelling it forward along the right flank, disrupting Chelsea's formation in an instant. The Chelsea players scrambled back as if pursued by a hound. "Tackle him." He realized he could not match Huang Kaiwen's pace. Before he could reach the vicinity, Huang had already slipped past him. Makelele, neglecting Sneijder in the center, rushed to reinforce the middle. But Huang showed no signs of slowing down, relying solely on his speed rather than technical maneuvers. Although Akita's speed was not exceptional and lacked the various enhancements that Huang possessed, it was now nearing the 80th minute, and Chelsea players were noticeably fatigued. It was precisely this knowledge that led Huang to opt for a long-distance run with the ball. One could say he had been waiting for this very moment. Crossing the halfway line, Huang left Makelele trailing behind, the distance between them widening. In an instant, Ashley Cole made his decision, decisively abandoning Sneijder to race towards the flank. In his peripheral vision, Huang also spotted Ashley Cole. The speed of this fellow has scarcely diminished. If Cole were to charge at him, Huang Kaiwen would have little confidence in surpassing his opponent today. Recognizing the urgency, he bent down and took 2 steps forward, then swung his left foot forcefully against the ball. With a resounding thud, Ashley Cole instinctively extended his leg, but the distance was slightly too great, and he failed to intercept Huang Kaiwen's long-range shot. The ball, launched from the right flank and still a considerable distance from the penalty area, soared towards the goal like a cannonball. Raul, along with several Chelsea defenders, found themselves almost instantaneously outpaced by the ball. With Cole absent in the front, there was no one to obstruct the long-range effort from the right, allowing the ball to sail unhindered towards the goal. Kudasini, in a split second, dove to the side, relying solely on instinct rather than a clear view of the ball's trajectory. When he felt no impact against his gloves, he knew the ball had found the net. Silence enveloped the entire Bernabeu stadium, as if the world had pressed a pause button. Even Capello, a staunch believer in Huang Kaiwen, removed his glasses and rubbed his eyes vigorously, though this goal fell slightly short of being a solo run from his own half. The juxtaposition of a goalkeeper achieving such a feat while donning gloves created a striking sense of incongruity. "Kevin, goal, 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 goal." Credeli remained steadfast, passionately shouting in the broadcast room. Who else could execute a solo run from the goalkeeper position? After weaving past 4 defenders on the right flank and unleashing a world-class strike from 38 meters out, the shot clocked in at over 150 kilometers per hour, leaving Kudasini utterly helpless. I once claimed that Kevin only needed to play alongside Yashin to defeat world champions. I must now amend that statement. Kevin could stand on the goal line, intercept Gilardino's shot, and then, single-handedly, outmaneuver all the Italian players before ultimately breaching Buffon's defenses. The easiest high-paying job in the world is simply to play alongside Kevin. In an interview, Kevin mentioned that he enjoys playing games to relax. And perhaps football serves as a form of play for him. Competing in the Champions League is his way of unwinding. No matter how noble the royal bloodline, it cannot rival that of a deity. The Spanish heir has declared that, aside from being an Atletico Madrid supporter, he is also a fan of Kevin, the royal family. Possessing the Order of the Golden Fleece may also be taking steps in this direction. The Habsburg family, aiming for revival, requires a more distinguished heir. I suspect that one day they may resort to rummaging through the trash of the Kevin household. Huang Kaiwen dashed to the corner flag and executed an acrobatic backflip, igniting the Bernabeu Stadium and stirring up unpleasant memories for Ballack. St. Kevin! St. Kevin! St. Kevin! The Mellingers in the stands shouted Huang Kaiwen's name in unison. Watching a match at the Bernabeu only requires one to revel in the experience. Winning the match is something they need not concern themselves with. Buffon, seated before the television, set down his glass, pushed his girlfriend aside, and let out a sigh. If Huang Kaiwen could consistently play as a goalkeeper, it would not matter if he faced suppression in various selections. However, Buffon knew that this was an impossibility. He perceived the unusual activity of the former Real Madrid president as a troubling sign. The frequent connections between Huang Kaiwen and other teams deeply unsettled Buffon. Should that number 10 don the red and black stripes again, the unfortunate possibility of crossing paths in various competitions could exceed 6 times. That would be the greatest nightmare of his life. No, absolutely not. Buffon picked up his phone from the coffee table and dialed the editor of Tuttosport. This is Gigi. Yes, I have something to discuss regarding Kaiwen. I propose that UEFA establish an award for the top for league champions in European competitions, which would encourage players to venture abroad and promote the development of European football. I suggest this award be named the Kaiwen Award. As he has proven himself across different leagues, I sincerely hope that Kaiwen can receive the inaugural Kaiwen Award. I am indeed his superfan. I have come to realize that Huang Kaiwen is rather petty. After a blunder in the last match, he is now seeking redemption as a goalkeeper. There's no denying that Huang Kaiwen possesses such talent, thus I am left questioning whether that goal conceded was truly his fault. It should be. Although Huang enjoys playing tricks on earnest individuals like us and may engage in dubious dealings for awards, he is generally reliable in terms of sportsmanship. Indeed, after that missed penalty in last season's Champions League final, I felt Huang Kaiwen was undeniably impressive. He articulates himself with remarkable poise in public, delivering eloquent acceptance speeches. I attended one of his lectures at Bailey University, and I found him to be quite approachable. What on earth is happening? Another red card? Anelka, after being outmaneuvered by Huang Kaiwen, is infuriated and commits a foul from behind. Huang Kaiwen sprang up quickly to intercept his teammate. Had Huang not risen to restrain him, Anelka would likely not have exited the Bernabeu unscathed. I never liked Anelka since his departure from Arsenal. He was particularly distasteful during his time at Real Madrid. His playing skills are commendable, but his agent is utterly obnoxious. Surprisingly, the match concluded with a hint of drama. A score of 2-1 is acceptable for Chelsea, with both teams retaining chances for progression. It was a struggle to separate the teammates. Ramos still received a yellow card, with mere seconds remaining in stoppage time. The referee blew the final whistle. Raul, covering his eyes, walked toward the sidelines. You should consider getting insurance. Inquire whether the insurance company compensates for injuries caused by teammates. Guti jested. Raul hastened his pace, not wanting to give Guti the satisfaction of witnessing his dismay. Look at this guy. He cannot take a joke at all, Guti laughed, resting his hand on Huang Kaiwen's shoulder. Huang Kaiwen thought to himself, if you were to endure being accidentally injured by your teammates over 10 times in a season, you would be equally frustrated. As Huang Kaiwen strolled to the sidelines, exchanging banter with his teammates, he noticed Mourinho still engaged in a debate with the referee. The straight red card was indisputable. A foul committed from behind against the goalkeeper in the penalty area had ignited a conflict between both teams. Had it not been for the intervention of the Yellow King, the situation could have escalated further. By the time the referee approached, Ramos and Pepe had already left Anelka in a state of disarray. Kevin, let us attend the press conference together, Capello remarked as he stepped forward. Certainly, coach. At the press conference, Mourinho had lost the calm demeanor he exhibited at the outset, radiating a palpable aggression. He expressed his dissatisfaction vehemently. That was certainly not a red card offense. Nicholas Anelka is not a malicious player. He merely possesses a somewhat impulsive character. We must exercise greater patience with technically gifted players. As for today's match, I have little to say. Had it been 11 against 11, we would undoubtedly have prevailed. Gratitude was extended to the generous supporters who contributed, and an apology was issued for the late updates that morning. As for any promotional recommendations, they were met with a light-hearted chuckle. This chapter concludes with the notion that the missed open goal bears deeper significance, exemplifying the prowess of the 3 red cards. The encounter between the most renowned active player in world football and the most celebrated coach was a veritable feast for European sports journalists. Even in the absence of events, they gleaned ample inspiration from the body language and expressions of those involved. As noted by Marca, the most extraordinary individual seemed less so in Kevin's presence. His post-match comments resembled those of a petulant child unable to accept defeat. Kevin, however, stands out as the first goalkeeper in Champions League history to score a solo goal, a record that will remain unbroken for a considerable time. According to AS, Mourinho possesses considerable talent, yet his words often eclipse his abilities. Such a coach is ideally suited for a club like Chelsea, a nouveau riche entity that can quickly captivate fans and raise global awareness. However, no matter his achievements, a prestigious club like Real Madrid would never extend an invitation for him to assume the managerial role. Cruyff, in his column for Mundo Deportivo, remarked, "That arrogant individual refuses to acknowledge his defeat, having only seen a player sent off in the final minute." The most ludicrous aspect is his claim that Kevin lacks respect for them. Merely a week prior, he hailed Kevin as the benchmark for skill and ethics in football. Back in 2005, during his altercation with Frank Rijkaard, he forfeited our respect. To teach others the value of respect, one must first demonstrate it. Of course, I do not believe there is anything amiss with Kevin's goalkeeping actions. As long as one possesses sufficient skill, any technical maneuver permissible within the rules is acceptable. It is evident that Cruyff harbors a greater disdain for Mourinho than for Real Madrid, and their war of words is likely to endure for some time. The Times commented that the officiating in the Bernabeu clash was justified, noting that the referee exhibited leniency towards Chelsea's physical play. Mourinho should not have berated the officials post-match. We had the pleasure of interviewing the young talent from AC Milan, Kudasini, who shares a name with the esteemed Milan coach Ancelotti. Interestingly, his father bears the same name as Real Madrid's coach, Capello. Kudasini shared his thoughts on the match, stating, "Buffon is the world's finest goalkeeper, and I finally grasped the weight of his experience. Before the game, I hope to showcase my abilities to my father and thwart a legendary player from Milan's ranks." However, today Kevin took on the role of goalkeeper, and even so, I felt immense pressure as he surged down the right flank. With each stride, it was as if I were traversing a wilderness, hunted by a beast. When he lifted his foot, it felt as though I was facing a lion with its jaws agape. My mind was sharper than ever, likely a testament to the adrenaline coursing through me. Yet I still failed to stop Kevin's goal. Thus, I can truly empathize with Buffon. In the next round, I would prefer not to see Kevin on the offensive line. In another note, Mourinho finds himself at a loss on the pitch with Chelsea, yet he could draw inspiration from Inter Milan, approaching the game from a different angle. We will highlight several renowned sorcerers from whom Mourinho might seek guidance. 1. The sorcerer Pepe, sharing a name with the Real Madrid defender, accepted money from Paris Hilton to cast a curse upon Kevin, as he had not reciprocated Hilton's affections, leaving her quite vexed. According to Pepe, Hilton offered him 50,000 euros, promising more if he could facilitate Kevin's early retirement. As fate would have it, Kevin missed half a season of play. 2. Dylan Avira, another sorcerer, once assisted Porto in their victory over Bayern using 2 toads, a practice also frequently employed by Benitez and Rijkaard, as toads are significant components in the realm of sorcery. In the afternoon, the stars of Real Madrid concluded their event. "Those individuals would devour Kevin if they could," joked Guti. "A bunch of superficial women," added Cassano, who lamented that he was once the prince of Madrid's nightlife, but his popularity waned in the presence of Huang Kaiwen. The models clearly showed greater interest in Huang Kaiwen. "TCH, that's Kevin maintaining his integrity," Ramos remarked disdainfully. "If you were as popular as Kevin, you'd probably be dead in your bed by now." Among the stars, Huang Kaiwen's romantic history is notably pristine. "Enough of that. There are children present," Huang Kaiwen chuckled. "Uncle Kevin, I'm not a child anymore, protested the eldest son standing beside his father. He fervently requested to stay an extra day before returning to Milan, and even Paolo Maldini found himself at a loss. Yes, our Chris is now an adult, Huang Kaiwen said, affectionately ruffling the young man's hair. The eldest son held his head high, proud to receive recognition from the world's top player. Alas, his father is merely an ordinary AC Milan defender, who never even won the Ballon d'Or. If only Uncle Kevin were his father. In an attempt to assert himself, the young master remarked, Uncle Kevin would never be interested in them. Their intentions are far from pure. They seek to bear his child to utilize him as a credit card or to leverage his fame for their own career advancement. The Real Madrid stars widened their eyes in disbelief that such words could emerge from a child's lips. Huang Kaiwen glanced at Paolo Maldini, who, with an awkward smile, confessed, Adriana and I occasionally discuss your affairs at home, and Cristiano overheard us. Then why don't they approach me? I am also a major star. Cassano retorted indignantly. Huh. Ramos scoffed. As long as they can hitch a ride on Kevin's fame, they will be globally recognized. What benefit do they gain from you? Merely becoming a stamp in Cassano's collection? Cassano raised a digital camera, aiming it at Ramos. What are you doing? Ramos inquired. Just capturing a memento. You always speak so proudly of your father. Cassano mocked. You want to die, you bastard? Ramos bellowed, ready to confront Cassano. Instantly, Cassano ducked behind Huang Kaiwen, prepared to flee around him if Ramos approached. Everyone has their own way of living. Raul chuckled and advised. There will undoubtedly be women with ulterior motives trying to get close to you, but there are also many good women in the world. Raul was indeed correct. The temptations are abundant, and Huang the King is no Iron Man. Yet, more than anything, Huang the King abhors trouble, much like Beckham's female assistant, who constantly exploits Beckham in the papers for profit. He cannot afford to lose face. Shall we proceed? What shall we do today? Huang Kaiwen inquired, glancing at his watch. It was already past 3. Since everyone was out, why not engage in an activity together? Let us go bowling, Robin suggested, casting a glance at Huang Kaiwen. While he admired him, he still yearned to surpass Huang Kaiwen in some domain. All right, let us go then, Raul nodded. Bowling, being an indoor activity, seemed quite suitable. The young master appeared quite pleased. He relished spending time with Huang Kaiwen, who was far more entertaining than his own father. The group arrived at the Chama Martin bowling alley, which was quite commendable. Besides bowling, it offered food and drinks. For those uninterested in bowling, there were options for billiards, table soccer, or large arcade games. They chose this venue mainly because the equipment was relatively new, though slightly pricier, unlike older alleys. It was free from the unsightly gum stuck everywhere. In Europe, Huang Kaiwen found public facilities intolerable, never knowing when he might touch a piece of chewed gum, a revolting prospect. He had read reports stating that in just one London district, 6 tons of gum needed to be removed annually. Italy and Spain were hardly better. Thus, Huang Kaiwen often wished to throttle those magazine editors. How dare they claim high standards? It wasn't he that Huang the King did not wish to enjoy the common joys of life. It was simply that he truly could not. After changing his shoes, Huang Kaiwen meticulously checked to ensure there was no chewing gum before taking a seat. Uncle Kevin, let us team up, the young master said, grasping Huang Kaiwen's hand. All right. We shall be a team, Huang Kaiwen replied with a smile. The young master held great respect for the football king, and Huang Kaiwen naturally did not wish to disappoint him. Then I shall join another team, Robin volunteered. Noticing Huang Kaiwen's teasing gaze, Robin tilted his head and clarified. We can't have all the strong players on the same team. I'm quite good at bowling too. Very well, Huang Kaiwen nodded in agreement. Teams were soon organized. Due to the larger number of participants, a 5-person match was arranged. Huang Kaiwen, the young master, Maldini, Raul, and Ramos formed one team, while Robin, Snader, Guti, Cassano, and De Jong made up the other. The remaining participants engaged in casual play or other games on the sidelines. In a typical 5-person match, each player would bowl 5 rounds, with the final score determining the winner. However, considering the presence of children, it was decided to limit the game to 2 rounds. The entire bowling alley came to a standstill as everyone awaited Huang Kaiwen's turn. The Real Madrid stars were curious about his skills, not to mention the ordinary fans in the venue. Even the part-time university student at the bar craned her neck to catch a glimpse of Huang Kaiwen's slaying. He picked up a 13-pound ball, feeling its weight in his hands. Although he could manage a 16-pound ball without issue, he hadn't played in a while. so he decided to start with the lighter one to regain his touch. With his left hand, he inserted 2 fingers into the ball, cradling it in his right palm. His upper body slightly bent, waist straight, and knees slightly flexed, he prepared himself. After a 4-step approach, Huang Kaiwen relaxed his shoulder and propelled his left arm forward, gently releasing the ball with a flick of his fingers. The entire motion appeared remarkably fluid. Robin, observing this, let out a slight sigh, feeling that he had once again missed his chance. He could tell that Huang Kaiwen possessed the skill, though he did not play frequently. Yet, talent was evident through his actions. Even if he longed for a challenge, Robin had to concede that in the realm of sports, defeating Huang Kaiwen would be a formidable task, unless it was a professional against an amateur. Perhaps he should have retired earlier to pursue tennis and challenge Kevin?